It's a pleasure to have you here learning some Agile this morning. And the reason why we are actually going into the Agile journey this morning is because the PMI on changing the PMP exam have really upped the ante. So there's a lot of Agile, and we need to get insanely good at Agile. And that's why we have our friend Roy here, who's going to be taking us through a lot of the Agile journey. So, Roy, let's do a quick intro. Let's go to our slide we have for you. And some of them have already been in one of your classes virtually somehow through recording, but quick intro.
Sure thing. So welcome everybody. My name is Roy Schilling. As the slide says, I've been practicing Agile for a pretty long time, a little over 20 years now. And I was a developer. I was a Scrum Master. I was a manager. So kind of gone through the route. And I've been training and coaching Agile organizations for the past 14, 15 years now. So I've been around the block a little bit. Through most of my career, I've been through a number of different organizations, a lot of different industries, insurance. I used to live in the Charlotte area, so all finance. Charlotte is big in finance. So I was in finance, I was in pharmaceuticals, I'm doing a lot of work for the Air Force, the US Air Force right now. So kind of all over the place. So that's my background. Back to you, Phil.
Thank you, Roy. Well, like I said, some of them have had the pleasure of watching you on video, and they already know who I am. So why don't we just jump into ground rules? So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Phil. I'm Roy's buddy, and I help Roy push the slides once in a while. And that's the end of my intro.
A little more than that, but we'll go with that. Yeah.
Okay, let's go into a few ground rules. Ground rules for today. You're going to be in classroom mode and silent. We do not want you to share any video because we will be recording it. We don't have any waivers from you, so we will be recording the video. Once in a while, we might unmute you and ask you to ask any questions live, but for the most part, you will be on mute. I would ask you to mute individually just in case you come off mute by accident. You could be made a co-presenter. That's if Roy and I get kicked off, then it'll be handed over to the next person. Hopefully that will not happen. Questions will be answered at the most convenient spot. Let's say when we conclude a particular area or aspect of whatever we're talking about, that would be a convenient place to ask questions. So for now, you're not able to chat in to us via text, and you're not able to audibly ask a question right now. We'll try to take a short 5-minute break at the top of every hour. And hopefully by the time we're done, you will be comfortable to ask whatever you didn't know. Hopefully you're going to be asking what you don't know, what you're not sure of along the way. It's possible that whatever you're asking is coming up later on, but we'll do our best to answer the questions as expediently as possible. So what we're going to do now is just do a quick reflection on either a yes or a no question. And we're going to have some polls along the way. If you know the answer, just go ahead and select an option. If you don't and you don't feel comfortable, we still urge you to just guess, because you're getting ready for the PMP exam. The PMP exam is a 1 in 4 normally, but these days they've added some additional options such as choose 2 or choose 3, or maybe choose all that apply. So here is your first question for the day, and it's a very simple one you should have an answer for, and it's just a yes or no. So do you already use Agile? Yes or no? Do you already use Agile in your work? Select an option. Thank you. I see some movement on the needle. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll. All right, so Roy, it seems like we have more no's than yeses, and that's okay, right? That we've not used Agile before.
Absolutely. And Phil, I do apologize. My microphone just went out, so I'm using a backup. My voice will be a little bit off, but I'll get it repaired shortly.
Oh, you're good. You're good. So we got a little bit more time before we get into the nitty gritty of everything. So it might be a good time to change it, and I'll just keep on pushing the needle. All right. So do you already use Agile? Some of you do not use Agile, and that's okay. The purpose of this is to get you into the world of Agile. And it's not bad that you haven't used Agile. Um, in fact, you will probably have less trouble getting rid of any bad habits because in Agile, not every habit that we use is necessarily good. All right, so that's that. Good to know that around 40% of you do. Okay, let's go over to the next one. Now, this one is going to take a little while for me to bring up, only because it is one of those select all that apply kind of questions. So take a look, and I am going to relaunch this and ask you the question in a different way. And it's going to be select all that apply. So select all that apply, and I have quite a number of options on the screen. It goes all the way up to G. And let's do this again. Okay, there's no option H, ends at G. And let's relaunch. Oh, no, that didn't work. That didn't work. It's question 2. Let's launch it. There we go. So do you have a PMP, something else in the world of project management? Maybe a CAPM, maybe a CSM. Just select all that apply. If you have a CSM and a, whatever you have, just let us know. All right. All right, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll. Okay, and let's share the results. It's very good. We can see that. Okay, so we have a few who have a PMP, 3 have a PMP, and the others have some other type of certification or working on it. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. And this is just getting warmed up to the system. Let's go for one more question, and I will relaunch it shortly. Okay. So this one is just going to be choose one. And as usual, you're going to have 4 options. Choose one. There we go. Question 3. There you go. On how much agile and hybrid project management does PMI say is on the PMP exam? Do you know what the PMI said about this new exam? All right, 3, 2, and 1. Let's end the poll. Okay, let's share the results. Majority have gone with 50%. And that is very correct. The PMI says there's 50% of agile and hybrid on the exam. So I want you to think about this for a second. You know how much time many of us have already spent going down the predictive trail. Think about that for a second. The 49 processes, our obsession over it, the ITTOs. Imagine that same focus being spent on agile. You have to spend that same focus on agile. So every word you hear from Roy, it is gold. You gotta pay attention to everything he's telling you and get this mindset, eat it, drink it, because that is what is going to help you on the exam. Can you imagine 50%? Is that crazy, Roy? Isn't it such a game changer?
I think it's fantastic. It's great that the PMI is moving this direction. It's about time. They're keeping up with the times. Agile's here. It's not going away. It's been around a long time now. It needs to be considered part of any project management methodology that we make use of. And I think that the really important thing for us to remember as the PMI is making this transition and we're making this transition as well, is that you don't have to go all in Agile. You don't have to be 100% Agile. You can make use of some of the really cool concepts and bring them into your waterfall projects, and you're going to get a lot of benefit out of it. So let's talk about, as we go through our session, we'll talk about, not just what the PMI is saying, right? Because that's important stuff, obviously,
Yeah,
but also how you can make use of it as well in your own jobs.
absolutely. And one more question. How much agile and hybrid project management does Phil think is actually on the PMP exam? Let's relaunch the poll. What do you think I think?
That's
You
a
know
trick
that I
question.
always have a different opinion than the PMI says. You know that. It's not a trick question, but I think I've given you the answer. Three. Oh, they learn very quickly, Roy. Three.
That's a good group. I like it.
2 and 1. Let's end the poll. And you're very correct. I believe that there's a lot more. 58 at least. But you know the funny
Very
thing,
specific
Roy?
number.
Very specific. You got to be specific. You know the funny thing I heard last night, Roy,
What's that?
from someone who passed the exam? I heard 80. This person said, "No, this has
Wow.
got to be the ACP I'm in. There's no way. This is the
Wow.
ACP exam." 80%. So when people ask me, Phil, what should I do for this new exam? I'm like, go watch the videos that Roy has over and over and over and over. Read this book. Look, be a junkie. Read this thing. Read it.
That's the book.
Just get it into you because you don't stand a chance if you're not solid with Agile. Okay, I've raved and ranted enough. So Roy, let's go over to you. And before we do that, just a very quick one final segue. There's something else I wanted us to talk about real quick. So for a group of friends who are going through the process and have never been into any Agile stuff before, you should read the Agile Practice Guide I held up. You should read the Scrum Guide, which Roy will refer to every now and again in this course. And you should have received a handout with a slide deck all the way at the back. And it's okay if you didn't receive it. Check your spam, check your email. If you didn't get it, no problem. We'll make sure we get that to you. But one of the things, Roy, and I like telling you up front is our classes are not a death by PowerPoint class. So don't get, like, where's my fix? Where are my slides? No, don't do that. Don't do that.
We all like handouts, but there's more than just handouts, right? We need to have conversations.
Absolutely. We need to have the conversation and internalize, the process and everything. Roy, before we jump into slides proper, I wanted to talk about the traditional world with the fixed scope, versus the agile world. So can you give us a little bit of context for us to have switch mentally from traditional to agile?
Absolutely, and this is a really important slide to help us make that context switch. It's one of the main differences between traditional approaches and agile or adaptive. We could say prescriptive approaches versus adaptive approaches. Now let's start on the left-hand side, right? This is how most traditional projects are measured. They're measured for success by defining. You typically get this, requirements document. Here's all of your scope, and that is fixed. You must deliver this stuff. And then we go off and we estimate how much time it's going to take us and what the budget is going to be needed in order to do so, right? In order to deliver this thing. And we typically define success for a project for successful delivery of these three constraints, right? We're all familiar with this, right? This is the iron triangle, the triple constraints. So if we deliver all scope, we deliver on schedule, we deliver, on budget, then absolutely we're successful, right? Well, the reality is maybe not, right? So I'm sure you've had this in your past where you've delivered everything your customer, or at least almost everything your customers asked for, on time, on budget, and you still don't have happy customers. Well, that's not a good thing, right? Do we measure success by the triple constraints, or do we measure success more by happy customers? And so it's really outcome versus output kind of a conversation. The outcome should be what we're trying to achieve. Just delivering these three things really is insufficient to be able to deliver a successful project. Now, there are also a couple of hidden constraints in here. One is obviously the customer satisfaction. Another one is quality, and we'll talk about that a little bit more, a little bit deeper on. We typically use quality as a buffer. So when push comes to shove, we've got trade-offs. We're coming to the end of a schedule, and we have to trade something. So we will typically allow poor quality or lower quality into our project and into our delivery. And you've all been there. We'll fix it later. Right? Well, that's not necessarily a good thing, because what does that do for customer satisfaction? Delivering a product that is not of high quality is going to have an impact on your customers. We want to watch that one. The other thing we typically do is we burn out our employees, right? We all do that, right? So we're at the end of a project, so everybody has to work extra hours, do the death march until you get this thing done. Well, that's great. Now you've got people who are tired, they're unhappy, maybe quality has suffered. The next project is going to be a disaster because everybody's already tired. So all that stuff really not that great. And this is not to bash the waterfall process in any way. It's simply, these are things to watch out for. And these are some of the things that the adaptive processes also help us adjust or adapt to. So on the right-hand side, this is more the adaptive process. And this is how we want to get a little bit better at in our Agile processes. The first thing is we fix our schedule and we fix our budget. We flip that triangle upside down. We fix the schedule and we fix the budget. Now, we were able to do that because we have fixed time boxes in Agile. We like to do things in 2-week chunks, they're called iterations. We do things in 2-week chunks. We also are able to fix the budget because we prefer stable, fixed teams. Now, that's really hard. We'll talk more about that later as we get into some of the team descriptions. But getting a stable, fixed team where the team members are not split across multiple projects, or not split across multiple teams, they are dedicated to one team. That's a really hard thing for a lot of organizations to get to. But once they do, you have a fixed number of people doing the work. You have a fixed schedule because you're doing things in 2-week chunks. So it makes it a lot easier. Now you've got fewer variables. Right? You've got fewer variables because your schedule is fixed and your budget is fixed. And we're talking about the labor costs. We're not talking about the other potential costs like licenses and hardware and all that other kind of good stuff. We're talking about the labor costs primarily. Now, the next part though is we still have the triple constraints. They don't go away on Agile projects. So now you've got the scope to deal with. So what we do is we then estimate how much scope we can get done within that schedule and budget. So it's a very different approach. It kind of flips it all upside down. It might make you a little bit nervous if you haven't done this before, but it works really well. So when push comes to shove, as you approach the end of a project and you're starting to run out of time or you're running out of budget, instead of extending your schedule or doing the death march or hire more people, which is a really bad thing to do, instead of doing that, we adjust the scope. We reduce the scope in order to stay within that schedule and budget. Now that's our goal. That's our first go-to. There are, of course, other conversations we can have, but that's kind of our goal. So we do our best to not use quality as a buffer. We don't use our people as a buffer. Instead, we're focusing on customer needs and customer satisfaction. Deliver the scope the customer really needs rather than all the planned scope. So we change how we define success. We still define success by meeting the schedules and budgets. That's part of it, but it's more about customer satisfaction, high quality product, team satisfaction. So those are kind of some hidden constraints. So Phil, back to you.
Yes, Roy, thank you very much for that. And in the world of PMBOK guide, we typically see this chart on the screen, and a lot of you have been memorizing it and drawing it out and doing the ritual. Well, I've got a new ritual for you that I would like you to do, and it's called the Scrum Skeleton. So by the time Roy gets done with that, I want you to go through the ritual of the 3-5-3, and you'll learn that, and I want you to do it daily, and draw that thing out until you know all the ceremonies and all the individuals and all the artifacts within the Scrum team. But let's talk about a new hybrid model for thinking about project management. PMI talk about hybrid models, and they say it is not necessary to use every single process or every single approach for an entire project. Projects often combine elements of different life cycles in order to achieve certain goals. A combination of predictive, iterative, incremental, and/or agile approaches is a hybrid approach. So think about it like this. It is possible to have all of these chunks of knowledge areas and process groups in your head, but you also need to be thinking about using some agile concepts to get these knowledge areas done. And if you take a look at the Agile Practice Guide on page 91, the PMI actually begin to give you guidance about how to apply Agile within a knowledge area. And I highly advise that you read this for your exam. It's page 91 all the way forward till you get done with stakeholder. So 91 to, I believe it's 96. Let me make sure. And it's a total different way of thinking. You got to think differently for this new exam. You cannot just be thinking, oh, it's to 95, 91 to 95. You cannot just be thinking process group knowledge. No, you need to bring in that infusion of the Agile principles. So which Agile or hybrid principles can I adapt to this? And that takes us to one of our slides here, Roy, about the Stacy complexity model and how it is important to not just see the world of predictive all the way down on the end of simple, but also other worlds. So Roy, let's talk about this Stacy complexity model. Why do we and why should we care about it?
Yeah, so I really like using the Stacy complexity model as a good visual to help us understand what kinds of processes or practices we should be following, or mindsets and behaviors we should be following based on the type of work that we're working on. That's really important, because I get asked the question all the time, well, when is Agile not suitable? When should we use Waterfall, or when should we use Agile? And that's a reasonable question, especially for people that are, new to Agile. It's a very common question. So the Stacy complexity model helps us visualize where we should be using each kind of process. So let's start on the bottom left-hand side down in the simple space. So in the simple, this is where we are close to agreement on the requirements and what we're doing and why we're doing it, close to certainty on how we're going to do it. So it's very well understood what it is we're trying to accomplish, how we're going to accomplish it. So you get the idea. It's a lot of certainty there. We really know what we're doing here. Now in that space, predictive approaches, traditional approaches work fantastic. They work just fine. And you think about it, it's predictive, right? We know what we're doing. There's going to be very little change. So predictive should work very, very well in that space. And that's a good place to be for waterfall traditional approaches. Now, as we start moving out where we get less certainty and we have less agreement on the requirements and what we're doing and things like that, it starts to get more complicated. Right now, complicated is where we just don't know quite as much, and there's going to be change. We expect change is going to happen. Now, we can still make use of waterfall in this space, but you're probably going to have a heavier level of change control. Things are going to get a little more difficult. So expect change is going to happen. Now you're starting to get a little bit fuzzier of whether you should use predictable or predictive or adaptive, like an agile process. Then we move further out where we have a lot less certainty, where we have a lot less knowledge. We're not sure exactly what we're doing. And this is the complex domain. A complex domain, obviously, you've got a lot of variability. So let me very quickly just do kind of like a little example of the difference between complicated and complex. So the complicated domain is where you have a lot of certainty, and if you follow the rules exactly, you're going to have a successful outcome. So consider something like assembling a watch. So if you're assembling a watch, it's a difficult thing to do, but as long as you have the steps all well defined and you follow those steps exactly, you will have a successful outcome. It'll work the way expected. Any deviation from those steps would be considered a defect, and it's not going to work properly. Well, complex is different. A lot of variability. You can't define everything that you're going to be doing because you just don't know. So I like to use the example of driving to work, right? So when you're driving to work in the morning, you know where you're going, you know generally how you're going to get there. You may have done it multiple times before, but there's a lot of variability along the way. So how you get there and the way you approach it is likely going to change based on a whole bunch of different factors. That's the complex domain. Now, this is where Agile really starts to come into play because it is built around complexity. It is built around handling complex problems. So that it's based on experimentation. So we try something that we think is the right thing to do. We learn from it and we adapt based on the new knowledge that we've just gained. So it's based on experimentation. Now, of course, you can move all the way up into the anarchy space. So this I'm sure some of you have been on projects in the anarchy space. I certainly have been on a lot of those kinds of projects. Research and development, as an example, example, is there's a lot of anarchy up there, and intentional anarchy, right? Chaos is good when you're trying to build really innovative, creative things. So that's the anarchy space. Well, I would absolutely use Agile in that space. When you're doing research and development, if you're doing things that are just absolutely unknown, there's no agreement, there's no certainty, which R&D kinds of things are up in that space, Agile works brilliantly there. So that's really what this model kind of helps us with. Where can we use each of the different processes where really work well and where you're going to be challenged? Okay, Phil, anything else?
Yes, Roy, thank you. And let's jump on another table that the PMI offers us in the Agile Practice Guide, which you absolutely do need to know for your exam. It's table 3-1. So this just shows you the different methods of delivering on your project. They call it characteristics of 4 categories of life cycles. They call them life cycles. So let's start really quick to find out what the differences are, first of all, between predictive, which has fixed requirements, versus Agile, which has dynamic requirements. In the world of predictive, we're used to fixing everything. You saw that image Roy showed you where we had fixed scope. Well, in the world of Agile, we do not fix the scope the way we fix it in the world of predictive. That is not to say that we just throw in anything at any old time, but there's more regulations regarding how your requirements can change. I know the question would be, but Phil, we have change requests. Yeah, it's more regulated when it comes to the requirements in predictive than it is in the world of Agile. So for your exam, you do need to know that in the world of predictive, we have fixed requirements. In the world of Agile, we have dynamic requirements. And in fact, all of the other methods, iterative and incremental, have dynamic requirements. Predictive is the only one that has fixed requirements. But how do you distinguish between predictive and iterative? Again, it's in the requirements, fixed for predictive, dynamic for iterative. However, the delivery for both predictive and iterative are single delivery. So you do want to note that for your exam. In the world of Agile, frequent smaller deliveries, and also for the world of incremental, frequent smaller deliveries. So you do need to be able to master this chart in case they give you questions and say you're using a method that has dynamic requirements and the goal is correctness of the solution. Well, correctness of the solution and dynamic requirements means iterative. We talk about speed and we talk about dynamic requirements. We're talking about incremental. If the customer says your main goal is customer value, then you know you're talking about Agile. So what I've heard from people who have taken the exam is you do need to know the differences between these because they will test you on this. And that takes us to yet another image, which is the continuum of life cycles. So taking a look at this continuum of life cycles, it's very similar to what we saw in the Stacy complexity model. We have predictive here, where we have a low degree of change, low frequency of delivery. But when we have a high frequency of delivery, we use incremental, low degree of change as well. So these are on the left-hand side of the continuum. You need to be ready to answer questions that test you on this continuum. It's one of PMI's favorites for this new exam. And then in the world of Agile, you can see we have high frequency of delivery and high degree of change. For iterative, we have high degree of change, low frequency of delivery because it's a one-time delivery. So if you split this continuum again, the top, this helps us deal with high frequency of delivery. The lower ones, these are the low frequency of delivery. Remember, predictive is one time, iterative is one time. So for your exam, you got to get these tables and charts and images into your head. Roy, any comments on this continuum?
Yeah, just this is also really useful, especially for the exam. One thing I want to point out is that so we have these 4 different kinds of approaches. Predictive, we have a pretty good understanding of. Incremental and iterative, from an Agile approach, we actually combine the 2 of them. That's why Agile is both high and high on the continuum. So Agile is really a combination of incremental and iterative. So you might want to think about it that way: small deliveries, frequent deliveries, customer focus, correctness of solution. Those things, those best things that we get from those 2 different approaches, we combine together in an Agile approach.
Thank you, Roy. We got an image here, which is a little bit of a spurious image, but I put this image in here so that people will change the way they think. For your exam, you got to change how you think as a project manager in the old exam, which is you got to drive the team or you make the decision making. All right, you're the person who makes a decision. What is your 5-step approach? You know, in the world of Scrum, it's different. In the world of Agile, it's different. Now, we haven't talked about Scrum yet, and you see Scrum on the screen. It's one of the Agile methods that we talk about. It's actually a framework, but it's an Agile flavor we use. But for your exam, you got to change your thinking into me, I'm at the hub, I'm the focus, I get everything done through the team. No, in the world of Agile, you need to think about being an enabler, a servant leader, a facilitator, a mentor, a coach, someone who supports and protects a team. You got to change the way you think. Now, project managers are still needed in the world of Agile. It's just that they play a different role, which is really more of the reporting and more of the stakeholder interactions. But in the world of Agile, for your exam, you definitely want to be thinking, I'm a servant to the team. My job is to make them happy, make them coffee. I don't know, buy them ice cream, do something that makes them right, Roy?
Absolutely. Scrum Master is all about the soft skills. So it's about how to make your team happy. How do you keep conflict down? How do you resolve conflict? How do you facilitate great discussions? So it's all of those soft skills. And project managers, it's still valid, still valuable. We're not saying get rid of project managers, but they're more about the details of communication and engagement and things of that from a stakeholder perspective. Both valuable roles, but very different approaches.
Absolutely. And honestly, I would say, while the project managers, information on the left, the driver, the decision maker, while those are not bad, that is not your focus in this world. And you got to change that thinking. And actually, Roy and I have questions we're going to be asking you through the course that will test that. Now, going to this next slide, this is an example of the new exam task. So task 1 is execute the project with urgency in the world of process, because the new exam has process, people, and business. This is a process task, and it says execute the project with urgency required to deliver business value. Before you take your exam, what you need to do is look at every task and say, what did Roy share with us that we can use to tackle this? And actually, we're going to get to the point in the class where we move away from the Agile basics and we get to the tasks. So Roy and I are going to be covering all of the tasks from a people, process, and business perspective in the world of Agile. So for now, you're just absorbing the essence of Agile. That's really the purpose of week 1 and 2. But as we get towards the end of week 2, we're going to shift into how do we tackle these tasks from an Agile perspective, only Agile. All right. So this class is really to solidify your Agile view and also to help you understand why the need for Agile. By the time we're done, you realize why people need Agile. All right. So I put this on the screen to remind you to go read up the Agile practice guide. And as you're going through every task, you need to go from which process is it in the PMBOK guide to how do I handle this in an Agile world? Just a couple more high-level things before we get into the nitty-gritty. So there are ways you can apply hybridization in project management. And the PMI, they've given you some examples on page 27 and 28. First one is an Agile development followed by a predictive rollout. And the second one is, I call it an Agile sub. It's like a sandwich. So it's a combined Agile and predictive approach. And this is not unrealistic, is it, Roy? This happens all the time.
Absolutely. There are lots of organizations that are doing Agile. They've got, pockets all over, many pockets all over the place doing Agile. Well, it's pretty normal to still have waterfall projects going on as well. There's nothing wrong with doing that.
Absolutely. And the second page here is where you could have a smattering of Agile and a tiny little piece of predictive injected in some parts of the project. And they call it a largely Agile approach with a predictive component. Or we could flip it and have highly predictive approaches with a tiny little Agile component. So when my construction friends say, Phil, how is this even possible? I tell them, look, all you need to do is look for where you prototype. And that is an example of how you infuse an Agile idea into a predictive project. What do you think about that, Roy?
Absolutely, and there are times where it is valuable to bring predictive concepts into your agile process, especially when you're doing things that may be life critical or construction, things like that. You may need to do more predictive approaches because if you don't build the right foundation or if you're not following the right steps, people get hurt or your project is going to be a major failure. So absolutely, you can combine. The important thing is think about what makes sense, right? Is if you are building a building, obviously it makes sense to do a little more upfront stuff. If you are building a piece of software that's highly variable, you don't need to do as much upfront stuff because you don't know as much. So use common sense and blend it accordingly.
Absolutely. All right. Well, let's move into one final wake up slide. If we haven't made it clear already, Agile will be huge on this exam. I mean, ridiculously huge to the point that you'll think you're in the ACP exam. So, this student gave some feedback and said, very interesting. I scheduled my exam for 7:45. I asked PMI and Pearson to verify I'll be taking the old version. So this student thought they were taking the old version, but when they got into the exam, boom, the first question is Agile. By the time they get to the question 5 or whatever it is, they realize, oh my goodness, this is the new exam. The thing though is this student had been through the CSM. So the student passed because they took the PSM exam last March and they still remembered most of what they learned. Of the 180 questions, about 40, watch that, just 40 related to predictive. Think about that for a second. So if this student had no Agile concentration or no Agile awareness, Roy, it would have been curtains for this student.
It would have been over, absolutely. And and quite honestly, I think that is a good thing. I'm so happy that PMI is making this move. It makes sense, and we're bringing more and more people into over to the dark side, right? And starting to accept more and more agile concepts. Absolutely, this is great, and really interesting to see that.
Isn't it? So,
Yeah.
my friends, you gotta really know that you have no chance without Agile. Now, eventually, we're going to get to this slide. So, Roy, this is what's coming up. I'm going to stop mine here. But the question about why Agile, why did PMI even infuse this? It's for your own good. You see, I know they a lot of times they work in their own interest, but this time it's going to help you. Okay.
Absolutely.
And for the exam, you just got to drink the Agile Kool-Aid. Don't complain. Don't be mad. It is what it is. We just got to drink it, lap it up, drink it up. And Roy does a splendid job of getting your mind in the right direction for Agile. Now, the only thing I would say is if you have your predictive voice talking and resisting, just shut it down because when I was learning this for the first time, I had some Jekyll and Hyde moments where I'm like, no, that can't be right. Everything you're learning is right. Just take it. Just know it's a different way of thinking and a different world. So, Roy, you want to continue with why Agile?
Yeah, absolutely. So, so first off, let's frame this because when you go into your exam, you want to have the right, as Phil mentioned, you want to have the right mindset. Agile is not your enemy. It is absolutely not your enemy. It is not a failed process. It's not chaos. It's highly disciplined as long as you're doing it right. There's lots of bad Agile out there, just like there's a lot of bad waterfall. We all recognize that. So go in with the right mindset that this can help you do a better job. It can help your career. So accept the concepts, keep an open mind, because some of the things that we're going to be talking about is that's just crazy. It's just not going to make any sense whatsoever. So let's talk about why we would even want to do this and why the PMI is going down this direction. So first, let's talk about the PMI. So the PMI is moving toward more agile because the entire world is moving to more agile. So if they don't, and this isn't the only reason they're doing it, but if they don't move toward a more agile, behavior-based, principle kind of based, value and principle-based process, then they are going to be left behind, and that would leave your certifications out in the cold because other organizations will take its place. Agile's here to stay. Many organizations, was it, Phil? Something like 75% of organizations are doing some form of Agile, right? So it is out there and it's going to be around for quite a long time. So that's why the PMI is doing it. And the fact that they're adding it to their exam is a good thing for you. It's good for your careers. Now, why do organizations go Agile? Why is it so popular these days? Well, the reality is that Agile is It's a requirement. It's something that you've got to do. The days that technology has caught up to a point, and tools and a whole bunch of things of behaviors and processes have caught up to a point where you can no longer do those multi-year projects and do a single delivery at the end. And I don't even know many waterfall projects that do that anymore. It's very rare to see big monster single deliveries. Even big waterfall projects, you tend to drop them down into phases and multiple releases. So that whole concept of waiting a year or even 6 months to deliver something, that it's gone, right? It's really, really difficult to do that. But if you wait that long to release something, you're in trouble, right? Your market is already passed by you, and your competition is going to eat you alive. So you need to be able to adapt. You need to be able to release more frequently and produce product a lot faster. So that's part of it. The other part is the mindset that goes along with it. So it's not just that we deliver things faster. It's also the behaviors, the culture, the psychology that's involved in this kind of an approach. Agile is not about the practices. It's not just about releasing faster. It's also building an organizational culture that is more innovative, more creative, more engaging, putting accountability in the right place. That's a big one, right? In traditional approaches, accountability is primarily on the project manager, which really puts you in a bad place. Well, if you don't have control over anything, how do you manage that? That's a really difficult thing to do. So we want to put the accountability where it belongs, and that's on the team. The team is responsible for delivering things, and they should hold themselves accountable, and everyone else should be holding them accountable for it as well. So that it's the ability to adapt to change. The market is changing, the way we do things changing, how we deal with employees and associates is changing. It has to change. Otherwise, one of my the favorite stories out there is Who Moved My Cheese? One of my favorites. Free PDF. Go look for it. Great story. Cheese is moving, right? So if you don't go find new cheese, and adapt to your new environment, then you're going to have some challenges, right? Your organization is not going to do well. So that's really why we want to do Agile. It's all about adapting to the new environments. All right, Phil, back to you.
Absolutely, Roy. So I think we're ready to go full throttle. What I'm going to do right here, I'm going to stop this recording, and we are going over to the fully focused on Roy deck. So Roy, if you want to take it from our deck, which is the Why Agile. We've already done a couple of those, so we'll kind of skip over those really quickly. I think we could go to It's Not Just for IT. Why don't we?
That's exactly what I'm planning.
Absolutely. Yep. So I'm going to stop the recording here, then we're going to start again. So if you're watching this after the fact, just know that there's a second recording for you to watch. For now, I am going to open up the chat really quickly. If you have a question that you want us to address, now would be a good time to ask it before we go full speed ahead, almost tunnel vision into what Roy has to share for us. So do you have any questions? Chat them in before we go on to this next level. Fellow project managers, you probably already know by now that the PMP exam is heavily agile these days. For that reason, not only do you need to know the terms in the Agile Practice Guide, you also need to know the wider body of Agile terms that float around out there. Concepts and terms that are not necessarily in the Agile Practice Guide, but are definitely possibilities on the exam. So why don't we jump into over 100 terms from the world of Agile to equip you to better function on your PMP exam. Are you ready? Let's go. This is going to be a very quick run through. Number one, out of order, I have the term Agile. Why? Because of course we're talking about Agile. Agile is something you are, not something you do. If you take nothing else away from this particular slide, I would like you to take away that Agile is a mindset. It's not a checklist. It's not a methodology. It's not a set of rituals that we practice like blind bats in an alley, just doing what we have been instructed to do. No, no, no. This is where we actually know why we are doing what we are doing, how we are doing it. In Agile, we fail forward. We make mistakes, we learn, we gather data, empirical data is used in iterative planning. And that's what Agile is in an organic way. Let's go to our Agile practice guide. The PMI termed this as a term used to describe a mindset of values and principles as set forth in the Agile Manifesto. Let's go to our next term, acceptance test-driven development. And simply put, according to the PMI, it's a method of collaboratively creating acceptance test criteria that are used to create acceptance tests before delivery begins. Now we can expand that out and include other definitions of ATDD. Acceptance test-driven development involves team members with different perspectives, customer, development, testing, collaborating to write acceptance tests in advance of implementing the corresponding functionality. When we talk about ATDD, the entire team gets together, they discuss the acceptance criteria for a work product, and then the team creates the tests, which allows the team to write just enough code and automated tests to meet the criteria. For non-software projects, consider how to test the work as the team completes chunks of value. The next term here in the Agile Practice Guide is Agile Coach. This is someone who has knowledge and experience in Agile who can train, mentor, guide organizations through their transformation. The next term is Agile Lifecycle. It's an approach that is both iterative and incremental to refine work items and deliver frequently. The next term is the Agile Manifesto. This is the original and official definition of Agile values and the 12 principles. Agile mindset, it's a way of thinking and behaving. The Agile mindset embodies a focus on customers, teams, and those operating within that network. Agile practitioner, someone who practices Agile in mind and who collaborates with like-minded colleagues. Agile principles, the 12 principles of the Agile Manifesto. Now, it will be wrong for us not to cover this, so let's do it rapidly. Number one, our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable software. Number two, I'm going to truncate them. Welcome changing requirements even late in development. 3, deliver working software frequently. 4, business people and developers must work together daily. 5, build projects around motivated individuals. Give them the environment and support they need and trust them to get the job done. 6, the most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is face-to-face conversation. 7, working software is the primary measure of progress. 8, Agile processes promote sustainable development. Note the word constant pace indefinitely. 9, continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. 10, simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done, is essential. 11, the best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing teams. And 12, at regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. Next is AUP, the Agile Unified Process. This is an offshoot of the Unified Process for software projects. It features more accelerated styles and less heavyweight processes than its Unified Process predecessor. The intent is to perform more iterative cycles across 7 key disciplines, and also to incorporate the associated feedback before formal delivery. The next term is Agilist. An Agilist is someone who is a practitioner of Agile. The next term is anti-pattern. An anti-pattern is a flawed work pattern that is unadvisable. It's a deviation from the norm to a modified but unfavorable, unproductive pattern. Anti-patterns are common solutions to common problems where the solution is ineffective and may result in undesired consequences. The next term here is automated code quality analysis. This is scripted testing of the code for bugs and other defective code items. The next term is backlog. This typically refers to a product backlog, but in cases where you're working on a service or something else, you may call it a backlog to make it as agnostic as possible. Not necessarily Scrum, and could be fit into a Kanban discussion. So a backlog, typically a product backlog, is a list of the new features, changes to existing features, bug fixes, infrastructure changes, or other activities that a team may deliver in order to achieve a specific outcome. The product backlog is the single authoritative source for things that a team works on. And that means nothing gets done that isn't on the product backlog. The PMI lists this as an ordered list of user-centric requirements that a team maintains for a product. Let's move on to our next one, backlog refinement. Backlog refinement is an ongoing team activity of collaboratively updating the product backlog via reprioritization, adding, deleting, rewriting stories, splitting, and estimating. This practice ensures the backlog is always actionable. Let's read what the PMI say about it. The progressive elaboration of project requirements and or the ongoing activity in which the team collaboratively reviews, updates, and rewrites requirements to satisfy the need of the customer request. Let's talk about BDD, behavior-driven development. Simply put by the PMI, it's a system and validation practice that uses test-first principles and English-like scripts. Now, before we talk about English-like scripts, let's break down BDD a little bit more. It's a synthesis and refinement of practices stemming from TDD and ATDD. BDD augments TDD and ATDD with the following tactics. Apply the 5 whys principle to each proposed user story so that its purpose is clearly related to business outcomes. Thinking from the outside in other words, implement only those behaviors which contribute most directly to these business outcomes so as to minimize waste. Describe behaviors in a single notation which is directly accessible to domain experts, testers, and developers so as to improve communication, and apply these techniques all the way down to the lowest level of abstraction of the software. And a huge shout out to our friends at the Agile Alliance. They never fail to give us great descriptions. And of course, that's why the PMI partnered with them to write the Agile Practice Guide. Blended Agile. Blended Agile is when you blend 2 or more Agile frameworks. For example, XP and Kanban. Blocker. A blocker can also be thought of as an impediment. An impediment is something that impedes the team's progress. Reading from the Agile Practice Guide definition, it's an obstacle that prevents the team from reaching its objectives, also known as a blocker. Broken comb. Broken comb refers to a person with various depths of specialization in multiple skills required by the team, also known as paint drip. And the paint drip effect, when you are brushing your paintbrush across the wall, many instances, one singular row of paint goes all the way down. And that represents a skill that is going all the way down in a lot of depth. But then you have other rows of paint that may not go all the way down and might be truncated. And you have some that go towards the middle and some that stay right at the top. That's just like a broken comb, also known as paint drip, showing that you could have broad skills, but not every single one of those is deep, also known as the paint drip. Burn down chart. The PMI defined this as a graphical representation of the work remaining versus the time left in a time box. When you look at the burn down chart, you're seeing the work remaining. Burn up chart is the next one, and the difference is it's a graphical representation of the work completed towards the release of a product, but you are seeing the work as you are getting it done. It is comforting to many teams to see work being accomplished rather than work remaining, which could be demoralizing. But we should look at both, shouldn't we? Next, we have Business Requirements Documents, BRD, and this is listing of all requirements for a specific project. The next one the PMI have here is Cadence, a rhythm of execution. Next, we have Collective Code Ownership, a project acceleration and collaboration technique whereby any member is authorized to modify project work, the product, or deliverable, thus emphasizing team-wide ownership and accountability. Continuous delivery, the practice of delivering feature increments immediately to customers, often through the use of small batches of work and automation technology. Continuous integration, a practice in which each team member's work products are frequently integrated and validated with one another. Cross-functional team, a team that includes practitioners with all the skills necessary to deliver valuable product increments. Crystal family of methodologies. A shout out to our friend Al, creator of Crystal. It's a collection of lightweight agile software development methods focused on adaptability to a particular circumstance. And while it's not used widely today, it has a lot of useful elements that companies still pick and place into other frameworks. Daily Scrum. When you hear daily Scrum, you're thinking of a daily stand-up. The team meets daily for short meetings, which are typically held standing up, face-to-face, to encourage brief sessions. This is not a status meeting, and we definitely don't want to get into that anti-pattern of it becoming a status meeting. So we only invite those team members. The Scrum team, that's who you want in attendance. Don't invite management except you absolutely have to, except they're curious. This meeting is for people to ask quick questions that will allow them get the information they need or remove blockers. Long answers and discussions should have follow-ups after the meeting in smaller groups. The PMI defines this daily Scrum as a brief daily collaboration in which the team reviews progress from the previous day, declares intentions for the current day, and highlights any obstacles. The key question is, what have you accomplished since the last meeting to move us forward towards a sprint goal? What are you going to do between now and the next meeting to move us closer to the sprint goal? Which impediments are blocking your way? Definition of done, a team's checklist of all the criteria required to be met so that a deliverable can be considered ready for customer use. Definition of ready, a team's the team needs to be able to begin working on it. DevOps, a collection of practices for creating a smooth flow of delivery by improving collaboration between development and operations staff, hence the term DevOps. Discipline Agile, a process decision framework that enables simplified process decisions around incremental and iterative solution delivery. Double loop learning, a process that challenges underlying values and assumptions in order to better elaborate root causes and devise improved countermeasures rather than focusing only on symptoms. DSDM, it's an agile project delivery framework. You don't hear too much of it, but it's a relevant one to look out for. English-like scripts. It means a programming language with a simple English-like syntax. Python, for example, is one of such languages, and the script sounds almost like simple English when read. Epic. An epic is a large user story. Bear in mind the last two definitions are not in the Agile Practice Guide. Equivalent to Scrum Master. What do we mean by this? Equivalent to Scrum Master could mean someone who is a servant leader, but is not necessarily labeled as a Scrum Master. When we say someone is equivalent to the Scrum Master, bear in mind that in the world of Agile, there are many frameworks and methods, but Scrum is the only one that we use the label Scrum Master. So the equivalent of Scrum Master in that framework or method is what this refers to. Evolutionary Value Delivery, EVO. This is an Agile approach allowing teams to deliver more business value in less time, as has been shown in numerous environments like projects for space, 40 man-year saved, which is huge, building automation, and banking in waterfall projects, scientific research, as well as Agile and Scrum teams. The PMI simply defines this as openly credited as the first Agile method that contains a specific component no other methods have. The focus on delivering multiple measurable value requirements to stakeholders. The next one is Extreme Programming, known as XP. It's an Agile software development framework that aims to produce higher quality software and higher quality of life for the development team. XP is the most specific of the Agile frameworks regarding appropriate engineering practices for software development. Simply described in the Agile Practice Guide, an Agile software development method that leads to higher quality software, a greater responsiveness to changing customer requirements, and more frequent releases in shorter cycles. Feature-driven development, FDD. It's a lightweight Agile software development method driven from the perspective of features valued by clients. Fit for purpose, a product that is suitable for its intended purpose. Fit for use, a product that is usable in its current form to achieve its intended purpose. Flow master, the coach for a team and service request manager working in a continuous flow or Kanban context, equivalent to Scrum Master. We covered that. Framework, a basic system or structure of ideas or facts that support an approach. Functional requirement, a specific behavior that a product or service should perform. Functional specification, a specific function that a system or application is required to perform. Hoshin Kanri, this is policy management. It's a 7-step process used in strategic planning in which strategic goals are communicated throughout the company and then put into action. The Hoshin Kanri strategic planning system originated from post-war Japan, but has since spread to the US and around the world. Translated from Japanese, Hoshin Kanri aptly means compass management. The individual words Hoshin and Kanri mean direction and administration, respectively. The PMI simply defined this as a strategy or policy deployment method. Hybrid approach, a combination of 2 or more agile and non-agile elements having a non-agile end result. Impact mapping, a strategic planning technique that acts as a roadmap to the organization while building new products. Impediment, we've covered this. It's an obstacle that prevents the team from achieving its objectives. Increment, a functional, tested, and accepted deliverable that is a subset of the overall project outcome. incremental lifecycle, an approach that provides finished deliverables that the customer may be able to use immediately. Information radiator, another creation by our friend Alistair Kober. And this reads, information radiator is a visible physical display that provides information to the rest of the organization, enabling up-to-the-minute knowledge sharing without having to disturb the team. Another definition reads, it's a term for any number of visual displays which a team places in a highly visible location so that all members can see the latest information at a glance. Eye-shaped. Well, we talked about the broken comb and paint drip. Well, eye-shaped is just one drip going down to the depth, but no broad set of skills. This refers to a person with a single deep area of specialization and no interest or skill in the rest of the skills required by the team. Iteration. A time-boxed cycle of development on a product or deliverable in which all of the work that is needed to deliver value is performed. Of course, in the world of Scrum, you know that iteration is referred to as a sprint. Iterative lifecycle, an approach that allows feedback for unfinished work to improve and modify that work. And if you're getting ready for the exam, you do know that the table breaking down iterative, incremental, and other life cycles is on page 18. Definitely one to master in your Agile practice guide. Kaizen events, events aimed at improvement of the system. Kanban board, a visualization tool that enables improvements to the workflow by making bottlenecks and work quantities visible. And of course, you do remember to do, doing, and done. You've seen that board before. The Kanban method is an Agile method inspired by the original Kanban inventory control system and used specifically for knowledge work. LESS, large-scale Scrum. It's a product development framework that extends Scrum with scaling guidelines while preserving the original purposes of Scrum. Lean software development. It has a rather risky acronym, but this means an adaptation of lean manufacturing principles. It's based on optimizing development time and resources, eliminating waste, and ultimately delivering only what the product needs. The lean approach is often referred to as MVP. You've heard it before, minimal viable product. The minimum viable product strategy in which a team releases a bare minimum version of its product to the market, learns from users what they like, what they don't, what they want to be added, and then iterates based on this feedback. Next, we have a simple term, life cycle. The process through which a product is imagined, created, and put into use. Manifesto. We have talked about the manifesto. We've talked about the 12 principles. Let's now address the 4 values very briefly. The 4 values are mentioned on page 8, and they read, we are covering better ways of developing software by doing it and helping others do it. Through this work, we have come to value individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Work in software over comprehensive documentation. Customer collaboration over contract negotiation. And responding to change over following a plan. That is, while there's value in the items on the right, we value the items on the left more. Next definition is one of mobbing, also referred to in the software world as mob programming. It's a software development method where the whole team works on the same thing at the same time in the same space and at the same computer. In the world of the PMI and the Agile Practice Guide, it's defined as a technique in which multiple team members focus simultaneously and coordinate their contributions on a particular work item. MVP, minimum viable product, we've talked about this already. This is the version of a new product which allows a team to collect the maximum amount of validated learning about customers with the least effort. Organizational bias, the preferences of an organization on a set of scales characterized by following core values: exploration versus execution, speed versus stability, quantity versus quality, and flexibility versus predictability. Let's go to our next one, organizational change management, a comprehensive, cyclic, and structured approach for transitioning individuals, groups, and organizations from the current state to a future state with intended business benefits. Paint drip, we've talked about this already. Paint drip, broken comb, T-shaped, I-shaped, you should have all of these down. And these are skills represented by brush drawing of a horizontal stroke. Sometimes drips of paint accumulate, and you know one row of that paint is going to go all the way down while others are at different levels. And those levels represent different levels of skill, but you want to have broad and deep skills in some, and broad and enough to function. And that's what we mean by a team that can jump in to save team members when they are in trouble. You need those T-shaped skills, or the paint drip or broken comb, whatever you refer to it as. I quite like the paint drip because it gives you an illustration that it's not just broad and one skill is all the way down. No, you have people who have two of the combs going all the way down. You have teams that have, out of maybe 20, you have 10 really deep skills, or you have a team member with just 3. Pair programming. Pair programming is an agile software development technique in which 2 programmers work together at one workstation. One, the driver, writes code, while the other, the observer or navigator, reviews each line of code. The 2 programmers switch roles frequently. The PMI referred to this in pair programming as pair work that is focused on programming. And that takes us to the next definition of pair work. As I described, a technique for pairing 2 team members to work simultaneously on the same item. Pairing, pretty much the same thing. Personas. PMI referred to this as an archetype user representing a set of similar end users described with their goals, motivations, and representative personal characteristics. Let's further expand this. The concept of personas was first introduced by Alan Cooper, and it defines an archetypal user of a system, an example of the kind of person who would interact with it. The idea is that if you want to design effective software, then it needs to be designed for a specific person. Pivot, a planned course correction designed to test a new hypothesis about the product or strategy. To go a little bit further, look at this as a structured course correction to test a new fundamental idea about a product. Plan, Do, Check, Act, PDCA. It's an iterative management method used in organizations to facilitate the control and continual improvement of processes and products. PSI, potentially shippable product increment. In agile software development, a fully tested and usable version of a product that is produced at the end of each sprint. The Agile Practice Guide remains mum on the potentially shippable increment, but we do know that this exists in the discussion of the exam. Predictive approach, an approach to work management that utilizes a work plan and management of that work plan throughout the life cycle of a project, also referred to as waterfall. Predictive life cycle, also referred to as waterfall, it's a more traditional approach with the bulk of planning happening up front. Product backlog already defined, an ordered list of user-centric requirements. Product owner, now this is one we should spend time on because a product owner is a very important team member. It is not to say all team members are not important, but the product owner stands out because we refer to them as the chief value officer. The product owner is accountable for maximizing the value of the product resulting from the work of the Scrum team. How this is done may vary widely across organizations, so says the Scrum Guide. The product owner is also accountable for effective product backlog management, which includes developing and explicitly communicating the product goal, creating and clearly communicating product backlog items, and ordering backlog items, and ensuring the product backlog is transparent, visible, and understood. The product owner may do all the things I mentioned or may delegate some of those responsibilities. Regardless, the product owner remains accountable. Remember the word accountable from the RACI chart discussion? Responsible, accountable. The responsible is the doer. The accountable, passing the buck, stops here. For product owners to succeed, the entire organization must respect their decisions. These decisions are visible in the content and ordering of the product backlog and through the inspectable increment at the sprint review. The product owner is one person, not a bunch of people. The product owner may represent the needs of many stakeholders in the product backlog. Those wanting to change the product backlog can do so by trying to convince the product owner. Progressive elaboration is our next one, and this is well known by a lot of you project managers. The iterative process of increasing the level of detail in a project management plan as greater amounts of information become available. PMO stands for Project Management Office. And when we talk about the Project Management Office from an Agile perspective, I would like to sensitize you to that narration in the Agile Practice Guide that talks about the role of the Project Management Office. It reads on page 82, an Agile PMO is multidisciplinary. In order to support project-specific needs, the PMO needs to be conversant in several competencies beyond project management itself. It reads, some organizations have been transforming their PMOs into Agile centers of excellence. They provide services such as developing and implementing standards, developing personnel through training and mentoring, multi-project management, facilitating organizational learning, managing stakeholders, recruiting, selecting, and evaluating team members, and executing specialized tasks for projects. So it is important for your exam when we talk about Agile and the PMO exists to shepherd business value throughout the organization, and it might do this by helping projects achieve their goals. Sometimes the PMO should educate. Know the role of the PMO for your exam. It's all there on page 81 and page 82 of the Agile Practice Guide. Let's go to our next one. This one I decided to add to the mix because I felt it was missing, and it's a topic, relative estimating. So whether you're using dogs or you're using story points, Fibonacci, whatever you're using, it's important that you are aware that this is just one tiny little tool in the box, but you could get it on the exam. Relative estimating consists of estimating tasks or user stories by comparison or by grouping of items of equivalent difficulty. For those of you getting ready for the exam and a lot of these terms, you're stuck, you're feeling overwhelmed, well, just read them up. Or maybe you should just go on down to agileprinciple.com, sign up for training that we've got for this at agileprinciple.com. We cover these terms in a lot more depth, and our awesome instructor, Roy, he will cover this with you. Refactoring. Refactoring consists of improving the internal structure of an existing program source code while preserving its external behavior. And that was refactoring. Let's go to our next one, retrospective. Retrospectives on a regular basis at the end of each sprint, weekly or bi-weekly. A retrospective allows for the team to reflect and adjust practices. Any team member can voice a problem or propose a solution. So just to double back down, that is refactoring. I should probably have read you PMI's definition of it as well. So let me read that because I got tangled up in the progress. So let me do that. Refactoring, according to the world of the PMI, a product quality technique whereby the design of a product is improved by enhancing its maintainability and other desired attributes without altering its expected behavior. And then we talked about the retrospective. There actually is a lot more to say about a retrospective. And let me touch on the PMI's definition. It says a regularly occurring workshop in which participants explore their work and results in order to improve both process and product. But why don't we go a little step further and talk about the retrospective from the perspective of none other than the Scrum Guide. It's known as a sprint retrospective in the Scrum Guide. And the purpose of the retrospective, it reads, is to plan ways to increase quality and effectiveness. The Scrum team inspects how the last sprint went with regards to individuals' interactions, processes, tools, and their definition of done. Don't you like the way they slid in that manifesto line? Classic. Inspected elements often vary with the domain of work. Assumptions that led them astray are identified and their origins explored. The Scrum team discusses what went well during the sprint, what problems it encountered, and how those problems were or were not solved. It sounds like a lessons learned. The only difference here is that we have a term we call Agile Vegas. Whatever happened in Vegas stays there. No blame games, no crazy documentation floating around the company that messed up the code, none of that. We keep everything within the retrospective. The sprint retrospective concludes the sprint. It's time boxed to a maximum of 3 hours for a 1 month sprint. For shorter sprints, the event is usually shorter. And you do know that Scrum is pretty prescriptive about some things. And that's why if you read the Scrum Guide at scrumguides.org, you realize that there's a little bit more depth into their definition there. All right, let's go to rolling wave planning. Rolling wave planning is an iterative planning technique in which the work to be accomplished in the near term is planned in detail, while the work in the future is planned at a higher level. Let's move on to our next one in the Agile Practice Guide, Scaled Agile Framework Safe, and it reads a knowledge base of integrated patterns for enterprise scale lean agile development. If you want to know our perspectives on this, you want to look out for a video by my buddy Roy and I. Just Google Agile Principle, Roy and Uncut. You'll hear our opinion on this. Let's move on to Scrum. Scrum is an agile framework for developing and sustaining complex products with specific roles, events, and artifacts. Scrum Board. Scrum Board is not mentioned here in the Agile Practice Guide, but perhaps it is on the next page. Okay, Agile Practice Guide, give us what you got. It says, an information radiator that is utilized to manage the product and sprint backlogs and show the flow of work and its bottlenecks. Now, I included a definition because at the time I had not picked up that one in the Agile Practice Guide. There's quite a lot in here. But the definition I have reads, it's a tool that helps teams make sprint backlog items visible. So it's not incorrect to say it's a radiator, information radiator, but you got to understand what it really is. It makes those sprint backlog items visible. The board can take many physical and virtual forms, but it performs the same function regardless of how it looks. The board is updated by the team and shows all items that needs to be completed for the current sprint. And a shout out to our friend Jeff for that definition, Jeff Sutherland. All right, let's move on to our next one, the Scrum Master. This is another one that I want to double down on, and this is in the Scrum Guide in a lot of detail. It reads, the Scrum Master is accountable for establishing Scrum as defined in the Scrum Guide. They do this by helping everyone understand Scrum theory and practice, both within the Scrum team and organization. The Scrum Master is accountable for the Scrum team's effectiveness. They do this by enabling the Scrum team to improve its practices within the Scrum framework. Scrum Masters are true leaders who serve the Scrum team and the larger organization. The Scrum Master serves the Scrum team in several ways, including coaching, helping the Scrum team focus on creating high-value increments that meet the definition of done, causing the removal of impediments, ensuring that all Scrum events take place and are positive, productive, and kept within the time box. The Scrum Master serves the product owner in several ways, including helping find techniques for effective product goal definition and product backlog management, helping the Scrum team understand the need for clear and concise backlog items, helping establish empirical product planning for a complex environment. So the summary, there's so many lines to read through. It's that the Scrum Master helps out so many individuals and the team in a variety of ways. It also reads here, the Scrum Master serves the organization in several ways, including leading, training, and coaching the organization in its Scrum adoption, planning and advising Scrum implementations within the organization, and helping employees and stakeholders understand and enact an empirical approach for complex work, and removing barriers between stakeholders and Scrum teams. What a lot of work for the Scrum Master. Let's move on to our next one, Scrum of Scrums. The Scrum of Scrums is a scaled, agile technique that offers a way to connect multiple teams who need to work together to deliver complex solutions. It helps teams develop and deliver complex products through transparency, inspection, and adaptation at scale. We can also look at this as a technique to scale Scrum up to larger groups over a dozen people. You know, Scrum is very particular about numbers, but if you want to scale up Scrum, then use a Scrum of Scrums. A technique to scale Scrum up to large groups over a dozen people, consisting of dividing the groups into Agile teams of 5 to 10. Each daily Scrum within a sub-team ends by designating one member as ambassador to participate in a daily meeting. Now, I know you want to get off this call really quick, so let me just finish the definition. Let's read from the Agile Practice Guide. It reads, a technique to operate Scrum at scale for multiple teams working on the same product, coordinating discussions of progress for their interdependencies, and focusing on how to integrate this delivery of software, especially in areas of overlap. So you want to scale Scrum up, Scrum of Scrums. Now, there's so much to talk about regarding the Scrum of Scrums, but I couldn't help putting in this one about the resolution of impediments. The resolution of impediments is expected to focus on the challenges of coordination between the teams. Solutions may entail agreeing to interfaces between teams, negotiating responsibility boundaries, and so on. The Scrum of Scrums will track these items via a backlog of its own, where each item contributes to improving between team coordination. All right, let's move on. The Scrum team. This is a self-organizing team, of course, with an empowered product owner. These Agile teams are composed of peers who share ownership of the team's work and decision-making process. Self-organizing teams in Scrum are given ownership of their own work process, their commitments, and their approach to meeting their commitments. The product owner is the role in The Scrum that represents the business. Of course, as you know, we've spoken about that. But again, I cannot help but give you Ken and Jeff's definition. So let's go for a quick run of it. The fundamental unit of Scrum is a small team of people, a Scrum team. The Scrum team consists of one Scrum Master, one product owner, and developers. Within a Scrum team, there are no sub-teams or hierarchies. It is a cohesive unit of professionals focused on one objective at a time, the product goal. Scrum teams are cross-functional, meaning that members have all the skills necessary to create value each sprint. They are also self-managing, meaning they internally decide who does what, when, and how. The Scrum team is small enough to remain nimble and large enough to complete significant work within a sprint. Typically, now watch this, this is from the November edition of the Scrum Guide 2020, typically 10 or fewer people. So they've kind of cut that number. In general, we have found that smaller teams communicate better and are more productive. If Scrum teams become too large, they should consider reorganizing into smaller, cohesive Scrum teams, each focused on the same product. Sounds like less, doesn't it? Yes, it does. All right, let's move on, my friends. We are almost done with this. I know you're itching to get off the call. Let's talk about Scrum Ban. Scrum Ban is talked about here, just like the other methods. And Scrum Ban is a combination of two things, Scrum and Kanban. And it reads here, a management framework that emerges when teams employ Scrum as the chosen way of working and use the Kanban method as a lens through which to view, understand, and continuously improve how they work. All right, we've talked about quite a lot of this stuff already, self-organizing teams. We've talked about this. It is a team, a cross-functional team in which people fluidly assume leadership as needed to achieve the team's objectives. It's nothing like organic leadership, and that happens in a self-organizing team. Next one is servant leadership, the practice of leading through service to the team by focusing on understanding and addressing the needs and development of team members in order to enable the highest possible team performance. Now, excuse me as I give you the 10 core tenets of servant leadership: listening, empathy, healing, self-awareness, persuasion, conceptualization, foresight, stewardship, commitment to growth of people, of the team, and lastly, building community. Let's move to our next definition. It's service request manager. The service request manager, they manage the overall help desk activities. They take the overall responsibility for service request handling on the service desk. Of course, PMI has the little slant on it. It says the person responsible for ordering service requests to maximize value in a continuous flow or Kanban environment, equivalent to product owner. Siloed organization, an organization structured in such a way that it only manages to contribute a subset of the aspects required for delivering value to customers. Single loop learning, the practice of attempting to solve problems by just using specific predefined methods without challenging the methods in light of experience. Smoke testing. In computer programming and software testing, smoke testing is preliminary testing to reveal simple failures severe enough to reject a prospective software release. Smoke testing is also viewed as a way of deducing if the software build is stable or not. And it consists of a minimal set of tests run on each build to test software functionalities. The PMI call this a set of lightweight tests to ensure that the most important functions of the system under development work as intended. You get the picture. Next, we have specification by example. This is a collaborative approach to defining requirements and business-oriented functional tests for software products based on capturing and illustrating requirements using realistic examples instead of abstract statements. The PMI also have their spin on this, a collaborative approach to defining requirements and business-oriented functional tests. And the key word there is realistic examples. Let's go on to our next one, spike. The PMI simply defines it as a short time interval within a project, usually of fixed length, during which a team conducts research or prototypes an aspect of a solution to prove its viability. Sprint, a time-boxed iteration in Scrum. Sprint planning, a collaborative event in Scrum in which the Scrum team plans the work for the current sprint. Now, you do know, as usual, I would like to introduce you to the Scrum Guide's definition, and it reads, sprint planning initiates the sprint by laying out the work to be performed for the sprint. The resulting plan is created by the collaborative work of the entire Scrum team. The product owner ensures that attendees are prepared to discuss the most important product backlog items and how they map to the product goal. The Scrum team may also invite other people to attend sprint planning to provide advice. So there are topics to be covered here, and they are as follows. 1, why is this sprint valuable? 2, what can be done this sprint? 3, how will the chosen work get done? For each selected product backlog items, the developers plan the work necessary to create an increment that meets the definition of done, and this is done by decomposition of product backlog items into smaller work items of 1 day or less. How this is done is at the sole discretion of the developers. Now, when we say developers, we're not saying you have to be in software to do this. We're talking about the people who get the work done. The sprint goal, the product backlog items selected for the sprint, plus the plan for delivering them are together referred to as the sprint backlog. Sprint planning is time-boxed to a maximum of 8 hours for a 1-month sprint. For shorter sprints, the event is usually shorter. So we've talked about the sprint backlog in the past, and there is sprint planning now showing on the screen. So all along, I've been talking about sprint planning, and you probably got the picture. And this is where we include, of course, the whole team in the activities I described. Sprint review. The sprint review is a ceremony at the end of each sprint when completed stories are demonstrated to the team. And to indulge further, let's talk about the Scrum Guide and the sprint review here. It reads, the purpose of the sprint review is to inspect the outcome of the sprint and determine future adaptations. The Scrum team presents the results of their work to key stakeholders, and progress towards the product goal is discussed. During the event, the Scrum team and stakeholders review what was accomplished in the sprint and what has changed in the environment. Based on this information, attendees collaborate on what to do next. The product backlog may also be adjusted to meet new opportunities. The sprint review is a working session, and the Scrum team should avoid limiting it to a presentation. The sprint review is the second to the last event of the sprint, and is time-boxed to a maximum of 4 hours for a 1-month sprint. For shorter sprints, the event is usually shorter. All right, and that's a sprint review. We're almost getting to the end now. Story point. Now, contrary to what a lot of people think, the untrained eye thinks a story point means duration. No, it does not. So don't fall into that trap. The story point is a unitless measure used in relative user story estimating techniques. Sustainable pace. This is not in the Agile practice guide, but I decided to add it because the term sustainable pace comes up quite a lot, and we see it in the manifesto. The team aims for a work pace that they would be able to sustain indefinitely. That sustainable pace. In other words, a sustainable velocity over a time period. Swarming. Swarming occurs when many team members, as many as possible, work simultaneously on the same priority item, and they work on just that one until it is done. The PMI defines this as a technique in which multiple team members focus collectively on resolving a specific impediment. Let's go to our next definition. Task board. Now, you do not find this in the Agile practice guide, but a task board is really synonymous with Kanban. We divide the task board into 3 columns: to do, doing, done, or to do, in progress, and done. And cards are placed in the columns to reflect the current status of that task. Honestly, the Kanban board is one of the best inventions for personal work getting done. I can testify to that. Wrote 12 books with a Kanban board. Technical debt. It's coming down to the wire now, my friends. Technical debt. PMI refers to this as the deferred cost of work not done at an earlier point in the product life cycle. You know you're in debt when you know you did it and it kind of works, but you know it wasn't done the right way. You're in debt. You got to go back, fix it. Test-driven development, also known as TDD, is a style of programming in which 3 activities are tightly interwoven: coding, testing, and design in the form of refactoring. This is where we write automated tests before writing or creating the product. And it actually helps people design and mistake-proof the product. The PMI's definition here reads: a technique where tests are defined before work begins so that work in progress is validated continuously, enabling work with a zero defect mindset. The next is time box, a fixed period of time, for example, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month. The next one is T-shaped scales. We've beaten this one to a pulp on this one, because not only have we talked about T-shaped, we've talked about I-shaped, paint drip, broken comb. That's enough. Let's move on. User story. User story is well known in software development, and it's an informal, natural language description of features of a software system. They are written from the perspective of the end user. You typically see a story written such as a, whatever that role is, I would like, whatever that user would like, so that, whatever that user story is meant to deliver. The PMI describes this briefly as a description of deliverable value for a specific user. It is a promise for a conversation to clarify details. Next, we have user story mapping, a visual practice for organizing work into a useful model to help understand the sets of high-value features to be created over time, identify omissions in the backlog, and effectively plan releases that deliver value to users. Story mapping consists of ordering those user stories along 2 independent dimensions. The map arranges user activities along the horizontal axis in rough order of priority, or the order in which you would describe activities to explain the behavior of the system. We've only got 3 left, so hold on. We'll be done here shortly. UX design. UX, user experience. User experience is about how a user interacts with and experiences a particular product, system, or service. It includes a person's perception of utility, ease of use, and efficiency. The PMI have their own little spin, the process of enhancing the user's experience by focusing on improving the usability and accessibility to be found in the interaction between the user and the product. Value stream. A value stream is the set of actions that take place to add value to a customer from the initial request through realization of value by the customer. The value stream begins with the initial concept, moves through various stages of development, and on through delivery and support. PMI spin reads an organizational construct that focuses on the flow of value to the customers through the delivery of specific products or services. Last but not least, in the letter V is value stream mapping. Value stream mapping is a lean enterprise technique used to document, analyze, and improve the flow of information or materials required to produce a product or service for a customer. A value stream map displays all the important steps of your work process necessary to deliver value from start to finish. Value stream mapping is also known as material and information flow mapping. My friends, it's been quite an uphill task getting through over 110 plus, going to 120 definitions for this exam. You can see why the PMP exam is often referred to as a beast. So many definitions. We had 119 of them, but we got through. So congrats to you. For those of you who are getting ready for your exam, I want to advise you, why don't you go on down to the website, Praizion.com. That is going to help you to be able to get into a course where you can learn all of this stuff, put around really great videos, audio, books, and stuff like that. And the course I want to recommend to you, if you are looking for a self-study course with a few intermittent meetings to make sure you're on the right track, why don't you choose this one? It's called PMP Exam Prep Camp. And you can sign up for 3 months or 6 months. And if you need any additional content, you can see we got quarterly mentoring for PMPs to help them with the PDUs, help their focus, help them to succeed. And then we have a barrage of products. If you hit that link, you're going to see many, many more products. Great stuff that is going to help you ace this exam, smack it in the jaw, get it off your back. All right. Thank you very much for joining me. Don't forget to hit like. Most importantly, don't forget to subscribe, because next time I'm on, you definitely want to join me. Maybe as a PMP, who knows? See you in the next episode. You take care and bye for now. Let's talk about concepts, trends, and tailoring in risk management. Projects, of course, have risk. Projects contain activities which could contain risks. We could look at risks at the project level. We could look at risks at a task level. We could look at risk at even below that level. Every project contains two types of risk. You've got risk that could impact an objective on a project, and you've got risk that could impact the entire project. We call that individual project risk and overall project risk. We also have the discussion of risks being positive or negative. Some people take a look at risk as being just negative, but in the world of the PMI for your exam, you do need to know that risk can be positive or negative. We talk about negative risks or threats, and we talk about positive risks or opportunities. There's also a term called a business risk, which could be a positive or a negative risk. It could be risk with either chance of loss or chance of gain. We also have pure risks, where we are focused on just the chance of loss. So while risk can be positive or negative, as we read and study for the PMP exam, bear in mind that you could be asked questions about both positive or negative risks. Risks continue to emerge throughout the life of many projects, and we need to monitor these risks. We need to ensure that we're managing the risks, and we also need to be aware of our stakeholders' risk thresholds. Some stakeholders would like to take on risks to achieve a certain objective, whereas certain stakeholders have a low tolerance for risks. They have a very low risk appetite and their risk threshold is consequently low. Let's talk about trends and emerging practices in the world of risk management. The focus on risk management is expanding. More people are becoming more interested. More risks are being considered. People are aware of organizational risks and project-related risks. But let's talk about a few emerging trends. Non-risk events. Most projects focus on risks that are uncertain future events and may not occur, but there's an increase in recognition in the fact that non-event risks need to be identified and managed. And the PMI talk about two main types of non-event risks. The first is variability risks. Uncertainty exists about some key characteristics of a planned event or activity. For example, productivity may be below target. There may be a number of errors found during testing, or unseasonal weather conditions may occur during the construction phase. We look at that as variability, risk of variation. Then we have ambiguity risks, uncertain events about what might happen in the future. For example, elements of the requirement or technical solution, or future developments in regulatory frameworks, or inherent systematic complexity in the project. We could look at that as ambiguity risk. So there's an increase in recognition that non-event risks need to be identified and managed. Variability risk can be reviewed or addressed using a Monte Carlo analysis. If you want to know more about a Monte Carlo analysis, I would highly recommend going to palisades.com, www.palisade.com. They've got quite an interesting Monte Carlo tool. Learn more about it. It's good for you to know about emerging trends. They also have webinars where you can learn a little bit more about these things. And then we also have ambiguity-related risks being addressed through incremental development, being addressed through prototyping and simulation. As we talk about emerging trends, let's talk about a term, project resilience. Project resilience refers to a project being resilient, being able to tackle emergent risks. And if a project is meant to be resilient, risk-wise, in terms of tackling risks, then we need to be talking about the right level of budget, the right contingency reserve appropriate to the project. We also need to be thinking about management reserves because we talk about unknown unknowns a lot. And unknown unknowns are things that we never even imagined that could happen. These unknown unknowns are risks that happen even before we could recognize them. So in order to be resilient to tackle these kind of risks, the right level of budget is big. Having a good contingency reserve is big. Also, talking about management reserve. Management reserves needs to be addressed when we talk about project resilience. The team needs to be empowered. They need to be trusted to get the job done. We also need to have frequent reviews for these early warning signs or risk triggers. And there also needs to be a clear input from stakeholders. Project resilience is an emerging term that we need to be aware of. Last but not least, we shouldn't lose sight of integrated risk management. Projects exist in a firm, but they could be part of a program or a portfolio. So they could be risk at the project level, at the program level, and at the portfolio level. And it's important that someone be managing those risks at all of those levels. Someone should be aware of risks enterprise-wide. And that is an emerging trend to be aware of. Now, when you're tailoring risk management to your project, to your organization, take a look at project size. Don't go overboard. Do what's needed. Take a look at how complicated projects are. The more complicated a project is, the more robust your risk management should be. Project importance. The more important a project is, of course, in my mind, risk management, we need to up the ante of risk management on such projects. How about the development approach? If it's a waterfall approach where risk processes may be followed sequentially, that's one thing. But what if it's agile, right? Where risk is addressed at the start of each iteration. as well as during its execution. So we need to know which life cycle are we dealing with and what fits the project best. Talking about Agile, once again, Agile with its high level of variability, things change, there could be uncertainty. That doesn't mean that the project manager should lose track of managing things in an Agile fashion within a risk context. So we want to consider risk when selecting what we're going to do in each iteration. And also, as we are carrying out the iteration, of course, we're going to keep finding out more risks. These risks need to be managed. There's nothing wrong in having a risk register, right? To track risks, even in an Agile way. Just keeping your eye on what is a risk and making sure you address it. So we could take a look at our risk register as being something that we can carry on to the world of Agile. Another way we could deal with risks on an Agile project is identifying that the backlog needs constant updating. And at the beginning of each iteration, we should take a look at the risks that are in the requirements that we're going to be addressed and come to a better understanding of the risk exposure in each iteration. Bear in mind that requirements are always fluid and in motion on Agile projects for the most part, and we may need to reprioritize work. We also may need to get a better understanding of the risks before each iteration. Another way we could manage these risks in Agile is at the beginning of each iteration, get an improved understanding of the risk exposure, because requirements are fluid and in motion and they're dynamic on many an Agile project. They're always changing. Sometimes they're cut back, sometimes they're increased. But at the beginning of each iteration, it's important that we understand the risks at play. And that concludes our CTTs for risk management. If you are taking the PMP exam, stick around because I'm going to share with you 5 essential tips to passing the PMP exam on your very first try. If you want to ace this exam on your first try, my friends, you need to be aware of the exam format. The exam format and the types of questions that you will face is key. Number 1, know the exam format, understand the exam structure and the types of questions, because this will help you prepare more effectively and manage your time on the exam day. Someone says, but Phil, what is the format of the exam? The exam questions are similar to what I'm about to show you. You can have questions that state a scenario. PLI, a web design firm, is working on a project to redesign a client's e-commerce website. The project has a tight timeline of 4 months and a budget of $100,000 and stakeholders with competing self-interest. How should the project team engage stakeholders in a web design project? The questions normally pose a scenario and what should the team do, or what should the project manager do? Here's another one. Which of the following best describes the strategy that the project team should use to engage Jen and Shona, the customers? Here's another one. How can a project team anticipate future budget challenges? So the questions are all in this format of, here's a scenario. It's a real world sounding project. What is the best course of action the project team can take? What should the project manager do next? That you need to be well aware of. Secondly, as far as the exam format, the exam is broken down into 3 buckets of people, process, and business. And you need to be all over these areas. This is 42% of the exam. This is 8% of the exam. And this is 50% of the exam. You need to be aware of this. In addition to this breakdown, we can also break the exam down into Agile and hybrid, which is 50% approximately, and predictive, which is 50% approximately. These are two things you need to know. I want to make it very clear. The exam is not based on this book known as the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. The exam is not based on this book known as the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. The exam is not based on this book either, known as the Agile Practice Guide. The exam is based on a document known as the PMP Exam Content Outline. And to be perfectly honest, having this book is almost as though you have some insider information. Even though it's above board, this used to be sold for the price of $39.99 back in the day when I took the exam. I found it hard to fork out that money back in the day, but now it's totally free. This is what it looks like. It's called the PMP Exam Content Outline. I'm going to put a link for you below, but if you scroll down to the section where the exam is broken out, you can see. If you go to the subsequent sections, you'll find the full breakdown of every single one of these. So the essential step, number one, my friend, is to know the format, know what the questions look like, just as I showed you. Number two, study smart, not hard. You need to develop a study plan that works for you, using a variety of resources and focusing on areas where you need the most improvement. This will maximize your chances of success. For me, I was all over cost and schedule. I didn't need to spend that much time with those, but I ended up spending more time on resources, procurements, stakeholders, because those were areas I was lacking. Spend time in areas you're lacking. If you need a variety of tools, look for tools that help you study better than others. If you don't have a study plan, let me invite you to look for the 40 Days to PMP Exam Success Study Plan. This plan is totally free. So there is the plan known as the 40 Days to PMP Study Plan. Click on a link and it will take you straight to a video where you can watch a video that breaks down each one of these tasks. Again, it's a PDF. It's a brilliant way of you being a good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world. Thank you very much for joining us. Welcome to Agile for Practitioners. Gives me great pleasure to welcome you today. I have with me my coach, my favorite Agile coach. You know, there are many people who train this stuff and coach, but my favorite is Roy. So Roy, welcome, welcome.
Hi, folks. How you doing today?
They're doing all good. They're on
Awesome.
classroom mode, so we probably won't hear them. But Roy, tell us, you've been on this journey for a while in Agile. Where did it all start from?
Yeah, absolutely. So a number of years ago, I was a developer, and we're working in a number of different organizations. I noticed a number of we had a lot of project failures. You know, things didn't go well. You know, scope creep, all the normal things that you would expect with project failures. And I started looking for alternative ways, and I found myself in the Agile space and went through my own personal Agile journey from a developer to a manager, became a manager in an organization where I had brought Agile into that space. And made lots of good mistakes, as I'm sure everyone has always made a number of good mistakes, and they help you out, help you learn an awful lot. So from there, I then became an Agile coach and trainer. So I go around into various organizations and help them understand how to do Agile, and then work them through the process a little bit. That's a little bit about my background.
Fantastic, Roy. And I mean, I firsthand know the awesomeness of your training, how patient you are with people who are resistant, like, I'm not coming along for the ride. I'm not doing it. And then you just get right into their minds and rewire everything, and they end up jumping on the wagon.
Yeah, I think the key there is that, you know, it's very natural to be concerned about the kind of change that we're talking about. It sounds, Agile for a lot of people sounds very chaotic. And we'd like to try to dispel those myths and show how much control and discipline there really is in the process. And that it's not something to be overly concerned about, because there's a lot of risk mitigation and management in the process. So what I'd like is for everybody to get to a point of understanding of Agile and then judge what works and what doesn't work, rather than saying, no, it's not for me, it's not a good practice. And, so you get the idea. We want to make sure that people are well educated and then make some decisions about what works for them and what doesn't.
Absolutely, Roy. And friends on the call, they pretty much know who I am. So that's your friend Phil. You know who he is. And without much ado, let's just get started, because I don't want to give you another dose. They've already had a dose of this earlier, Roy. So let me spare them. They've seen my mugshot all day. Let's jump.
Tired of hearing your voice, then, I suppose, right?
Probably.
Probably by now. All right. So okay, so let's jump in. I'm going to share share my screen here. There we go, and you should be able to see the flavors of Agile. What I thought would be a good idea to cover today is to jump into some of the practices. Now, there's a lot more to Agile than just practices, and I'm hoping to share that with you and help you see where it's also about the psychology of doing work, the social structure of doing work, how people interact with each other. That's actually probably more important than it is just the practices. The practices are very important to us, of course. But what's actually really much more important are the people doing the work, how they do the work, and how they interact with each other. So there's a lot of behavior-driven kind of development activities that we do, and hopefully you'll start getting a feeling for that over the next several sessions. So today, let's start out with this and get a slightly better understanding of the word Agile. The first thing is that a lot of people get confused about what Agile really is. They hear the word Scrum. Probably most of you have already heard of the word Scrum. And the assumption is that Scrum is Agile, Agile is Scrum. And while Scrum is a flavor of Agile, there are actually a whole bunch of them out there. There's different frameworks, different practices. And we want to make sure we're going to talk about 2 of those practices today, maybe a third one if we have time for it. We'll certainly talk about Scrum. We're going to start there because it is the most widely adopted form of Agile. And you can see on this slide, this came from a survey that's done annually by a company called Version 1. And Scrum obviously is the most widely adopted form of Agile. Now, there's another form that I want to talk about, and that's Kanban. That's Kanban. Now, Kanban started in manufacturing, and it has some really good practices, some very simple, lightweight practices. And I really want you to understand the difference between Scrum and Kanban. They're both considered Agile or lean practices, so they're very related to each other. But basically what we're saying is that Agile is kind of an umbrella term with a whole bunch of different types of practices. Now, the key here is that we want to make sure that you choose the process that makes the most sense for each activity that you're doing, for each kind of work that you do. Different contexts, different kinds of work would require different processes, and choosing the wrong process can make it exceedingly difficult. I've seen it happen over and over again, where organizations that are trying to do Agile, they get a little prescriptive in telling the teams what to do. They encourage everybody to do Scrum, even though Scrum may not be the best practice for them. It's a great practice. I'm not saying it's not a good practice, but it may not be the right practice for their particular context. And over the next few minutes, you should start getting an understanding of why that works. So let's dive in a little bit, and let's talk a little bit about Scrum. Now, I'm going to expand my screen here just a bit so that you can see a little bit better. Oops, that's not going to work. Let's do it this way. That's fine. All right. So the overview of Scrum, the big picture of Scrum. Now, a Scrum is an iterative. It's an iterative process and an incremental process. And what that means is that we're going to be assembling things in small pieces, but we still need to take a picture of we need to see the big picture. We need to make sure that it's not just a whole bunch of little tiny pictures that we're assembling together, or you could have all kinds of problems when you're assembling it because you might have architectural or design issues. So it's both assembling little pieces, and we get the opportunity to go back and fix things as they're being assembled. Now, from someone coming from a more traditional background, that might sound like a lot of rework. It might sound like a lot of expensive rework. And the reality is that most projects have rework no matter what you do. Often as you're going through, you'll discover things as things are being built. And you might realize that while things are moving along just fine, as you get deeper into a project, you might have discovered that something was wrong. And you really need that opportunity to go back and clean things up. And that's kind of built into the process. There's always an opportunity to go back and clean things up. Now, one of the things that there's a whole bunch of myths out there about Agile. One of them is that we don't do documentation. We're going to disprove that. Any team that says they don't do documentation because they're Agile, that's not an Agile team. What you should discover over these sessions is that a lot of the practices that we used to do, or that we still do actually in more traditional approaches, we still do them even in the Agile space, but we do them a slightly different way. And maybe we do them at different times, but we're not going to throw everything away. And we're not going to say that waterfall is not working for us. We're just saying that there are other ways, other things that we can do. And I'm hoping that if nothing else, you'll be able to take the practices that we're talking about and apply them even if you continue doing waterfall. That's awesome. Continue doing waterfall. That's great. But take some practices out of our session, and I think you can make use of those as well. All right, so for this slide, this is Scrum at a glance. There's really only 3 roles that we have in the Scrum process. We have a product owner, we have a Scrum master, and we have the team. Now, the team is the core to all of the Agile practices, and it's a small, cross-functional, self-organizing, stable team. There's a lot to unpack there, so let's back up a little bit, and let's start sort of small. So we want small teams, and the reason we like smaller teams is because we want to reduce the complexity of that team. When you have a lot of people, we tend to form sub-teams. That's kind of a normal human behavioral aspect. We form those sub-teams, and that's not necessarily the best organizational design. We want to get in front of it and design teams that work well together, and they don't feel the need to form those sub-teams. Now, the other thing that we want to get out of the small teams is to reduce the communication complexity. The fewer people you have, the less complexity there is in all of those communication paths, right? It's actually a really good diagram that I like to use, or example visual that I like to use. If you look at the communication paths for 3 people, it's just a simple triangle. If you look at the communication paths for 4 people, it's a square with an X in the middle. And the more people that you add, the more complex that diagram looks, until you get to 10, 11 people, and there's barely any paper left. It's basically just ink. So we want to keep in front of that. We want to develop small teams that work well together. We keep in mind that these teams are social structures, and they're human beings, and they're going to need some care and feeding. So we spend time making sure the team works well together. They have the psychological needs that they need to do to be a good team. And we want to work them through the formation of the team. I'm sure most of you are already familiar with the 4 stages of forming a team, the Tuckman model, which is forming, storming, norming, and performing. So we want to try to get them through those stages as quickly as possible to at least get them to norming, and hopefully someday get them to performing as well. And there's a lot of social and behavioral aspect of building those teams. And we'll talk more about some of the people and behavioral aspects later. Now, in order to help that team become better, faster, there's a role called the Scrum Master. Now, the Scrum Master is supposed to be the master of Scrum. They're supposed to know the process inside out. So that's only one aspect of their job. The other aspect of the job is more the behavioral aspect. Their conflict resolution, all the soft skills. That's what the Scrum Master is all about. Making sure the team has everything that they need to do their jobs, which may be escalations of impediments. It may be impediment removal, things of that nature. It could be just some psychological value. Maybe they need someone to talk to. And the Scrum Master is there kind of as the team psychologist. They're there to help the team to have the best day possible. That's really what the Scrum Master's job is. Now, a Scrum Master is different typically from a project manager. They're typically different roles. And it doesn't mean that a project manager can't be a Scrum Master. That's absolutely possible. That's not really what we're suggesting. What we're saying is that the role is different. Scrum Masters are typically very focused on the team, and project managers are typically very focused on the project and on their stakeholders. All both valuable, but a different perspective. So, as an example, project managers are more concerned, or should be more concerned, about making sure stakeholders, what they have, that the project is moving forward, that progress is being reported properly, budgets, and all the things that project managers, as we are all familiar with, are doing all the time. Scrum Masters are more focused on the emotional, psychological well-being of the team. That's not typically something that project managers focus on because they're too busy doing all the other stuff that project managers do. So it's a different role, and it's a different mindset. It's a little less detail-oriented and more a servant of the team. They help the team, if that makes sense. Now, the last role in the team
is the product owner. And the product owner is probably something that you're not used to in the traditional approach. A product owner is a business representative. That's someone that we hope is going to be coming actually from the business, someone that can represent customer needs. And sometimes that is a business analyst, but we want to be very careful with this. We want the product owner to be actually someone from the business. And the reason for that is for a number of reasons for it. One is that if we have someone from the business on the team, working with the team on a regular basis, they have someone to go to for answers. Someone that's asking for the work is actually sitting there with them on the team. That means they can go faster, right? They get their questions answered faster. They get to ask things that maybe they hadn't thought about in the past. So the product owner is able to answer those questions quickly. Now, the other advantage that we get from having business representation is shared ownership. So it's not just the team that owns the work, it's the business that owns what is being requested. And since they're part of the team, it's a shared ownership, and it significantly reduces the finger pointing that's associated when things are starting to go a little weird. So we want to make sure that we have business people and technology people working together on a regular basis to get that shared accountability. And hopefully that makes sense. Now, we've been talking about the team a lot. And so let's talk about what the team represents. As I mentioned, it's a self-organizing, cross-functional, small group of people. Now, cross-functional means that all the skills that are necessary to do the work are on that one team, and they act as a team together. That means people building the product and people testing the product, maybe analysts or anyone else that is necessary to do the work is there on the team. And you don't form sub-teams. So it's not like a sub-team of developers and a sub-team of testers. They are all working together collectively to help each other out to get the goal of finishing the work. That's the intent. Now think about the value that you get from that. You don't have developers throwing things over the fence to the testers. Then the testers are finding things and throwing it back over the fence again to the developers. They're working together as partners. So when something is found, if the testers find something that's wrong, we're less concerned about finger pointing and throwing things over the fence, things of that nature. We're more concerned about just fixing the problem. And that gets us done faster. That's our goal. Ultimately, our goal is get work done faster. Finger pointing, blaming, throwing things over a fence, all the silos, the hierarchy, the politics, that doesn't matter. We need to try to get rid of that. Not saying Agile's going to fix that, because of course there's always going to be politics, right? But what we would like to encourage is to foster an environment where the team members can work together on a team level and as partners. So we don't have the throw it over the fence and finger pointing nonsense that goes on. Now that's a very foreign concept for a lot of organizations. They're used to things being in silo. They feel comfort. They have comfort in those silos because there are controls in place, and they feel like they're mitigating risk. And the reality is, yeah, there is some risk mitigation that happens as a result of that. But you're actually mitigating the risk faster if they're working together as partners to solve the problems as quickly as possible. Now, ultimately, our goal is to get value, get product out to our customers as quickly as we possibly can so that we can get incremental return and get feedback and start making sure that we're going the right direction. Right? That's kind of the goal. So people working together works much better. Now, you do have to be careful, again, the social aspect, and sometimes team members are kind of pressured by their managers, by the organizational structure, to form those internal structures, to do things a certain way because their hierarchy or their HR reporting manager might want them to do it a certain way. Well, the challenge is sometimes that causes bad team behaviors. It might cause things where people aren't working together the way they're supposed to. So I think you get the idea. There's a lot of psychological aspect and behavioral aspect to this. We want people working together as partners, as peers, and not as silos. So let's move on. So that's the basics of the team. Again, we'll talk more about behaviors in a future session. So we start on the left-hand side, and if you notice, there's something called a product backlog. Now, another thing about Scrum is that we tend to focus more on products than we do on projects. Not necessarily that projects necessarily have to go away, but we're more focused about the long-term effects of the product that we're building rather than just the short-term effect of the project. We want to see the big picture, the longer-term picture, and that way we tend to be more product-focused than project-focused. And that goes into the form of the product backlog. Now, product backlog is a list of the work. You could consider it a list of requirements in a way, the list of all the requirements that we want the team to work on. Now, that list of requirements could potentially come from multiple projects, but the important thing is that work is prioritized by the product owner to make sure that the team is always working on the most important stuff. Now, the challenge is going to be, how do we prioritize that work? If we have multiple stakeholders, they typically all think that their stuff is number one. It's the most important thing in the world. So the stakeholders tend to not talk to each other and not prioritize across those various silos. Now, the challenge that causes is the team then has to make decisions about which thing to work on first. Or worse, they start everything and they multitask all over the place, which ultimately slows down delivery of product. So our ideal state is for the product owner to collect the priority from all of the stakeholders and get them into a single prioritized list. And when I'm saying single prioritized list, I mean there's only one priority one priority two, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm sure in most people, picture in your space, in the organizations that you work on, I'll guarantee that you probably have multiple priority ones. Now think about the challenges that causes. It causes all kinds of problems. The teams are multitasking, they're context swapping. There's all kinds of stuff that happens that are not good for the team and ultimately slows them down. So we want those teams to be effective as possible. And that means we have to prioritize on behalf of the team. And the person whose job that is the product owner. So the product owner owns the content of the backlog. They own the priority of the backlog. And that's a really hard job. And so you imagine what it's like to try to wrangle all of those different stakeholders and customers and user communities to get them to agree on the most important thing to work on. That is a very, very difficult job. I'm sure you've done that as project managers. Not an easy thing to accomplish. So the product owner needs help, as much help as we can give them, so that they can do their job and prioritize for the team so the team can be more effective. Okay? Now, we'll talk more about prioritization, some techniques that we can engage to help the product owner do that. It is not an easy thing to do. So again, give them lots of help. Make sure that they can do their job. So again, the product backlog is where everything starts. It's the list of things that we want this team to work on. Now, the items at the top of the backlog are very well defined, and the things at the bottom of the backlog maybe not so well defined. Now, this might be a different approach than what you're used to as well. And what we're normally used to in traditional approaches is at the beginning of a project, we collect all of the requirements, detail them to a very high level, and then hand them over to the team. The expectation is then the team has everything that they need to go off and build, design and build and validate and produce the product. Well, there's a challenge with that. Often, let's acknowledge this right here on this session today. Let's acknowledge that often our customers don't know what they want. That is the reality. They might have an idea of what they want. They might have an idea of what problem they're trying to solve, but trying to get them to describe it at the beginning of a project is exceedingly difficult, and they are often wrong. I'm sure most of you have been on a project where you get to the end of the project and we've discovered that what the customer originally asked for is not actually what's needed. And that's something that we want to prevent. We want to always produce things that the customer wants and what they can use rather than just what was specified. So for that reason, we do what's called progressive elaboration. We take the work at the top of the backlog and we refine that. We make it better and more understood. So then we go off and we execute it. We build it. And then we show it to our stakeholders, to our customers. Then they let us know, yes, we're going the right direction, or maybe we need to make some modifications. Now that's going to feel strange as well, as we're going to actually allow change to happen throughout the entire project so that we can build the right product and not just a product that was specified at the beginning of the project. I'm sure that most of you are thinking right now, that's going to sound like scope creep. And that's a valid concern. We don't want scope creep. That's not in any way our goal. So we put controls in place. We put things in place to help reduce the chance of scope creep. We'll talk about some of those controls later, but they're very lightweight, very easy controls. We typically don't do a lot of change management because change management is very expensive. So we still have change management, we just do it as lightweight as possible. What I don't want you to think is that Agile is chaos. It's do anything, anytime, whatever anybody wants. It's actually much more controlled and disciplined than that. And I think you'll start to discover that over the course of our sessions. So again, we start at the product backlog, this prioritized list. The work at the top of the list is well understood, and the work at the bottom of the list is not so well understood. That's because some of that work at the bottom, maybe we're never going to implement it. So we're not going to spend a lot of time talking and refining the work that maybe we're not going to do. We'll come to it if it's still a priority. If it's not, then we've never wasted our time. So now we come to the first day of what's called a sprint. Now, a sprint is just a time box. It's typically a 2-week duration, although it can go anywhere from 1 to 3 weeks. Now, that's not a variable. It's a cadence. So it's either 1, 2, or 3 weeks. Now, some of you might have seen on the internet where it says that a sprint can be anywhere between 1 to 4 weeks. Well, that's hopefully changing very soon. There have been a number of requests to reduce that from 4 weeks to a maximum of 3 weeks, and there's a valid reason for that. The first thing is that every sprint, at the end of every sprint, it's an opportunity for us to get feedback from our customers. Make sure we're going the right way, that we're building the right thing. So we want to have that customer feedback as often as we can possibly get it, so that we can make smaller adjustments, not big adjustments, right? Smaller adjustments are easier to consume. There's less risk, less complexity, much, much better for everybody involved. So the shorter the sprint, the more frequent we get those feedbacks, and the easier that it is to make adjustments, okay? That's why we do short sprints. Now, the industry average is a 2-week sprint, although you can choose 1 or 3. I can tell you that a 1-week sprint can work, but wow, is it fast-paced. It is really intense. It can be very, very difficult. And the real challenge there is learning how to break work down small enough so that it actually can be completed in 1 week. That's really hard to do. So what I would suggest is don't just dive in and do 1-week sprints, because that can be extremely difficult, especially if you're not used to breaking work down. I normally recommend try 2 weeks. It's going to be uncomfortable, and you're going to make lots of mistakes, and that's good. It's good to make those mistakes. We invite those failures, because you'll learn how difficult it is, and you're going to start thinking about different techniques and how to break the work down smaller, okay? Now, I'm talking about breaking work down smaller, so we should probably say why. Why do we want to break things down smaller? Well, there's lots of reasons for that. The main reason is that we want to reduce complexity. If we take big, complicated stuff and break it down into smaller, less complicated stuff, then we're going to reduce the risk of project failure. We're going to be able to get work into the hands of our customers faster. And, we should be reducing the overall risk of what we're building, right? That's the idea, is to reduce risk. There's a lot of built-in risk mitigation in these processes. So for someone coming from a traditional background, that should make you feel a lot more comfortable. Risk is part of the process, or mitigating risk is part of the process. It's built into the framework. So it's very important for us to focus on reducing that risk, and there's lots of techniques to do that, and factor that into our processes. So we want to break down this big stuff into smaller stuff, and that way we can get things done faster, get feedback faster. Maybe we can get return faster as well. Maybe we can push this into the customer's hands, or get this into the customer's hands. Maybe they can start using it, and perhaps we can start getting some return from having done so. So you want to look at incremental return, getting into the hands of the customers as often as you can. Okay, that's kind of the goal. All right, 1 second. Let me just bring something up here. There we go. Okay, so we want to bring it down smaller. We can progress. We can potentially get things into the customer's hands, and we're reducing risk. That's basically the goal. So at the start of the sprint, the very first day of the sprint, which again is typically a 2-week time box, we have a meeting, and that's called a sprint planning meeting. Now, as you can guess from the title, it means that we are planning the sprint, planning the work that we intend to finish over the course of this sprint. Now, when I'm saying finish, I'm saying done. So it's been in the software world, and Agile is in things significantly outside of the software world, not just for software anymore. That's where it started, but that's not where it's winding up. We're doing Agile in everything. In fact, most of the work that I do today, it actually has nothing to do with software. We use Agile for marketing plans. The pharmaceutical industry is really growing in the Agile community. In this, building physical products, we're even doing Agile. Believe it or not, we're even doing Agile in construction. I know that sounds crazy, right? Because we're talking about changing requirements, but we actually do use it in the construction space as well. And the reason we can get away with that is because you allow the flexibility that's necessary for the context. So if it's something like construction, you're going to have significantly less flexibility in the requirements because you've got physical boundaries that you have to follow. Also consider things where you're in an environment where it's life critical. You don't necessarily want, if you're going to build a jet, for example, you would want to make sure that you are doing sufficient upfront planning to ensure that people aren't injured. So we want to make sure that we pick the right process for the right situation, do the right level of planning upfront based on the context. Certainly in the software industry, we can do a lot more changes. Changes are a lot easier to consume. But when you have physical constraints, like in construction or building physical products, that flexibility is much, much more reduced. Okay. All right. So let's getting back to Scrum. So we plan the work that we expect to get done, and we're talking about, again, done. So let's say, taking a software example, done means it's been coded, it's been unit tested, it's been integration tested, it's whatever level of done we can get to, as much as done as possible. The ideal would be to push it into production. Now, that's not always possible. Many environments, it's very difficult to get something done every 2 weeks and push that into production. Maybe you don't have the environment or the infrastructure to do that. Or maybe you need to have some lead time to get it through some more formal validation cycles. So you don't have to promote to production every time, but we want to build the product so it is potentially ready to push to production. And that's called a potentially shippable increment. It means it's coded, it's working, it's tested, it's ready to go to production, but there might be other things that get in our way from actually getting it there. Another thing that could prevent us from getting there is maybe there's not enough functionality to be usable by our customers. So an example, maybe in one sprint, I create a mobile banking login screen. So that's very valuable. It's usable, it's working, it's tested, the whole functionality works. But sending that to my customers as a standalone thing really wouldn't be very useful. Great, they can log into the application, but what are they going to do about it, right? It really doesn't help very much at all. Okay, so I see a quick question. The difference between potentially shippable versus minimum viable product. Great question. So the difference between potentially shippable and minimum viable product. So we use a term called MVP, or minimum viable product. And MVP is typically, could be a larger thing. So it might span multiple sprints. Minimum viable product is the minimum amount of product that we can build in order for our customers to receive some kind of value. So you might have heard that term, minimum viable product. And I want to throw something out there. We typically use MVP just slightly wrong. There are really two terms to consider. One is MVP, and the other one is MBI, or minimum business increment. They're very similar things, and most people use, and most organizations use, MVP to mean both. So consider MVP doesn't necessarily have to be actual working product. It could be a way of validating that the product is going to be viable. Now, as an example, let's assume we're going into a new marketplace. We've got this great idea for a new product. Now, you could spend millions of dollars building the product, putting it out there, and assuming it's going to work and be something that would be of value to your customers. But what if no one buys it? Maybe nobody wants it. So what things can you do to reduce the risk of building a product that no one wants? That's also what we consider a minimum viable product. That could be a very manual thing. It could be going to someone's house and asking if they want this product, if they want to use it, and on a kind of a prototype kind of approach. So MVP doesn't necessarily mean a physical product that you built. It could be a validation of the product that you want to build. Now, MBI is the other term, which is the minimum business increment, the smallest amount of functionality that would be usable by your customers. Our goal is to build as little product as possible to get the biggest outcome as possible. The outcome we're trying to achieve is happy customers, customers that want to use our product. That's the outcome. So what's the smallest amount of functionality we can build in order to give our customers something that they would use and enjoy? That's what we're looking for. And the way I describe it is this. Consider this. If I can build one thing that make my customers happy, that's far better than building 10 things that bring no value whatsoever. So it's not about the output or how much stuff we're building. It's more important to measure the outcome of what we're actually building. Smaller is better. Build less stuff and focus on outcomes, less on output. Okay? Now, to compare this to the PSI is a small increment of the product, but it may not be a viable increment, meaning it may not necessarily have enough functionality to be usable by your customers. Now, the difference from the MVP and the MBI is because those are both usable things. The PSI may not have enough functionality to actually be usable. And hopefully that makes sense. All right, so that's what we planned in our sprint planning session, the work that we can actually get done in our 2-week or sprint duration. Again, working, tested, potentially ready for production, that kind of a product. Now, let me give you a hint. It's hard. When you first start out, that is really difficult. We're used to doing things in much longer cycles. So coming out of that and trying to do things in smaller cycles, not exactly an easy thing to do. So don't expect to be good at this when you first start doing it. You're going to have mistakes all over the place. You're going to start working on things that span those sprints. But the goal should be is to learn from that and try to keep incrementing down, or try to reduce down until you can be successful in that sprint. So don't beat yourselves up if you can't do it right away. It's difficult. You will learn and you'll incrementally improve. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense. All right, so the sprint backlog, and I think this will make sense for you. The sprint backlog is what we plan out during the sprint planning session. It's the work that we feel we could successfully complete in a given 2-week increment. Now, when we do our sprint planning session, what we're really doing is we're actually creating a work breakdown structure. And it should be something very familiar to you from a traditional environment. So what we mean by that, it's a list of work that we're going to work on. It's the people who are going to own that work and get that work done. It's the steps in how we're going to build it. And also we estimate the steps, the tasks in hours. So we have what we're going to do, who's going to do it, how we're going to do it, and the amount of time that we expect it to take, which should all fit within that 2-week period of time. So we don't throw away all of our traditional approaches, we do them in a different way. Instead of doing a work breakdown structure for the entire project, which we would have to constantly update anytime there's a change, we only do it for a 2-week increment. So we're constantly creating these work breakdown structures every 2 weeks. The idea is that change is going to happen, change is normal, and by incrementally doing the work breakdown structure, and we call it the sprint backlog, it allows us to let that change happen more freely with less cost. Hopefully that makes sense. So at the end of the sprint planning meeting, the team says, yes, we feel comfortable, we think we can get this done, and they go off and they execute. Now, while they're executing, the team continues to collaborate. And this could be a social challenge or a behavioral challenge with a lot of teams. Let's face it, I was a developer a long time ago, and a lot of developers, a lot of technical people get into technology because they don't want to talk to people. This is a very normal thing. Now we're saying that you can't do that anymore. You have to be able to talk to people. You have to be able to say what's going on. So we want people to collaborate and interact. Kind of the days of being able to go to your cube and not talk to anybody anymore, they're kind of gone. And it's time that we encourage people to speak up and start talking with each other and interacting. Kind of have to do that. Now, you can understand the valid reasons for this. Those interactions breed intelligence, they breed ideas, clarity of the understanding of the work, innovation, creativity. We get people talking to others, to each other, so they build the relationship and they build trust. So all of these are extremely valuable things when you're trying to be as effective as possible. So we really do need to encourage people to talk to each other. It's not easy, so give it time. All right, so one thing that we do to encourage that is every day we're going to have a meeting. It's a very short 15-minute meeting. It's called the Daily Scrum. It's also known as the Daily Stand-Up. Now, the Daily Scrum, as its name implies, is daily. We do it every single day, but we want to keep it very, very short. We don't want these hour-long daily stand-up meetings. We want them to be short, quick, little team sync points to make sure the team knows what they're working on, they know what each other is working on, and they can help each other if needed, right? So one thing to watch out for with the daily stand-up is that it's not supposed to be a status meeting. And I've seen so many bad daily stand-ups. They tend to turn to status meetings very, very quickly. The intent of this meeting is not to status, but more to plan. The goal of a daily stand-up or daily scrum, same thing, is to plan how we're going to work together as a team for the next 24 hours. So it's a sync point for the team to ask each other for help, identify what we're working on, understand what we are all working on, and make sure that we know how to work together. That's really the goal of the stand-up. So we generally try not to invite management to these meetings. And the reason is, if management shows up to these meetings, you know how it works. The human behavior is that we automatically turn to management and talk to them because they're the people signing our checks, right? We naturally give to our leadership. So we naturally turn to them and give them information. So leadership, management in the room tends to change the nature of the meeting. It turns to status more quickly, and it's not about status, it's about planning. So we do encourage management should not show up to this meeting. That can be a little bit of a difficult organizational behavior to fix. So very quickly, the way that we run daily stand-ups, it's actually very easy. There are two ways of running a daily stand-up. I'm going to describe the one way to do it. And the other one, I'll give you a hint, but we'll talk about it a little bit later when I have a better visual to show you. So the idea with the daily stand-up, the traditional approach, Scrum traditional approach of running a daily stand-up is to ask 3 questions. Every team member answers 3 questions. And the 3 questions are, what did I work on since the last time we met? What am I about to work on today? And is anything getting in my way? Now, those are intended to be planning questions. It's intended to be, what did I work on yesterday? It might mean I am done with this. Now it's time for someone to take it over. What am I going to work on? I'm moving into this area of the product. Everybody stay away from that area because I'm going to be in that space. You want to try to avoid collisions. And then the final one is the most important question, and that is anything getting in my way? You know, that's very valuable because that's where we find our barriers. That's where we find where things aren't right. Okay, that's where we're asking for help. So that's really the important question there is how do we work together as a team? So we go around person by person, encouraging everyone to answer those questions. And that's really the goal. It should be 15 minutes, very quick. The idea is don't solve problems in this meeting. Instead, identify the problems. Because you can imagine what it's like. If you go automatically into deep dive and go right into solving problems, you'll be there for an hour and you'll be wasting everybody's time. So the goal is identify the problems and then do breakout sessions for only those people that are necessary to help solve the problems. Solving problems is important, but not in the daily stand-up. Do it directly afterward, okay? You get the idea. So that's the daily stand-up. It's a very simple meeting, but like I said, it turns to status very quickly. Try to avoid that at all costs, okay? All right, so we're continuing on, we're building things. Now, sometime in the middle of our sprint, we're gonna have another meeting. And that meeting is called the Backlog Refinement Meeting. Now, this is not a standard Scrum meeting, but it's a meeting that every single Scrum team does. I promise you they all do these meetings. So the purpose of the Backlog Refinement Meeting is to take a look at the work that's coming up in the next several sprints and clean it up, right? Refine it, get more information, gain better understanding, maybe estimate it as well. And we'll talk about estimating later because it changes in Agile. So the idea is that we get the work prepared so that by the time we come up to the next sprint, we have a list of items that we're already prepared, already understood, and we can very quickly get through our next sprint planning session. Now, you want to do the amount of backlog refinement that's necessary based on the quality of your backlog. What I mean by that is, let's say that you're coming up to a sprint, your sprint is 2 weeks, and you only have a couple of items in your backlog prepared. Well, that's not enough work. So maybe what we should do is spend more time refining the work when you're first starting out, build up enough backlog so that you can get to a level of maintainability. Then once you're at that level of maintainability, now you can back away and do less refinement because your backlog is built up enough, right? That's the idea. You never want to get into a sprint planning meeting and have no items to work on. That's a terrible thing. That means your team is going to be spending the entire day talking about the work that's coming up, when that could have happened much easier in smaller increments earlier in the previous sprint, okay? So just avoid that pitfall. Spend a little bit of time every sprint talking about the work that's coming up in the next sprint, okay? There you go. Thanks, Phil. Yep. So who's present in these meetings? Product owner and team, no chickens. So there's an old saying about chickens and pigs. The chickens are people that are that are just involved, and the pigs are, are truly engaged. They're the people that are really doing the work. So anyway, so it really depends on the meeting. What we do, we certainly want the product owner there because they understand the work better than anyone. They can tell the story, the vision. They can tell what it is that we're trying to build. So the product owner is essential. Now, there are a couple different ways of running these meetings. I usually recommend that in the early stages of refinement, then you can just have maybe the product owner or somebody representing the tech space, maybe an analyst, maybe a tester. They work together to do some early refinement, so you don't need the entire team in the very beginning aspect of the refinement process. It might be a waste of their time and maybe a little inefficient. But it's before we hit sprint planning, the whole team needs to be involved and they need to see the work. Now that's two reasons, a couple of reasons that we want that. One is we want the team to understand the work. So they should not just see the work for the first time in sprint planning. They should have already seen it, already talked about it, and they have a good understanding of the work. The other reason is for estimating. Estimating is different in Agile. We don't estimate the work and give it to the team. Instead, it's the team that's responsible for estimating. Now, lots of reasons for that. The main reason that we want that to happen is the psychological ownership. If it's my estimate, I own that estimate, and I'm going to be more true. I'm going to be accountable for that estimate. If I receive an estimate from someone else, that's not my estimate. I'm not going to feel that I own that estimate because I wasn't the one that gave it. So we want to build in that psychological ownership, the accountability into the process. And the best way to do that is to have the people doing the work also estimate the work. We want them to own it. So by having them estimate it, first the estimates will get better. And we'll talk about how to improve your estimates in a little bit later. But also we want them to own it. Okay, so the whole idea is early refinement, you can pare it down deeper into it before sprint planning. The whole team must see the work to at very least estimate that work. Now there are times where maybe you need some outsiders to come into your refinement to help us understand the requirements that we're working on. So maybe we can bring some stakeholders involved or some others, maybe some customers. That would be awesome, right? Bring some customers in to actually talk about the work. Give the people doing the work direct line of sight to the people that are going to be using the work. You can imagine the level of the quality of that product if we're actually talking to people who are going to use it, right? Rather than distancing them. We want to get them as close as possible. So we can certainly bring external people into our refinement session for the purpose of gaining better understanding. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. All right, so let's move on. The team is building. They've done some refinement. They might do a bunch of refinement when they first start out. They're building the product, and now we come to the end of the sprint. Now, throughout this entire sprint, excuse me, the product owner should be getting some quick little demos of the work that's being completed. We don't want the product owner to see the work on the last day of the sprint. They should be seeing the work being developed throughout the entire sprint. And that way, if the work doesn't meet the product owner's needs or expectations, we can fix that within the sprint. We don't have to wait till the end of the sprint and then fix it next sprint. We want that defect resolution or even minor scope changes. We want that to happen earlier in the sprint, not at the end. Otherwise, it could take a lot longer to repair it. So as early as possible, get the product owner involved. They should see the work evolving, and that way the team has the opportunity to make it meet the needs of the product owner. Okay. Now we do want to be careful here with something. We want to watch out for scope creep. So you need to have a product owner that is behaving well. If they ask for a change, it needs to be a slight change and within the scope of the project. Little things are acceptable, big things are not. So if they want to have a change in the overall product, we can talk about that, but we want to put that through the entire process. Bring it into the refinement process, understand it, compare it against the original scope to make sure that we're not growing this product into something that it was never intended to be. So we want to build those controls in place. The team's involved in that. We have good behaviors from our product owner. We need to encourage those. And the Scrum Master can be there to help facilitate that and make sure the product owner is behaving properly. Because we don't want scope creep. It's not scope chaos. It should be very, very controlled and managed and disciplined. Okay, so now we get to the end of the sprint. Awesome, we've built stuff. Things are working. We've built something that we have 2 last meetings that we do in the sprint. The first meeting is called a sprint review meeting. Now, the intent of the sprint review is to gain feedback and also to build trust with our stakeholders. So we take the product or whatever it is that we just built, and we actually do a demo to our stakeholders, working product. Now, just imagine if you were a stakeholder, imagine what that would do for you. The team said at the beginning of the sprint, this is what we're going to build. At the end of the sprint, they actually show it to you. So they're not going to say that we're 20% complete, or we've done a design document, or we've done this. We're going to say, you asked us to build this, and here it is. Let us show you how it works. Now that builds trust very quickly, and it enables the stakeholders to leave the team alone because they built up that level of trust. Now the people doing the demo are the team members. That way we're getting face-to-face time between the team members and the people requesting the work. So we build up relationships, we build up trust, and that way we have a healthier relationship between the people building the product and the people asking for it. I hope you're getting the idea now. There's a lot of behavior modification as part of this, maybe some organizational change that goes along with it as well. We want people to work as partners, not as just hierarchy and finger pointing. We want to shut that stuff down. So we do the demo, and I like one other thing to happen. I like my product owner to actually host the demo. Now remember, the product owner is a business representative. If a business representative says, this is what I've asked my team to build, and here it is, and then the team demos it. Now the product owner, again, the business, is taking accountability for what is being built. So we shut down, or at least significantly reduce, the finger pointing. That doesn't do anyone any good. Finger pointing doesn't help. So we want to make sure that we have shared accountability to start shutting that down. Okay? All right, so now what's going to happen in these review meetings is we're looking for feedback, and we're getting a lot of feedback. Hopefully the people that are looking at the work will come back and say, hey, well, this is really cool. I'm glad that you did this. It's what I want. But how about this? Can we do this? So you're going to get ideas, and those ideas are awesome. We actually want to accept those ideas. It doesn't mean we're going to implement them, and it doesn't mean we're going to implement them right now. So new ideas are valuable. Maybe they can enhance the product. Maybe the right thing is to do it now, but maybe it's not the right thing to do. So we are going to put it through the regular process, get it prioritized. We're going to refine it. We're going to analyze to make sure it's the right thing to do. If it's not, we don't do it. If it is the right thing to do, we'll figure out when the right time is to do it. Okay? So that's the entire process. Feedback, it's a big circle where it goes all the way back to the beginning again, back to the product backlog, and gets prioritized. Okay? Now, one thing to watch out for are those very important people on the phone call, right? If you have this review meeting, you've got that very important person says, I want you to do this. Then everybody jumps through hoops and does exactly what that very important person wants. Well, we need to resist that behavior and encourage instead for those ideas that came from those important people to go through the same process, goes through the backlog, gets prioritized. So that's a tough one to overcome. But that's the goal. Just because someone is important doesn't mean we're going to go off and do their work. All right. So another good question. Unfinished work is not necessarily top priority. Absolutely correct. Something new might have come in that might be more important than something that wasn't finished in the previous sprint. That can happen. Now we don't want that to be the norm. But of course, sometimes that is going to happen. Something new has come up that is now more important than what we were working on in the past. It's a good thing to identify that. So stop what you're working on, go work on the more important stuff, get that out of the way, and then perhaps come back to the unfinished work. Now, that's not necessarily ideal because unfinished work is stuff that's sitting on the shelf, and you got to context switch back to that unfinished work. So it should not be the normal condition that something new is higher priority than the unfinished work. But if it happens, then do it and make sure that it's handled properly. Now, something else to talk about, since we mentioned unfinished work, there will be times at the end of the sprint that not everything is finished. So you might think, hey, why don't we just extend the sprint? Why don't we make the sprint longer? We're running it 2 weeks. Maybe we should make it 3 weeks to get that work done. Well, actually resist that. Don't do that. So keep in mind the sprint is a fixed time box. If you choose 2 weeks, it starts at the beginning and ends 2 weeks later every single time, whether you're done or not. And it's very important for us to have that behavior because you think about it. If your sprint is always variable, you're not getting any data out of that. You're not getting any predictability or consistency out of that. Putting it into a fixed time box gets you more predictable because you can measure how much work the team is able to produce every 2 weeks. Huge value in being able to do that. And here's another value in having a fixed time box: sense of urgency. I don't know about you, but I'm a major procrastinator. I always put things off, and I know I shouldn't do it, but anyway, it's human behavior. I'm sure you've got people on your teams that are big time procrastinators. This is normal. This is a normal human behavior. Now, imagine if you're on a 6-month project and you have procrastinators. Things don't get done until pretty close to the end of the project. Now you're rushing, and all kinds of bad stuff happens, right? We try to track it using things like percentage complete and those kinds of things. But ideally, the reality is it's not a real thing, right? Percentage complete is a number, not actual working product. So it's really hard to use that to say that things are actually getting done. So instead, what we want to encourage is do things in fixed time boxes. Now, instead of a 6-month time box where things you can procrastinate for a whole bunch of time, you don't have the opportunity to procrastinate anymore. You've got 2 weeks to get the work done that you said you were going to do. And if you don't get it done, we're going to have a conversation about it. Why did we not get it done? What are we missing? What's going on? At the end of every 2 weeks, we talk about what went well and what didn't. And we're going to talk about that in just a minute. So we have this built-in sense of urgency, which reduces the procrastination. Again, another built-in risk mitigation factor, something that we can do to reduce the risk of people not getting work done. We will know every single day if we are progressing. We will know at the end of the sprint if we actually got the work done that we planned to get done. And if we didn't, we're going to talk about why, right? These are built-in risk mitigation factors. So the last meeting we have in the session is the sprint retrospective meeting. Now, this is the single most important meeting that we have. Even if you don't do Agile in any form, start doing retrospectives and you're going to do better, right? This is a practice you can take and start using in your waterfall projects and you will improve. Now, retrospectives are, believe it or not an Agile concept. They come from traditional project management. It's essentially a lessons learned session. But I'm sure you've experienced, you all have probably run lessons learned sessions. And typically what we do with lessons learned is we run them at the end of a project. Now, the challenge is running them at the end of the project is far too late for you to do anything about it. Your project might have already failed. Now you're talking about the lessons that you learned from a failed project and then trying to feed them into the next project. But that might be different people, different problems, all kinds of challenges with that. So I'm not saying that lessons learned are a bad idea. In fact, actually, doing a lessons learned session is a great idea. What I'm suggesting is do them more often. Don't wait till the end of a project to do lessons learned. Instead, every 2 weeks, get together. Again, even if you're not doing Agile, every 2 weeks, get together. Invest 1 hour every 2 weeks. Talk about how things went over the previous 2 weeks and what specific actions are we going to take to improve them over the next 2 weeks. And then after the end of that 2 weeks, look back at the actions you took and say, are they working? Are they doing what we wanted them to do? Are we getting the expected results? And if not, make adjustments and decide on new actions to take. So if you start doing that, even if you're not doing Agile, you will start improving in your projects. The risk of project failures will significantly reduce. Okay? Awesome. And what I hope this is, first, obviously, we want you to have a good understanding of what Agile is all about. But I also want to make sure that you can take away some tools that you can make use of right now, regardless of the practices that you're following. And this is a classic example. The concept of retrospectives came from waterfall, but it's been modified to what we view as a better practice of doing it more frequently. Okay, and hopefully that makes sense. Now, generally what we're trying to get out of a retrospective is 3 basic things. We're trying to get what went well, what didn't go so well, and what can we do to get better. All right, those are the 3 main things. And there are lots of different ways to get that information. We play games in these. We have different facilitation techniques, things like the 4 L's, which you lacked, learned, loved, and longed for, things like that. There's things called the starfish method, all kinds of different ways to elicit ideas. That's what we're trying to get to, these different ways of generating concepts, generating ideas. And then we take that data that we got from those ideas and then we turn them into actionable items. Now, a trick with retrospectives. When you first start doing retrospectives, they will very quickly turn into griping sessions. Everybody complaining about all the nonsense that's not going well. Well, that's normal. And we're going to let a little griping happen because sometimes it feels good to get rid of that nonsense, right? But it's not enough to just gripe and do nothing about it. The end result should be, let's learn from what did not go so well and identify specific actions and actually do them. Otherwise, what will wind up happening is you will constantly be talking about the same thing over and over again, and you will get no value out of these meetings. So make specific actions and actually do them, okay? Now, when you're doing them again, when you're doing them in the early days of your process, it's probably going to be really hard. And again, a lot of griping, and you're probably going to come up with 20 different things that you want to change in the process. Now, the challenge is, if you implemented all 20 of those in 2 weeks, you're not going to know what's successful and what's not. It's going to be very difficult to measure what's actually working and what's not working. So instead of doing that, resist that temptation. Instead, pick maybe 2 things, simple, easy things that you can implement, not necessarily big things, simple little things that you can implement in the next 2 weeks. And then go ahead and implement those. But don't forget all those things that we talked about. Keep them on a list so that we can look back in 2 weeks from now and say, well, these are all the things that we talked about. Are there any of these things that we want to try? And you just keep working that list. Add to the list, prioritize them, and take the top 2 things off the list and start executing those. Okay, so give that a shot. Now, something else that's important with the retrospective is make it fun, make it interesting, change it up. Don't always follow the same process every single sprint, or it's going to get boring very quickly and people are going to stop paying attention. So play games, have fun. It needs to be psychologically safe so that people can say whatever they need to say. And that can be difficult, right? Gaining the level of trust in the team for them to be able to say anything they need to be able to say. Now you think, well, why is that important to us? Well, think about it this way. Let's just say that maybe the team is having problems with a manager. It can happen. And if that manager is in the room with them, they are unable to say what the challenge is. Now that problem will never be fixed. So we generally discourage inviting management. Now there are cases where it works, but it's because of the behaviors of their managers. It has to be a very high level of trust. So we want it to be psychologically safe so the team can say anything they want to say. So it needs to be just the team, just the scrum master, and just the product owner. No one else. Just let that team talk and build up the level of trust where they can say whatever they need to say. Okay? All right, so that's the basics of retrospectives. If you want to learn more about retrospectives, there's a great book. It's kind of the definitive work. There are lots of books on the subject, but kind of the definitive work is a book called Agile Retrospectives, Making Good Teams Great. Awesome book. I highly recommend it. It'll give you some good ideas for some facilitation techniques and a basic agenda that you can use to run these sessions. Okay, really good stuff. All right, at the end of all of this, as I mentioned, you have a potentially shippable increment. Now, that may or may not go into production. If it can't go to production because there's not enough stuff, thanks, Phil, for putting that up. That's exactly the link. So you may not have enough stuff to go to production. So if you don't, you're going to need to package up multiple sprints together and then do a release of multiple PSIs, right? Now, the idea would be that you are building up multiple PSIs to become your MVP, or as we talked about, the MBI. So you package up multiple things until it's finally usable, okay? All right, so that's Scrum, pretty easy. Now, if it's appropriate, I'd like to open it up. See, does anyone have any questions so far? Because the next thing we're going to talk about is we're going to move on to Kanban. Any questions?
I think that was a really awesome coverage, Roy. I'm looking for questions in the chat. I don't see any.
Yep.
My question really relates more to scaling this up or down, which might be advanced for now. Probably in the next few weeks, we'll cover something to that degree about scalability.
Yeah, we definitely want to talk about that. Everything we talked about on this slide is really about the team level activities. Now, it's fine to just talk about this from a single team or maybe even a couple of teams. But once you start adding the complexity where you've got 3, 4, or 5 teams, we need all that extra capacity. There's a lot more complexity to put in place. So we need to have scaling activities on top of all of this, or you will very quickly start getting in each other's way. One of the challenges that we want to overcome when we're building these teams out is, as I mentioned, we want to break down the silos, right? And the team is not a silo. We want to break down those silos so everyone's working together. The challenge, though, is when you build the team and you're building multiple teams, they tend to become silos again, right? And we don't want that to happen. So we need opportunities to break down the silos and talk across the teams and talk about dependencies and risks and impediments that happen across the teams, not just within the teams, right? So absolutely, we'll talk about some scaling techniques and some ways to accomplish that, but it is absolutely critical for larger scale environments.
Thank you, Roy.
Certainly.
And then the last question I have in this section is, where does the topic of the release backlog come in? Is that more pre-product backlog discussion?
It's kind of part of the backlog discussion, and I do see that we have a question in the chat as well, where it's asking the question is, what are silos, right? It's a good question, right? I'm assuming everybody knows what a silo is. Maybe I should describe what a silo is. So the idea with the silo is that let's say that you have a team of developers and a team of testers. Each team tends not to talk to the other team, so they become isolated silos. So they're basically a very isolated group of people where they don't talk to each other. So we want to encourage conversation happening across those silos of people, right? A silo is it's a farming term, right? There are silos where they would put grain and things like that into these silos. Basically the idea is that there are groups of people that stick to themselves and don't talk to people outside of that silo, right? Or outside of that group. Usually the conversation takes place in the form of a document, right? Where we document something in one silo and hand it over to another silo. The problem with that is that every time we do that documentation and handoff, it's expensive. We have to do a lot of documentation. We have to do knowledge transfer. If we instead break down those silos where people have to talk to each other, they become more collaborative. So there's less need, not no need, but less need for documentation and less need for handoffs because they're talking on a regular basis. So hopefully that answered your question sufficiently. That's basically the idea. Groups of people that don't talk to each other, right? That's what we're trying to break down. And Phil, you had started asking, okay, cool, good. I'm glad that worked. Phil, you talked about the release. So absolutely, we need to do something called release planning. And I do have some conversations about that, but I can touch on that a little bit. So what we've talked about so far really is just the sprint. Well, the sprint is only a couple of weeks. That's a very small amount of time to get stuff done. So in a more traditional, if you're coming from a traditional environment, that may not be enough time to produce something that is usable by your customers. And that's normal. Don't be too upset about it. Don't be worried about it. It's okay. So what we do then is we package up multiple sprints and release it all together. And that becomes usable by your customers. Now that means you need another level of planning. And that level of planning is release planning. Basically the idea behind release planning is to plan work that's going to happen across multiple sprints. So the sprint plan is just the sprint. A release plan is multiple sprints. And part of that planning activity, we want to talk about dependencies across teams, dependencies across the work, what impediments, risks, and things like that might you have. So it's a higher level planning activity where we're talking about the things across teams and across sprints, not just the work that happens in the sprint. Hopefully that makes sense. So Brittany, you've got a question. Do you build out the team before or after you choose which Agile method works? Oh, good question. If after there's a type of Agile you practice to determine how you choose a team, really good question. So actually we prefer to build the team first. And the reason is different teams might work better in using different practices. We want to encourage the team to decide how best they can work. They're the people doing the work. They know how they work best. They know the challenges that they're facing better than anyone else. So they should have the ability, they should be empowered to be able to make the decision about what practice they're going to use. Now, we want to be very careful with it. We need to make sure that they are educated in the practices and don't choose the practice because it's easier than the other one, right? We're going to talk about Kanban in a minute. Kanban is so much easier than Scrum, but we don't want to choose it because Scrum is hard. We choose it because it's the right process. And Kanban works very well in a lot of environments, but so does Scrum. In general, we're going to want to try to prefer Scrum, especially if you're in an environment where you can plan out 2 weeks worth of work and not have significantly changing requirements. Kanban works when things are very loosely defined, where things change frequently. And it's great. It's built for that kind of an environment. Scrum works where you start something and you can finish it within the 2 weeks, and you have very little changes that happen in the sprint. Hopefully that makes sense. So Brendan, that yep, all right, cool, perfect. Basically, the goal is give the team power. Let them decide what makes the most sense for them, because they're the people doing the work. They should have the ability to decide that. Okay? All right. Any other questions before we move on to Kanban? All right, cool. Let's get into this. So this is going to be mostly drawing, right? So I'm going to give you a very high level understanding of what Kanban is about, and then I'm going to go to my whiteboard and start drawing how this works, because Kanban is actually really cool. It's got some really interesting stuff that I think you're going to really enjoy. So here's the difference. Let me talk about the differences first. So Scrum, as you noticed, is an iterative process, right? You have an increment, an iteration rather. So the iteration is a time box. So basically what we're doing is we're batching up a chunk of work, implementing that chunk within a time box, and then demoing and then moving on to the next increment of the time box. Kanban does not have time boxes. It's called continuous flow. So the priorities of the work coming into the process can change anytime. It doesn't matter. So it works really well for those environments that are difficult to plan more than a couple of days. Consider this. Consider operations. From one thing to one day to the next, you really don't necessarily know what you're going to work on, because things are coming at you all the time. Priorities are constantly changing. So imagine trying to do a 2-week plan when your plan is constantly changing every single day. You're going to be beating your head against a wall. It just doesn't work well for that. So those are the kinds of environments I would suggest Scrum is going to be very difficult, and it's going to cause more problems than it's worth. So instead, you might choose a process like Kanban. Kanban basically allows you to change priorities whenever they are necessary to change. And again, based on the type of work that you're doing in your environment. To give you some examples, as I mentioned, operations. Another one is infrastructure rollouts, things like that. Do you imagine with infrastructure, things happen very quickly. You might get, hey, we just had a shipment of this equipment that just came in. We have to use it now. And it's unexpected. Also, some things might run longer than just a 2-week iteration. Like if you're doing server installs or data warehouse kind of manipulation, things like that. It might run longer than 2 weeks. It might be very difficult to break that down into something less than 2 weeks. You usually can, but it might be difficult. So in those kinds of environments, Kanban also works better, because you're not constrained by that 2-week time box. And that's really the difference. So again, Kanban is continuous flow. It comes from manufacturing. Kanban originated in the manufacturing space. It's basically a workflow. You're managing the flow of work from beginning to end with the goal of trying to get things from start to finish as quickly as possible. That's your goal in Kanban. Start something, work on it until completion, and get it done as fast as you possibly can. With, of course, high quality requirements. We don't prefer speed over quality. In fact, just the opposite. We always prefer quality over speed. It's one of the challenges that we have in most organizations. We tend to focus on doing things fast. Now, when you're trying to do things fast, there are often things that we give up in order to accommodate that speed. And the worst thing that we typically give up is quality. Now, the challenge is, if we're trying to build things that satisfy our customers, that are good for our customers, we really can't sacrifice quality. Quality has to be very high on scale, or customer satisfaction drops. So we tend to favor quality over speed, but we do also obviously want to work on speed, right? That's kind of the idea. So we first focus on quality, and then we focus on speed after we've reached a certain level of quality and we can consistently maintain it. That's kind of the goal. Now, Kanban is also what's known as an inventory management system. Basically, what we do is we put cards on this board, this workflow, and we drag the cards across the board. Now, the states on this board, like prep and in progress, those are completely configurable. It's whatever works for you in your process. It could be all kinds of different things. It could be dev and test and something else. All of those states are perfectly acceptable, whatever works for you. There are only 2 states that are required, and that is the first state and the last state. The first state is essentially called a queue. Now, you can call that anything you want to. You could call it next up, or you could call it to do. All of those are fine, but it's a queue of work that the team is going to work on. Now, obviously, the last state is important because that's where you go to drag something into done. When it's finally finished, you drag it into the done state. Okay. Now, typically, you would have 1 or more states in between them, and that's your in progress state. So if you look at it from a category perspective, you'll have a good question about inventory management. I'll get that. And I see Margaret. My apologies, Margaret. I didn't see your question earlier. I'll talk about that in a second as well. You look at it from a status category perspective. You have a to-do category, you have an in-progress category, and you have a done category. You might have multiple in-progress states that are all essentially representing work that's being worked on. All right, now let me back up a little bit and answer a couple of questions. So 2 questions in the chat. So who is in charge of the team? Awesome question. You may not like this answer. No one. The team is in charge of itself. A root thing we expect out of a team is that they're adults. We expect them to do their jobs. We expect them to want to do their jobs. But we also have an expectation of management in that they give them an environment where they can do their jobs and when there can be adults. So it's a cultural change in many organizations. I've seen lots of bad organizational behaviors, like driving people to do work. The way that we view it in the Agile community is that if you have to drive someone, that is a problem. No one should need to be driven to do their jobs. If management feels they have to do that, then we have a lack of trust. We have perhaps a challenge with a person on the team, or maybe there's a challenge with their manager. Maybe something is not right there. People should never need to be driven. And if they do, fix that problem. Okay? So we expect them to be adults. We are going to, if we can assume that everyone on the team is an adult, then we don't need someone to be in charge of the team because they just do their jobs. Now, that sounds like chaos, right? It might sound a little like chaos, but there are controls in place, right? The team has a product owner that is making sure that they're working on the right stuff. They have a scrum master that makes sure they know how to do the work and they're focusing on doing it well. They also have the scrum master to help them remove problems and make sure that they're following good behaviors. So it's kind of a trust but verify kind of a process. We're going to trust them to do their jobs, but there's tons of metrics and there are 2 people on the team to help verify that they're going the right direction. So hopefully that makes sense. It's a very decentralized model. They are allowed to make decisions on their own within the scope of the team. Obviously, they're not changing directions for the organization, but they can decide how to do the work, the process they're going to use, who's going to do the work. They're empowered to make a lot of decisions for themselves, so they shouldn't need someone in charge of them. They should just do their jobs. And hopefully that makes some sense. A little behavioral engineering and social sciences there have to take place in order to make sure that that works properly. All right, another question about inventory management system. Good question. Yeah, yep, exactly. You know, and often when we say the team's self-empowered, they can make decisions on their own, right? It sounds like chaos, and that's not in any way what we're talking about, right? It's a trust and verify, and we have lots of ways of verifying. We collect so much data. We will know if someone is hiding. It's you can't hide in the process, and that's one of the values. It's so transparent. Everything that everyone's working on is on one of these boards, boards like I've got on the screen right now. It's not really possible to hide, and the team will recognize it. And if you're an outsider looking in, you will also be able to see it. It's really not possible to hide what's going on. Okay, and that's a good thing. Transparency is valuable. All right, so back to the question about inventory management system. So basically what we mean by that is the inventory in this case are the items that we are working on. Okay, so the cards represent work items, which represents the inventory of work, the total amount of work that we're working on, right? Now, if you consider this as kind of like a manufacturing system, right? So it's kind of like a manufacturing line. So the inventory is the work that's being done across the manufacturing line. This will make a little more sense once I dig a little bit deeper. We talk about something called work in process and setting limits on the amount of work that we actually work on at any given time. Now, let me explain that for a minute. If you think about it, most organizations have multiple priority ones. It's very normal to not prioritize and have multiple priority ones. So when that happens, the team tends to multitask. They're working on 5, 6, 7 different things at the same time. There is study after study after study that shows how much waste is caused by human beings multitasking. We're not good at it. There was a study that I read that said that switching from one significant cognitive thought process to another and then back again is a 20-minute loss of productivity, because you have to context switch. You have to get your head back into the game, back into what you were working on. And that, we're not good at that. We're actually very bad at that. Often doing that, it creates quality issues. We create defects because we don't remember what we were working on before. So instead, what we want to do is limit the number of things we're working on simultaneously to be as few as possible. Our goal should be single piece process flow. Work on one thing until it's done and then move on to the next. Then reality is going to get in the way. That's not going to be possible, right? But the goal should be to work as few things as possible. Now, the reason I'm talking about this in relationship to inventory management is we need to have a picture. We need to have some visibility into all of the things that all of the team members are working on. So that's the inventory of work. And this board allows us to visualize the inventory of work. Now, hopefully that makes sense, but if it doesn't, it'll make more sense as we continue on the conversation through what Kanban's all about. So is that okay for now? Did I answer sufficiently, at least for now? Okay, great, awesome. All right, so Claudia, can you understand the difference between Kanban and classic predictive approach? Okay, awesome, yep. Predictive is workflow different. Okay, awesome question. So here's the cool thing about Kanban. And you're spot on with this, right? So the cool thing about Kanban is that Kanban is an evolutionary process. I can take Kanban and put it inside of another process like waterfall, right? Or the traditional predictive approach. I could put it inside of that. And what I gain from that is the visibility and transparency of the work that's being worked on. I get to measure how much time each step takes. I get to see the bottlenecks as they happen and improve the flow of the work across the system as we're getting work done. So you're absolutely right. Kanban does not care if we're doing predictive or adaptive. It doesn't make any difference. It's just a way of visualizing the work and improving the workflow. So you can use this inside an adaptive process, or you could use it inside of a predictive process and it will work equally as well. Hopefully that makes sense. Just as an example, I have used Kanban in many organizations that are afraid or very resistant to Agile in general. Now, when that happens, often they'll say, we're never going to do Agile. This is not an Agile organization. That's okay. That's fine. We can, you can use exactly right, Claudia. You can use both. It is a great question, Claudia. So if I have an organization that says, we're not going to do Agile, okay, no problem. Here's what we're going to do instead. So all I want you to do is take the work that you're working on, all of your requirements, all the things that we're working on. Let's put them up on a board to get visibility, just so that we can see what everyone's working on. Then every couple of weeks, we're going to get together. We're going to show you what we completed over those 2 weeks. And then you can tell us what you want us to work on next. Is that okay? And then sooner or later, the organization is doing Agile and they don't even know it, right? The idea is that Kanban allows you to evolve into more adaptive processes, especially if you're resistant. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. You'll see as we get a little bit deeper into this, how Kanban can slide into these processes and greatly improve your waterfall process, prescriptive processes as well, okay? All right, so I'm gonna move over to my whiteboard now. So I'm gonna change what I'm sharing here. Let's do this, share my screen. Let me do it that way. All right. Okay. Are we able to see my whiteboard?
Yep.
Awesome, thank you. And we do have another question. In operations with a high volume work, with what's coming in Kanban. Oh yes, absolutely. Steve, that Kanban is the perfect approach for that. Mostly because you can visualize the work that's working on it. The real thing that you get out of Kanban is the visibility of all the work that's going on in the operation space. In addition, you can see where things get stuck. That's the real value. So what we're looking for in a Kanban system is we're looking for the bottlenecks. We're looking for the things that slow us down and prevent us from getting work done. So there's the value in Kanban. It's all about the flow of work, less about the work itself. And there are no controls in Kanban. We're expected to put controls on top of it, right? So Kanban is really just a visualization technique to help us identify where things are not going well, right? That's really the main goal with Kanban. That's one of the reasons I love it so much, because you can use it on anything, right? Industries that traditionally use Kanban, wow, any industry you can think of can use Kanban. I've done marketing plans on Kanban. I worked with a number of technical recruiters, where they were putting their fulfillment, where they're filling jobs. They would put them on a Kanban board, going through the sales cycle. I've done pharmaceutical companies where they're doing things like trials, clinical trials, things like that. Kanban works brilliantly for that. The idea is that Kanban can work with any industry where there is a workflow. Anything where you can see a series of steps that would take place to get work done, Kanban works brilliantly in those spaces. And just to give you an example, I use Kanban for my personal work. I have a personal Kanban board. And on that board, I have all of the things I do, like when I'm building materials or when I'm preparing for a class or something like that, or even doing work for coaching assignments. I'll put all of that work on a Kanban board so I can visualize where I'm overloading myself or where I'm picking things of lesser value. So it helps me identify the problems in my own workflow and where I'm not doing the right approach to help myself become more disciplined in my work. Before I started using this approach, I was, like I said, I was a notorious procrastinator, and I would multitask like crazy. I'd start doing something and I'm no longer interested. I'm getting bored and start on something else. And as a result, I wasn't getting work done fast. And in some cases, I wasn't getting it done at all. I remember many late nights, the night before I had to do something, I'd be working till 3 a.m. because I procrastinated so much. And that's just personal behavior. And it's not a good behavior, but it's what I did. So I realized that I needed to change, and I started with a Kanban board and put all my work on that board. And yeah, exactly. Kanban believer. Yep, there you go. Our Scott, absolutely. Yes, absolutely, Brittany. Use it for it is exactly that. So you want another example of a Kanban system? Starbucks, right? Ever go get coffee, right? That's a Kanban system. It's awesome. When you queue up. So you are the queue, you're the inventory, right? You are the queue of work that needs to happen. You go up and there's somebody taking your order. Now they have a choice. They could try to start everyone's order at the same time, which would result in everyone's order taking forever to fill. Instead, there you go. Yes, absolutely. It's all about your workflows. There's a great statement about it's not the process that's important. It's the process to improve your process that's important. That's what Kanban does for you. It helps you improve your process. So back to the Starbucks example, they take your order and then they go out work on your order. If they started them all at the same time, everyone would take forever to get filled. So they start the order, and when they recognize that the queue gets too long, they bring in another cashier or another barista to help reduce the queuing and to improve the flow of work through the Kanban system. There's a great example. Here's another book recommendation. The book is called Kanban, of all things. It's written by David Anderson, and he was the one who brought Kanban from manufacturing into more business workflows and developing product. So he used an example in his book, and I'm quoting directly from his book, where he took a visit to Japan. He, his wife, and his child went to Japan, and they wanted to see the Cherry Blossom Festival. So they go to the park. And when he went up, he had his wife and his young child with him. He walked up. There was a guard there, and the guard looked them over and handed them 3 white tickets. There was nothing written on the 3 white tickets. He just handed them 3 white tickets. So he had no idea what these tickets were for. He didn't speak Japanese. So they went through the park and they enjoyed the park and had a wonderful time. And when they went to exit, he saw that everyone was handing back the cards to another guard. Well, this is a Kanban system. Basically, the cards represented the inventory, the capacity of the park, the number of people that were allowed into the park. It's a very simple process. When a person was handed a card, it would reduce the capacity of the park by 1 person. The total number of cards represented the total capacity. Brilliant way of doing it. Very, very, very simple thing to do. And it enabled them to easily track how many people were in the park and manage the capacity of the park. When they ran out of cards, no more capacity. Okay? That's basically the idea. Now, some of the cool stuff, getting back to Kanban as a process, it's really, really cool how you can see the workflow and the challenges that you face in your workflow. It's really good stuff. All right, so let me run through some examples and show you how Kanban works. So it starts by drawing a board. And what I did mention earlier was that in Scrum, you have a board also, right? You do the same basic thing. It's taken from Kanban. It's basically a Kanban board. So you have these series of states, and I'm going to make this simple for this example. And I apologize, my handwriting is always sloppy, but I'm on an angle. So it's going to be maybe even a little bit worse. So the first state, I'm going to call that a queue. My next state, let's say that this is a software example, and I've got development there. And let's call this test, right? We're going to call this one maybe approve, and then finally done. So the goal is to get work from the queue to done as quickly as possible. And that should be the goal of everything we do, right? Get it done as quickly as possible, meeting quality standards, of course. All right. Now, in the background, which isn't normally shown to the team, there's this big list of stuff that we want to work on. This is your backlog, right? And we talked about this in Scrum as well. That's your backlog of work. And there's lots of noise in that backlog. You can reprioritize this thing all the time. And it's perfectly fine. Let it reprioritize. We don't care. They can put new stuff on. You can reprioritize. All good stuff. Doesn't cause any harm whatsoever. However, what we're going to do is we're going to select a few items from that backlog. These are your next up cards. These are the ones that we want the team to work on next. Now, there's huge value in reducing the items the team can pick from. First, they're not going to cherry pick and pick things that are lower priority. And we're basically forcefully prioritizing the work. We're not going to put this big, monstrous, multi-priority one kind of list on the board and make the team thrash around. Instead, we're going to give them a finite set of items to pick from with the goal of picking the highest priority, the stuff from the top of the queue first, and working on that first. So already is starting to funnel work into the team. Now, another value in creating a small queue is that we can constrict the work going into the process so the team is reducing their multitasking. They don't start on 20 items all at the same time. The most they can start is maybe 4 or 5. So it's reducing the number of items that they can do from a multitasking perspective, right? Already you should gain value because you're working on fewer items, right? All right, so now one other aspect of Kanban. Kanban is what is called a pull system. Now, a pull system means that instead of pushing work onto people and assigning work to people, instead, people self-manage. Again, this goes back to that concept that you have a team that is a team of adults, right? They do their jobs. We don't have to push them to do their jobs. They just do their jobs, right? And I think there should be a normal expectation to have people that are adults and do their jobs, right? Personally, when I was a manager, I expected my team to do their jobs. And if they weren't doing their jobs, I would find out, and then we would have conversations. But my normal stance was, I expect you to do your jobs and let me know when you have problems, right? That was my job as a manager. All right, so a pull system is a self-managing capacity mechanism. Basically what it means is this. One of the challenges of pushing work onto people, assigning work to people, is we tend to go over their capacity. You'll say, hey, can you do this? And someone will say, yeah, sure, I can do it. And you ask them again, can you do this? Yeah, sure, I can do it. and they do more and more and more, and they're very quickly over capacity. Now they're working overtime. They're multitasking like crazy. Their efficiency goes down dramatically, and they're not happy anymore. And you might even lose them as an employee. None of that is good. So we want to reduce the number of things that people work on. Now, one way we can do that is to have them self-manage their capacity. The idea is that when they have open capacity to do something, they go to the queue and they pull it into their state and they start working on it. They keep working on it until done, and then they move it forward to the rest of the board. Now, there might be times that they get stuck, right? Some kind of an impediment. So the first thing we want to do is try to remove the impediment. That's the first thing we should focus on. But if you can't, absolutely, we could go start something else. But we don't want to have that go too deep, or now we might be stacked up with 10 things that are being worked on all at the same time, and they're all impeded. Our first approach is remove the impediment first. That's our primary goal. If you can't remove the impediment, yeah, absolutely, we can take a look at doing additional work, but don't take on too many of them, or you're going to be multitasking like crazy and not getting anything done. All right. So let's run through a scenario. So we have a team of developers. Let's say we have 4 developers, right? Just for this example. So that team starts taking work in. So they are 4 people. They take on 4 items. Okay. So they're working on those items. Now, let's say one of the team members, one of the developers finishes their work. You would ask, what do we do with that? The expectation would be we would move it into the test state. Now, there's a challenge here. We just broke something. Remember, we said it's a pull system. So if we push a card into the test state, we don't know if the testers actually have the capacity to do that work right now. We also don't know if something is actually being tested or if it's waiting to be tested. And that's valuable data. Every time a card is moved, we measure what state it's in, how long it's been in the state, how long it takes, when it enters the next state. So there's all kinds of data that's automatically tracked just by dragging cards across the board. Okay. So instead of pushing it into the test state, which would then break our pull system, we're going to modify a little bit. We're going to modify our board, and we're going to build what are called buffer states. Okay. And I'll show you how that works. So we divide the states in half like that. Now I'm going to write at the top because I'm losing some real estate here. So we have 2 states inside of each of these states. So I'm going to call it doing and done. And this one is doing and done. Okay, now the purpose of these buffer states is to absorb the variability in the work. And here's what I mean by this. So when a developer takes on a card, when they finish it, instead of pushing it into test, they push it to their done state. Now it's sitting in the done state. When the testers now have capacity to start something new, they reach over to the done state, to the developer done state, and pull it into their test state. Now we know what's actually being worked on. We know what's waiting to be worked on. We know how long it's waiting to be worked on. And we're self-managing the capacity of the team so we don't have to assign work to people. So that whole concept of resource management and making sure people have work to do goes away. We actually don't have to do that anymore. Again, with that basic assumption that we have team members that are adults. Without that, lots of stuff starts falling apart. But consider it this way. We could do one of 2 things. We could drive people to do their jobs, or we could fix the problem so that they become adults again and they're doing it themselves. Driving people is a short-term fix and ultimately does not get you what you want. Fixing the problem and encouraging them to be adults and encouraging the environment and the supportive environment to support them being adults is going to be a long-term fix. That's what you're looking for, okay? So we expect everyone to be adults, which means you don't have to manage resources. Okay, buffer state. Now, no worries. And please do continue. If I say something that is a translation challenge, please do ask a question. I'm more than happy to answer. Okay, so a buffer state. A buffer state is, let me give you an example of what a buffer state, how a buffer state works, and maybe this will make more sense. So let's say that you are on a major road, right? And this road, there are lots and lots of cars on this road. Now, when you're on this road, sometimes you run into traffic jams where there's a lot of traffic, a lot of cars are on this road. And when that happens, everything slows down, right? And I'm sure you've seen this sometime if you've done any significant driving. You're driving on this highway, this major road, and you come up to a major traffic jam. And then when you exit the traffic jam, there was nothing there. There were no accidents. There's nothing that was there to cause this kind of a slowdown. Well, there's actually a reason for this. These are called phantom traffic jams. And basically what it means is that there's variability in the patterns of driving. Usually it's going around a curve, or the sun is in your eyes, something like that. Or maybe the road is slippery around a curve or leaves, something like that. So when that happens, people tend to slow down going around those curves, or when the sun's in their eyes, and that absorbs the distance between the cars. So the cars tend to shrink together and then slow down or even stop, right? That's a phantom traffic jam. Now imagine instead if you always maintained a distance between the cars. What would wind up happening is that would be a buffer to absorb the variability in the driving patterns. It absorbs the slowdowns, right? So as those slowdowns are absorbed, the traffic stays at a constant pace. Then a lot of cities have tried doing stoplights on entering onto a highway, and the intent there is to regulate the flow of traffic onto the highway, onto the road, so that we have more buffer between cars. That's the intent. Well, the same thing, and this is why I can't wait for self-driving cars, because they will automatically buffer, right? Traffic jams will be a thing of the past because they will just automatically buffer because they know where all the other cars are. Now, the same thing happens in the real world when we're doing work. There's variability in the type of work we do. Some things take longer. There might be an impediment that slows us down. And when that happens, we need something to fill the gap between those items so that we get a consistent flow of work across the board. And that's what these states do. They act as a buffer between the cars, a space to absorb the variability in the patterns of the workflow. I don't know if that explained it well for you. If not, I'm happy to go into a better explanation. Okay, awesome, good. Thank you very much, that worked. Okay, so now we're pulling things across the board. Everything's fantastic and moving things are done. But here's a challenge. What would happen if the development team pulled a whole bunch of stuff from the backlog and they're working on 20 different things at the same time? Now, this is significant multitasking, right? Multitasking, as we've talked about, significantly destroys your productivity. And we don't want that to happen. Now, again, I want to point out, nothing I've talked about here is about flexibility and requirements or changing priorities or any of that other stuff. This is just managing the flow of your work. So you can see how this will work with any kind of workflow, any kind of business process, any way that you get work done. If you map out the states, it'll work. This is not necessarily an agile concept. It all comes from manufacturing, and that's one of the beauties of this. So multitasking is bad. We don't want to multitask. We want to limit the number of items that the team members are working on. Now, those are called WIP limits, work in process limits, WIP, work in process limits. Now, there are different ways of setting these limits, but the basic idea is we limit the total number of things that we're going to allow in the team. Whoops, just drew a little too far there. Let me get rid of that. There we go. Okay. So let's say I have 4 developers. The way I usually start is I take the number of people that work in that state and I add 1 to set my initial WIP limit. And the reason is that you expect that you're going to have to do a little multitasking. There might be times when you get stuck on something and you can go off and do something else. But we don't want it to be a frequent thing. So adding 1 or maybe 2 to the number of people that you have in that state is a good starting point. Now, over time, you're going to watch and monitor and measure the flow of work. And when you start seeing bottlenecks, you might adjust your WIP limits. And that's okay to do that. But start somewhere, watch it, and then make your adjustments over time. Okay, so for sake of argument, I'm going to set my limit to 5 for the developers. I'm going to set a limit of 3 for the testers. Now, these limits are across both the doing and the done states. So all of the items that the dev folks are going to work on can be a maximum of 5 items. Okay, so let's go through an example. Let's say the testers are currently working on 3 items. That's their maximum number, so they're at their limit. The developers are doing work and they're moving a little bit faster. They're a little faster at this time than developers are. So they've gotten their work all done. They have finished 5 items. Okay. Now remember that 5 limit is across doing and done. They are also at their maximum number. Now the WIP limit states when you're at the maximum number, don't go to the queue to pull another item because you're at your maximum limit, right? So now we've got a problem. We have a bottleneck. The developers can't start new work and they can't give any work to the testers because the testers are all backlogged. They've got a log jam, right? They're doing their work, but they're stuck. So then you ask, what do? You could go to the queue and grab another item, but that's actually just going to make the problem worse. Now you're going to bring in even more items that are going to pile on top. And when the logjam finally does release, now you've got a whole bunch of items that you're going to shove on the testers all at once. That can cause more multitasking. It can cause quality issues, and you're going to make your testers go over capacity. And we don't want that to happen. So there's a simpler solution, and it might be a little difficult in your organization because of some behaviors, but the solution is the people in the developer state look to the right and see what they can do to help the testers, right? I'm gonna let that sink in for a second. The team helps each other out get their work done. So we are constrained, we're blocked, we can't get work done, we can't start new things because we're getting stuck completing things. So the developers stop what they're doing, look to the right, and they help their testers that are on their team as well. Now, it may not be the right choice for them to do the same kind of testing that those testers are doing, but maybe they can do other things. Maybe they could prepare environments. Maybe they can prepare data. Maybe they can help them test and pair up with them and work together to get the testing done faster. So there are lots, maybe it's getting them coffee, whatever it is to help them work faster, right? So there's lots of things that the developers can do to help the testers remove that blocker, okay? Now, once that blocker is removed, once we start pushing things and now things are going for approval, now the developers, their queue is clearing out, things are opening up, now they can go back to the queue and start something else, okay? And that's how Kanban works. We work until there's a blocker, and then we look to the right to see if we can remove the blocker and help get the work done as fast as possible. Now, there's a phrase that we like here. It's a question that I have for you as a team. Should we be focusing on starting work, or should we be focusing on finishing work? Now, obviously, the answer should be finishing work. But most organizations, we start everything. We work on all these different things at the same time, and that just makes it slower to finishing things. There's something called Little's Law. And Little's Law basically, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but it basically says the more things that you are working on simultaneously, the longer it takes to get any one of them done. Okay? And that's what we're looking for here. We want to reduce the number of things we're working on simultaneously so that we can get to finish as fast as possible. Okay? Any questions so far? All right, cool. So just a couple little things left on Kanban. And then looks like we've got another maybe 14 minutes, and we'll be able to wrap up in that amount of time. So one thing to talk about is this queue, the queue over here. So we're actually going to set a WIP limit on the queue as well. I'm going to set the WIP limit to 8, right? Now, the reason I'm setting it to 8 because it's the total of the WIP limits for the dev and the test, right? And what that means is I can put in up to 8 items. I got to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can put 8 items in the queue at a time and no more than that. Now, here's the cool part. When somebody pulls something from the queue, what will wind up happening is it opens up an available slot. Now I only have 7 items in the queue. So I have an available slot to put something new into, right? So we use that as a signal. We use it as an indicator that the team is about to have capacity to start something new. So we can have a meeting. It's called a queue replenishment meeting. You can either do these whenever it's necessary, or you can have them a regular scheduled meeting, whichever makes the most sense. And that is an opportunity for someone, they're typically called a coordinator, but it could be a scrum master or just someone on the team, whatever works, to have a conversation with the stakeholders to say, out of this entire list, oops, let me just undo that. Out of this entire list of work over here, what's the next one thing that we want to give to the team to start working on? Now, this forces the prioritization conversation. They have to agree on one thing to add into the queue. Now, this is really hard. This is really hard to get people to agree to just one thing to work on next. But it has to happen because the team can't take on 50 things all at the same time. They have one available slot. We're likely going to take something from the top and put that into that available slot. It actually goes into the bottom, and everything else moves upward, right? So this forces the conversation across the stakeholders where they have to talk to each other and agree on just one thing. Now, the really fun thing to watch when we do this is first they start arguing with each other. You know, I'm more important than you, or I pay more money, or I bring in more revenue, or whatever it happens to be. And those are valuable, right? Because it's valuable to have those arguments. Then they start to realize that doesn't actually help that much. And then they maybe get the idea that maybe the right thing to do is to bargain. So they'll say, hey, maybe I'll buy you lunch if you let me have this slot this time and you can have it next time. And eventually they get to something more healthy. And that healthy state is, okay, so I recognize that, you know, for the next week, your stuff is probably more important than mine. So you do yours this time, but I'll get the next slot. And then they start having healthy conversations about prioritization. All right, so we got a question. What if the impediment takes too much time to be removed? Yeah, so really good question. There are going to be times where you have a serious impediment. Yes, absolutely. You can put something on hold, but your goal should be to very aggressively go after that impediment and remove it. I'm sure everybody on this call will recognize that impediments are a serious constraint in getting work done. Those blockers that will happen, that's what slows us down. That's the worst thing that slows us down. And if we don't do something to remove those blockers, then we're always going to be slow. We're always going to have challenges. So we want to very aggressively go after those impediments. Now, often impediments could be things like someone's not answering a question, or I don't have the equipment to do the job, or I don't have the knowledge or the technology to do my job. Now, things like that, that's where we want to get management and leadership involved. We can have them help us resolve those impediments because we can show them where we're blocked. We can show them how important it is. We have the visibility into what's blocked, and we can say, this is what this is preventing. We need help, right? That's kind of our goal. Will we manage that by building in float? Yeah, a little bit of float, absolutely. That's what some of the buffers are for, right? That manages some of that variability. But still, we want to very aggressively resolve those impediments because every time we absorb buffer, it means there's less buffer available for other things that could potentially need buffer, right? So we want to make sure that we are clearing out that buffer as fast as possible, get rid of those impediments, because if you don't, work is stuck, right? And that's not a good thing. We don't want work to be stuck. We want it to get it done as quickly as we can. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. So did I answer that question sufficiently for now? All right, I'm assuming we're good. All right, a couple more things I want to talk about. And one thing is swim lanes. So we can divide the work up into different types of work. You basically look for patterns of work. And each one of these swim lanes becomes a pattern of work. Now that works extremely well for things like operations or infrastructure or some of the other things that are very repeatable. It's a little bit harder to do with software, but even with that, there are ways that you can find patterns in work. Now, one of the patterns that we're going to find is actually, it's not a good pattern, but every organization I know has it. And this is expedite. So usually the expedite is the first swim lane in your board. Now, what expedite means is this is something that can't wait. You have to get it done. Usually it's a very important person in your organization that's demanding you get something right away. Or it could be real, where it's something that really truly does have to get done immediately. Now, all those things are going to happen to your process, and we need to accommodate it. Now, we don't want to have a lot of them, because every time we have unplanned work, it has a dramatic impact on the flow of work. It slows us down every time we get that unplanned distraction. So we're going to build in a swim lane that says anytime something comes in that has to be worked on right now, we're going to put it in that top swim lane. Now, when you get something that's an expedite item, it has the ability to break your WIP limits, right? Because it's something that you got to get done right away. So we're going to allow reality to happen, because it will happen every so often. And that is, we'll break the WIP limits, focus on getting it done, apply the right people to this issue, which could be one or more team members. They work on it and get it done as fast as possible so they can get back to the other work that it was planned, okay? Now, an important thing here is, first, we have a process to allow that to happen and to have it managed so it doesn't get out of control. And we're also going to measure it. How many of these things are coming in? How often do they come in? How long do they take on average to complete? So the advantage of all of that data is we can say, hey, you know what? The vast majority of work that we do is expedited work. That's not healthy. That's not efficient. What can we do as an organization at getting better at planning those kinds of items? Are there any of those items that we can take out of expedite and start planning them and be more productive that way, right? So data is your friend, and it's very easy to measure it in this system. You can tell what kind of work you're working on, how long it takes, how many of them you get. There's a lot of data that you get just by dragging the cards across the board, okay? So this is one of the values of using these systems: visibility, transparency, and data. It's a lot easier to have a difficult discussion when you have data to back up your argument than it is to walk in and say, hey, I feel something is wrong. Management doesn't listen to those. Management prefers to hear, here's the data that shows where our problems are. This is what it's costing us. Now we need to do something about it. Okay? Hopefully all that makes sense. All right, one last thing I want to cover, and then I think we're about ready to wrap up. We can open it up for shutdown and last questions. One of the metrics that we're going to track, very important metric, and that is cycle time. Cycle time is basically your process time, the amount of time it takes from first touch to done. So from the first time you start doing something with it until you get to the done state. Now that's a really important metric because it measures the average amount of time it takes to get. We can use that for forecasting, and we can use it for improvement. If on average it takes a certain kind of work 10 days to get done, what can we do to reduce that 10 days to something less while still maintaining the quality of the build? So we use these metrics to help us get better, and we can use the metrics to forecast, which is highly valuable. If you're doing Kanban well, don't do this when you first start, but after you get good at it, this is going to sound crazy, but bear with me on this one. If you do Kanban well and you're able to find patterns, you can stop estimating. And that's huge. The reason we don't need to estimate is because we're actually going to measure how long it takes to get work done rather than guessing how long it takes to get work done. As long as you can break the work into patterns, if something on average, a pattern of work on average takes 5 days to get it done, there's your estimate. You don't have to sit together as a team and guess what it would take because you already have data to support it. And that is valuable because it reduces the overhead on the team. They no longer have to estimate because they already have the data to support the estimates. Okay, so think about that at some point in time. One last metric that you're going to want to track at some point in time, and that's called lead time. So lead time is from, I'm going to do this in red, from first thought to done. We call it concept to cash. It's from the first idea to when it gets delivered to production into the customer's hands. Now, it's a really important metric. Consider it like this. I'm sure most of you have shopped online, like on Amazon or any of the others, right? But from the time you push the button that says order to the time it shows up at your doorstep, that's your lead time. There's a whole bunch of stuff that happens in the middle, which quite honestly, you generally don't care about. All you care about is when it shows up at your doorstep. Well, the same thing goes for your customers. The only thing they care about is I asked for it here. When am I going to get it? Ultimately, that's all that matters to them. So measuring that is going to be really important. That will be your service level agreement to your customers. You'll be able to say, on average, something that you ask for that is of this type of work will be delivered to you within X number of days, weeks, or months. And that's incredibly valuable because you'll be able to be predictable to your customers. They will appreciate that a great deal, and their satisfaction will go up as a result. Okay, those are the majority of the metrics. There's lots more to talk about Kanban, but those are the basics. We could go on for probably an entire day talking about some of the advanced concepts, but this will get you started and give you a good idea of what Kanban's all about. All right. So we do have a quick question. Don't they prioritize work? Yes, absolutely you prioritize work, Margaret. So the prioritization is the queue, right? So as work is added into the queue, the idea is what's the most important thing to work on next, right? So we take the highest, most important thing to work on, and we add it to the bottom of the queue, and the queue rolls upward, right? As high priority things are finished, they move off the queue, and new high priority things move on to the bottom of the queue. Right? Does that make sense? All right, cool. So Phil, open it back up.
Fantastic. Roy, thank you very much for that very detailed and extremely informative breakdown of this world that we've been wondering about. Many of us have not really dabbled into this world at all. So this gives everyone on the call a great idea of what to expect in this world.
Good.
Are there any final questions? Because you guys, some of you have been at it for going to 7 hours. So I want to have mercy on you, and I want to say thank you for joining us today. And we will be in touch with you guys via social media or email. We got a question here, a couple of questions, a statement. Yes. Amazing and very valuable information. And then this one. Do you see this one, Roy?
I sure do. So from the test perspective, are we talking about the ACP or the PMP? Because it might be slightly different. The PMP.
So from the test point of view, Agile and Kanban are... So Roy, do you want to speak to how Kanban is one of the flavors of Agile?
Yeah. So Agile is the umbrella term. So the question might be a little bit better phrased, Scrum and Kanban, right? Agile in general, but Scrum and Kanban are both practices. There will be other questions, very high level questions about some other processes as well. I believe they still ask, last time I checked, they're still asking some simple questions about a process called Crystal. They will probably ask some simple questions about something called FDD, which is feature-driven development. The reality with those processes, quite honestly, not a lot of people use them anymore, but they're still on the test. We have to make sure that we're not just understanding Agile, but also know how to take the test. So we can talk a little about those practices. There's not an awful lot of them on the test, but we can cover them at a very high level if that helps you.
Absolutely. So we'll cover that on a later day video.
Yep.
Actually, so you know, the PMP and the ACP are different. Roy and I are talking about the ACP when we talk about all of these bits and pieces.
Yep.
But for the most part, a lot of our colleagues tell us that they don't really experience difficult Agile questions, but
Yep.
It is important that you are aware of all these flavors Roy's talking about. So Scrum, definitely you need to know that. It's a model to understand the larger scheme of things, right, Roy?
Absolutely.
And then Kanban is, as you've seen, it's so intuitive for many folks, that it won't prove a showstopper. But next week, when we have the PMP breakdown, we'll talk about this a little bit more. But for now, we want to get you guys to go rest and recover.
Recover.
And then we'll see you next week. Any closing remarks, Roy?
No, I just want to thank everybody for their time. Hopefully you found it informative. And Brittany, you're welcome. Happy to help. Always enjoy meeting folks and helping them to understand Agile. So thank you so much for your time. Greatly appreciate it.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks.
If you are taking the PMP exam, stick around because I'm going to share with you 5 essential tips to passing the PMP exam on your very first try. If you want to ace this exam on your first try, my friends, you need to be aware of the exam format. The exam format and the types of questions that you will face is key. Number one, know the exam format, understand the exam structure and the types of questions, because this will help you prepare more effectively and manage your time on the exam day. Someone says, but Phil, what is the format of the exam? The exam questions are similar to what I'm about to show you. You can have questions that state a scenario. PLI, a web design firm, is working on a project to redesign a client's e-commerce website. The project has a tight timeline of 4 months and a budget of $100,000 and stakeholders with competing self-interest. How should the project team engage stakeholders in a web design project? The questions normally pose a scenario and what should the team do, or what should the project manager do? Here's another one. Which of the following best describes the strategy that the project team should use to engage Jen and Shona, the customers? Here's another one. How can a project team anticipate future budget challenges? So the questions are all in this format of, here's a scenario. It's a real world sounding project. What is the best course of action the project team can take? What should the project manager do next? That you need to be well aware of. Secondly, as far as the exam format, the exam is broken down into 3 buckets of people, process, and business. And you need to be all over these areas. This is 42% of the exam. This is 8% of the exam, and this is 50% of the exam. You need to be aware of this. In addition to this breakdown, we can also break the exam down into Agile and Hybrid, which is 50% approximately, and Predictive, which is 50% approximately. These are 2 things you need to know. I want to make it very clear. The exam is not based on this book known as the PMBOK Guide 6th edition. The exam is not based on this book known as the PMBOK Guide 7th edition. The exam is not based on this book either, known as the Agile Practice Guide. The exam is based on a document known as the PMP Exam Content Outline. And to be perfectly honest, having this book is almost as though you have some insider information. Even though it's above board, this used to be sold for the price of $39.99 back in the day when I took the exam. I found it hard to fork out that money back in the day, but now it's totally free. This is what it looks like. It's called the PMP Exam Content Outline. I'm going to put a link for you below, but if you scroll down to the section where the exam is broken out, you can see. If you go to the subsequent sections, you'll find the full breakdown of every single one of these. So the essential step, number 1, my friend, is to know the format, know what the questions look like, just as I showed you. Number 2, study smart, not hard. You need to develop a study plan that works for you, using a variety of resources and focusing on areas where you need the most improvement. This will maximize your chances of success. For me, I was all over cost and schedule. I didn't need to spend that much time with those, but I ended up spending more time on resources, procurements, stakeholders, because those were areas I was lacking. Spend time in areas you're lacking. If you need a variety of tools, look for tools that help you study better than others. If you don't have a study plan, let me invite you to look for the 40 Days to PMP Exam Success Study Plan. This plan is totally free. So there is the plan known as the 40 Days to PMP Study Plan. Click on a link and it will take you straight to a video where you can watch a video that breaks down each one of these tasks. Again, it's a PDF It's a brilliant way of you being accountable, studying a task each day. And at the end of 40 days, you will have covered everything you need to know for the exam. Moving ahead here, my friends, to the third point, think like a project manager. Applying project management concepts and principles to exam questions and scenarios will help you approach the exam with the right mindset and increase your accuracy. So what do I mean by this? Well, think about it. If you're taking PMI's exam, you need to think like a PMP certified project manager that has the ability to apply resources to the project, make decisions, and firing and hiring decisions. Although the answers are generally not to fire the team, the answers are generally to equip and build the team. So it's a mindset of positivity. So you got to think like a PMP certified project manager. I say thinking like a boss when you answer those questions. So what should a project manager do next is to be active, to be agile and respond to the situation at hand, is to be decisive. Number 4, practice, practice, practice. Taking practice exams, reviewing your answers, and learning from your mistakes. This will boost your confidence and help you identify areas that need more attention. When I trained the Department of Commerce, there was one student who kept taking one particular mock exam over and over again. He took it 4 times. In fact, that was the only mock exam he took. But he was pounding on this mock exam to find his gaps and close his gaps. And close his gaps he did. And he is now a PMP. This is exactly what you need to do when you're preparing for the exam to better your chances of success. Find your gaps. Find those questions that are curveball questions that you can learn a ton from. Number 5, you need to stay positive and stay focused. Keeping a positive attitude, managing exam day stress, and staying focused on the big picture is going to help you stay motivated and succeed. This is such an important point that I had to call in the big guns. I had to call in my PMP champions who have been there, done that, so that they can give you some advice about what you need to do. So here is my first PMP guru. Her name is Vicky. 70 years old she was when she took the exam, and she is going to share right now what she did and how she succeeded. So let's listen to what she has to say to us.
Phil, the other thing before we get off here, when I was asked about how many hours did you study? I studied every hour that I was driving to work. That would be at 2.5 hours, every Monday through Friday, that I was listening to Phil talk in my ears. And then, yes, I did put Phil in my ears a few times when I was going to sleep. Not that he was boring, but it was needed to brainwash my head and used PMI terminology. So I used a lot of the YouTube videos driving back and forth, and I was afraid I was going to get pulled over. But I tell him, look, I can't read the questions he's asking. Okay, I'm just driving. So anyway, I did have a lot of time that was audible instead of reading a book or doing stuff on the computer.
Absolutely. And I just put in the PMP exam radio show. So the PMP exam radio show I'm talking about is a great tool for those of you who need to study on the go. Just go to pmradio.org and you'll be able to do what Vicky did. Now let's listen to Taji, another of our PMP gurus.
It actually points to a page of why you got the answer wrong. I go to the page and go, okay, that's why I got it wrong.
You are a product of the process, and I'm so proud. Let's take a look at your Agile practice guide, please. Can you just show us that too? Let people
it's the same
see.
as the other one.
People need to know how to study. This is how it's done, man. This is how it's done.
Notes and on the tabs and highlights.
Wow.
I've been through the whole guide.
Wow.
I've been through this one twice because it's shorter. The PMBOK guide, So
Wow.
it says Chief Value Officer right there,
I like it.
Scrum Master. Oh, and they had Flow Master on there. I was
Oh,
surprised today. They had Flow Master.
I should mention, yeah.
And you never mentioned the Flow Master, but I read it somewhere.
Yeah, and the thing
Equivalent to the Scrum Master,
yeah, the thing about the PMI, it's their game, it's their court, it's their ball, so they just use whatever they want, whenever they want, without rhyme or reason. And honestly, I would never have thought that, again, your exam would be one of this, because I can count them on my 5 fingers. The students who have had 90% predictive, now use 70% predictive, a few that said 50% predictive. I can almost count them all on one hand. They're not a lot. But who would have thought your exam would be another?
Well, I was begging for Agile because I felt Agile, the questions would be shorter. These they were so situational. The process and the people group, they were so situational. It was a lot of people, a lot of process.
I want people to know that you were able to handle it because of all the work you did. And Taji, I know you don't have a physical copy of it, but let's talk about the 3rd book that you read, which is the.
Oh yeah, I only have the PDF for that.
Yeah, you've got a PDF, so I can imagine if you've got a physical copy, and you did want a physical copy, but there's just not enough time.
Right.
You went through
because I like to write. I'm old school, I like to write and annotate.
Yeah, but you were so quick, Taji. So Taji is telling us how she studied, and she says she likes a physical copy because she's old school, and we're all different in how we study. Next, we're going to listen to our friend Brendan. Brendan is going to talk to us about how he passed his PMP exam. Let's listen.
And then I went for a different exam center, and here we are.
So you open up the exam and question 1 hits you, and is it like, cool, no big deal, let me answer this and move on? Or did it
quite the opposite, Phil? So quite the opposite. So as you know, myself and you had a conversation the previous nights before my exam, and once again, thank you for that. That was just what I needed. Literally 20 minutes after that conversation, I put it down, had hearty food, watched a movie with my wife, and just owned it.
Good man.
So yeah, got into the exam, and I did your mock exams, and I did relatively well there, and I was finished well ahead of schedule in terms of time allocation, and I took that into the exam, which was stupid of me, in all fairness. And I spent a lot of time on the first 60 questions. One, because it did rattle me. Unfortunately, it's not that the first question was so difficult. It's just you want to make sure you hit the first one and you hit it on the nail, because that's your confidence booster. A lot of your lessons learned previously, I listened to them, but I didn't apply the knowledge, is when you flag it, come back, build your confidence as you go on. So that's something I might have neglected, and I would definitely advise flag it and get your confidence up. But anyway, so I spent so much time on the first 60 questions that I was left with just over a minute to do 120 questions. So another lesson to be learned from our friend Brendan. Now we are going to listen to our friend Anne, and she's going to share her experience.
Yes.
And how many minutes you spend on that brain dump?
I don't even know, Phil, to be honest with you. And it's like, you get a break after every 60 questions. So the first break, I just ran to the bathroom, drank some water, and came back and started my exam. The second break, I was like, no, I don't want another break. I just want to finish it. Ooh. And then so something told me, like, I looked at the questions. I had like 40 questions left, and something told me, look at the time. I only had 10 minutes.
What?
I was like, how am I going to answer 40 questions in 10 minutes? So I said, you know what? I'm not going to read the questions. Let me just read the answers. So anything that said, train the staff, or open communication with a stakeholder, or anything that's like that, I said, yep, you're coming with me. Yep. I said, Lord, please let these answers pop out.
I want to applaud you personally. There's one thing that happened that made me know, yeah, he's going to get it. It was when you spoke German. I'm like, he picked up this language in record time, and is like, you're actually quite, how should I say, versatile in adapting, because I gave you something to interpret in from English to German, and it wasn't easy. And when you did it, I'm like, yeah, he's gonna, if he can do this, he's gonna get certified. So that was when I knew I'm not gonna worry about you anymore. So it's come full circle. I'm really excited and happy to be interviewing you now as a PMP boss. So let's talk about why did you want to do PMP in the first place, and what was your online course experience with me like?
Yeah, actually, why I really want to do I decided to go for PMP. But I think the drive came through from my wife, actually, because I had in one way or the other engaged in different, not really deeply into project management, but I was more into like stakeholder engagement and willingness to solve the problem and to make changes in my environment to create value. But I never knew that I have the skills, the competence to be a PMP or a project manager, until my wife just told me like, but you have done a lot in your community, trying to engage to different stakeholders.
And that is rather interesting to hear our friend Taiwo just talk about his experience and how he was not really thinking of taking the exam. Here's Nicole.
Was it difficult from the Agile point of view or from the predictive point of view?
Predictive. Yeah.
So there's no shortcut. You still got to know what each process is at a minimum and what exactly you're doing. But do I need to memorize anything about tools and techniques? Do I need to memorize that? Or do I just need to know it?
You need to know it. Memorizing it is not going to help you because they did not have words said.
It's not about the memorization, says Nicole. All right, let's listen to another friend of ours here. We're going to listen to Fabrizio. I call him the mastermind. He started our daily Scrum movement with a great idea. Here's Fabrizio.
Started like as I should. I just took a little lecture of your Immersion book, but really I feel like enough knowledge that I had was already in my head. So because I got deep in Agile at the start of the program, so I don't know. I think I found myself very identified with Agile, because I'm like a change driven. I like change.
All right, good stuff from all of our friends here, each of them sharing their own unique perspective about how they were able to ace the exam. So in summary, my friends, the 5 steps to you acing on your first try: know the exam format, study smart, not hard, think like a project manager, practice, 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 and stay positive, stay focused, positive mental attitude, manage the exam day stress, and stay focused on the big picture. All of these things will help you dominate, boss up, and ace the exam. I wish you all the very best. If you have questions for me or any of our speakers, put them in the comments below. Bye for now. Welcome to the Agile Bubble Map. In this series, we'll be going through a lot about Agile and 50 different definitions to jog your memory for your professional exam. Why Agile? First and foremost, remember, it's not the strongest of the species that has ever survived. It's those that are most adaptable to change. So what does it take to be adaptable to change? It takes the mindset. Having the great mindset of adaptability is what makes one agile. Agility is not about frameworks and methods. Primarily, agile and adaptability is about a mindset. So the mindset is encapsulated in the Agile Manifesto values and principles. And the values simply state, individuals and interactions are valued over processes and tools. Work in product is valued over comprehensive documentation. Customer collaboration should be valued over contract negotiation. and responding to change over following a plan. It makes sense when you think about it. All of these things are pretty good common sense approaches to any project, even in the world of predictive. The Agile Manifesto can be summed up in these sub-statements that I have developed. Be obsessed with the customer. Welcome change even late. Deliver working product frequently so that you can get great feedback to move forward. Business people and developers should collaborate daily because it's a short time frame for the sprint. You might as well build projects around a motivated team. Who wants a demotivated team? The most efficient way of communicating is face-to-face conversation. It's been proven time and time again. Professor Emeritus Albert Mehrabian is one of those who's proven it. Number 7, working product is a primary measure of progress. No one cares about percent complete if the product isn't finally totally done. Number 8, Agile processes promote sustainable development. The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant, realistic pace. Continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility because it saves a whole lot of cleaning. Simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done, is essential. The best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from teams that have been given that team autonomy and are self-organized. At regular intervals, tune and adjust. You see, these are mindsets, and that is the Agile Manifesto principles. Moving on, a clear illustration of how Agile could look. In adaptive project management, we could have a very base plan at the beginning that does not go so many sprints or iterations ahead. We carry out what we've planned and then we adjust. We carry out more and we adjust each iteration until we get to our goal. For that reason, you may find some teams in the world of Agile not finishing every single piece of scope in the backlog. They may actually arrive at the destination sooner than they imagined. So when you think about Agile, think about an adaptive journey. Think about a journey in which you could begin with a product vision in mind, and that is crystallized in an Agile project charter. The next step would be to create some sort of roadmap showing how you would move from the current state to the ultimate future state. The next thing you could do is plan releases and put together a team charter. At this point, the team can begin working on backlog preparation along with stakeholders, or perhaps there is already some form of beginning backlog. Then we go into iteration planning. The team begins to work. They have daily stand-up meetings. We call them daily scrums. There could be backlog refinement in the middle of the sprint, and at the end of the sprint, they achieve a potentially shippable increment. That goes on to step 11, which we could call a demo, but really the demo is a review of whatever has been developed. At the end of the review, some stories may be collected that were new, never seen before. There's feedback, and the team understands if they're on the right track. The final thing that happens in the sprint is a retrospective. At the end of the retrospective, the question should be, has all the value been delivered, or is there more? If all value has not been delivered, then we will return to iteration planning and begin again. If we have delivered everything, then that's the final release and the closeout, and the customer has got their final release. Remember, all these steps from 7 to 12 are pretty much in an iteration. Now, as you prepare for your exam, it's not enough to know what I've shown on the screen. There's a lot more that goes into the world of Agile, and that is what I'll be showing you today. Let's take a look at what I call the bubble diagram for Agile. It starts off with similar content to what I just showed you in a sprint. And by now, you probably know that a sprint has got artifacts in it, like a product backlog. There's an event called sprint planning where we decide what we're going to do in the sprint. That gets put into the sprint backlog, and there's the daily scrum and backlog refinement. And there's an increment produced in, like I said, a sprint review or demo, we call it. And at the end of that, there's feedback that we get. We understand more about the customer's view to what we have done. And the final thing in the sprint is the sprint retrospective. But that's just strictly talking about the sprint. There's a lot more that we could look at in the world of Agile. And in the world of Agile, we could look at more events. Some of the events that we could blow out here are backlog preparation, which does not typically appear on the map in Scrum that a lot of folks know. Backlog preparation is the activity of preparing the backlog where the stakeholders, the customer, the product owner, and maybe even some team members could be involved in that whole thing. There's also the concept of release planning, and this just means planning releases. For every release, there's a number of sprints, and a number of sprints generate a number of increments. So every sprint has got a number of increments. Release planning addresses that. There's also story writing. When we write stories, we write them in the form of role, goal, and benefit. Now, not every Agile project or endeavor needs to have the request written as a story with role, goal, benefit. That's just a benchmark. So keep that in mind. When we talk about iteration planning, remember, it's actually called sprint planning in Scrum, but in general Agile, we'll just call it planning the iteration or iteration planning. Something else you need to be aware of is the iteration itself starts the moment you get into the time box. The first thing that happens is the iteration planning. In the case of Scrum, the sprint planning. Also remember that the daily Scrum is referred to as a daily stand-up in general Agile. And remember that when we say sprint review, it's also called demo. Now, in addition to the events that you know from the world of Scrum, there is an event known as a Scrum of Scrums. A Scrum of Scrums is also known as a meta Scrum, and it's a technique used when 2 or more Scrum teams consisting of 3 to 9 members each need to coordinate their work instead of one large Scrum team. A representative from each team attends a meeting with the other team representatives, potentially daily, but typically 2 to 3 times a week. The daily meeting is conducted similar to the daily stand-up in Scrum, where the representative reports completed work, the next set of work, any current impediments, and potential upcoming impediments that might block the other teams. The goal is to ensure that the teams are coordinating work and removing impediments to optimize the efficiency of all the teams. Large projects with several teams may result in conducting Scrum of Scrums, and so on and so forth. It follows the same pattern with the Scrum of Scrums. So keep that in mind. You could find this on your professional exams referred to as a meta Scrum as well. Now, moving beyond the events, the next bubble here is artifacts. It's important that you remember there's certain artifacts that are outside of the regular configuration in Scrum, where we have the product backlog, the sprint backlog, and the increment. If you take a look here, you'll notice that the events are pink. You'll notice that the backlog items that are artifacts, product backlog, sprint backlog are orange, and the increment is also orange. So keep that in mind. Moving into the artifacts though, beyond the orange artifacts in the sprint, we also talk about the vision. It is important you understand that a vision needs to be cast for the team to know why they're doing what they're doing. There's also the concept of an Agile project charter talked about on page 49 of the Agile practice guide. And there's the concept of a product roadmap, which I've spoken about quite a few times on this channel. The product roadmap, look at this as a macro map showing you the sequence of events from the current to the future state, showing you when releases might happen, when marketing efforts might be engaged, when partners might be called in, and when the entire spectrum of tasks and macro level activities unfold. That's why it's called a roadmap. It shows you the way to the future state. In addition to this, you might realize that I've arranged this in a sort of timeline. So as you move from left to right, you're seeing a progression of time through these artifacts. In the sequence, the next artifacts you might think about beyond the roadmap and the vision and the charter are the release plan. So you need to plan releases. Releases have iterations in them. So at the highest level, we have release plans. Lower than that, iteration plans. Plan for each iteration. And in each iteration, what do you have? You've got user stories, work that you're going to be doing. So in sprint planning, this is where we address what we're going to be doing in each sprint. As I said in the very beginning, iteration plans are really the same as sprint plans. We say iteration planning, it's general. We say sprint planning, you're talking about in Scrum. In addition to this, we also have epics, huge chunks of functionality, features, clusters of user stories that make sense to bunch them as such for release. We have user stories written in the form of role goal benefit. Again, it's optional to be in this form. We also have tasks, and tasks are lower level than stories. But watch this, tasks do not have value to the customer. The things that have value to the customer are higher level, such as stories, features, and epics. Those provide customer value, but tasks are just a vehicle to get the value, and that's why we don't fuss a whole lot about tasks in the world of Agile. There we have stories again, and then we have the definition of done and the definition of ready. Remember, the definition of done pertains to the increment. The definition of done are the things that must be done before we can deem that increment totally finished at the end of that iteration, such as it should be peer reviewed if there's code, it should be tested, black box tested, unit tested, so on and so forth. Documentation must be complete. That is what the definition of done could be. Now, the definition of ready is different. For the definition of ready, it could be things that conform more to what we call the INVEST acronym: independent, negotiable, valuable, estimable, small enough to fit within a sprint, and testable. So keep that in mind. We'll talk about that again as we proceed down below to the next bubble. But for now, moving on, we have the concept of a product increment. Remember, this increment could be called a number of things. Now let's open Pandora's box, because we could call it potentially shippable increment. We could call it increment. We could call it the increment. We could call it product increment. Now, on top of this, there's a layer of other terminology that I would like you to investigate before you exam. There's the topic of MVP, minimum viable product. And the minimum viable product is the minimum amount of product that we should deliver or present to the customer to get an understanding and confirmation, feedback, to understand if we are on the right path, to know if this would fly in the marketplace. That's what MVP is about. There's also the minimum business increment. There's also MMP, but that would be minimum marketable product. There's so many other terminologies you could hear, but generally, if you're taking one of PMI exams, what you are likely to hear is increment or potentially shippable increment. Moving beyond this, my friends, we have the concept of the storyboard, which is really just code for a Kanban board. And you know, Kanban boards are broken down in the form of to do, doing, and done. Great ways for the team to organize their work. Great ways for the team to see their work. You could say it's a form of an information radiator. Moving on, we have some other artifacts. Release burn down charts. And the release burn down charts just show you the burn down of features in a release. We have burn down charts themselves, which show us the accomplishment of work. In the burn down chart, it shows you the work that is left to be done. The burn up chart shows you the work that has been done. We have feature charts which show us the burn down or burn up of features as they are being done. We have impediment logs. Impediment logs are not as common as other artifacts, but some Scrum Masters keep a log of impediments. It would make sense to do that. We have product backlog burn up charts, and this shows us how the product backlog items are being accomplished. And we have the information radiator. This is just a visual display of information in this world. Moving to our final bubble here, my friends. Now let's move into the techniques. Under techniques, you have certain techniques that are quite popular in Agile space. When you are estimating in an Agile world, we don't estimate the way we do in predictive. We use the concept of story points. And to understand story points, we use silent relative sizing. We could use the concept of planning poker. We could use the concept of t-shirt sizing, animal sizing, and things such as that. Now, beyond sizing for stories, I also want to say that very recently in the Agile community, there's been a little bit of angst about story points. So not everyone is a fan of story points. Where they make sense to be used, use them. Where the team is up in arms about it, probably not good to push the team to do them, because there are other ways of doing planning and estimating. Moving on, we have the concept of road mapping, which we've talked about a little bit. We have the concept of story mapping, and this is a different technique that is used in the world of Agile. Story mapping can be best described as a visual practice for organizing work into a useful model to help understand the sets of high-value features to be created over time. This is where we could identify omissions in the backlog and effectively plan releases that deliver value to users. One of the hallmarks of the story map, when it is well done, is the layers. And the layers just represent releases, but the higher levels of layers show you functionalities in the form of actions that need to be carried out. So if that action needs to be carried out, there's certain functionality that has to be built, and those are lower levels. So the actions are the higher levels of the task that the individual needs to carry out. The lower levels are going to be the functions or the features that need to be built, and we group those by release. Next, we have the concept of planning poker, which I've mentioned. Planning poker, great estimating technique, especially when you have time to do it. Silent relative sizing is a lot quicker. We have the concept of personas. Personas are used to understand who exactly we are building what we're building for. It's an archetype user representing a set of similar end users described with their goals, motivations, and representative personal characteristics. Here we have given, when, then, and the given, when, then approach is used when we are developing acceptance criteria for user stories. We also have the concept of the 3 C's, the card, the conversation, and the confirmation. We also have sustainable pace as a technique, a concept that you should be aware of, which is documented in the Agile Manifesto. Have the concept of facilitation, which is what the Scrum Master does sometimes, not all the time, because other team members could facilitate. We have the concept of pair programming, pairing developers together to work. We have the concept of mobbing, where everyone puts their brain power together and we have one person driving at a keyboard, or swarming, where everyone is on their own keyboard and swarming the issue, whatever needs to be done. We also have these concepts called continuous integration, which is continuously integrating a previous release with a new release, or a previous iteration with a new iteration. The concept of continually deploying value. the concept of refactoring, which is correcting code that may have been written, and the concept of collective code ownership. Now, all of these are generally wrapped around roles, and the roles in question that we're most familiar with are the product owner, the scrum master, and the developers. And those are the roles that we talk about in the world of Agile. So for the past number of minutes, my friends, we've been talking about the sprint, events, artifacts, and techniques to better help your understanding of Agile. If there are any of these concepts or terms that you feel you didn't get, you didn't understand very well, I would recommend that you go back to whatever guide you're using and go through those. I would also advise that you go through the data flow for Agile that I showed earlier on in this video. Remember though, if you're getting ready for a professional exam like the PMP, the CAPM, and you're weak in Agile, you need to go on down to our website. Go on down to hpmexam.com and you can find information that's specific to the PMP exam. You can also go on down to Praizion, Praizion.com, and find out when our next series of courses are. It's your buddy Phil. I hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget to like, subscribe, share with your friends, and I'll see you in another episode. You take care, and bye for now.
Hello, my most awesome project managers. Today, I'm going to show you 75 Power Project documents and a free scheduling tool to build your PMO. That's right, absolutely free. Let's jump straight into the portal. The portal belongs to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Now, you've heard me say it before. Why look a gift horse in the mouth? Why look at something that's free and say, I don't want to use it? No, use it, because I have made this available to students of mine who got an entire promotion just because they were able to take these documents and use them to build a PMO. So if you count the documents in this portal, my friends, if you look at the templates, the checklist, the document library, you will find over 75 and counting. But I'm going to show you the most important ones in this portal. If you are starting off a project, you should of course use a business case. Let's click on a business case and download it just like that. Absolutely free. But the business case makes a case for the project. Why should this project be authorized? What are we going to get from it? And what are some of the possible solutions? In other words, the alternatives. They're usually listed there. These tools are absolutely free. Again, you do not need to do anything but download it, customize it, and away you go. So that's the business case. Another one that's pretty important as you do this is the project charter, and we've got two versions of the charter. So let's click on that first one. This charter, if you're new to project management, this is a document that authorizes the project and it allows the project manager to apply resources to the project. So if you go through the table of contents, you get an idea of what is in here. Justification for the project, the high-level scope, high-level duration, a timeline, the budget, high-level alternatives, and some of the stuff from the business case could be put in here as well. Absolutely brilliant. Now, when you've initiated your project, the next thing you want to think about is the project management plan. Here is a project management plan. Let's click on that. Let's bring it up, and you see that the project management plan is broken into sections, and these sections help you put everything in one place instead of having so many different tiny little subsidiary plans. This brings it all together. You've got scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communications, risk, issue, procurement, and you can add any other sections. This is a great beginning, but the project management plan is a plan for how you'll execute the project. Now, going into executing, something that you want to have as a project manager is an issue log. We call it an issue log in the world of the PMI, but here it's called an issue management log. Let's click on it. This is used to track issues. This is used to ensure that any issues identified by the team doesn't go untracked and unmanaged. In the issue log, you want to make sure that you assign each issue to someone who will track that issue and take necessary actions. So again, we call it the issue log, but here you can see it's called an issue management log. You got the status of the issue, its priority, the issue itself, and so much other great stuff. The other thing you want to have as you're doing executing is to take an account of what went well and what didn't go so well. So you want a lessons learned register. Here we call it a lessons learned log. Let's open that log. And in the lessons learned log, again, you're going to put an ID in there, the date that this was entered, who entered it, the subject, the situation, the recommendations and comments, and followed up. And I would actually add an implemented date or plan to implement by, just to keep track on those good lessons that you've learned and make sure that they are really implemented. Now, as you go into monitoring and controlling, many things could be used here. You could use various reports. You could actually download a schedule and use that to keep track. So this is an agile-oriented schedule. And right here we have a basic Microsoft project schedule. I'm going to click on that. Oh, it doesn't like the fact that this is not viewable in the browser. But I'll show you anyway. What that would look like would be a schedule that does something like this in Microsoft Project. Bringing Microsoft Project over, you can see it has a high-level timeline, which you can hide, the tasks, the duration, the start, the finish, and you can track all of this stuff. But wait, there's actually more. I'm going to show you where you can download a free tool called Project Libre. I call it Libre, some call it Libre. Whatever the case, it's free, and you can open any Microsoft Project schedule using this application. Isn't that crazy? So right now, I'm going to open a schedule that I built in Microsoft Project just to show you what this looks like. So let's open up what I call a PMP study plan, which I'm sure a lot of you can relate to because some of you are working on your PMP right now. But let's use Project Libre, or Project Libre, they call it, to open this up. And there you go. It looks exactly like Microsoft Project. And you know the crazy thing? It is free. That's right. Totally free. Can you imagine that? This tool is free. And I'm going to put a link below so that you can download it. But all the fields that you typically put into Microsoft Project, you can put them into Project Libre. So go on down to Google and just type in the words Project Libre or Libre, however you want to pronounce it. All right, so if you search for it on Google, right there, and let's click on it, and there you have it. So you got to make sure that you search for it right, and then it'll open up, and there you have it, a download. Absolutely free. Can you beat that? An absolutely free tool. So if you download any of those files from that site that I was just showing you, you can actually open it up in this tool. Isn't that wild? Absolutely brilliant. Now let's go back and finish off what we were looking at, because I was telling you about reporting on the project, and I said you definitely would need a schedule. But you've got status reports, executive level, status reports with instructions, and status report at the team member level. Let's click on executive level. Let's open that up and let's see what it looks like. Again, absolutely customizable stuff. We got the traffic lights, the green, the yellow, the red, and high level, you know, senior management like high level stuff. And this gives you issues, milestones, accomplishments, status review, almost like a 4-up chart, which I've featured on this channel in the past. So my friends, that is monitoring and controlling. And of course, you can customize any of these reports if you're closing. We've got a stage gate review. Click on that. You could customize this for project exit criteria, if you will. There is so much redundancy in these documents that it's ridiculous, my friends. So much great stuff that you can use to get your PMO or your project started. If you've got any questions about any of these things, drop me a comment below. I would love to help. You got the stakeholder analysis again. This is one that I didn't talk about in the very beginning, but it's here for you to identify stakeholders and for you to effectively manage their engagement on the project. All of this is pure gold because all the work has already been done for you. So a huge shout out to the folks at the CDC that made this available. As always, just take advantage of it. It's free. Why not use it? I hope you found this to be helpful, my friends. And if you have got questions, again, and you feel you need mentoring, coaching, and help on setting any of these up, maybe learning Project Libra, maybe learning Microsoft Project, and things of that nature, why don't you go on down to the website? It's Praizion.com. And when you get to Praizion.com, just look for the coaching option. We got coaching, we've got training, we've got a lot of vehicles to help you as you traverse this world. Again, the website, Praizion.com. I hope this helps you, my friends. 75 documents, absolutely free. What are you doing? Get started. All the best and bye for now.
Hello, my friend. I want to talk to you today about the long game of the PMP exam journey. Not just getting certified, that's step one, but beyond that, what happens? I find a lot of people saying, I feel dumb, I feel stupid. My colleagues are getting certified in 3 weeks, 2 weeks. Here I am spending 3 months to get certified. Now, I want you to put some brakes on that negative thinking. First of all, it took me 6 months to get to a place where I said, enough is enough, you're going to take this exam. Notice, I didn't say 6 months to get ready. I said 6 months to the point I got fed up of studying and studying. That might sound like you. Perhaps you are thinking of taking the exam in 3 months or 2 months. I want you to know that's okay. So don't be a speed demon and go crash into a wall, all for the sake of saying, I got certified in 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 1 week. That does nothing for your career. Whether you got certified in 2 years or 2 months or 2 weeks is pointless as far as the long game of mastery. I'm not in for the short game of get PMP quick. I'm in for the long game of really mastering the content, really absorbing the content. Now, let me be honest with you. I've been training this exam for 17 years, and I've found on average, people spend anywhere from 100 all the way up to 500 hours in some instances to get ready for this exam. So if you've been thinking, I'm a dullard, I'm stupid, why am I taking so long? Why can't I understand this? I was teaching out in the UK and I had a student who would take a quiz and he'll hit his head and say, you're stupid, you're stupid. That is stinking thinking, my friend. Don't do what that guy did. Don't hit your head and say you're stupid. I want to share with you the 5 C's to playing the long game in your PMP prep. This is for those individuals who are going to take a significant amount of time compared to others. And I want to remind you of why we take different lengths of time to get certified. So let's jump into a few fast facts about the PMP exam and learning in general. This is why you should play the long game. Number one, people are different. People are different in a variety of ways. And I'm not talking about appearance. I'm talking about age. I'm talking about their leanings, their interests. Some people are genuinely interested in project management. They got a propensity to absorb all of this terminology. I'm like, where do you keep it? They've got that leaning, they've got that propensity, they've got a way with these PM words, leadership words, management words. You talk about work performance data, information, and reports. Some people get it in a minute. Other people, it takes them almost 2-3 months to really master just that concept. So I want you to understand we're different. There's neurodiversity, differences in how we process information, differences in how we think, differences in how we come up with solutions in specific areas. Put me in the area of project management, I may feel like I'm slow. Put me in the world of healthcare and I'm a speed demon, I'm a whiz kid. So give yourself some allowance for diversity. We are all different. Number two, people learn differently. You could have someone sitting down in a class with an instructor. It happens all the time. People just plunk in front of me speaking and they're like, I got so much. And within a few days after the course, off they go to the exam hall, and that's it, done and dusted. On the flip side, you have other people who spend time going through the course, but it's not enough. They need to get onto a learning system. They need to comb through a lot of information, regurgitate the information, and that's okay. So if that sounds like you, I don't want you feeling like you're weird, you're strange. Why am I taking so long? I haven't been in school for the past 30 years, Phil. That's why. No, we're different. I've trained 2 individuals in the past year who are 70 years old, 70, that got certified. So it is doable, my friend, no matter how old you are. I want you to change that thinking to understand you are different and the way you approach this exam is going to be different. Number 3, past experiences weigh in. Oh my goodness. People should give me a break when they say, I got certified in 5 days. Yay me. Give me a break. You needed 3 years of professional project management experience. Yes or no? Yes. Some people's project management experience is so tailored to this thing that it's unbelievable how tailored their job is to this thing. So when someone comes at me and says, I got certified and I didn't do much work, oh, be quiet. Your experiences, your trajectory in project management is very different from everyone else. So it's not accurate for you to say, Phil's brighter than me. He spent 2 days getting ready for this exam, and I spent 2 years. I must be dull. No, I had a student who came on our learning management system on a Thursday evening. His name is Parmeet Singh. I've talked about him on this channel quite a lot. Parmeet studied Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, goes into the exam on Monday, done and dusted. Now, someone would say, surely he went for a PMP 35-hour course. He didn't. He studied an MBA for his master's degree. Oh, now you can see. He obviously had an edge in the project management that he did to qualify for the exam. So when he came on our system on Thursday, he already had some background and some context. And he had a lean in towards this vocabulary. So I really want to encourage you, my friend, don't give up on yourself because you're seeing other people get certified, get an 80, and say, oh, I got certified in so short a time. Past experiences weigh in. Number 4, it's not about quick, it's about does it stick? It's not about how quick you went through the process. There are many, many, many individuals, great individuals who have been through the exam and gotten certified in record time. But the question is, does it stick? Does the information that is relevant to their career actually stick? All the project management terminology and the ideas, does it stick? I got certified in 05. There's a ton of folks who got certified in 05, but I can guarantee you a lot of them, the content didn't stick. For me, it did stick. And I can tell you what I did with the content that stuck. It drove me to write over 12 books in project management, books about process, books about PMP mindset, books about being a great leader. Very recently with my buddy Roy, I wrote this book, PMP Exam Immersion. This is bigger than the 7th edition. Think about it. Did the information stick? You bet. This is another book my buddy Roy and I wrote. It's called Agile Principle Raw and Uncut. Did the information stick from my ACP? I made it stick. And I'm going to show you how you make the information stick. I'm going to show you how you can take your PMP prep to the next level so that beyond the certification, you are flying at optimum speed. Here's the final one. After all about it sticking, the next point is not about passing the test. It's about living your best. So my friend, I want to encourage you, stop the stinking thinking of I'm dull, I'm slow, everyone else is quicker. There's some people who are just so obsessed with getting done quick, and it shouldn't be that way. Some people, instead of getting the information into them, they're doing all of this get certified quick schemes by trying to cover a lot of questions, hoping that the exam is full of repeat questions that other people have either shared on social media or that they've seen somewhere. That's not how to do it, my friends. Let the information sink in. Understand the mindset of agility. Understand the manifesto. Scrub through the manifesto. Understand when PMI talk about systemic thinking in the principle, really understand what that principle is about. When the PMI talk about metrics and pitfalls of metrics, understand what that is. It can help your career. I'm in the business of helping project managers be the best version of themselves. And I can tell you the best version of yourself isn't one who crammed the day before to go regurgitate and spit out on the exam. And then once you're out of the test, you forget. What good is that? How does that help the profession? And that's why my disposition has always been one of diversity. Now, I'm going to show you, my friends, in the next section, the 5 C's to success on this exam by playing the long game. I want you to have a mindset of doing what you need to do within your capacity, within what you are able to do right now. Let's jump straight into that. Here are the 5 C's. Number 1, these 5 C's are based on the word consistency. The very first consistency check is consistency creates culture. I want you to give yourself time. Let it marinate. Let it germinate. Let it grow over time. You don't plant an oak seed and expect, oh, I'm going to get a tree tomorrow. But when that tree grows in the passage of years, you get covering for a lifetime. I want you to create some consistency, my friends, in how you are studying. I want you to go for the long haul, to create some daily consistency. Whatever you can commit to daily, 1 hour, let's start there. Become a creature of habit. There are going to be growing pangs. As that oak tree is growing, there are going to be pangs. But I want you to understand, when you create some traction, some leverage through consistency, you will see results. I hear a lot of people saying, oh, page 25, I won't read that page anymore. I can't do it. I can't do that page in PMBOK 6. The reason why they give up and they're looking at it as being so big is they're trying to do it in a day, and that's not how it works. You got to play the long game. Give yourself a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I don't care, 4 weeks. If that's what it takes for you to understand the 49 processes that are still relevant to today, not talking about cramming, I'm talking about understanding. If you can give yourself that time to let it marinate and stick, by all means do it. Because I need you to know the 49, not to guess, but to really know what each one is and to be able to use your own words, your own illustration. Some of you are working on this tirelessly, but you're doing it the wrong way. Firstly, you're not breaking it down into bare bones, simple English. Secondly, you're not using examples from your real world of projects you've managed. Everyone taking the PMP exam says, I've got 3 years of professional project management experience. Then why is it so hard to look for a project example and dress the 49 processes around it? So we have a big problem when people say the 49, I don't want to spend time learning them and I don't even understand, and I'm just going to be indifferent, and I'm just going to think about, oh, what quick mindset can I use for the exam? Trust me, that's not the best version of yourself. You got to know the content. It's part of your professional responsibility. Let's go to the second consistency check. Consistency check number 2. Consistency creates clarity. The passage of time showing up daily, it creates clarity. All of those things that you are bewildered about, you will receive clarity on them if only you stay consistent. Not looking around at, oh, which question set am I going to do today to shorten everything because I just want the quickest way, not the best way. That's what a lot of people are doing. They're looking for the quickest way and not the best way. If you are consistent in your prep, my friends, what it's going to do for you is the same thing it did for me every single morning. I woke up and I had one CD from the company of the great Rita Mulcahy back in the day. This CD, I wore the CD out. My mentor, Mary Hirschner, gave me the CD. I would put the CD in. I would listen to the CD every morning without fail. It got to the point that I could actually quote the lady who was saying all these things. Not Rita, she got a voice talent, but I could quote the voice talent. I could quote the voice talent word for word. I had listened to it that much. You got to be consistent, my friends. Some of the things that I learned back then in 2005, they stuck and they're still with me today. So when I say your schedule must be barfed, I'm thinking about what she said on that recording, bought into, approved, realistic, and formal. I'm thinking about all of the words I'd heard in those recordings. So I want to encourage you, play the long game. You got to be consistent to create clarity. It's doing it over and over, going back. Someone said you got to read it 7 times before it sticks. So why are you giving up, looking and saying, well, that guy got certified in like 3 weeks. She got certified in 1 week. I'm dumb. You're not dumb. You're smart. You got greatness within you. You've got intelligence within you. You've got a high tolerance for ambiguity. And you're going to find that out with consistency. You got to play the long game. Don't play short. Play the long game. Let's move on to number 3. Consistency check number 3. Consistency creates capability. What is capability? It's the power or ability to do something. When you show up daily and you're pounding on this thing daily, hitting that brick wall with a sledgehammer, it is going to give way eventually. You're going to learn how to speak the language with the consistency. You're going to apply a few words every day with consistency. I often tell my students 10 words from PMBOK, 10 words from Agile Guide every day is going to get you to know all the vocabulary within 4 weeks. Play the long game, my friend. Number 4, consistency creates competence. The more you do something, the better you get. The more efficient you're going to get, and the more successful you're going to get at it. I encourage you to be consistent to get competent. The final one is when all is said and done, you are going to get to a point where you are ready. You may not feel ready. You may feel like you want to go over this thing a few more times. You may feel like you want to go over your buddy Phil and Roy's book a few more times, but I put it to you, you're ready. You just don't know it. I was speaking to a student a couple of days ago. The student said, well, one of my colleagues went into the exam, wasn't ready, but they only had a few days left on the 1 year and they had to go in and do it. And they got AT. I can't count how many times I've heard that. I wasn't ready, Phil, but I went in and I did it. Yeah, because you've been through the 5 consistency checks in one way or another. Everyone is different. Some of us need to show up for 2 months. Some of us need to show up for 3 weeks. Some of us need to show up for 1 week. Some of us may need to show up for 2 weeks. Some of us need to show up like Parmeet. Hey, Parmeet showed up for 4 days on a learning management system, done deal on Monday, but not everyone is Parmeet. I called Parmeet to speak to my next group of students in New York back then when he got certified. And I told the students, this guy, don't try this at home. Don't try what Parmeet did at home. Not everyone's Parmeet. So if you're going in with that idea that, oh, I got to go in and do it like Parmeet did in 4 days, that's dumb. Don't do it. If you're looking to the left and right and seeing people who said, well, I did this and this and this and this, and I got certified in blink of an eye, it's foolish to think that's going to work exactly for you. We're all different. And dare I say, on the exam, you have a 1 in 4 chance on every question. It is very possible that things have aligned in the favor of some people. They get a good batch of questions. When I say good batch, I mean a batch that are like, oh, this is my lucky day because I just kill those questions like there was no tomorrow. No. I've had students who would go into the exam on a Tuesday and say, Phil, I did not finish. The exam was too hard. I had so many questions on risk, or I had so many questions that were asking about stakeholder and I couldn't process the information. And I didn't even finish my exam, Phil. I've heard it so many times. But I've also heard from similar students, failed it on a Tuesday, went in on a Saturday after getting some rest, some sleep, and they were able to pull it off and kill it just within a few days. And I've seen this happen a number of times. The question, why does this happen? Well, first of all, the questions you get does play in to your success. So those folks who are running around saying, oh, I got certified in record time, look at me, look at me. I guarantee you, you would not hear a peep out of those individuals if they didn't get certified. And that's not to say that those who didn't get certified are not smart. They just need more time, more embellishment. They just need certain things to be aligned. And that's why I encourage you, my friends, if you're thinking of quitting right now, don't quit. This is the final check, the final consistency check. Consistency creates credibility and it creates certification because your credibility comes through when you finally take the exam. And I am looking for you, my friend, to take this exam and blow this up because you can. Now, I understand to be consistent, you need assistance. And I'm offering you assistance the month of February through a program that I have put together and trained over the past 2+ years since PMI changed the exam. I call this PMP exam immersion. If you want to be part of PMP exam immersion for 3 weeks, we're playing the long game in February, 3 weeks. I need you to go on down to our website, hpmexam.com. We've got brilliant offers for 3 weeks of training going on right now. You want to go on there and get the first seats that you can. It's PMP exam immersion. It's via Zoom. Those who come for the session get a PDF download of this book. Those who come for the session also get 60 days of assistance on our learning management system. So if you're looking for a solution that is low cost, low risk, and is able to get you into the zone of excellence, you need to go to hpmexam.com. I'm telling you, some people take their families out for lunch and dinner, and they spend more than the cost of this course. It's very low cost. So I need you to go on there, hpmexam.com. You will receive training that cuts across all you need to know for the PMP exam. It covers the people domain in week 1, the process domain in week 2, the business domain in week 3, final mock exam when you're able to. Every week we have a clarifying quiz on people, clarifying quiz on process, and one on business. In the book, we have tons of questions at the end of every task. You see, contrary to what people think, the PMP exam is not based on the PMBOK guide. If you didn't know, now you know. It's not based on this. It is based on the PMP exam content outline, and we based this book on the 35 tasks in the PMP exam content outline. 35 chapters in this book. If this sounds like something you need hand-holding and help every weekend, we've done it at a time where it's convenient for people across the world, wherever you are. This is at 8 a.m. Eastern time. Dial into the program. It's on Zoom. If you want to come on camera, do that. If you got questions, you got concerns, you're pulling your hair out, make it a date. Consistency creates culture. Consistency creates commitment. Consistency creates capability, and it's going to create credibility, my friend. But you need to take the step. For how long are you going to be struggling on your own? Watching boring videos that barely move you forward, watching boring courses that hardly give you traction for action. You're pulling your hair out, you're discouraged, you're thinking like you may never take this exam. Go on down to hpmexam.com, and this is a course that we're going to have multiple times throughout the year. So if this is something you want to do, my friend, again, the website, hpmexam.com. Go on down there and see the steel that we have. For those who are wondering, the PMP exam, what is it based on? It's based on this, the PMP exam content outline. And you need to master the details in the outline real good to be able to pass the exam. 42% of the exam is from people, 50% is from process, 8% is from business. And if you drill down into this document, for every domain, you have a bunch of tasks. For the people domain, you have 14. For the process domain, you have 17 tasks. For the business domain, you have 4 tasks. Every single week, we are going to be covering people, process, business, all of those tasks. We're going to be taking a look at the tasks from 2 angles. One, we will take a look at the tasks from a predictive perspective. And secondly, we will take a look at the tasks from an agile perspective. You'll be hearing from my buddy Roy, who joins us on this program through virtual video. You'll be hearing from him for every single one of those tasks, how you should process them from an agile perspective. And by the time you're done, you would have played the long game, because you're going to be with me for 3 weeks. You're going to have clarity. You're going to be able to interface with individuals who have been there, done that, because I'm going to be bringing a lot of my alumni on this program. But at the same time, you're going to be able to network with people who are also taking the exam, just like you. Some of those individuals might have had difficulties and obstacles. You could compare notes and share the way forward to help them and for them to help you. All right. Again, it's a long game for PMP exam success. Any PMI certification is about the long game. So let's get going. Go on down to hpmexam.com, my friend. Take a look at the curriculum there. Take a look at the days in February. And if you're watching this after February, take a look at the site to understand when the next program is. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best. Believe in yourself. You absolutely can do this. You absolutely can and will get certified. The Agile Manifesto, you've probably heard about this so many times. If you're getting ready for the PMP, the CAPM, the PSM, the CSM, you've probably heard it a gazillion times. But what exactly is the manifesto? Well, I've got a really cool cheat sheet that I've put together to help those of you getting ready for the exams so that you can very rapidly get a grasp of what Agile is and so that you can recall what exactly the manifesto is about. So go on down to tinyurl.com/Agile poster. And as soon as we get done, you can get a copy of the Agile Manifesto poster that I put together. So let's jump straight into it. What exactly is Agile? Now, you might have heard incorrectly that Agile is a methodology. It's not. It's a mindset. It's how you think. It's how you process the world around you. So here I have a note to remind you, Agile is a mindset. Agile is firstly a mindset of adaptability. It is the ability to rapidly respond to the unending change with nimbleness to succeed while in uncertain and chaotic environments. So that's what Agile is. It's first and foremost a mindset. Now, when you get into the manifesto, which was written by these brilliant 17 individuals who said, enough is enough, we've been using waterfall, but we need a better mousetrap. And actually, these folks individually had already started the Agile movement in their own respective ways. So this was not new. This wasn't the beginning of XP or the beginning of Scrum. Those had already existed, but we had all of these giants coming together and trying to put together a manifesto that they would all agree on, that would help guide the mindsets of people who wanted to be more nimble and more adaptable. So the Agile Manifesto values, as you can see up here, it says, individuals and interactions over processes and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, responding to change over following a plan. Now let me get this straight. This is not saying individuals and interactions instead of processes and tools, working software instead of documentation. Oh, we don't have to do documentation. No, that's not what it's saying. It actually reads, through the work that these folks have done, they have come to value individuals and interactions over, not instead of, over processes and tools. It's like you as an earthling, you say, I as someone living on planet Earth have come to value a drink of water over all the food in the world, or water over food. It's not that food isn't important, but you'd survive longer with water, right, than you would with just food. So over is a very important word that I want you to get straight, all right? So individuals, humans, stakeholders, team members, value them over the processes and tools. Working product over comprehensive documentation, because if you got the comprehensive documentation, but you don't have a working product, working software, what good is it? And by the way, this word, software, I often replace it with the word product when I'm teaching it so that we don't get into tunnel vision that, oh, Agile is just for software. No, it's not just for software. Any organization in any business can use Agile because it's a way of thinking first and foremost. So value working product, working software over comprehensive documentation, and value collaborating with your customer as opposed to striking a contract. And you know, when we talk about contract negotiation, it's important that we don't just think money. This is any type of negotiation. So if you're working with your customer, collaborating, when the time to negotiate comes up, it's going to be a lot easier. And lastly, responding to change over following a plan. I like the Mike Tyson quote, everyone has a plan until they're punched in the mouth. Then what good is the plan? So you got to value responding to change more. We're not saying plans are bad. We're just saying you got to value the adaptability more than the plan. It just makes sense. Let's go to the principles. So the principles start in the third section of this cheat sheet. It just says Agile Manifesto Principles 1 to 4. So I broke them into bite-sized chunks. The very first one says our highest priority is to satisfy the customer through early and continuous delivery of valuable software. Makes sense, right? Satisfy your customer. Customer obsession. That's what this is talking about. Welcome changing requirements even late in development. Agile processes harness change for the customer's competitive advantage. Again, this is a mindset. When your customer comes to you late in the day with a change, you have the ability to say, I'm on team customer. Let's see what this is about and make it happen. Not, oh, a change again. No, we don't want to be like that. So it's a mindset. Deliver working software frequently from a couple of weeks to a couple of months with a preference to show the timescale. Now, when people read this, they incorrectly think about increments. This is not talking about increments. This is talking about releases. So when you deliver a working piece of product, not the whole thing, but a working piece, we could be talking about release 1, which would be a number of increments, or release 2. Because when people read this, I hear some folks saying, well, it says a couple of weeks to a couple of months, so that means a sprint can be up to 8 weeks. No, that's not what it's advising you, because the world is going to pass you by in 8 weeks. Don't do that. If you're working in an agile framework, such as Scrum or Kanban, you see that we have in Scrum the cadences, and we don't go overboard with the cadence, especially in Scrum. We don't go overboard with anything more than 4 weeks. That's what is recommended. So this is talking more about the releases, right? So deliver working software frequently. Could be a couple of weeks. Yes, at the end of the sprint, you could have software, but it's not giving you a leeway of 8 weeks. Very important to see it that way. And it says with a preference to shorter time scale. Deliver it, and there will be no surprises. Okay, final one says, business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. And it is what it is. You got a product owner who represents the business, product owners on the team, you're working with that individual daily. All right. The next one is Agile Manifesto Principles 5 to 8. Build projects around motivated individuals, give them the environment and support they need, and trust them to get the job done. So what is this saying? Simple and plain. Motivated team. Build projects around that team, not a demotivated team, not a whiny team. You see, and to be quite honest, it's the environment that the team is in that makes the team what it is. If the team is in a whiny environment, it becomes that. So hopefully your organization is one of a PMA, positive mental attitude, no plum mentality, no plum disease. And plum just stands for poor little old me. No, motivated individuals. That's what we're looking for. Motivated individuals. All right, give them the environment and support they need and trust them to get the job done. The next one says, the most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is face-to-face conversation. Makes sense. It's been proven over and over again by the great Professor Emeritus Albert Morabian and many more through experiments. Number 7, working software is the primary measure of progress. We don't do percent completes in the world of Agile because we already have a very small time box, and we know that we need to get done within a finite amount of time, and that takes away the concern for statusing and a whole lot of heavy scheduling. We don't do a whole lot of that stuff in Agile. Number 8, Agile processes promote sustainable development. The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. A constant pace is not 80-hour weeks or 60-hour weeks. No, don't kill people. Let people work at a pace that they can sustain. That's what this is saying. All right, let's go to the final 4. Agile Manifesto Principles 9 to 12. Continuous attention to technical excellence and good design enhances agility. It makes sense. What is agility? Agility is, first of all, keeping things as adaptable as possible, but it's also avoiding as much as possible any form of waste or excess. So think about it. When you've got a shoddy design, how does that help you? When you're not technically excellent, how does that help you? This is just common sense. It makes sense to do that because that makes you agile. It makes you cut out the waste, to be lean and mean, and to be able to pivot, to be able to move quick. You got all this baggage because you have poor technical abilities and poor design. How's that going to help you? That's all this is saying. All right, number 10. Simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done, is essential. What this is saying is it's essential to cut out the fat. It's essential to not do busy work. It's essential to maximize the amount of work that you didn't do. So you got all this work to give your customer this value, shrink the work down, and still give the customer that value. It's all about thinking. If you're thinking and looking out for that, looking out for options of doing less work to deliver as much, you will be in the right zone. All right, the best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing teams. It's been proven over and over again, even outside of Agile, that teams that are allowed to work their own way, that are allowed to self-organize, they come out with better solutions. It's been proven. All right. And I dare say teams that have diverse team members, it's been proven, they come out with more robust, resilient solutions. All right, let's take a look at the final one. It says, at regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. This is talking about retrospecting, not just the retrospective, but the whole concept of retrospecting. And what that means is ever so often you're going to look back in the rearview mirror and say, what could be fixed? What could we do better? And I talk about doing this on a personal level. This is not just a team level. You got to do it at the team level, but you don't just wait for every 2 weeks and then you retrospect. Continuously retrospect. Always look in the rearview mirror and look for opportunities in how you are carrying out the work. And there you have it, my friends. We have covered the Agile Manifesto using this pretty cool cheat sheet. If you want a copy of this cheat sheet, just go on down, like I said, to the link. I'm going to share the link one more time. It's tinyurl.com/Agile poster. All right. I hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share this video with your friends, and let them know there's a colorful cheat sheet that can help them grasp Agile pretty quick. Talk to you soon, and bye for now. The Agile Practice Guide is PMI's publication for Agile, whether you're taking the PMP, the PMI ACP, the CAPM, and other certifications. It's important you know what's in it, so let's get through it in 10 minutes. The Agile Practice Guide summary. What is Agile, first and foremost? Agile is a mindset. It is a way you should process the world around you. It is a way you should think. It's a way that you should pivot according to the world around you and what is happening. I've been a Scrum Master since 2011. I've got all sorts of other certifications in Agile. I've got 6 certifications that are Agile related. I'm very passionate about you understanding this guide, hence the review. This is the breakdown of the chapters. There's an introduction to Agile, life cycle selection, which is pretty important, implementing Agile, delivering in an Agile environment. Chapter 6 is about organizational considerations for project agility, and Chapter 7 is a call to action. Let's talk about Chapter 1. The summary is why this guide. This guide is important because PMI takes a project spin on Agile and presents it in this publication. So it is relevant, especially now we're going into the world of hybridization. Definitely one you want to know about. Let's go to Chapter 2. It's called an Introduction to Agile. 2 types of work, definable work and high uncertainty work. If you're working on high uncertainty projects, you want to use an Agile approach because it's better to cope with change and complexity. Definable work, it's better for you to use a predictive approach. The Agile Manifesto is talked about in this book, and we've got 4 values. I'm going to give you the summary. Value individuals and how they interact, more than processes and tools. Value working software over comprehensive documentation. Value customer collaboration over contract negotiation, and value responding to change over following a plan. You can find a full manifesto at agilemanifesto.org. Now, on top of that, there's also an understanding of the principles, and I'm going to give you a different spin for the Agile Manifesto principles. I break them into people principles. Our highest priority is to satisfy the customer. Welcome changing requirements so that you can add value to your customer and enable them harness change for their competitive advantage. Build projects around motivated individuals. The most efficient and effective method of communicating is face-to-face conversation. Process. Agile processes promote sustainable development. The sponsors, developers, and users should be able to maintain a constant pace indefinitely. Still on process, You got to pay attention to technical excellence. It'll save you a whole lot of fan cleaning. Simplicity is the art of maximizing the amount of work not done. Don't do busy work. At regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective. They tune and adjust accordingly after a retrospective. Business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project, deliver working software frequently. Why? Because you're doing things in small iterations and you need to deliver quick so that we can inspect and understand if you're going in the right direction. Working software is a primary measure of progress. We don't do percent completes in the world of Agile. And the best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing teams. And those are the 12 principles at a very high level. The PMI has a really helpful table here that helps you see how each value is explained and how each principle is explained across the chapters. So when I think about Agile as presented in this book, we've got 4 values, 12 principles, and a boatload of practices from pages 50 forward explained. So when we talk about project management, we can either run our projects using a simple approach or using a more complex coping mechanism or approach, or an anarchy coping approach, which is called Agile. Predictive works best down here, where the requirements are close to agreement and the technical approach is close to certainty. So we have 2 axes here, and I want you to be aware of these 2 axes. We have on the y-axis, we have the requirements, and on the x-axis, we have technicality. So page 14 in this book, if you take a look, we have requirements uncertainty, and then we have technical degree of uncertainty. And I'm just going to use the R so that you really anchor back this concept of what we call the Stacy complexity model, requirements and technical. And when you are far from certainty, you find yourself in the zone of anarchy, moving from complexity into anarchy. That's a perfect place to use Agile. So Agile works best when there's high variability, need to experiment to discover, and change is likely. Predictive in this simple zone works best when the requirements are well understood. Another key part of PMI's Agile practice guide is the continuum of life cycles. And this just shows you when to use predictive, low degree of change, low frequency of delivery. When to use Agile, high degree of change, high frequency of delivery. To give you more clarity, you've got to take a look at page 18, which breaks down predictive, iterative, incremental, and Agile. So if you are in a predictive zone, you're going to deliver one time. And this is a major difference between predictive and Agile, single delivery for predictive, frequent small deliveries in the world of Agile. Iterative is one that always throws people for a loop because people think it's multiple. It's not. It's a single delivery. So iterative and predictive are actually neighbors. They both have a single delivery. The only difference is that iterative is focused on repeating till correct. So we have a lot of prototyping going on. Incremental, one time per iteration for the activities, but we have frequent smaller deliveries. Now, it's easy to get confused with incremental and Agile, but there's a major difference. Incremental is one time per iteration. Agile is repeat till correct. So when is it best to use incremental? Best to use incremental when the change is small. The degree of change is low. As you can see on this continuum, we have predictive and incremental having that as a similarity. So predictive has a similarity with incremental in that the change is low. It has a similarity with iterative in that it has a one-time delivery, low frequency of delivery. This is a major thing you need to get from chapter 2. Going into chapter 3, I'm going to give you the skinny of chapter 3. The skinny of chapter 3 is that we've got predictive life cycles where things are done linearly. We've got iterative life cycles where we've got feedback loops. We repeat until correct. We've got incremental life cycles. And in these, you can see that we've got varying sizes of increments. We've got 2 types of Agile life cycles to talk about. We've got iteration-based Agile and we've got flow-based Agile. Iteration-based Agile, you can see the cadence has made all of those iterations the same size, but in flow-based Agile, you can see that the sizes are of different lengths. different cadences in that world. Still in chapter 3, big thing is understanding that hybridized approaches are now here, and we have, in this example, agile development followed by a predictive rollout, but you could also have an agile and predictive approach smack dab on top of each other. I call that an agile predictive sub, or you can have a whole lot of agile and a little bit of predictive sprinkled in. We call that a largely agile approach with a predictive component, or you could have a whole lot of predictive and a little bit of agile sprinkled in, and we call that a largely predictive approach with agile components. It just makes sense that now you've got the best of both worlds. You got to juggle them and make them make sense for you as a professional, and that's what you're going to be tested on some of these exams. Let's talk about implementing Agile. How do you implement Agile? Start with an Agile mindset. Managing a project using an Agile approach requires that the project team adopt an Agile mindset. Remember, Agile is a mindset. Now, you want to think about the order in this way. Purpose first, because where there's no vision, the people are going to perish. We have purpose first, then we think about the people. The people, once we know the vision, right? So an Agile approach emphasizes servant leadership. So you got to think first about why are we here, why are we doing what we're doing, then the people, we create the team environment, and then we focus on value and outcomes, not process. Servant leadership is big in this chapter. It involves promoting self-awareness, listening, helping people grow, promoting the energy and intelligence of others, relationships management, being an impartial bridge builder, removing bottlenecks, the ability to remove impediments. And on the exam, you'll hear the PMI refer quite a lot to servant leadership or a team lead or a project lead, but not necessarily always called a project manager. And the reason is servant leadership is what you should have in the forefront. Okay, what is the role of a project manager in the world of Agile? Someone says, well, I'm a project manager and I have no job. That's not true. It might be somewhat of an unknown, but project managers are different. So they need to move from being at the center to being a servant. It's not just a play on words. Go from being at the center where everyone's saying, that's the PM, that's the boss. No, we want to go from that to being a servant. Let's move on to the next chapter. Next chapter is about implementing Agile, delivering in an Agile environment. The big thing in this world is the charter. No charter, no project. Also in the world of Agile, every project needs a project charter, and Agile projects are no exception. They need project charters. Why? So that the vision can be crafted and so that there can be direction. Now, there's also something we call chartering. We need to create a team charter. Teams that have been working together for eons may not need to create a team charter every single project, but where the team has not worked together in that way, a charter could help. There are many things we call a team charter. We call it a social contract. We call it a team contract. We call it a team agreement. You got to be aware of this. The rest of this chapter talks about events in Agile. So we have retrospectives. The retrospective is the single most important practice as documented by PMI on page 50. We also talk about backlog preparation. How do items get into the backlog? Did aliens drop them off? No. There's got to be some interface between stakeholders, the product owner, and it ultimately will get put into a backlog. Ultimately, a roadmap will be crafted. Then we talk about backlog refinement. We talk about backlog refinement in that we need to refine our backlog. Our backlog, remember, is a list of all the things that the customer wants, but it doesn't mean that it's all the things the customer is going to get. So in iteration-based Agile, the product owner often works with the team to prepare some stories for the upcoming iteration. So that's a big one to take note of. Still in the guide, we have the daily stand-ups. Daily stand-ups are really for syncing up. They're not for giving status. We call that an anti-pattern. We also here talk about demos or reviews. It's the role of the product owner to know who to invite to these meetings and to get these meetings flowing sensibly. Also, what makes a project agile is the fact that you are delivering in increments frequently, listening to what the customer says, and then getting some new stories, putting those back into the pipeline. And remember, in the world of Agile, we do repeat until correct. So whether there is technical debt or whether there are things we discover that are outright defects, those are going to be fixed. We also talk about planning for iteration-based Agile, and that means sprint planning. So in sprint planning, you're going to be aware of capacity, you're going to be aware of story sizing, so on and so forth. That concludes that chapter, my friends. We're on to chapter 6. Chapter 6 is organizational considerations for project agility. The bottom line is this. In the world of Agile, PMOs do exist, but PMOs are not draconian. PMOs invite people to a conversation if there's interest. So every project exists in an organizational context. Cultures, structures, and policies can influence both the direction and the outcome of any project. So it would make sense if you wanted to introduce Agile to a firm for you to actually start with training, coaching at a higher level, begin to use these concepts at a higher level so management can really embrace them, and then begin to teach people these practices. And when they embrace them, it's going to be a lot easier for the company to indeed be agile. Here, we also talk about procurements and contracts, and there are all sorts of contracts on page 77. I would highly advise knowing those contract types. We have multi-tiered, emphasizing value delivered, fixed price increments, NTE time and materials, graduated time and materials, early cancellation, giving people an off-ramp, dynamic scope option, team augmentation, and favoring full service suppliers. These are things that just make sense to do. Chapter 7 is called a call to action. And this is where the PMI says, hey, we want to encourage you to be engaged in the broader communities of project management and Agile to further conversations in these topics. And then after this page, we go into a lot of detail. What makes integration what it is in the world of Agile? It's the team being the integrators. What makes scope what it is? We spend less time trying to define and agree on scope in the early stage of the project. Instead, we want a process for its ongoing discovery. We do lightweight scheduling, lightweight costing. Quality is all about having those regular retrospectives, regular checks on the effectiveness. Resource management in this world, we don't call people resources in the world of Agile. That's a big no-no. But projects with high variability benefit from team structures that have collaboration, flexibility, and T-shaped skills. Communications, we've got to communicate quick, so we use information radiators. We use osmotic communication. Risk is not negated in Agile. Believe it or not, a lot of teams use risk registers. But you got to remember that there's a difference between a risk and an impediment. A risk is an impediment waiting to happen. So we want to catch these before they become impediments. In the world of procurement, we do MSAs, master services agreements. We're not just tunnel visioned into a fix, but we want flexible arrangements. Stakeholder management, remember, business people and developers, they got to work together daily throughout the project. I close with this. Again, remember, you've got these tables that show you how the manifesto values and principles are painted throughout the chapters. And don't forget, we have a boatload of other Agile frameworks talked about, everything from Scrum to Kanban. And I'm going to just touch on one, which is scaling. Talk about a Scrum of Scrums. We can see that a Scrum of Scrums just takes one member from each group and scales that up so that at higher levels, we can have less people meeting, free people up to do work and coordinate at those higher levels. And that, my friends, is the end of our Agile Practice Guide summary. I hope you found it to be useful, and I hope it equips you and catapults you into excellence for either exam you're taking, ACP, PMP, CAPM, or whatever exam you may be focused on. Thank you very much. I wish you all the very best. Let me know if you got any questions. Bye for now. One of the hallmarks of the PMP exam is the plethora of content. A student of mine, Brendan Venter, got certified and shared this tool with the world. This is a tool he put together to explain the different components in the project management plan, and also you can see project documents. So let's go through these one by one. First of all, we have the project management plan. And under this section of project management plan components, we can see from here all the way on down, we have different components of the project management plan. Now, before hitting the project management plan, he's also highlighted a very important document that is not part of the project management plan and is not part of project documents. It is the project charter. Now here we can see the project charter comes out of the develop project charter process. It's a document that authorizes the project. And if you scroll down where we have this I, we can see it's an output of here, but it's an input to planning, the develop project management plan process. And as you scroll down the document, you can see all the other places where the project charter is an input: to close project or phase, to plan scope management, to collect requirements, so on and so forth. The list goes on. So that's the project charter. You can see, jumping into the project management plan, we have the development approach. The development approach, theoretically speaking, comes from develop project management plan. And it's an input, of course, back in here and to a number of other places. And you can see where the development approach has been emphasized as a sub-input. So this document is pretty deep. If you want to knock yourself out with content about PMBOK Guide 6, just play with this document. You'll find a lot of content in here. The development approach is pretty much, are we going to use Agile? Are we going to use adaptive, which is Agile, predictive, which is sometimes in industry known as plan-driven? Are we going to use iterative or incremental? The project lifecycle description just talks about the specific phases in the project. Change management plan is a plan for managing changes. As you can see, it's an output of develop project management plan. The configuration management plan, again, it's a plan that guides you on how to manage change as far as the configurable items. This is all about version control of configurable items such as widgets, drawings, and other configurable items. Management reviews just refers to how often management will meet for reviews and what the process will be for that. The PMB, or Performance Measurement Baseline, is a confluence of the schedule, cost, and scope baselines. And you can see it is crystallized in the Develop Project Management Plan process. Moving down, we've got the Scope Management Plan, and you have to scroll down to see where the green O is, because that's where it's an output from. So you can see the Scope Management Plan is an output of Plan Scope Management. It's a plan for how to manage scope. And so is the Requirements Management Plan an output of Plan Scope Management. It's a plan for how to manage requirements throughout the life of the project. Then we have the Scope Baseline. You've got to scroll down to see the O. The Scope Baseline is an output of Create WBS. And I'm just going to put a little bit more font size in there just so that you can see what I'm referring to. So that's a Scope Baseline. It's a collection of the WBS dictionary, and the project scope statement. And this is used throughout project management. I mean, I could go on and on showing you all the places that this is used. You can also see the U that Brendan has added here for update. So we can see that the Scope Baseline is going to be updated in Control Scope, a number of other places. The Schedule Management Plan is an output of Plan Schedule Management. And you can see right here, this is a plan for how to develop and manage the schedule. The Schedule Baseline is a particular version of the schedule. So let's scroll down, see where the O is. You can see that's an output of Develop Schedule. And the Schedule Baseline is a particular version of the schedule that was approved. It's the schedule etched in stone as a reference point for everything else. The Cost Management Plan, let's look for the O. This is an output of Plan Cost Management, as you'll see here shortly. There's the O. You trace it back. Plan Cost Management is where we get this from, and it's a plan for how to manage scope on the project. And let's scroll across just to make it easier for you to follow. I think I was actually out of frame there almost. So let's take a look at the cost baseline. The cost baseline is a unique snapshot of the overarching plan for the budget. So when you think about a cost baseline, you have to extract part of the budget that is made active for the purpose of the control account items and everything else. Now, this could be a bit hard to explain without looking at the PMBOK guide, where you can see that the cost baseline is a subset of the project budget, because the project budget has the cost baseline and management reserves, but management reserves are not put into effect for use until there's a change request. Those management reserves that you are asking for are then released, and then they become part of the cost baseline. So there's a bit of a cycle to it. It will take reading the PMBOK guide a little bit more, the 6th edition, to understand that fully. Quality management plan, if we scroll a little bit down again, you'll see the green telling you, yep, that's where it's from. Let's make this a little bit bigger, just so that you can follow. And the quality management plan is a plan for how to manage quality on the project. Then we have the resource management plan. Again, it's a plan for how to manage all manner of resources, human, equipment, material, supplies, and facilities. And there you can see the resource management plan is an output of plan resource management. Then we go on to the communications management plan. Scroll down a little bit and you see the O for output, and you can see where it comes from. So let's make that a bit bigger. And you can see the communications management plan, a plan for how to manage communications, comes from plan communications management. Let's go to risk. The risk management plan, you can see it's an output of plan risk management, and it's used to guide our entire risk management process array. You can see that it goes into a number of places, but I'll let you do that on your own. For now, this is just a high-level look at what exactly we get from each of these planning processes. Scrolling down a little bit more, you're going to get to plan procurement management, and this is where we get our procurement management plan. And this is a plan for how to manage procurements in their entirety on the project. So we plan, we conduct, we control those procurements, and this plan helps us do that. Last but not least in this list, you've got the stakeholder engagement plan. And again, I can make this a little bit smaller just so it fits. This is from Plan Stakeholder Engagement, and it's a plan for how to engage our stakeholders. And that's that for the project management plan. Again, a huge shout out to our friend Brendan for supplying us with this really cool document that helps us study the project management plan components. Let's go to the next tab, and this is where we have a gazillion of these documents. You can see he's numbered them 1 to 33. Again, we can use the same process of looking for where the green output is, the output sign there. So assumption log is from develop project charter, and it logs our assumptions and constraints. Requirements documentation is an output of collect requirements, and let's just scroll down to that O, and you can see from collect requirements we get the requirements documentation and requirements traceability matrix. The requirements documentation, I like looking at this as anything that we use to document our requirements, the reasoning behind the requirements, and how the requirements meet the business need, how the requirements help the business or the customer. The requirements traceability matrix is a specific type of document. It has a matrix similar to the matrix that you're looking at here, rows and columns. The only thing is that requirements traceability matrix is used to track requirements to their origin. The lessons learned register is a register that we get from managed project knowledge, as you can see from the O over here, and it's used for documenting lessons learned. What went well, what didn't go so well, what are we going to do better next time on the next project. Next we have the stakeholder register. It's all the way at the bottom, so let's scroll down to the bottom,
And this is where we go to identify stakeholders. And you can see right there, this register is used to document our stakeholders and to record information about their dispositions towards the project in the beginning. Based on what you record here, you go ahead and plan stakeholder engagement, plan how to engage with stakeholders. All right, let's scroll down so that we get to project scope statement. And let's go back up. Let's go to define scope, which is where this is from. So the project scope statement is an output of define scope, and it's used to define in detail the project scope, what needs to be done in order to deliver the deliverable. This is where the deliverable is defined in detail. The risk register is from identify risk, go to where the green is, and this is used to document the risks that have been identified on the project, the cause, the risk, and the effect, and we expand on it to include other things such as the risk score and the risk response, and even more. We could also include quantitative type of data if we will. All right, next we have the activity list, activity attributes, and milestone list. So this, three of these together, as you'll see, they all come from define activities. Let's go over there. You can see all these three from define activities. And the activity list is the list of activities. Activity attributes further define the activity with a description, and the milestone list is a list of milestones. Project schedule network diagram. This is talked about in sequence activities. It's an output. It just shows how all the tasks or activities in the schedule are linked and the relationship types. This can be seen on the back end of a tool such as MS Project. Next, we go to duration estimates, and this is how long each activity will take. The basis of estimates explains how you arrived at the duration. What is the reasoning behind those durations? Next, we have project team assignments. So Brendan has organized this in a coherent way where things that are common are kind of grouped together. So we can see the project team assignments is an output of acquire resources.
So moving on, we have our next entry here, which is resource breakdown structure. The resource breakdown structure breaks down resources by category and type. Think about it as a hierarchical breakdown. Now this is from the resource management area. So scrolling down, you can see the O appears next to estimate activity resources. The next thing here is resource calendars. This is from the acquire resources process, and this shows us when resources are working and when they're not. Next, we have resource requirements. Resource requirements is from estimate activity resources, and this just shows us the requirements for the resources. Tells us how many, how much. You could also think about this as the resource effort where there are human resources. Moving on, we have the project schedule. The project schedule is an output of the develop schedule process, and let's go to where we have the output right here. The O you can see is from develop schedule. The project schedule is the living, breathing schedule that will be updated by the project manager and the team. Next, we have schedule data, which just refers to the data that is in the schedule. We have data that is of a time nature, some data as it pertains to the relationship of resources and dates. All of that is under schedule data. Also, from develop schedule, we have project calendars that show us the working time on the project. When are resources working on the project as a whole, and when are they not? When are the resource times at a high level, and when are the holidays and things like that? Moving on, we have schedule forecast. The schedule forecast comes from the control schedule process, and this is a forecast of the future outcomes from a schedule perspective based on today's performance. Next, we have cost estimates. This comes from estimate costs, and this is the estimate for each activity on the project. Next, we have cost forecasts. Again, the word forecast means this is from the monitoring and controlling process group, And from cost management, this is from control cost. Moving on, we have quality metrics, and a quality metric is an attribute to be measured. This is decided upon in plant quality management. Next, we have quality control measurements, and this is an output of the control quality process. These quality control measurements are as a result of inspection, and when we get these, we have a better idea of how good our deliverable is, how appropriate it is to send this deliverable to the customer, because sometimes a deliverable might have measurements that show a less than ideal outcome. In those regards, you do not want to send the deliverable to the customer. You got to fix it first. So the quality control measurements help you understand if that deliverable is good to go to the customer. All right, moving on, we have risk report, and the risk report, I look at this as a state of the union address as far as risk is concerned. What is the state of risk on the project overall? What are the singular activity level risks that can impact the project hugely, and what are the overall project risks? That comes from identify risks and is updated all throughout the project. Next, we have quality reports. As you can see from the O, this is from the process known as managed quality. A quality report, again, is a state of the project at a high level from a quality perspective. Next, we have test and evaluation documents, also an output of managed quality. These documents are used to document the outcomes of testing and inspection that happens in control quality. Next, we have the team charter. This is from the plan resource management process, as you can see here. And this is a document that specifies the behaviors that are deemed to be good and acceptable and those that may not be. Rules as far as communication is concerned. We have ground rules in the team charter, group norms, and so on. In the world of Agile, we could also include definition of ready and definition of done. Moving to the issue log, this is an output from integration from the direct and managed project work process, and this is used to document issues that we encounter. Remember, issues are realized risks. Next, we have physical resource assignments. Again, this is documented proof that resources have been assigned to a task, and these are resources of a physical nature. This is an output of acquire resources. So whenever a resource is assigned to a task, there should be some documented proof, documented record of that. Next, we have the change log, and the change log is from the perform integrated change control process. It's an output from there. It's not explicit, so you don't see it explicitly, and it's right here. And I would include this as such. Let me make a quick adjustment to our sheet here. Just take that, and over here it is from perform integrated change control as an output. So let's put that in there. All right, and that's the change log, and it's an output, as you can see, from perform integrated change control. Final thing we have here is project communications. And project communications, this is, excuse me, the cobwebs here. Okay, I think it's hardwired, so I need to get Brendan to update that. But project communications are communications that are received throughout the project that are distributed to stakeholders. This is an output from the managed communications process. These communications will eventually be archived at some point. And that is all of the project management plan components and project documents. Also in this sheet, Brendan has put in some categories, as you can see here. Business documents, the business case, the benefits management plan. He's also included the project charter. He's got a group of the project documents there. He's got a group of the procurement documents. He's got some other procurement documents listed here. He's got the final report and team performance assessments. So all of these just call your attention to terminology that you should be aware of as you prepare for the exam. So huge shout out to Brendan. Thank you for the sheet. Thank you for the brilliant work. I hope this helps you. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and share with your friends. Bye for now. Hello, my friends. I know lots of you are getting ready for this exam called the PMP exam, and there's some misconceptions that you might have that I would like to correct. Perhaps you have no misconceptions, but you might just benefit from the revalidation of what you already know. So let's talk about the exam. Contrary to what I've heard in recent time, the exam is not always going to be made up of purely agile questions. You could get a dose of predictive. You could get predictive questions that consume a lot of your time. And these questions could be buried anywhere on this exam. They could be at the beginning, they could be in the middle, they could be just in spotty little places all over, they could be at the end. Whatever the case, you got to be ready to face those. Now, as someone who has taken over 6 PMI exams, I can tell you that there are some questions that are just, in my mind, red herrings, taking you off the path to your success. Because if you chase these verbose, long-winded questions, bombastic questions, you chase them down, you're going to run out of gas. And if you run out of gas, you're not going to be able to finish your exam. In other words, you will be counted out of the exam before you can get to the end of the questions in a sensible fashion. I had a student that had 40 questions left and 10 minutes remaining. Think about that. How do you answer 40 questions in 10 minutes? What she did was she looked at the answers, and any answer that did not align with my mindset mantras, she didn't choose. Those that aligned with my mindset mantra, she chose. And that's how she was able to finish the exam and get all above target. So I'm saying this to you to give you some food for thought. You're going to encounter questions that could take longer than normal. Are you really going to spend 5 minutes on that question, 2 minutes on? Think about it. If you spend 1.5 minutes on a question instead of spending 1 minute on the question, 30 minutes becomes 45 minutes. 1 hour becomes 1.5 hours. It has a huge ramification. 2 hours becomes 3 hours. And that's how people run out of time. So I need you to have a game plan for your exam. You got to rigidly and strictly stick to it. You know, I had a student who came out last week and he recommended, hey, I know you said 1 minute 15, Phil, but I'm giving myself 1 minute. I don't blame him, because if you don't do that, you find yourself lagging behind. And then you don't find yourself getting to the gimmies, because there are gimmies all over. Okay, so that's out of the way. Next thing I wanted to establish is you should be good at predictive, because your exam could be different from the other person. You know, the other person who said, oh, I got 90% agile. Even, to be quite honest, I've weighed a lot of what I'm hearing. And I think people don't understand what pure agile versus predictive means. So you have a lot of people saying, I got so many agile. No, it's beginning to level out. Maybe at first, yes, but now it's beginning to level out. And I'm hearing what is geared towards a 50-50. To be perfectly honest, I got to let you know this, because there's still a lot of people favoring agile in this study, only to get a bunch of predictive or hybrid. You got to be aware of this. So you got to spend time in mastering your predictive stuff, your PMBOK guide. Go read it. You got to understand what those things are saying. You got to understand the 49 processes. Look for my free cheat sheet. Just Google Phil's PMP cheat sheet. It'll come up with a page. Download it. Make sure you know the 49. You got to know the 49. You got to know them inside out. Project management hasn't changed. And that's why very recently PMI brought out another publication that had process groups in it, because there's still a demand to know this stuff, and it's going to appear on your exam. So you got to get good with it. So know your 49 processes, know the major outputs from every process. every process, with the exception of manage stakeholder engagement, monitor stakeholder engagement, monitor communications, but every other one of those processes, every one, the other 46, they all have a unique output. You got to know what that unique output is. I call it the whiffing factor, the what's in it for me in this process. You got to know that. You also need to know the tools and techniques that are most commonly used. Decomposition is already one, right? Parametric estimating, analogous, 3-point estimating, stuff like that. Meetings, know the different types of meetings. Inside out. In fact, look for my video here on YouTube, where I go over the entire PMBOK Guide 7th edition, models, methods, and artifacts. I go through every single one. It's only an hour and a half. Spend time, invest in your PMP success. Watch that video. I'm going to endeavor to put a link below. But I really want to arm you for success. And I think if you got a balanced view of predictive, agile, hybrid, and you are aware that many of the questions are long, many of the questions are not just agile, I think you'll have a better chance of success on this exam. But my advice, this is me, if I had the chance to talk to my past self, what I would have told my past self is exactly what I'm telling you. You gotta know your table of processes. I don't care whatever anyone else has told you. This is what I have seen after 17 years of teaching this material. I have found out that those who know, I'm not saying cram, those who know their processes inside out, they generally outperform those people who are loosey-goosey with processes. Those people who know, I didn't say cram, who know the tools of the trade of agile, predictive, the practices in agile that we talk about from page 50 in the Agile Practice Guide down, the people who know this stuff, who understand why iterative when you have agile, why iterative when you have agile, why incremental. People who get down to that level, they're a step ahead because they're not just following the stuff like blind bats. They know why you would choose to do something with an iterative spin. And they know why you would do something with iteration-based agile versus flow-based, or they know why you would use a flow-based approach such as Kanban. You got to get into the depths. Stop playing small, my friends. This stuff isn't even about PMP anymore. I'm beginning to take it personal because if you want to go out there and say, I'm a professional, and you're not able to distinguish between the core delivery methods, the core delivery approaches, and you're just cramming stuff and you don't even know why you do the things you do in scope management or why you do what you do in procurement, then I'm sorry. You're just doing this thing for money. You don't really have a heart. You don't care about the profession. You're not looking to make a difference. Because if you are, you would not be looking to do the least work. You'll be looking to do what will bring the greatest value, not only to your exam, but beyond the exam. How about your future self as a PM or as a PMO director, as a VP of the PMO? Don't you think you need to know this stuff? You should. So I want to encourage you. Learn the art of project management. Learn the art of agile. Embrace this stuff. Let it sink in. Let it be more than just exam prep. And add value. And do it the right way. Okay? So for your exam, my friends, things to expect. I've already mentioned some of them. I need you to keep a beady eye. Let your eyes be peeled, right? Keep a beady eye on that clock. That clock is sick. That clock, you could look at the clock 1 minute and it's like you got 210 minutes left. The next thing you know, you only got 50. It's crazy. Time flies. Time flies on that test. There's some of us who are not as gifted as others. I am not the quickest reader. You give me a question to read, I could read it for 5 minutes. There's some people who could tear through a question in a minute. Those of us who are slower, we need to be ready either to ask PMI for mercy by showing them some underlying conditions that we've had. But in all seriousness, if you are not able to get additional time, like, some folks, students have trained, they've gotten additional time because they've got ADHD or ADD or some condition. And I had a student who got 6 hours instead of 4, and he didn't even need it. I had a student who got 8 hours and didn't even need all 8. But if you have that as an out to get more time because you can actually get doctor's proof that you've got these conditions, the medical conditions, go for it. But if that's not you, and you're like me, who is slow in reading, I can be very slow in reading questions. Part of it is the second guessing. You read and you're like, did I really read that? You got to train yourself. So I had to train myself out of that. And when I got into my exam subsequently, I was going really fast because I trained myself. I'm a naturally slow reader, but I trained myself to read quick and to think quick and to stop holding on to the crutches of, well, I can go back and change that question. No, stop it. Once you've decided, go. Make that your final answer. No second guessing. A lot of these things, you got to train yourself in them. All right. I hope this gave you some context, some advice, some guidance. I know some of you taking this PMP exam, you've not really been for a solid course. And to be quite honest, that is what is killing some of your efforts. You've not been for a solid PMP exam training course where you've actually heard from an expert what to look out for, what to do, the right ways of thinking. If that sounds like you, I want to invite you to my next training. It's happening very soon. You need to go on down to projectmanagementmasterclass.com. And when you go to projectmanagementmasterclass.com, you'll get to this page and you can see there's a countdown on this page because in the next few days, this is going to be my last class for 2022. Project Management Masterclass. Go on down there, hit the sign up button, sign up. This is not an investment to pass the exam. It's an investment to get your foot on the right track so that you can kill this thing, blow it up. When you get certified, you're going to have so much knowledge and context based on our discussions and based on us expanding on this stuff in the masterclass. All right. So again, if you're thinking of taking this exam and you do not have the right guidance, I want you to go on down to the website. I'm going to spell it out on the screen, projectmanagementmasterclass.com. This is where you can get the very best of real world. This is real world stuff. This is not all that hokey, oh, you can't ask questions because we've got a lot to cover. No. No, if you really truly mean business in learning the right way, bringing in real world questions, getting your questions answered, go on down to projectmanagementmasterclass.com, sign up for this course. You'll be extremely glad you did. I wish you all the best, my friends. Let me know if this helped you and let me know how you're doing in your PMP prep. Leave me a comment below. Bye for now. Hello, my friend. Welcome to Converting PMBOK to Agile. This is the third in a series of 10. We've already taken a look at integration management and scope management. Well, today's time for us to move into schedule management in this journey. Let's jump straight into it. Now, here on the screen, you can see a grid. I have broken out the grid just like page 25 in the 6th edition. A few things to note. In initiating, there is nothing that relates to schedule, so we can black that out. In executing, there's nothing that pertains to schedule, and we can black that out as well. And there's nothing in closing, so we can black that out. So that just leaves us with planning and monitoring and controlling. Now let's get into this mind zone of Agile as it pertains to scheduling. The way we address scheduling is very different in the world of Agile than the world of predictive. In the world of predictive, we have these processes: plan, schedule management. This is planning how to manage the schedule. Now, in the world of Agile, we have, in many instances, not all, but in many instances, we have a team whose way of working has been built up over the years, over the months, and therefore they already come into this Agile situation, be it a product or a project, knowing how to manage the schedule. So the effort involved in planning schedule management with a schedule management plan is removed because we have a way of working, we have an understanding, we have at most a team charter that explains how we will proceed with this aspect. Then we have define activities. Defining activities happens all throughout an Agile project. It is not a one-time thing, but it's something that happens over time. We could refer to that as some sort of planning, like we call this the concept of the Agile onion. We have the strategic level, we have the epic level, we have the release level, we have the iteration level, and so on. We could slice and dice it a variety of ways. But the bottom line is activities at the lowest level, they will get defined, but they are done by the individuals carrying out the work, sometimes as part of iteration planning or sprint planning, if you will, and other times it's as the sprint proceeds, the granular levels of details are broken down by the individuals doing the work. The next one, we have sequence activities. When it comes to sequence activities, it is important that you remember what we have said in previous sessions, known as the definition of ready. And the definition of ready goes along with an acronym that was also talked about, known as the INVEST acronym. And INVEST means a story coming into the sprint should be independent. As much as you can get that story to be independent, not joined to a bunch of others, but independent of all others. So when we talk about dependencies in the world of Agile, we approach them first off by trying to decouple as much as possible stories from each other. We're not saying that dependencies don't happen. They indeed do, but we decouple as much as possible to make those stories standalone, independent, negotiable, which means it's not a requirement statement that this must be done. Instead, it's negotiated based on the fact that this is a user-centered request. The stories are valuable, or the requests, if you will, are valuable. They're estimable, which means we should be able to estimate them. They are small enough to fit within a sprint, and they're testable. So when you think about sequence activities, think about it in a different way. We seek first to make our stories as independent as possible, and where dependencies exist, we logically plan how the work will be done at a high level. Where dependencies do exist, we're able to manage them in a proactive way. And then we have backlog refinement, which is where we are more mindful of this INVEST acronym as we break down stories. Okay, so going to the next one, estimating activity durations. As opposed to estimating how long a, let's say, story would take, we don't do that. Instead, we use the overarching concept of story points. And when we use story points, we could do that in a variety of ways, either through wideband Delphi, planning poker, if you will, and we could also use story mapping. So I'll show you some imagery to get you to remember those. But remember, we don't go with duration, and there's a reason why we're not all gung-ho on durations. It's the concept of the inverted triangle of constraints. In the world of Agile, remember, we have a time box already. So the heavy lifting of time boxing is already done through the cadence of having many weeks, 2 weeks, 1 week, days, whatever. So we do not have to crack our brains, as it were, like we do in the world of traditional. In the world of Agile, we just don't do that. So the question is it small enough? Remember the INVEST acronym we have up here? Is it small enough to fit within a sprint? And if the answer is yes, then it takes away the puzzled game of how many weeks, how many months, how many days, how many hours. No, the question is, will it fit within a sprint? Yes. All right. Then we'll do it within a sprint. Move on. No need of estimating down to hours. If you are the person doing the work, though, of course, it would be prudent to do that. But that is not how we roll in the world of Agile right off the bat. There are a lot of teams that do not even waste a second trying to give duration estimates. The question is, can I do this within the sprint? Based on experience, based on understanding, based on know-how, proceed. And I'm not saying that every Agile team gets everything done. It comes with a lot of practice and experience, but our mindset in the world of Agile is, will it fit within the sprint? Okay, let's do it. And you, as the team member, remember, you're pulling the work to yourself. So as you pull work to yourself, your question should be, okay, can I get this done within a sprint? Yes. Okay. What else can I get done within a sprint? Do you see? So the question isn't, how many weeks is it going to take? Is it going to take? No, we know that we've already got a cadence. So the question of how many weeks do I have is already off the table. It then becomes, is it small enough to fit within a sprint? No, this is huge. All right. If this is so huge, how can we break it down so that we can fit pieces of it within a sprint that are independent, negotiable, valuable, estimable, and testable? So there's a lot more to be said about this, but I hope it begins to give you some thoughts about this concept. And then develop schedule. Again, we already have that cadence. We already know, based on historical information and empiricism, what our velocity has been. So it takes away the guesswork. And now we're really using data we generated based on our unique experience, empirical data. You put that into the mix, and you have an estimate of what you could get done within the sprint that is realistic and based on your experience as a team. More on that later. Now let's jump into control schedule. Well, you do know that in the world of Agile, when we use the word control, we don't use it the same way we do in the world of traditional, in that a lot of the reporting and statusing and so on is not done the same way. First of all, there's the inspect and adapt mechanism and ideology that permeates all throughout Agile. Secondly, there's a daily Scrum. It's not a bi-daily, it's not a every other day, it's a daily Scrum. So that gives you a lot of opportunity to steer, to inspect and adapt. We have sprint reviews, which help us as a team be disciplined as far as cadence is concerned. So you're talking about being on track and control schedule. Well, respecting the time box, right? The cadence. That's how we roll in the world of Agile. So it takes away the project manager being the policeman, chasing people down the road to get their deliverables. It goes from that to, hey, here's a mature team. They know what to do. They know the importance of the time box. It's in the team charter. Just do it. And at the end of the cadence, there's a sprint review and there's a sprint retrospective. So we are on this TikTok rhythm without being chased by a project manager, if you get what I mean. It's not even, you are not even being chased by the Scrum Master or the product owner. It's just proper Agile etiquette, to obey what's in the team charter, to respect the cadence, the time box. All right. And then as far as backlog refinement is concerned, we constantly refine our backlog. So this is not the backlog for the current sprint, but it's the backlog for future sprints. But as a result of our refining it, we are in some way controlling what happens on the timeline. We are controlling what we will end up doing in the future. Okay, so the current controls is more like the daily scrum, inspect, adapt. The future controls for other sprints in the future, we actually proactively do that in backlog refinement. Okay, so backlog refinement is more than preparing stories that we're going to work on. It's being proactive as far as the future is concerned. So I talked about a lot of concepts today, and I'm hoping that they are all making sense for you. But let's take a look at a few more Agile reminders that I mentioned. So first of all, we have Scrum. All of these activities that we do, all the things we do, all these events that we do in Scrum, when you really think about it, they all help us in our end game of schedule management. So without a well-primed backlog, right? Without you focusing on getting a well-primed, well-prioritized backlog, you can't really say you're doing good schedule management in Agile, right? The concept of getting the sprint backlog for each sprint after sprint planning, again, it helps you with the general flow of things, which is schedule management, deciding the cadence, the time box, something that helps you, the daily scrum, it helps you. Not only are you controlling the schedule in some way, but you're also planning. Remember, it's a sync meeting. So what I'm going to do tomorrow, if your story has some impact on mine, then I need to be aware of that. And how do I know? Daily scrum. I'm not waiting for a status meeting in this world, remember? Sprint review does the job of keeping us on track, helps us respect that cadence, and it just helps us with the general, are we on the right track? Same thing for the retrospective. It's a way for us to go back and say, are we doing things the right way? Is this way of working sensible, or can we do something different? Again, going back to control schedule, your PSI, that again is an artifact that helps you in the grand scheme because it keeps you on track as far as each sprint, as far as, you know, to use the agnostic Agile word, iteration and release. Okay. In the very beginning, I talked about how this triangle is turned on its head, and this takes away the question of how long is it going to take? It takes it away because now we have a fixed schedule component in the world of Agile, which we also call adaptive. We have a fixed budget as well. We have flexible scope, but as far as the schedule, it's fixed. And that takes away the question of how long is this going to take in days and it's going to take in hours. Again, it's up to the people doing the work to be that concerned, but at a regular, sensible level, the story level, as long as we know it fits in the sprint, we're good. All right, the product roadmap, I've talked about this previously. This is just a visual showing you the flow of things. So we can see when the different releases will hit, the different quarters or months they span across. We can see the feature sets that's in there. And going down to the lower level, it was really going to show this to you. Let's go to the whiteboard. So I was really going to show this to you. At this level, we have the actual product. At lower level, we have the epic, right? And then the lower level, we have the features. And the next level, we have the stories. Okay. Now, if I was going to show you the next level after this, and I'll just do this again, there's a mnemonic. It's Phil eats fries seldomly on Tuesdays, and it's product, epic, feature, story, task. And it's just like that. Phil eats fries seldomly on Tuesdays. Or you could say Paul eats fries sometimes on Tuesdays because I ain't eating them. Yeah, I ain't eating them. All right, so that's your mnemonic: product, epic, feature, story, task. This will help you remember the levels of things. But this level down here, the task level, This is where the individuals who are performing the tasks, this is where they can be concerned. Yes, they take the story. So let's say Bob says, this is my story, I'm going to work this. It's up to Bob to take that story, right? It's up to Bob to take the story and break it down into all of these tasks. It's up to Bob. But this is not something we at the team level are going to be concerned about. The itty bitty 1 hours, 2 hours, right? 1 hour for task 3. We're not going to get involved in all that. So Agile works very differently. You know, we know the team is made up of adults and we let them get on with it however they want to. We also have the concept of the Kanban board. So this is another useful device, or you could even say some sort of artifact at the end of the day in the world of Agile that we use to understand when things are being done and the state of stuff. Don't forget, we also have burn down charts that show us the velocity over time. So the kind of artifacts that we use in the world of Agile, it's different. The burn down charts, it's a real-time representation of progress. And as opposed to using Gantt charts and things like that, and you know, there's nothing wrong in Gantt charts. Remember, PMISP certified, MCTS certified. I love schedules. But in the world of Agile, there's a place for burn down charts that these Gantt charts can't touch, you know? So burn down charts, and we also have burn up charts. And we can use burn up charts across the board, whether we're dealing at the entire sprint level, the release level, the feature level, the epic level. We could have burn down charts that cater to that. I mentioned planning poker, so we could have estimates for the story points done using planning poker. I've talked about this in the previous video. I'm not going to waste your time today talking about planning poker all over again. Also, look out for my video on the Fibonacci sequence, because I really draw this out in another video, why the numbers in planning poker. In affinity estimating, really great way of you getting fast estimates and effective estimates by using the power of the team. We call it silent relative sizing as well. I've spoken about this in a previous video. I will say look for that video. And then as far as forecasting and the concept of velocity, yes, we use velocity to predict the future. So as far as how many story points we can get done within a sprint, or even if you wanted to use weeks, we can build that in and we can predict, okay, based on our velocity, as far as how many story points we can get done in 4 weeks, it's somewhere in the region of anywhere from 175 to close to 240. If someone says, how long will it take you to get 250 story points worth of work done? Well, anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks, as you can see on the screen. If anyone says, how many story points can you deliver within 3 sprints or 3 weeks, whatever it is, you've got that band of anywhere from 125 to 175. So it becomes easier when you're using empirical measurements, when you're using intentionality to predict the future. So it's not just what someone thinks can be done. It is what you are predicting based on the past performance of the team. Okay. And there's so many ways you can, use this awareness. And we call this the cone of uncertainty at the mouth here. The tighter the cone of uncertainty, the more predictable your project is. And in Agile, we like our projects to be predictable based on the empiricism. We don't want a wide cone of uncertainty. The wider the cone of uncertainty, like this is like what you would say is the worst performance. The green is the best performance, the yellow in the middle, and tells you the average. But the tighter the cone is, the better. We don't want a cone of uncertainty that is all the way like that, because that would be a huge band of possibility. We don't want that. We want a tight cone of uncertainty, but these are things we could use in the world of Agile to have some sort of schedule control, if you will. Okay. Now, again, you got to understand in the world of Agile, adaptive methods use short cycles to undertake the work. And when you're using short cycles, the variability, of course, is going to be reduced. because we're reviewing the results, we're adapting as necessary, we're bouncing back, we're putting that back straight into production, if you will, right? So these cycles, they give us rapid feedback on the approaches and the suitability of deliverables, and they manifest in iterative scheduling and on-demand pull-based scheduling. You know, like when we talk about Kanban, that's a pull-based system. You're drawing work to yourself as there's the bandwidth and capacity to. Okay, so just keep that in mind. All right, and for those who haven't started taking quizzes and mocks, go to people.hpmexam.com, process.hpmexam.com, business.hpmexam.com for you to get questions on the 3 domains if you're looking for that, and a final mock exam for day 40 going down to mock.hpmexam.com. These are pretty challenging quizzes, but they will find your gaps, okay? So going back to where we were in the very beginning, like I said, in this world of schedule management, schedule management in Agile, it works differently. In large organizations, there could be a mixture of small projects and large initiatives requiring long-term roadmaps to manage the development of these programs using scaling factors. So team size, geographical distribution, regulatory and compliance, not to mention technical complexity. All of these are factors that govern how we apply concepts in Agile to manage a schedule. If you take a look at pages 90 to 95, I believe this may be on page 91, but you can look for it in the Agile Practice Guide in that page 90 to 95 sequence under schedule management. The PMI makes it clear that to address the full delivery lifecycle or larger enterprise-wide systems, a range of techniques using a predictive approach, adaptive approach, or a hybrid, both of these combined, agile and predictive, may need to be adopted. So going into the exam, you can't just think, oh, it's all predictive, or think, oh, it's all or nothing agile. No, I expect the PMI could very well give you hybridized schedule questions, and there's got to be a line of best fit for how you think. All this stuff I've shared with you today should help you to roll with that, however it's presented, right? An organization may need to combine practices from several core methods or adopt a method that has already done so and adopt a few principles and practices of more traditional techniques. The role of the project manager does not change based on managing projects using a predictive development lifecycle or managing projects in adaptive environments. However, to be successful in using adaptive approaches, the project manager will need to be familiar with the tools and techniques to understand how to apply them effectively. One of the key things the project manager needs to know to apply this effectively is always rely on the power of the team. Don't become the headmaster, if you will, beating team members into submission of a schedule. No, that's not how it works in the world of Agile, I can assure you, my friends. Definitely not. All right, if you got any questions about anything I've shared with you today, definitely let me know. I hope this has been informative for you, and wish you all the very best on your exam. You take care and see you in the next episode. It's going to be on cost. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe, share with your friends. Bye for now. Hello, my friend. Welcome to Beyond 40. This is 40 days to PMP exam success. For those who have gone through the curriculum and are still preparing, I'm hoping that this series on bridging the world of PMBOK and Agile will help you. A few reminders about stuff that we've already talked about on this journey. It's important that you test out your firepower across people, process, and business. Don't just focus on one, focus on everything. People, test your prowess. Process, test your prowess. And business, test your prowess. And remember, you've got the even split of Agile and hybrid 50% and predictive 50%. If you're looking for a pure people quiz, go on down to people.hpmexam.com. If you're looking for a pure process quiz, process.hpmexam.com. And if you're looking for a pure business quiz, it's business.hpmexam.com. If you're looking for a final 180 question mock exam, going down to mock.hpmexam.com. Okay? Remember that page 14 in the Agile Practice Guide is important. Understand what exactly the Stacy model is, understand its context, and then on top of that, put a layer of understanding of what I call the process group pentagon, the 10 knowledge areas, the 5 process groups, risk as the bullseye, and don't forget Scrum. You got to understand the 3-5-3 configuration of it, understand the 3 roles, the 5 ceremonies, and the 3 artifacts, and then you'll be able to roll with me when I go on this journey to hybridize the PMBOK guide. All right, so we're talking about hybridization as usual. I want you to really dial in and focus on what I have here. This is going into scope management, okay? Now you can see that within the planning process group over here, we have plan scope management, collect requirements, define scope, and create WBS. Now, I'm guessing you already know what all those are, but how do you think about these in an Agile perspective? Well, plan scope management is really planning how we're going to manage scope. So there needs to be some overarching product vision. You got to understand the product you're working on, and from there, you then can introduce various practices, various concepts in the world of Agile. So vanilla flavored Agile, we could say we have a vision. It doesn't have to be a product, it could be a service or result, but we use the general term product vision. And then we have the backlog preparation, again, to make it less product focused and more focused on any deliverable, product, service, or result. The PMI refers to it as backlog in the Agile Practice Guide. We talk about user stories, understanding that in the world of predictive, we may talk more about requirements, but in the world of Agile, we talk more about stories. It's not to say that you cannot use any other terminology, but stories are quite popular. You could use the word customer-centered request or customer-focused request. Another big part of the world of Agile is the constant refinement of the backlog. So in the world of traditional, we do everything up front. We have our collect requirements and define scope, and it's all scoped out in a lot of detail. But in the world of Agile, we are constantly refining, and we do this using the concept of iterations. So every iteration, we take a finite piece from the backlog that we're going to work on, and then we refine the rest of the backlog as we're going through that iteration. So in addition to iteration planning, within the iteration, we have backlog refinement. There's also the concept of sprint planning, which is particular to Scrum. So if you hear iteration planning, it's just agnostic Agile. Sprint planning, we use the word sprint in the world of Scrum especially. And then we have our daily scrums. Our daily scrums are where we keep an eye on what's going on, and it's a sync meeting. So while we're not necessarily scoping out additional stuff for the grand scheme of the project or the endeavor, we could be looking at what we are likely to do the next day and the next, if you will. So we have this, what did you do yesterday to move us towards the goal, the sprint goal or the iteration goal, but what are you going to do today? So it's again another opportunity for you to scope out what you intend doing. So going to a bigger view of this image, you can see here we have story mapping also talked about. Story mapping is not huge in the Agile Practice Guide, but story mapping is where you map out the stories and likely sequence of you fleshing out this content in terms of writing the code or getting the work done. It doesn't have to be IT, it could be anything. But the story mapping allows us to understand the sequence of the stories in putting together that final deliverable that you're working on. And then we have the acceptance criteria, which is at the back of the card, where you use a physical card for the stories. You know, in front, we have the role goal benefit. At the back, we could have the acceptance criteria for the story. So in other words, how do you know that this story was successfully implemented? And that takes us to the next part of the screen where we have validate scope. So validate scope, as you know, is where the customer is checking to see if you indeed delivered what was required, delivered what they were looking for. So here, instead of validate scope, you need to be thinking about a sprint review, which is held just before the retrospective, or we call it a demo. But again, we don't want to relegate it to just a demo, because in the sprint review, you could also glean additional stories. additional things that may be needed. So it's not enough for you just to look at it as a demo. Look at it as a working session. Okay, and there we have the definition of ready. Just remember the definition of ready and the definition of done are in your team charter or in your Agile project charter. These also come into discussion where validate scope is concerned, because it's the equivalent, right, in the world of Agile, that the customers, the stakeholders, they need the context of done. And you as a team, you need the context of ready. And definition of ready, we may look at that as being more in the quality area, especially in the quality control area, but it is something that you need to think about when we're talking about validate scope. Because if the definition of ready hasn't been well seasoned, then likely you're going to bring in stories that are not truly seasoned into the work. But you don't want that. The definition of ready, you're going to make sure that before you start executing on the scope, your stories are indeed ready. And that's why we talk about the INVEST acronym. So even before you begin working, you want your stories to be independent, negotiable, valuable, estimable, small enough to fit within a sprint, and testable. So in all fairness, you could say the definition of ready could be more to the planning side than the monitoring and controlling side, but it's also something that you refine along the way anyway. So again, the INVEST acronym, also the definition of done, that needs to be planned up front, but it comes into play more especially in validate scope, because if you're not done, then it's very evident that the customer, the stakeholder, they are not going to approve whatever has been done. They're not going to look at it as meeting their criteria. And that takes us into control scope, where we inspect and adapt. We have the daily scrum that happens as well, which is another sync point for us to ensure that what is being done is indeed what we plan to do in sprint planning. And then we have the general inspect and adapt mechanisms throughout Agile. Let me just move so you can see that. Throughout Agile, we have inspect and adapt. So you're constantly inspecting and adapting daily, larger time frames, larger sequences, and so on. All right, so I hope this gave you some context about how to convert the scope knowledge area into the world of Agile. And the easier you're able to go in and out of PMBOK and Agile, in my mind, the easier it is going to be for you on the exam to shift between predictive, Agile, hybrid, and so on. If you haven't seen the first video where I cover integration, make sure you look for that video. And again, if you're looking for that final mock exam, going down to mock.hpmexam.com, take that 180 question mock. I really believe it will help put you in the right zone for your exam. All right, I hope you enjoyed it. I'll talk to you very soon, my friends. All the very best, and bye for now. All right, so we're here again in our chill out, or in our daily scrum, I should say, and we're working on finishing this table. We don't have a whole lot left. What I started doing last week was putting together a table that showed page 25, but it shows page 25 from a predictive lens and an Agile lens. So you're able to see in the world of integration, when it comes to developing a project charter, do we have anything like that in Agile? When it comes to develop project management plan, do we have anything like that? And so on and so forth. So that's kind of what I've been doing over the past number of sessions. And I really want to get done with it so I can give it to you. So let's see how far we can go in the next few minutes before more folks join. So the very first process in communications is under planning. And does anyone remember what that is called? What do we call it?
Plan communications management.
Thank you. That's what it is. It's plan communications management. Good. So let me go ahead. I'll put that in a second. Just going to try and freeze these lines. Let's see. Can I do that? I always forget how to freeze these panes. Freeze top row. There we go. Hopefully that will work. Let's see if it did. Yes, it did. Okay. So up here to communications, and Brandon says it's plan communications management. Okay. Now in the Agile world,
you know, we don't have a whole bunch of plans and stuff, but what we do have are things like our team charter that guide us about how we're going to communicate. We use concepts such as osmotic communication. We use concepts such as the information radiator. So let's make this bigger. Information radiator. And I guess I could probably put the information radiator over here. Right? It's probably more like that. Because over here in executing, we have manage communications, right? I'll just say manage com. All right, and we also have osmotic communication. We use the fishbowl window concept, which is where we leave our Zoom conference or whatever the teleconference we're using. We leave it on all throughout the day so that our team members can look into our world as a fish looks through the bowl into the outside world. So pretty much just a team charter. As far as monitoring and controlling, does anyone remember the process we have in monitoring and controlling? What's it called? For communications?
Communications.
Thank you. Moncoms. That's it. And as far as that is concerned, we always have our retrospective, which helps us glean how well we're doing in the various aspects. Anything to do with process and how the team does any of the knowledge areas, we always do the monitoring and controlling and the improvements in any of those ceremonies or even outside of those. So we have the daily scrum to look for impediments in communications. And we also have our sprint review. You can be rest assured you will hear from stakeholders if you're not doing a very good job in that. So that's communications. And that's it. It's as simple as that. So we've got 3 processes: plan communications management, manage communications, and monitor communications. That's it. Yeah. Okay. So going on to risk now, in the world of predictive, does anyone remember the 5 things that happen in planning within risk management? Anyone remember?
Identify risks.
That's one of them. What's the first one before identify risks?
Plan.
Thank you. Plan risk management, then identify risk. And by the way, my abbreviations, I'm using abbreviations. So if I say IR, that is identify risk. Okay, what happens after identify risk?
Qualitative and quantitative risk analyses.
Good. Do you remember what the process is called?
Perform qualitative risk analysis.
You got it.
Perform quantitative.
There you go. Perform quantitative risk analysis. And then what's the last one in planning?
Address responses.
Plan risk responses. You got it. Good job. All right. So let's put those here. Now, in the world of Agile, what we do is we use the concept of a risk-adjusted backlog. Some teams could use a probability and impact matrix, believe it or not. Some teams do stuff like that. But the iterative planning and incremental delivery, those help us in our risk management, believe it or not. Everything we do in Agile, it's a risk coping mechanism. All those events, the rapidity, doing things frequently over and over again, they're all risk coping mechanisms. So this whole idea about risk, we tackle it in a number of ways. All right. We don't necessarily have a plan per se, but we have other things that help us to manage risk. The definition of ready, the definition of done, all of these, when you really boil them down, they're ways of handling risk at an even more strategic level. Let's go to executing. Executing, we have implement. I'll just say implement risk responses. A part of implement risk responses is actually doing what you are meant to. So in the world of Agile, we're just going to draw on the concept of the risk-adjusted backlog. Risk-adjusted backlog. And the events, all the events, whatever those events might be, sprint, review, even your sprint planning, your backlog refinement, your daily scrum, and the retrospective, they are all avenues for you to take that plan of keeping risk, under surveillance. It all begins, here. So let me take some of these out. I'm going to leave this for the executing. I'm going to put the rest in here because they're more on the monitoring level. And this is, who remembers what it's called for risk under monitor? Monitor risk, not control. Yeah, monitor, you got it. Okay. Okay, that's really it. You see, where risk is concerned in the world of Agile, we actually don't have a whole lot of stuff. It's all in the rapidity, the frequency of doing stuff that we handle risk accordingly. Any questions so far about any of the two that we just looked at? Communications and risk. Any questions? Any concerns? All right, let's move on. There's nothing there. Let's go to procurement. So in procurement, we have 3 processes. Does anyone remember them?
Plan.
Good. Plan, procurements. And then in executing, what's it called?
Conduct procurements.
Thank you. Conduct procurements. And then in monitoring and controlling, what's it called?
Control.
You got it. Control procurements. Okay. So in the world of predictive, we have a procurement management plan. To be quite honest, in the world of Agile, the best that we have is just good old common sense, probably a product roadmap of sorts, and the more tactical plans at the lower level. So planning at the lower levels. I'll also say that you should read pages 77 and 78 to understand Agile contracts. Agile contracts. All right. Again, same thing for conduct procurements. We don't make a whole lot of fanfare about this because we respect the fact that in some companies, they've got entire departments that do these things, right? So we do conduct procurement. As far as control procurements, there's really no document that we use, but we have the Agile Manifesto, values and principles to guide us. It says customer collaboration over contract negotiation for a reason. We also use the concept of we favor, I should put it here. A big one is the favoring full service suppliers. And that's also talked about on pages 77 and 78. So we look to partner with vendors, suppliers to come in, do staff augmentation, team augmentation. And it's all about collaboration over negotiation. That needs to be the mindset. So there's not a whole lot of stuff. I mean, people who are working with vendors on the team, they can have their own meetings away from everyone else, or if the vendor is really tightly coupled with what is going on, then they can attend the dailies like they're a developer, you know. So that's how we would roll in that regard. As far as stakeholder, same thing. We have over here in initiating a process known as what? What's the process for stakeholder? The first one?
Identify.
Thank you. Identify stakeholder. Stakeholders. That's in initiating. Okay, I see some friends have joined us. Cynthia, welcome. Chandra, welcome as well. All right, so we have identified stakeholders. We're just going to get done with this. And Cynthia, I'm going to hand it over to you. I heard yesterday was a really productive session. Hopefully we can make that happen again today. All right, so identify stakeholders. In the world of Agile, we just have good old common sense, business as usual. The product owner should know who the stakeholders are. For sure, because the product owner is a mouthpiece for the business. So if the product owner doesn't know who the stakeholders are, then the project is already in trouble. So this individual should be very conversant with the stakeholders. All right, planning. What's the process called?
Plan. Stakeholder engagement.
You got it. Thank you. Don't miss the word engagement. It's a tricky one. It's different from all the others. Again, the way we engage our stakeholders, you want to use the whole concept of the Agile manifesto. You want to think about business people and developers should work what? Who remembers? Should work together daily throughout the project. That's it. You got to work daily with your business people and developers. That's it. Okay. So the Agile Manifesto pretty much guides a lot of our thinking. You could also have the team charter, right? The team charter could spell out conduct as far as stakeholders are concerned. So we could have that. Going into executing, the process is known as what?
Manage
Thank
stakeholder
you.
engagement.
You got it. Thank you. Manage stakeholder engagement. All right. Let's put this here and the wrap. And again, you got to keep that Agile Manifesto, you know, that needs to be the mindset. I would also say here that your roadmap, the product roadmap shows any external big bucket tasks on the timeline. I should say big bucket components on the timeline. All right, so you want to keep an eye on that product roadmap because it shows intersection points of marketing and sales and some strategy stuff that might be higher level. Last but not least, we've got what?
Monitor.
Thank you. The word monitor. It's not control. We don't control our stakeholders. We monitor stakeholder engagement. And again, as far as this is concerned, we can have the retrospective. We can have, for sure, the sprint review, which is sprint review, daily scrum, and so on and so forth. I mean, at any point in time, you could discover that you are not engaging a stakeholder properly. You don't have to wait till you get to a ceremony before you do something about it. Okay, and I think we've done very well. We are done with our map of the world of Agile as far as how you could break it down. I am going to save it and I'm going to share it. So I'll just call it Agile page 25, save it, look for it in my files, PMP, Agile breakdown, open it, and let's hit end recording. All right, so for those of you who are watching after the fact, we've come to the end. That's it. I think we got everything. We got all the 49 processes down, but we've also got a blurb on how you can view each one of these 49 processes in the world of Agile. And it's quite important for you to do this as you prepare for your exam so that you can be more hybrid in your thinking. I think it will really help. All right, that's it. I'll send you this Excel file in a few seconds.
Concepts, trends, and tailoring for cost management. Now, the idea of cost is very accessible and easy to understand. For a lot of people that I've trained, I find them finding it difficult to comprehend how cost management on a project is different from budgeting in a department, and it is different. Key concept in cost management is understanding that the cost is for the resources predominantly. So in an organization that does not want to track costs and they want to track resource hours, it could be a little bit hard making the shift. Think about an example the PMI gave. You're having design reviews and everyone's meeting to review the designs. Did it occur to you that those resources present in the meeting are raking up lots of money? You got 20 resources, spending 1 hour, that's 20 hours, and if each resource costs $75 an hour, it quickly adds up $1,500 for a meeting. Another aspect in cost management that I encourage students to be aware of is that in the world of the PMI, we need to recognize that different stakeholders look at cost in different ways and in different times. Some stakeholders may not want to spend money on a particular activity on the project. Also, the cost of an acquired item could be measured when the acquisition decision is made or committed. So there's one idea of cost being spent when the product arrives or cost being spent when the order is placed. When do we record that a cost has been expended? Is it when the item is delivered or is it when the order is placed? So those concepts are very important to realize. It really depends on the organization's practices, and these vary from firm to firm. What about trends? Regarding trends in cost, I think a really big one is earned value management. To understand that the concept of earned value is very important. Also, there is the concept of earned schedule. Earned schedule is an extension to EVM, and earned schedule replaces the schedule variance measures used in traditional EVM, but I'm not going to go into that because I don't want to scramble around what you're going to learn for the PMP exam. Thinking about tailoring considerations, for me, a big one I've seen in firms is people tailoring cost management to meet what they need. And a lot of firms say, Phil, we do not need earned value, so we're not going to do earned value. When it comes to tailoring, also think about knowledge management. So all the knowledge that you gain on the project, can this be gleaned and reused? Knowledge gained in cost management, very important. Also, do you have a financial database? And is the project manager required to use that? When it comes to estimating and budgeting, are they guidelines or are they not? In my mind, I would rather use PMI's guidelines to estimate and budget, but I know in some firms a number is thrown out. When it comes to earned value, if it's not being used, don't kill people to use earned value, just let it slide. But if you find individually that it could benefit your project, use it. When it comes to Agile, talking about cost management, it's not one of the huge features in the world of Agile, But I would say, as you use Agile, don't lose sight of cost, okay? Try to stay to the budget. Budgets are very fluid on some Agile projects, but as a PM,
I would say try to stick as much as possible. Don't go overboard with flexibility. Still try to be disciplined in the world of cost management. And that concludes our CTTs for cost management. All right, my friends, we're here taking a look at page 25 again. I know a lot of instructors say, you don't have to read it. You don't have to cram it. It's not a question of cramming it. We're professionals. Hey, we are project management professionals, certified associates in project management. We need to know what we're talking about. I don't like all this all over the place, you know, because a lot of instructors, they are all over the place because they haven't trained people to focus on the right stuff. My job is to help you. I've been certified for 17 years. So when I tell you, you need to know this table, take it from me. I'm one of the people who hates all the unnecessary overhead of studying big old books. I'm not like that. But when it comes to what is real and what is honest, I'll just keep it plain. So you got to know it. You got to understand it. And today I'm going to invest time with my friends here in our class in going over page 25 in a different light. We are going to kind of blow page 25 up into a monster of a document because it's going to have a lot of detail. It's going to have like 10 columns and maybe 20 rows at this rate. But let's get started. So you remember the mnemonic? I prefer extra money cash, or I prefer eating mangoes chilled, and that's just the process group. So let's take it all the way back to the basement and start off with initiating, and then planning, and then executing, and then monitoring and controlling. And honestly, just follow along. You know, my recommendation will be just follow along so that we're all on the same page. If you want to open up a document and do the same thing or do it on paper, yeah, by all means. All right, and closing. All right. So we're going to kind of we're going to merge these just so that we have process and the output set. You know, this is a different kind of a map. It's not provided in a PMBOK. It would be so helpful if it was, and that's why I'm gonna work with my friends here to do this. All right, so those are the 5 process groups at the top, and then we have the knowledge areas. I saw 6 Cubans quietly rolling, really puffing. All right, I got to keep some words out because YouTube doesn't like certain words. Got to keep the words out if I know what's good for me. But you can also use the mnemonic. I saw 6 chipmunks quietly roasting coffee, reading poetry stories. All right, so let's get started with the very first process in integration. So this is integration, right? For those who didn't know, integration, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communications, risk, procurement, and stakeholder. Okay. So this is taking it up a level, my friends, because in the very first video that I put out this year, I showed how you get the processes. So develop project charter. Let's use a smaller font. Develop project charter. I'll make them all caps. And I will make sure they wrap. Okay. So develop project charter is where you get the 2 main things you get from here. You get a document that authorizes the project. It authorizes the PM to apply resources to the project, and it's simply called a project charter. The other thing that is noteworthy from develop project charter is something we call the assumption log, right? It's a log of assumptions log, and that means it has assumptions and constraints.
So in the very beginning, the assumptions that we begin to collect, those assumptions will make their way into the assumptions log. Those constraints will also make their way into the assumptions log. And as the project proceeds, we will continue to populate the assumptions log. So it's not a one-time thing. It's going to be all throughout the project, okay? And I'm going to use a different color just to show that these are outputs, okay? So in this case, we'll kind of try to work by knowledge area, okay? The next thing that happens in integration is develop project management plan. And as I said in a previous video, this is collecting all the plans, putting all the plans together so that all our subsidiary plans become one singular plan. Let's go over here. I'll give you a reminder of something we've talked about in this program. I've shown you the Center for Disease Control and Prevention's website. I've shown you examples of the project management plan, and I want to do that again if I'm able to. See if I can open a project management plan. There we go, project management plan from the CDC coming up. All right, just to put context behind it. All right, here we go. So this is the CDC's project management plan template. And what I mean by developing the project management plan is you are going to be adding all these sections: scope, schedule, cost. You see all these sections here? All of these sections, this is typically what a project manager would need to do in develop project management plan. You need to collate all of the subsidiary plans into this final, as it were, document. Sometimes you could just use a template like this that already has everything built in, so you don't need to have separate documents. You could put everything all in one document, but that's what you're doing. So in the very beginning, this project management plan is going to be somewhat skeletal. It's not going to have a whole lot of meat in it until later on. So project management plan, that's the major output you're getting. For every process, there are things that you should focus on as the major outputs, and there are things that you shouldn't even bother about because they're either repeats items or they're minor in terms of how relevant they are to the process. And really what we're talking about in each section here is just the outputs. We're not doing inputs. That is not as relevant. What we're doing is just the outputs, okay? Going into executing, we have direct and manage project work. And we also have a process known as manage project knowledge. So I'm going to show you what comes out of each one by way of the most relevant stuff. Okay. I might have to make all of these 12 after all. They are quite long. Okay. So direct to manage project work will give you an output known as work, performance, data. It'll also give you, I should say, the more important one is just the good old deliverables, right? And last but not least, it gives you one called the issue log. So what are these? These are quite self-explanatory. The deliverables, product, service, or result. Work performance data are your raw observations on the project that need to be fleshed out eventually. And an issue log is just a log of issues. So let's keep those up there. And as far as manage project knowledge, we'll separate this. And manage project knowledge, the major thing you're getting out of this is the lessons learned register. That is the major thing you're getting out of manage project knowledge, because that's where you're sharing experiences, you're sharing lessons learned on the project, what went well, what didn't go so well, what may need to be done differently. Okay. Now, if questions come up please ask, because I would love to clarify any of these outputs as we go along. So do you have any questions on any of these outputs that I can clarify for you?
Are you going to share this with us in a minute? Because I can't write and type and keep up at the same time.
I will definitely share it at the end for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So just really focus on understanding the content and yeah. But does it make sense so far? What exactly?
I have a question.
Go for it.
For the baselines, they are part of the project management plan?
They are part of the plan. You got it. Exactly. They are. Now, you'll find some reference being made in this document to baselines, but a baseline is really just an original plan that management has blessed, if you will, that management has given a go-ahead to. So in this project management plan, you have subsidiary plans, you have baselines, and there could be other components which are talked about on page 89 in the PMBOK guide. Okay, good deal. Anything else to explain here, my friends? All right, let's move on. So going into the monitoring and controlling section of integration, we have monitor and control project work. And the second one we have here is perform integrated change control. Okay, so what are we doing in these two? In the first one, monitor and control project work, it's the overall coordination of the project to make sure you are monitoring the project overall in an integrated way, such that if you have scope findings, schedule findings, risk findings, cost you got to combine everything into a cohesive report. So I don't know how you do this on your projects today, but in the worlds that I used to live in, there would be a status report, and the status report would have sections. It would have issues, risks, key decisions, milestones. It will have upcoming things for next week, and it will have some traffic light status in for cost, traffic light status in for scope, and things like that. So however you prepare your report, just know that the PMI referred to this, that report that we're talking about, the PMI referred to this as a work performance report. Some work performance reports are very straightforward, and some are quite complex. Some are difficult to put together. Like there's a report I used to put together when I was at Honeywell. Every Tuesday or so, we would meet with management, and that report was an earned value report, pulling SPI, CPI, SV, CV, cumulative stuff, digging deep into programs and projects and down to work packages. So it's a rather complex report, but not every report needs to be that complex. There are other jobs I've done where the reports are so basic, it's just so easy. So it really depends, but PMI refers to them all as work performance report. You're putting all the reports together, all the different knowledge area reporting together to give one cohesive report. Now, this report could actually be customized, and it's customized in such a way that each stakeholder that needs a different spin on the report gets their different spin. But it doesn't happen here. That happens in the managed communications process. So later on, when we talk about managed communications, I'll be mentioning how this work performance report gets customized. All right. So going into perform integrated change control, the major thing you're getting out of this is known as an approved change request. And that just means a change request that has been approved by the change control board, because you would have a change request coming into this process, but coming out of this process, you're going to have an approved change request, or you could have a change request that was not approved, or a change request that is pending. Those are not listed as outputs. Instead, they are alluded to in what we call a change log. So just keep in mind that a change log exists in this process, and the PMI do not expressly list it as noticeably as I would have liked. They kind of put it as an update of the project documents, but be rest assured, there should be a change log as an output from this. because that's what you do as a project manager. You know, you log the changes. I think I've shown you one of these before. Let me show you an example of the change log. Change, I'll show you a couple of change things. So coming into this process, I don't think I'm going to be able to find it, unfortunately. Coming into this process, you have a change request. Coming out, you have an approved change request, but you also have something we call a change log. So let me see if I can go on to the CDC website and maybe find one. Find one there. Has everyone seen a change log? Maybe I shouldn't take too much time to do these little inferences. Let's just move on. So just use your imagination. It's like an Excel file. It's got the change requests, and then it's got the numbers. Each change request is given a number in the change log. If we have enough time, we'll come back to this. Okay, let's move on. So we got approved change request and change log. Moving on to closing, we have close project or phase. This is where you're closing out a phase in the project or the project as a whole. You have a final product, service, or result transition. It's just a big old way of saying we're transitioning the deliverable to the customer. They should have just said deliverable transition, right? They use a lot of words sometimes. And then the last thing you got here is final report. And it's just a final report to say, this is the final state of the project. This is what resulted from the project. It was successful or it was not. All right, any questions? Because that's integration for you. And the rest is just going to be as straightforward as that. Any questions or concerns? All right, if there are none, we'll move on to scope. So let's go to scope. The scope is a bit of a beast when it comes to the planning section. When it comes to the planning section, you got plan, scope, management. Who remembers what comes next?
Collect requirements.
Thank you. Collect requirements. What comes next?
Define scope.
Well done. Define scope, followed by
create WBS.
You got it. Thank you. All right. So we got 4 things here in planning, and I'm going to show you what we get out of each one. Try and separate them. So the first one, we have 2 plans. This is where it gets a little bit tricky because plan scope management gives you 2 plans. The first one is called the scope management plan, and the second one is called the requirements management plan. And while it may look odd, it's actually not, because managing scope and managing requirements could be looked at as kind of related, but they are different. The whole concept of managing requirements is what is heavily focused on in PMI's business analysis guide. And we talk about the requirements traceability matrix that is used to collect the requirements, but that takes us to the next one. The major output of collect requirements, you could say, is a requirements traceability matrix. And the second thing you get out of here is requirements requirements documentation. All right. So all of this, you know, is just from memory. So if someone has the book, the PMBOK, please check. Is it called requirements documentation? What is it called? Do a double check for me, please.
Requirements documentation and requirement traceability matrix.
Thank you. Got it. Cool. All right. So sometimes it's good to just have a double check when you're not sure about this stuff. All right, so we got requirements documentation and the requirements traceability matrix. Let me put this on a different line. Okay, define scope. This is where we get a document known as, I'll just do some adjustments here. Okay. Get it all to align. Okay. So defined scope is where we get something called the project scope statement as an output. So the project scope statement, who remembers what is in the project scope statement?
The description of the work needs to be done.
You got it. It's the definition of the description of the deliverable in detail. And there's two very important things that are here in the project scope statement. We refer to them as inclusions and exclusions. So what is included in the project and what is excluded? In some instances, you actually need to spell it out for some folks. They don't get it, except you spell out this is not in the project. Okay, create WBS. This is where we get our, it's not the WBS. Let me just give you that clue. Who remembers what we get from create WBS?
Work packages.
So work packages are part of this thing, but this thing is actually called a scope baseline. The scope baseline contains the WBS dictionary, and the project scope statement. All three are referred to as the scope baseline. So if you haven't taken note of that, just think about it like this. Let me give you a very quick idea. So the scope baseline, this is part of PMI's Holy Grail, which is why I'm going over it. Scope baseline has got the WBS dictionary, which explains each element in the WBS. And then we have the project scope statement. These three things are in the scope baseline. So when you take a look at the process, create WBS, you got to remember the scope baseline is a major output. All right. So remember, we're in scope. In scope, we have 6 processes, right? So the first 4 are in planning. Then we jump into monitoring and controlling, where we have the last 2. And they are what? Who remembers what they are?
Validate scope and control scope.
You got it. Validate scope and control scope. Who remembers what happens in each one? Well done, Feroz.
Validating scope is when we meet with the stakeholders, so we can so that we can validate the verified deliverables.
Very good. You want to validate the verified deliverable. For those folks who haven't gone that far, when we say verified deliverable, we mean a deliverable that has gone through quality control from our side, from us who are creating that deliverable. So the major outputs you're going to get from validate scope is known as accepted deliverables. And this is where your customer is checking the deliverable. They got to check the deliverable to make sure that it conforms to what they want, to what they requested. So that's accepted deliverables. And then the second one, control scope, what you're going to find, and this is very, very important, what you're going to find in all of the controlling processes, almost all of them, you're going to find 4 things repeating themselves. So I'm going to spell them out once, and I'll just say same as control scope. So the repeat things you see all the time are 1, project management plan updates. You see that all the time from the monitoring and controlling processes, especially those outside of integration, right? Then you see project documents, updates. Then you see change requests. Generally, this is the recurring theme that you're going to see all throughout the PMBOK guide. The final one that you typically see as well is organizational process assets updates. If you understand what these are, then there's no need to cram them or worry about them. But just know the project management plan will be updated. Project documents will be updated. Change requests could be an output, and organizational process assets updates could be an output. And I'm talking about everything that happens from scope all the way down to stakeholder. You generally see these. There might be some exceptions, but this is a general theme. And again, you don't have to cram it. You just need to understand, as a result of monitoring and controlling activities, my project documents, my project management plans could be updated. I could have change requests, and I could have updates to my organizational process assets, which are really documents, templates, things such as that. You could have updates to those. You could also have updates to the records. You know, a lot of the updates we talk about as OPAs, that's really your lessons learned that you see being updated over and over again as you find better ways of doing stuff. And that's it. That's it for scope, you see. So this is the level of detail, the level of thinking that you need to have to make things easier for you, as easy as possible. So I'm hoping that, you know, when I share this with you, you can go put some finer coats of paint on it, and you're just going to get better and better and better. In one of our previous sessions, I showed you a whiteboard that one of my students had, and the whiteboard, what he did was write down the page 25, but at the same time, he also had all of the outputs for every process listed out. So let me show you what I'm talking about here. So if you look behind me, you can see he's got a scope. At that time, it was time, that's integration. But you can see on that far end, this other end over here, you can see he's got some red lettering there, like, you know, change requests, work performance reports. He's got stuff showing what was going out and what was going in. And that is the level of thinking that I really need you to have. You know, it just makes it so much easier. It takes away the guesswork. And when you go into the exam, you're a lot more confident, just knowing stuff. All right, let's move on. So going into schedule management, I'll be quicker now. We have plan. Okay, let's see. I think it's trying to help me. Plan, schedule management. We have define activities. We have sequence activities. We have, oops, we have estimate activity durations. And lastly, we have develop schedule. Let me see if I can condense these a little bit more. Okay. Sequence activities. I think I lost some of it. Estimate activity duration. And develop schedule. So if you understand the logic of all of these, the flow, you first of all plan how we're going to manage the schedule, how we're going to build it. Then you define the activities, then you sequence them, then you estimate the durations, and you develop the schedule. So plan schedule management gives you a schedule management plan. Okay. Define activities gives you three things. Gives you an activity list. It gives you what we call activity attributes. And it gives you a milestone list. So an activity attribute just further describes an activity. For example, Phil is a resource on activity 2. Phil's being a resource is an activity attribute. Or we could say the place, the location of performance for this task is New Jersey. Well, New Jersey is an attribute of the activity. That's really what we mean by attributes. You know, we could say activity B is followed by activity C. The predecessor of activity B is activity A. That is also an attribute, predecessors and successors. So they're not as complicated as they sound. All right, let's move on to sequence activities. What we get from here is called project schedule network diagram. And if you've ever used Primavera or Microsoft Project, you've definitely seen some of these features like a project schedule network diagram. If you go to the network diagram view in Microsoft Project, you'll see what this is. All right, let's move on. Estimate activity durations. We have two things of importance here. We have duration estimates and we have basis of estimates called BOEs. All right, any questions so far? We're going to hit the last one, and this is just the project schedule. We also have the schedule baseline, and we also have a couple more things that are important. This is one of the bigger processes. We have the project calendars, and then we have schedule data. Now, there's a lot more stuff we could put in here, but they're not unique. So what I'm trying to do is just put in the unique stuff. Okay. That's a lot of stuff. Any questions about this?
Hey, Phil,
Yes.
the basis of estimates, is that just a justification for the amount of time and the estimation of the durations of each activity?
You got it, Uche, exactly. It's just a justification. Yeah. Good deal. All right. So, you know, we also have the BOEs in cost management. So it's really just either justification for schedule, however long it was, or justification for the estimate, you know, however big or small it was, just to clarify. All right. So we got one more, and we're done for schedule. And that final one is in monitoring and controlling, and it's just called control schedule. And the major thing that is different here is this is where we begin to see forecasts. So here we have schedule forecasts, and that is the major output, schedule forecasts. Remember, you can also have all of these regular suspects. So I could take all of these and dump them in there, but no, it's just going to make the table look messy. But just remember these four, you could also have them as additional outputs. Okay. Any final questions before we go over to cost? All right, let's go to cost. So for cost, we have plan cost management, and we have estimate costs, and we have determine budget. Let's make these bigger. All right, so for plan cost management, you're going to have cost management plan. Let's put that there, cost management plan. For estimate cost, you're going to have cost estimates. And like Uche just asked, you would have your basis of estimates as well. And for determine budget, you would have a cost baseline as an output. It's a rather important output at that. You would also have, can someone check this for me? Project funding requirements. That would be another one that is significant. So let me know if you find it. Do you see
project funding requirements?
Awesome. Yeah. You definitely need your project funding requirements. Project funding requirements are just the requirements for project funding. You know, it's one thing to say, I need $12 million for this project, but it's another thing to say, every month I need 1 million. Or in month 1, 2, and 3, I need 3 million. And in the remaining months, I need whatever it is. So project funding requirements are the funding requirements for the project in total and also periodically. You need to give those periodic expectations to your sponsor, to whoever's funding you, right? So that you don't run out of money. Okay, and the final one in cost is going straight on down to monitoring and controlling is control costs. And the output is cost forecast. And cost forecasts are things like your earned value management, your projection about what the future of the project will look like and how it will end up. All right. Any questions on cost? All right, let's go to quality. Quality, we have plan, quality management. The major thing you get out is your quality management plan. And we also have quality metrics. So a metric is the attribute that you are measuring. Don't confuse metrics with measurement. For example, we're using the metric of inches, 100 inches versus inches. Inches is the metric, 100 inches is the measurement. So you'll find the quality control measurements later on in control quality, but for now, you just have the metrics as the output. Okay. All right. Moving on. Oh, I think I got this skewed. Oh. Planning. Okay, I'm sorry. I got to move these. I got to move these over here. Yeah, I got lost in the maze of this enormous document. Okay, so I got to move those into planning. That's better. Okay. Now we're back on track. Okay. And as far as executing, now going into quality. Now we have manage quality. And we have a few things here. We have quality reports. We have tests and evaluation. Can someone confirm for me, is it test and evaluation documents or test and evaluation something else? Can you check?
Documents.
Documents, good, okay. So we have quality reports, we have test and evaluation documents. The quality reports are kind of like the State of the Union address about quality overall. And then the test and evaluation documents are documents that we are going to use in the next process, control quality. So what you see in a lot of these knowledge areas is the outputs of the previous process usually become inputs to the next process. That's just how it works in general, okay? But in control quality, since we're using these test and evaluation documents and we're doing inspection, we're going to get out something that Farouz mentioned earlier. If you were quick to catch it, she said verified deliverables. This is where this comes from, right? A verified deliverable just means that you have checked the deliverable as the performing organization for correctness through inspection. That's one of the things you get. And then you also have something called quality control measurements. And all this is measurements that you make around the inspection. So whether you're measuring Fahrenheit or degrees Fahrenheit, degrees centigrade, meters, feet, whatever it is, whatever that measurement is, you make the measurement to ensure that that deliverable is fit for use and conforms to requirements and so on. So verified deliverables, quality control measurements. I think that's about it. Those are the most significant ones. You're going to find a lot more, but those two would be the most significant ones. What you do with the quality control measurements is you could use them as an input back. Believe it or not, it's got a very interesting relationship. But instead of it going forward, you take these and it becomes an input back into managed quality, where you're doing some checks to ensure that your process is sound. Because if you get a deliverable that is unfavorable, you got to use those quality control measurements to check what went wrong. Where's our process broken? Is our process broken? Any questions about quality, my friends? Does it make sense? For the most part?
Sorry, I didn't get the test and evaluation document.
Yeah, so the test and evaluation documents are documentation you prepare in advance. So this is what's happening here. In managed quality, you are anticipating we are going to get to control quality. When we get to control quality, we're going to do an inspection, right? And we can also classify some of what we do as testing. And we could say we're also going to do some evaluation, right? So whether it's inspection, testing, evaluation, this is all the kind of the tools and techniques. This is what they point to in control quality. So where are you going to document what you've inspected? Where are you going to document what you've tested? It's just the paperwork that will be used to document the results of your inspection. So these are going to be used going in here to do the inspection. And then when you're done, of course, you'll have these already completed. And that will be some of the data that you've got to use for other analyses, which will still come back to here. So these two, there's a feedback loop that could continue depending on how many cycles of testing and evaluation and analysis you do on the actual thing you've created. Okay. All right. Does that make sense, Ferouz?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Well, let's move on to resources. Another big area. Resources has got two things in planning. So we have, who remembers?
Plan resource management and
you.
estimate the resources of activities.
Thank you. Estimate activity resources. All right. What do we get out of plan resource management that's important? Two things. Who can guess? Every planning process has it.
Resource management plan?
That's one. Thank you. That's one down. And what's the second thing of interest?
Team charter?
You got it. Well done. Team charter. All right. Those are the big two. Okay. And then from estimate activity resources, going back to Uche's question, we have that thing again, right? We have the basis of estimates, but we have, first of all, what we call resource requirements. And then we have those BOEs again, basis of estimates. And in this case, the basis of estimates are just going to tell us what is the basis for saying you want 5 coders. Why so many? Well, they're junior. They're not as experienced as the other people, or whatever the rationale is, or why do you need the backhoe for this long? It could be because what we're working on has terrain that is uncharted. We've never been there before. It has a lot of uncertainty. We don't know what we're going to encounter. Whatever that reason is, you want to put it in there so that whoever is looking at the resource requirements will understand why the resource requirements are whatever they are, high or low. All right. So moving on to executing, we have acquire, develop, and manage. Acquire, develop, and manage. I want you to remember it like this, ADM, right? So what are we acquiring? Acquire what? Who remembers? Okay, resources. Farouz already mentioned develop. Develop what?
Team.
You got it. And manage.
Team.
Thank you. Manage team. So what do we get from these three? From acquire resources, we get a couple of things. Actually, you get three things. We have, let's just copy this and use the format. So we have physical resource assignments. And we also have project team assignments. And we also have, who can guess what's the last unique thing? You can open up your books and look. What do you think?
Resource calendars.
You got it. Now you're getting it. You see, I like the way you stayed away from the repetitive stuff. Exactly. It's resource calendars. And everyone on a project pretty much has a resource calendar. It's a calendar that shows when they're working and when they're not. That's it. Cool. All right. Develop team. We have a couple of things that are not as common here. Can you guess what they are?
Team performance assessment.
You got it. That's the first one. Team performance assessments. Is it assessment or S at the end?
S.
Thank you. And there's one more that is not as common. We should probably add it. Can you guess which one that will be? It's the EEF.
Enterprise environmental factors.
Yeah, updates. Only because you don't see the updates a whole lot. So that is kind of unique. I know you see EFs in a lot of places, but this is kind of unique. And then as far as the managed team, it's the same EF updates. It's got change requests and some other things, but those are not entirely unique. So I'll just keep the EF updates. You also have EF updates from acquire resources as well. So just be aware that it's there, right? It's not anything so special when you read it. It's really just updates to the employee records, updates to the employee's capabilities, really. But that's it. All right. Any questions about this? Because we have one more in controlling, and that's control resources. And honestly, there's nothing unique from here at all. In fact, I'm inclined to leave it blank because it's not a whole, there's really nothing unique from there. All right. So, I mean, the only thing you'd have would be the same thing as you got here. All of this stuff, all of this minutia. You know, I don't want to overcomplicate it. So just remember, control resources, it has same stuff from validate scope. No need to overcomplicate it. All right, let's go to communications. We have plan, communications management. From here, we have our communications management plan. That is the only thing that you get that is noteworthy. Then we have manage communications. Manage communications. Here we have something called project communications. So all the communications that you've made, memos, reports, whatever can be saved based on your company's retention records, policies, yeah, go ahead and keep it as project communications. But if there's stuff that is classified, of course, you wouldn't do that. It wouldn't be general records. So these are memos, reports, things like that. Last but not least, what is the last process called? Stay away from the landmine.
Monitor communication.
Well done. You stayed away from the landmine. Monitor communications. Monitor communications is where you
check to make sure that the plan is working. Again, to be quite honest, there's nothing unique, right? And I'm just going to put nothing unique. Nothing unique. Nothing unique there, nothing unique here. All right, let's go to risk. So risk is a beast. It's an absolute monster. So we're going to get something we formatted to stay away from the formatting troubles. And we'll just use this. And we'll start from the top. So it's plan risk management. What's the second thing we do in risk?
Identify.
Thank you. Identify risks. What is the third thing we do?
Perform qualitative risk analysis.
Yeah, you got it. Thank you. And what is the next one?
Quantitative risk analysis.
That piece, you seem to like it. Seems like that is one of the fun parts for you.
Once I decipher between the two, yes.
Absolutely. Yep. Once you know the difference, it's fun and games. All right. And then the last one is what? In planning, that is.
Plan risk response.
You got it. All right. So you got plan risk responses. Here's the good news. Here's the good news. For these guys, there is the risk management plan over here. No, let's do it. Risk management plan. That is the only output noteworthy from plan risk management. And then from identify risks, we have the risk register and the risk report. And guess what? That's it, because all we're doing from here on out for the entire risk management knowledge area is we're just updating the risk register and the risk report in most of the processes. In quantitative, it doesn't allude to an update to the register. I don't think it does, but just take it like it's just going to be a repeat. All we're going to do is update everything that we've got from here on out. That's really it. So yeah, let's just nudge that down. All right, so from here we have in executing, who remembers what we do in executing?
Implement.
You got it. You implement the risk responses. All right. And I hope you do remember the A team and the easy. You remember those? I just got to always remind you of these because they're really big on the exam. So for plan risk responses, you're doing your A team, and you're doing your easy for the positive risks. So you got to remember avoid, transfer, escalate, accept, mitigate. And you got escalate, accept, share, exploit, enhance. Those are really big as far as risk is concerned. So when you're implementing risk responses, what you're doing is you're taking these and you're implementing them as planned. All right. So to be quite honest, there's no unique output, nothing unique, because all we've got is updates. So I could put a different note here. I'll make an exception. I'll put risk register updates, but this is documented under project documents updates. But it's definitely worth noting that it's the risk register because it's such a significant document of project management that I want to make sure you've captured that understanding. Same thing for this. You know, it's the risk register that you're going to be updating in the, what is the final process called for risk?
Monitor.
You got it. Well done. Monitor risk. You got to know which one is the monitor. And yep, it's communications, risk, and stakeholder. Good. All right. Well, we're almost done here. You can see it's not insurmountable. We've only been going for about 45, 50 minutes, so we got plan.
Excuse me, Phil, I have a question.
Go for it.
What exactly does the risk register contain?
So the risk register, wow, remember that big old thing we did a few weeks ago? Have you forgotten? Let's go open it. Let's go investigate. Remember, we did an end-to-end risk register, remember? So I actually put this on YouTube. This is on YouTube as well. So on YouTube, I put this video that we made in class where we, first of all, started with the cause, the risk, and the effect. And then we did the qualitative risk analysis. And then we did the quantitative risk analysis. And then we went into planning the responses, right? I showed you, this is where we use the A-team or easy. We decide how to respond to the risk. And then we also did the monitor risk, and I showed you could keep status and notes. Did that bring back the memory? Did it flood back?
Yes, yes.
Good. Yeah, this is, now you're seeing it all come together. And I'm really glad we're doing this because it's hard. And let me just say, you're the first class I've done this with in, I would say ever. Yeah, you're the first class I've actually sat down with to construct it. Most of the time, the students will go back and construct it themselves, but now you're seeing it come together. And again, for those who didn't see it, you see the board behind me. This is from a student of mine. I've always told students to do this. So he bought this big old whiteboard, and not only did he put the process names, but he put the outputs. He went a step further. He was hardcore. You don't have to do this, but he also wanted to put the major inputs. You don't have to go that far. Just the outputs that we've got on the screen now, trust me, this will be the most you need to really understand everything you need for predictive. This is it. After this, it's really just knowing what each thing contains. Like Farouz asked a great question, what is in the risk register? You got to know what is in each of these documents. Good. All right. So let's move on to plan, procurement, plan, procurement.
Was there a notable output for the monitor risk?
Yeah, so for monitor risk, I've just put project documents updates because to be honest, it's really nothing unique. It has, oh, thanks for bringing that up, Stacy. So let's go back. There's one more thing that is part of the recurring themes of monitoring and control. And I was wondering what it was. I don't think I meant to put OPA updates, even though you could find those. I believe the one I really meant to put was work, performance, information. Oh yeah, thank you for asking that question. That's another one of, you have a way of knowing what would hurt me if we had finished this recording, like you did last week. This one is so important. I cannot stress how important it is to understand that work performance information comes from every single process in monitoring and controlling outside of integration. You're always going to have work performance information over and over again in all of the knowledge areas: control schedule, control cost. You're going to have that work performance information all the time. So it is very relevant. Yeah. So just keep that in mind, even though it's not unique in the grand scheme, but it's definitely one we want to put there. And the reason why I remembered it, Stacy, is you got in monitor risks, you've got an input, work performance data, but you've also got another input that's unique, the work performance reports, because you want to look at the reports and see if you can find risk trends. So this process is one of a unicorn process where you got all the W's, and all the W's are here. You got the 2 W's coming in: work performance data, work performance information, and I beg your pardon, work performance data, work performance reports, and the output is work performance information. It's probably worth putting it here since I had mentioned it. So I just put work Performance information. This is one of the more unique ones. Thanks for the question. Great stuff. All right. Okay, let's move on. So plant procurement management is a beast of a process. I know it looks like it's just where we're doing make or buy decisions, but it's not. There's a lot here. So we have the procurement management plan. I'm going to make this bigger. We have the procurement management plan. We have procurement strategy. We have the ICE, independent cost estimates. So imagine you're working on a procurement and you are not 100% sure about the bids that could come back. You could go to an independent source for them to estimate what you're looking for, and then you can measure up the estimates from the vendors with this independent cost estimates. We also have an output called make or buy decisions. And this is really just a decision to make something or buy it, depending. What else? We're going to have to take a little sneak peek because there's 3 more things that could be kind of strange. We have change requests, I believe, which is very strange to have here. What else? We have procurement. Can someone take a look and see we have procurement documents, so procurement documentation?
Procurement document updates,
As the
procurement statement of work.
Yes, the procurement statement of work is one of them. Thank you. Procurement statement of work. And that is a high-level narrative of what the customer wants. So let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need a couple, we got 6, but I think we need a couple more of the unique ones. So what else do you see there that looks, I've never seen this before. Say that again?
Bid documents.
Thank you, the bid documents, yeah. Bid
And then
documents.
source selection criteria has not been mentioned yet.
You got it, source selection criteria. This is the most notorious process for unique outputs. It has 7 unique outputs, and then change request is not unique, but hey, this is planning. So I felt I would call this out here because you don't often see change requests in planning, but here you do. So go on down and read. Why do we have change requests? Well, think about it. If you do plan procurement management and you realize, oh, we're not able to get a vendor who can do this, we need to change something on the project, or maybe you do market research and you realize, oh, we can't do this. You might have to back out or change something. And that's all I'm calling your attention to in this one. So it's a lot of documents. It's not to cram them, but it's really just to know what they are. So does anyone have any questions on any of these documents?
The independent cost estimate.
Yeah, so those are just estimates that you would approach from a third party. So let's say I'm the buyer, you are the seller, and I'm expecting you to bid for 5 million. But when you bid for 12 million. I'm like, I'm expecting a 5 million around that bid. Why am I getting a 12 million bid from a vendor? So I go to Shauna, and Shauna is my independent cost estimate source. She's a third party who will take a look at my scope of work and say, this is what you can expect the bids to be, or this is why the bids are this way. So she will provide the rationalization. She'll give me the independent estimate. When I see her estimate, I'll know if yours is in line. If she's telling me, yeah, it should be around the region of 12, then okay, good. But if you say, no, you're right, Phil, it should be in the region of 5 or 6 at most, then I need to understand, okay, where did Firuz get it wrong? Where is she seeing the scope of work differently? So it's just an independent estimate from a third party. And it happens all the time, in a lot of the bigger kind of projects where you want to make sure that the bids you're getting back are not jacked up. They're not, people aren't overestimating, putting too much thought into it, where too much thought doesn't need to be put into it. Maybe it's just something simple, but they're overcomplicating it, or they don't understand the scope. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yes.
Awesome, very good. All right, let's move on to the final two. So we have conduct, procurement, and here we have a very important one, agreements. Agreements, and this is like contracts and anything that signifies you've got a deal, right? We also have selected sellers, and we also have, there's one Stacy mentioned, was it procurement documents updates or something like that?
That's project document up, project management plan updates or project document updates.
Okay, there's no procurement documents, or okay, maybe not. Okay, so I believe it's just these two that are the unique ones. Agreement, selected sellers, that should be it. Okay, or do you see anything else noteworthy? Anything that says procurement? No. All right.
No, all the other ones have been mentioned and other ones passed.
Gotcha, thank you. Let's do the last one, control procurements. So in control procurements, I think this is where we have the strange one you mentioned, which is procurement documentation updates or something like that.
Yes, procurement documentation updates.
Thank you. So we have closed procurements. That's one. And the second one, we have procurement documentation updates. This is a long story that you can go read up on your own, but any documents in procurements, we could update them here. That's the summary of it. And there's so many parts, but honestly, if you're going to look at the bang for your buck, it's too much. So don't go rabbit trail into these procurement documentation updates. Just know that any documentation that is relevant from procurement could be updated here, but that's it. Okay. Any questions about procurement in general, how things work? Does it make sense? Okay. Let's head on down to the stakeholder area. So we have, what is the very first process in stakeholder management?
Identify.
I couldn't fool you on that one. Thank you. Identify stakeholders. What is the major output?
Stakeholder register.
Got it. Stakeholder register. Awesome. And as far as the next process, what is this one called?
Plan, stakeholder engagement.
You've got it. What is our major output?
The stakeholder engagement plan.
You got it. Stakeholder engagement plan. That's
Why can't they all be that easy?
Okay, here's the good news. The next one.
Manage stakeholder engagement.
Thank you. And honestly, there's nothing unique.
No.
Nothing unique. All right. And as far as the final process, what's it called?
Monitor stakeholder engagement.
Okay.
Just like that song, nothing unique. I'm Henry VIII, I am, second verse, save it.
Oh, funny. Okay. Well, you definitely get the idea. You got your 5 process groups, your 10 knowledge areas, your 49 processes, and all of the unique outputs. If you go over this video again and again, it will stick. But I want us to just kind of look at the notes that we've made. I'll be sending this to everyone in this class. Let me know if you have questions on any of the outputs, because if you don't, we're done. I will not revisit this topic this way for a long time. I'll just tell people, go watch the video. So any questions about anything in the PMBOK guide, anything predictive? Because honestly, I'm done with, I've had enough of predictive for today. And for
the purpose of the test, will they just flat out say what is an output of managed stakeholder engagement, or how would they word an exam question?
Yeah, so a question could say you are doing XYZ. What would you expect as an output? And I'm talking more about the CAPM exam. The PMP exam would say you are a project manager working with a team on blah, blah, blah. You are in the process of doing this. This happened. They always throw a wrench in it. So for CAPM, it's usually a straightforward, you're doing this. What do you get out? Or what comes next? For the PMP, it's like you're doing this. This and this is a situation currently. This happened. What should the project manager do? It could say, what do you do next? It could say, what do you do first? So having this knowledge is so important. You know, however they dress up the question, you're going to be ready for them, because you're going to know where you are, you know, what came before this and what happens next. One of my students, he said it's like being thrown out of a helicopter in the jungle and being able to have a GPS that you use to find your way back. So if the question said you're project manager on a project, you're in the middle of ensuring there's no scope creep. What happened before this? Well, you know, you're in control scope. What happened before this? In scope, likely validate scope is what came in the order of things. Or maybe they don't make it that simple. Maybe they give you control quality or something else. But you need to know where you are. The bottom line is, where am I? What could I have just done? What am I likely doing? What tools and techniques might I have used? Or if they give you a problem, which process am I in and which tool and technique would I use to solve the problem? But they're not going to call them tools and techniques. They don't use that language very much, especially on the PMP exam, and even on the CAPM exam of 2023 that they're yet to change to. You're not going to find that language very much, because remember, they're moving away from the 6th edition references. So when they put it in the exam, they're not going to call it 6th edition stuff very much. They could call it methods, models, or artifacts, or something else. But as long as you know what you're doing, this is why I'm a stickler for this page. As long as you know what you're doing as a project manager and you know what you're getting out of the process, you cannot be fooled. You know, you can't be fooled. As George Bush said, I'll never be fooled again. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, I'll never be fooled again. You ain't gonna fool me, PMI. No way. So know your table, and it will be a happy experience on the exam, whatever the exam you take, whether PMP today, PMP, whenever they change it, this isn't going away. And as though PMI wanted to underscore that it's not going away, when you go to PMI's website, what do you find glaring at you? Process groups, a practice guide, because they knew that the 7th edition was not enough to sustain the community. So they are marketing process groups, a practice guide. When you go to their website, case in point, you go to their website. When you scroll down a little bit, the first thing you see is process groups, a practice guide, buy today. Why? Because this stuff is in there. All the stuff I covered today is in process groups, a practice guide, published in 2022. It's still relevant. Doesn't get any better than this. Process group is still there. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see additional languages coming in spring 2023. I think PMI finally listened to what I said. Don't reinvent the wheel. Use what works. It works. It's here to stay. All right, my friends, let me go ahead and stop the recording. Thank you for letting me do this. All right, my friends, so to round this up, you've seen it all, but I know some of you are lacking in your PMP prep because, to be quite honest, not every course goes as deep. You need to be in one of these programs with me. I want to direct you to where to go, my friend. If you want to join our next session, which is for the PMP, and it's a kind of challenge. I'm giving people 3 weeks to get the act together, right? But they're going to be with me for 3 weeks continuously. We're going to be going through content, going down to this website. It's hpmexam.com. Check out the info. It's just 3 weeks, 3 weeks. Come learn and come be challenged so that you can get certified as soon as possible. For those of you that are CAPMs, you just need to go on down to projectmanagementdoctor.com/CAPM live, and you'll be able to find when our next CAPM exam training is. CAPM live. Right now, we don't have any scheduled in February, but beyond February, you want to keep checking projectmanagementdoctor.com/CAPM live, and you'll be able to join our course. And for 2023, we are going through the entire syllabus for the new exam, the exam that PMI has announced is changing. All right, thank you very much. Talk to you soon. Hello, my friends. Welcome to Agile Meets PMBOK Processes in Minutes. We're going to go through how to think about the knowledge areas from an Agile perspective. Now, the place to get this information is to go to the Agile Practice Guide and take a look at pages 90 to 95. I'm going to be breaking that down for you so that you got a more robust idea of how things work in this world. So we're going to use a format that we're used to. On page 90 in the Agile Practice Guide, you've got this table, but I'm going to expand on the table. So when you are integrating in the world of Agile, in initiating, an example of how you should think about that is with an Agile project charter. But that is just one of the things talked about in the Agile Practice Guide on page 49 to 50. So I would love for you to go to page 49 and 50 in the Agile Practice Guide and begin to understand the concept of an Agile project charter. Okay. Now, to go a step further, when you are initiating, there are other things you need, like a product roadmap, like a product vision. These are things that are going to help you effectively initiate, and at the end of the day, obviously, integrate. Now, when it comes to the world of Agile, we don't have a stakeholder register under most circumstances. Instead, we have the product owner's knowledge, the product owner, the Scrum Master, and the developers. We have their knowledge about stakeholders. And that's what we're going to go off on. We don't have a formal stakeholder register. Now, getting into planning, the way we plan is different layers. The product roadmap is a good way of you starting to plan. But on top of the product roadmap, we also have release plans. We also have iteration plans, which is like your sprint plans in the world of Scrum. And then we also have the product backlog. We also have a sprint backlog. Okay. So however you want to define these things, think about them in the world of Agile, but within a knowledge area lens. Going into the world of executing and integration, you want to think about these concepts. Think about a team charter, also known as team agreement, also known as team contract, also known as social contract. And think about the concept of team accountability. Okay, getting into monitoring and controlling, we could have our burn up charts, burn down charts, the concept of velocity,
the concept of KPIs of an agile nature. Think about the concept of backlog refinement, and that is a way we do our monitoring and controlling. As far as closing is concerned, we don't have any formal documents, but we do have the concept of retrospectives that close out each iteration. Okay. Now, because Agile is so fluid and it's so dynamic, there's going to be a number of these things that could easily fit into these lower boxes. So I'm going to take a very quick shot at explaining them because I know lots of you are curious about, okay, how do I think about scope in Agile? How do I think about scheduling Agile? So I'm going to help you with some of these concepts. They're not going to be processes. Remember, we don't have a whole bunch of processes in this world. Case in point, you got the Agile Manifesto. What is it? 2 pages, right? You got Scrum as a framework. How much is it? 13 pages in the current Scrum guide. So we don't have a whole bunch of processes, but you do need to be putting yourself into this pattern of thinking, all right? And it's not an all-encompassing list. They're concepts that I want you to remember, all right? So in the world of scope, when we're planning, there are a lot of these things that we could use to effectively scope out a project. So your product roadmap, your product backlog, your sprint backlog, these can also come into play here as well. But beyond these two, we can add a few more scope specific things. We can add user stories. We can add the concept of story mapping. We could add the concept of the minimum viable product or the minimum marketable feature or the minimum business increment. We could add the concept of the INVEST acronym. And then when it comes to scope and monitoring and controlling as we know it in the parallel world, we can talk about sprint review. We could talk about the sprint or backlog, I beg your pardon, refinement. So this is all straight out of my head. I'm not reading it from anywhere, so it might go a little bit slow at times. Talking about schedule, we have the concept of wideband Delphi. We have the concept of the Fibonacci sequence, which we use when we do our wideband Delphi. We have the concept of time boxing, of course, because we don't have a big old schedule. Instead, we've got a fixed time box where we fit things in. So we have the concept of sprints with your fixed duration. We also have the concept, apart from wideband Delphi, let me go in here and put silent relative sizing. Okay, and that's when you use animal sizing, t-shirt sizing, things like that. As far as monitoring and controlling, again, we have these charts and things that we monitor. We also have the cone of uncertainty that we talk about here too. Going into the world of cost, we don't have a big old dog and pony show when it comes to cost. We have the concept of a stable team of adults. We have the concept of little change when it comes to the team. And what this means is team salaries are pretty much fixed. And then we have other components that could be in the project or the endeavor, but they're not so earth-shattering that we need to have a big old budgeting and cost process within our Agile confines. We leave that to the business, but again, we do, as the Agile Practice Guide puts it, on-demand costing. And to take that term, let's put it in here. We use the concept of on-demand scheduling as well. So just keep that in mind. Okay. So when it comes to cost, I'm just going to read for you. I'm going to read this for you from pages 90 forward. So this piece we're about to read is under cost, and that's on page 92. And it just reads, instead of heavy planning, lightweight estimation methods can be used to generate a fast, high-level forecast. So it's quick, fast. We're not going to waste a whole bunch of time. Moving into the concept of quality, some things that help you in quality from an Agile perspective are the concept of acceptance criteria, the concept of definition of done, the concept of definition of ready, again, your INVEST acronym, and the concept of frequent checks, frequent inspection, right? The whole concept of a cadence for your sprint review. Okay, let's make this a little bit bigger. Obviously, I have a whole lot in planning. All right. As far as cost and the monitoring and controlling aspect, I would just say handled as needed at higher levels by product owner, business team, product owner, business team, customer, higher levels. Okay. Now, as far as quality, again, we have the actual carrying out of our sprint review. As far as quality is concerned, believe it or not, the daily Scrum is a great way of you keeping on track quality-wise. I know we do not have anything here in the traditional world of PMBOK page 25, but I want to challenge you that executing in the world of Agile, you need to think about it differently. We're executing on these areas continuously through our daily Scrum. So even though here is blocked, I want you to think in terms of knowing what is happening on the project, and if there are any impediments, you could look at these blocks here as being one big old thing you're executing, you're monitoring and controlling. But we'll just keep it to page 25 so that you don't get lost and you're not thinking too much about it. Okay. All right, let's move on. Let's move this make this a little bit smaller just so that it fits on the screen. Okay. So sprint review, we also have sprint retrospective, which is a great way of keeping quality in check from a more process standpoint. Sprint review from a more product standpoint, if you will. As far as quality is concerned for the executing, remember when you are carrying out executing in quality, it's checking the process. So you could say in the world of Agile, we don't have to meet only at the end for a retro. A retro could be at any time. You could also say this is the inspect, adapt mindset. Okay. Now getting into resources, one of my favorite areas here, again, we have these things front and center. We have this front and center as far as the team is concerned. Now, reading from the Agile Practice Guide, it says, projects with high variability benefit from team structures that maximize collaboration. So it's important for us to get collaboration right through team charters and the like, right? Whatever you call it. Just know those are all interchangeable terms. Team charter same as team agreement, team contract, social contract. Okay. And the PMI tell you in the Agile Practice Guide, collaborative teams may facilitate accelerated integration of distinct work activities, improve communication, increase knowledge sharing, such and such. How do you think the team collaborates? In the sync up. It's the daily scrum, the retrospective as well. This is how the team executes the concept of collaboration. There are other things that we refer to as the concept of swarming, the concept of mobbing to get work done, collaborating, hitting that work in the jaw. Okay, when it comes to executing though, there's one more I should add up here, and I'm sure some of you might have caught that, and it's the concept of retrospectives. Retrospectives, they kind of fall into that lessons learned, but more pragmatic, more dynamic and driven at the moment. You know, in the world of executing and predictive, we talk about managed project knowledge, and sometimes you don't actually collate lessons learned until the dying hours. It shouldn't be the case. It should be all through. So we could put retrospectives up there as well. All right. So as far as resources are concerned, the PMI say planning for physical and human resources is much less predictable in projects with high variability. In these environments, agreement for fast supply and lean methods are critical to controlling cost. So you want to have more of a lean mindset, okay? You also want to have a mindset of team trust. As the Agile Manifesto says, give the team the environment and support they need and trust them to get the job done. That needs to be the overall mindset here. All right. As far as monitoring and controlling, again, we have a very lean set of tools. So you'll see a lot of repetition all throughout this theme of monitoring and controlling across the board. All right, now let's make it a little bit smaller because we're adding more and more and more stuff. So hopefully you're following along successfully and all I'm saying is making sense to you. All right, let's move into the concept of communications. One of the best places to go to understand how to communicate in the world of Agile is these things again. So I'm just gonna take one of them and then you know what it means. Actually, let me cut from here and put it in here. Yeah, at least you know what these are now. In terms of executing, I'll just read for you from the Agile Practice Guide. It says, project environment subject to various elements of ambiguity needs to communicate evolving and emerging details more frequently and quick. So as far as the execution of this, think about things like the information radiator. Think about the concept of osmotic communication. Think about the concept of the fishbowl window concept, okay? Now, there are a few other things that I could have mentioned, you know, and like I told you, this is all ad hoc. It's unrehearsed. So there's some stuff that I'm remembering along the way, but we also need to talk about where the concept of T-shaped scales fits. And I'm glad we're kind of doing it out of strict order because I'm making you think all across the board, which is helpful for your PMP exam. So when we talk about T-shaped scales, where do you think it fits? Fits right here, right? Team trust, and let's put T-shaped scales over here. T-shaped scales. All right. So we're doing very well, and we're getting towards the end of this whole adventure. Getting to the end. All right. So going into risk. When we talk about planning risk management, you got to understand the product backlog to start with. There actually are a number of things that we've talked about that could help. So I'm just going to put them into risk: product roadmap, release plans, product backlog, sprint backlog, iteration plans. You want to examine all of those for risks. And there's one key thing you're going to get from all of this that you should think of, and it's the risk adjusted backlog. Let me make all this a little bit smaller and focus on this one. So the risk adjusted backlog. And you could also have teams that use the concept of risk registers. Do not think it's strange. These are absolutely used by some teams in Agile. Okay, so don't listen to the myth that says people who do Agile don't do risk registers. That's not true. That's not true. All right, so the risk register could be used. And then the concept, when it comes to the monitoring and controlling and the executing, you could say let's just use the overall concept of spikes. It could be an architectural spike. You could use a concept of enablers, okay? You also want to use the concept of the daily scrum, because the daily scrum is where we uncover impediments, but an impediment is a realized risk. So a risk is an impediment waiting to happen. So it would make sense that before stuff becomes really bad, you as a team are aware and you are escalating as needed to your scrum master, who should be on the ball as far as anything to do with risks, impediments, whatever you want to call them. All right, going into the concept of a risk, let's read in the Agile Practice Guide. It says high variability environments by definition incur more uncertainty and risk. To address this, projects managed using adaptive approaches make use of frequent reviews. And this is what I always say, the frequent reviews. This is a risk coping mechanism. Yes, I know it sounds unbelievable, but trust me, it's a risk coping mechanism, frequent reviews. Okay, getting into procurement, let's turn the page over to page 95 in the Agile Practice Guide. It says, in Agile environments, specific sellers may be used to extend the team. The collaborative working relationships can lead to a shared risk procurement model. So I want to just type in here, shared risk procurement model. Okay. I also want you to be aware of page 77 in the Agile Practice Guide, where you have Agile contract types talked about. Go read that. It's extremely robust and it's great. One of my favorites there is favoring full service suppliers. That is a great strategy. And then you can bring these folks in as partners and have them understand the Agile mindset. So I'll just put integrate suppliers as team extension, right? As far as all of this, we have our sprint reviews. When it comes to how effective the seller has been. All right, let's make this a little bit smaller so we can get the last piece of the puzzle for tonight in, and that is stakeholders. So I'm going to make this really, really small. Got to get really, really small. Okay. And here we go into stakeholders. So when it comes to planning stakeholder engagement, I'm going to leave you with a thought that says business people and developers must work together daily. So let's see how big we can make some of this stuff without, oh, we're going off screen already. Okay. It's kind of tricky. All right. Well, the thought is business people and developers work together daily. Okay, that needs to be an overarching idea. And this is also going to help you in executing. As far as the extension of the team where stakeholders are concerned, the team charter also helps you understand the conduct with these folks. As far as the avenues for you to engage stakeholders, you could have backlog refinement sessions. You could have sprint review also as a way of engaging them. And in terms of monitoring and controlling, same thing, sprint review. And at some points, it really depends. The daily scrum could also be looked at, especially in the earlier stages when senior management may attend those, even though they shouldn't, even though they, but there's no rule saying senior management is not allowed to attend. We generally want the team to be free, but if there's a need to attend those, then by all means. Okay. And that is it, my friends. We are done with page 25 in an Agile lens. Okay. So I'm going to put this up here. I am going to ensure that there is an image somewhere for you to download. Okay, I'm going to put an image out there on the web that will be big enough for you to see all this stuff I've been talking about. I'm going to make it a full size, like maybe 16. And in that way, you're going to be able to download the image and use it to study. Okay, you got any questions, do let me know. Put in a link below. Remember, when you're listening to this again, just speed it up ×2, because when I'm putting this stuff together, I want you to hear every word I'm saying and what I'm thinking. So it goes a little bit slow when I'm recording it. And remember, I'm not reading from a book, so do excuse that. All right, thank you very much, my friends. All the best on the exam. If you're looking for training, coaching, and help for your PMP, the website to go on down to is praizion.com. That's praizion.com. We have training, coaching, and help for you across different topics, whether you're taking the PMP, the CAPM, whether you are done with your PMP and you need leadership coaching, or you need a course on scaling or Microsoft Project or Jira. The list is endless. Go on down to praizion.com. Thank you. All the very best. Bye for now. All right, it's a quick tip for people that suffer from like doubts or confidence on the PMP exam. I want you to ask yourself 10 questions that you already know the answer to, or that you know you can find the answer to. Ask yourself 10 questions before you get into your exam to kind of get your brain into that motion. What I have noticed, and I'm the poster child for this, I have noticed that the brain has some sort of inertia when you get into the exam at first. For example, I spent 1 hour answering 20 questions and my brain just wasn't booted up. So I spent 1 hour answering 20 questions. That's average of 3 minutes a question. Now, it doesn't sound bad if you say it took 3 minutes to answer a question, but if you really look at how long you should be spending, it's a minute. At worst, a minute, 15 seconds. If you're spending more than a minute, 15 seconds on a question, you're in trouble. Now, when you go into the exam, the very first time you encounter a question on the PMP official exam, your brain is going to process the information at a speed equal to your brain speed going in. So before you get in, you might want to get your brain a little bit warm by asking questions and answering them. It could be very simple questions. You're a project manager on a project. You have just completed the authorization document for the project. What should you do next? And answer it however you want to answer it. You could say, I identify stakeholders. But go through some mental exercise, or just ask yourself questions such as, what are the 9 additional areas of project management apart from integration? You see, so you're giving it a little bit of a twist, but you're going through some mental exercise. Or ask yourself, what are my favorite 5 tasks in the PMP exam content outline? Now you're making yourself at least recall stuff. So your brain is being warmed, it's being booted up, so that when you get behind the monitor, you are not just waking up, because I know a lot of people, they wake up in the morning and that's the first thing they do because they're morning people. They want to take the exam in the morning, but their brains are not really booted up. So they spend the first 30, 40 minutes of the exam getting their brain warm. No. Give yourself some little mental exercise and also get the blood flowing. Do physical exercise where possible. Do some push-ups, do some stretching,
do some light sprint or jogging or brisk walking. I'm telling you, all of these things, they change your mental state. They get you into a zone of high performance. So if that sounds like something you know you're in need of because you are a slow reader, and like me, it takes time for your brain to boot up, doing these mental exercises and physical exercises will get you into the right zone so that when you get to the test center, you're not spending the first 1 hour like I did, just getting your brain to boot up. And when my brain finally booted up, what happened? I killed those questions. My brain booted up around question 20. Now, what I did was I went to the end of that section and just started doing the questions in reverse. So maybe for you, instead of doing question 1 to 60, I would want to feel more in command of my exam. So I would intentionally go to question 60. And I wouldn't answer question 1, 2, 3, 4, because I have found me as an individual taking these PMI exams, I like being in control of my destiny on those exams by intentionally going to any question other than 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe I go to question 30 and I do from 30 to 60, or I go to question 45 and I do from 45 to 35, 35 to 25, whatever. But I'm giving you ideas of how I conquered my test. You got to find your own way. But I need your brain to boot up. I need you to think on your feet, and I need you to feel like you are in command of the exam. Don't let the exam throw you around. My final tip for you, if you're taking this PMP exam, 2023, 2022, you need to be aware of the 1 minute rule. Don't spend more than a minute on a question. If you spend more than a minute, let it be for the reason that you really know the answer and you just need a bit more time to work it out, but don't go beyond a minute 15 seconds as much as you can. Also be agile in how you tackle time on the exam. So if you spend 30 minutes on 10 questions, 30 seconds on 10 questions, think about it, 30 seconds per question on 10, that means you have an extra 40 seconds. That's an extra 400 seconds. And that's an extra 6 minutes. It all piles up. So if you are taking a look at the time in an agile fashion, you also instinctively know when you spend less than a minute, and therefore through instinct, you should know when you can devote a little bit more time to get a longer question or a more difficult question right. But the rule of thumb needs to be a minute per question. If you're spending more than a minute, it's very likely you're going to go over. Your first 60 questions, don't spend more than 75 minutes on that section, because they give you all 230 minutes. And if you're spending more than 75 minutes on that first section, it's going to be very hard for you to catch up. A student of ours ended up having 40 questions left in 10 minutes. So this is a strategy for those of you that might find yourself in this predicament. If you find yourself having a whole lot of questions left, which I hope you don't, because that's bad planning. That's the whole purpose of what I said at first. But if you do, what you need to do is use the process of rapid elimination. Look for those options that are just totally outrageous, that are against the grain of the PMI mindset mantras that I shared on YouTube. Look for my video, PMI or PMP mindset mantras. There's 36 of them. Anything that goes against the grain of those mantras, don't choose it. Anything that goes against the grain of the Agile Manifesto, don't choose it, But you got to be really quick to do that if you have like 40 questions in 10 minutes. It happened to a student of ours. What happened? She aced the exam. She's now PMP. But she used that approach, rapid elimination. Anything that sounds draconian, fire the team, punish the team, use velocity as a KPI, all those goofy type of things. Knowing those and avoiding them can actually help you narrow down on answers. All right. This was just a very rapid video to help you in your strategy for PMP exam success. I wish you all the very best. And when you pass, do leave me a message. You take care. Bye for now. Hello, everyone. Those of us who are here, welcome once again. Those of us who are not, well, hopefully you'll watch this sometime in the future. Today is the 28th of October. I want to share with you some of the thoughts I've been kicking around. This week, I really put pedal to metal because I've been working with this in my collaborations with Roy for a while, thinking about how to crystallize
the best of both worlds. So you folks have learned so much. You see the book on the left is PMBOK. The book on the right is also PMBOK, but they try to go into a little bit more of an agnostic view. And it just shows me the sign of things to come. And you folks were in the Serving with the Seventh course that we did in September. And you already know quite a lot about that. But there's really no coherent model out there that goes into at least some level of detail, maybe mid-level, high level even, mid-level detail. So what I did this week was really work on finalizing a few ideas to begin helping people who want a model for hybridization or something to catalyze their thinking, all right? So I started looking at PMI System for Value Delivery. I love the way this is presented in the 7th edition. It shows you the model of a portfolio. Within a portfolio, you've got programs. Within programs, you've got projects. And then you've got another portfolio. And inside that portfolio, you've got just standalone projects. Then you've got a program with projects in it. And then you've got just programs, standalone programs that may not necessarily belong to a portfolio that are just hanging out there in the organization, and then projects within that. And then the lifeblood of this whole system for value delivery is the operational work. That sustains the business. That produces stuff that brings the cash in and so on. So we have a system for value delivery, but when we talk about value, we're not necessarily just talking about revenue. We could be talking about stockholder equity. We could be talking about the position in the marketplace, reputation, many different things. So I love the way the PMI has given it a name, and they put their brand on it. Quite all right, that's okay. But when we talk about a system for value delivery, we know we're talking about portfolios, programs, projects, operations, and that's good. But the key thing that they stress is the components in a value delivery system creates deliverables, that's one. To deliver benefits, that's two, right? While value is being delivered, of course, that's three. And then four is to produce outcomes. You're just looking for an outcome, whatever that outcome is, whether the outcome is being a superior position in the marketplace, whether it's more stockholder equity, greater value to the customer, whatever you term the outcome to be, this is meant to help you to get that outcome. So an outcome is the end result, not a deliverable. A deliverable is just part of the puzzle, right? But the ultimate thing is an outcome. That's the end result. So focusing on outcomes, choices, and decisions is something that PMI has been stressing for a while. And you being champions of mine, you need to be echoing that same thing. Value trumps deliverable, right? So you got deliverable, it gives you some value, you get some benefits, and those benefits, they help you in the outcome. So when we think about project management, we need to change the definition that project management is the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activities to deliver the deliverable. No, it's more than that. It's applying knowledge, skills, tools, leadership, of course, is a new one I would add to it. Of course, the techniques and so on, and to echo what Chris said, I think the reason why we sometimes get weary of spreadsheets and tools and tools and tools is because that is not what our forte is. Our forte is really, a full-blooded project manager is really leadership. It's really influence. It's really guidance. That's what it is. And that needs to be in the back of our minds at all times. Now, when we take a look at page 14 in the Agile Practice Guide, we're faced with a Stacy complexity model, which you all know too well. You've heard me talk about it a gazillion times. And it just shows you that not every project is going to be in the simple space. There are going to be some projects where you are going too far from agreement in terms of the requirements, going too far from certainty in terms of how to approach the technicalities, to borrow the word again, right, from Chris in the beginning when he said, got to get more technical. Absolutely. As project managers, got to get more technical, and it helps you. I know a lot of people will debate, well, project managers don't have to be. No. One of the reasons why we do Agile is we want these T-shaped skills. We want to get good enough so that we can function on any team within our firm. And we have these broad skills, but we have specialisms, but at least we have these broad skills where we understand some technicalities. So as you begin to navigate uncertainty and you're with a cross-functional team, there is no sensible way that you will not get some technical knowledge. And then when you get into far from certainty for both X and Y axes, you're going into the complex zone. And that is where Agile thrives. See, Agile is best when there's high variability. It works best when there's a need to experiment, you need to discover, and when change is likely. Now, the PMI built upon the Stacy complexity model, and they created their continuum of life cycles. And this further buttresses the point that as a PMP, project management professional, don't see project management as black or white, predictive or agile. No, it's somewhere on a continuum. So getting into the think of hybrid, you need to begin to ask yourself, what can I borrow from agile? Maybe I'm in the middle here. What can I take from agile? What can I take from predictive? How can they cohabit, and how can I deliver value and a good outcome to my clients by using the best of both worlds? So if you've got a low degree of change and a low frequency of delivery, most likely you're going to be using predictive. But if you've got a high frequency of delivery, you're delivering every week or every other week, right? And you've got a high degree of change, that is where you need to be even more agile than anything else. You've got a high degree of change, low frequency of delivery, it's iterative, or a high frequency of delivery, a low degree of change, you're going to be more incremental. Incremental is very helpful for production lots where what you're producing is largely the same. Little change, little variation in what you're doing. And that's when we use incremental. Iterative is when we do things, repeating them until they're correct, but the delivery is typically a one-time delivery or very few deliveries. And that is why we make a case for hybrid. Hybridization is going to help us know what can we take from all of these worlds, all of these properties, how can we deliver value to our clients, our companies. So here's a generic project management lifecycle. This is not from PMBOK Guide, this is what I put together. So projects typically start with a vision, a charter, a plan, of course. You execute the plan. Then we have inspect and adapt, which is huge in the world of Agile. Constant check-in through the daily scrum, through the sprint review. And then we replan, we refine, and then we demo what we've done. We have a sprint review. We are very obsessed with feedback. So concepts like the minimum viable products, giving your customer the minimum amount of functionality that will enable you get feedback, or the minimum thing. It may not even be a product. It could be a question. It could be a survey. It could be seeing how they respond to things. That could be your MVP. The PSI, the potentially shippable increment. These are all things that we demo, we deliver. We call it deliverable in the PMBOK Guide. And ultimately, we're going to have a retrospective, and we're going to find out what can we improve on, what can we get better at. So that's how most projects run. Now, the place hybrid comes in, ask the question, what can I borrow from both worlds to effectively craft a vision? What can I borrow from the world of predictive? From predictive, you've got a business case. From the world of Agile, you've got the product vision, call it a product roadmap. For the charter, we do charters in the world of Agile. For plans, we could talk about the sprint backlog, the product backlog. Executing, talk about things we do as we execute. We have short iterations, that's the sprint itself, that's where the work gets done. We have the inspect and check idea, which is the daily scrum. We could also look at the sprint review. We could also look at the retrospective as being part of this inspect check stage, process-wise. And then we have replan, refine. Of course, from the world of Agile, we could say backlog refinement. From the world of predictive, we could say rebaselining, things like that. And demo and deliver, we got validate scope, but we could also take these great things from the world of Agile. And then we've got the retrospective. We call it lessons learned, which is different because we document lessons learned. From the retrospective, we do as much as possible without documenting. In fact, we try not to document things on paper apart from what we're going to improve on. But we don't want to document fails coming clean about code and saying, I messed up the code, I botched the code. No, we don't want to document that. So that is how you need to think about hybrid. what can I take from here? What can I take from here? How can I make them add value, or what is not adding value? What do I need to cut out? That's the idea. So in hybrid approaches in the Agile Practice Guide, you've got Agile development followed by a predictive rollout. You've got a combined Agile and predictive approach. And then you've got a lot of Agile, largely Agile approach with a predictive component. And then you've got largely predictive with an Agile component. And honestly, what I expect every project manager to be doing is looking to see, what can I take from here? What can I take from there? Is this going to be largely Agile? Is this going to be largely predictive? Or is this going to be both, like the Agile sub? I call it Agile predictive sub. It's like a Subway sandwich right here. So the model that I've begun to work on is centered more around this, right? The best of both worlds all at once. So in kicking around ideas, I decided to put a little definition for hybrid project management as it's a way of harnessing the best of both worlds, predictive and Agile project management, to deliver the expected outcomes of the customer. Any predictive or hybrid methods could be harnessed, any Agile methods, anything that's project management can be harnessed. So I put this model together, first of all, thinking about the predictive elements. And oh my goodness, you know, page 89 in the Agile, in the PMBOK guide, it has like what, 30, who remembers the number? Because I can't remember. Who remembers the number of outputs on page 89? Anyone remember? There's a gazillion of them. I think they're like 30 something. Anyway, don't let me take you down that road. Let's forget that. But the bottom line is I took about 5% of them. And in that 5% of what is on page 89, I made this little list. So the business case, great one to have. It makes a case for the project. Benefits management plan, make sure you're getting the value that you're looking for. The project charter authorizes the project, the stakeholder register, which helps you identify your stakeholders and go through the process of those with a high level of power, those with a high level of influence to be identified. I made this very short. I just call it project plan because I'm trying to get rid of dead weight. So I call it management when I can just call it project plan, risk register, and then a lessons learned wiki. Everyone's going electronic these days, so there's no point having reams and reams of paper. No one's going to open it, but if you have a wiki, put in a search word, that's it. So those are some of the ideas I want people to adopt instead of very, very big documentation, unwieldy stuff. Just look at one project management plan. You know, within that project management plan, you've got 10 different sections. Fill it as appropriate. The CDC has a brilliant, brilliant example of what a project plan could look like. We call it project management plan in PMBOK guide, but I've shortened it. Now, what about Agile elements? What Agile elements can you take and use in this hybrid world? So I put some of the key practices. You've got a roadmap. We call it a product roadmap, but not everyone does a product. So I called it a deliverable roadmap. So you've got services, other kind of results, research, things like that. Got a team charter, backlog. You could call it a backlog. You could call it a product backlog. Then you could call the sprint backlog, the iteration backlog, if you will. Information radiators, burn down charts, user stories, Kanban boards. These are things you could add to the mix. Then we've got ceremonies. We got the iteration itself. We've got iteration planning. What people typically call the daily scrum, I call it the daily sync because it's where you sink in, kind of like what we do here. I mean, you hear everyone else's stories and you get synergized. So I first called it the sync because you are synergizing and syncing up. And then we got the backlog refinement ceremony. You got demos, you got retrospective. Pretty much you know what those are from the world of Scrum. So it's just bringing those concepts in. Other tailorable concepts without going off on the deep end. We've got the kickoff meeting, not a bad one if you do it within reason. You could actually take your kickoff and you could embed it somewhere within your first sprint. The WBS, the high-level schedule, cost milestones, earned value, RACI charts, risk reports, the concept of story points, Kano or Moscow, and WIP, work in progress. All of these are things you could take and use in your tailoring. I didn't give you the whole laundry list, but just top of the waves. As far as the roles, I see the roles as follows. 1, servant leader. 2, customer advocate. And 3, a team of specialists. Now, when I say servant leader, this could be the project manager, but the mindset needs to be one of servant leadership. When I say customer advocate, makes a case for the customer, thinks about the customer, thinks about value that the customer wants, and prioritizes. So kind of like the role of the product owner. All right, now going to familiar territory, you definitely know what this is, and hopefully everyone remembers this. Oh, we're in trouble. The 5 process groups: initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, and closing. We know these. And my expectation is that everyone here should be able to explain this stuff to anyone who cares to listen in the company, anyone in an interview, family members, anyone, anywhere. You should always be ready to explain these. So that's the first framework I want to show you. The second framework is not as well known. It is from the world of course development, but it fits very nicely across IT, research, technical writing, and stuff like this. And it's originally called the ADDIE framework, but I've made some modifications to it in the interest of people who may not be working in the learning domain and not working in the IT domain. So these are as follows. The first stage here is what we do in software quite a lot, but we also do this in other industries, right? We do our analysis, analyze the problem. Why are we here? What do you want? What solution are we looking for at a high level? And then we could go into some details to really get down to the crux of what is needed. So there's analysis, there's design. Design is crafting whatever you're going to develop. Develop is actually doing it. And then, of course, test is testing whatever you developed. And I is for implement. You got to implement what you've tested and you know works. And then evaluate. And this evaluation is more of a technical evaluation. It's not the same as a lessons learned or a retrospective per se. I see those as being more process oriented, but I see this as being more product oriented, kind of like when you look back and you say, what can we do better? How did this turn out? So we've got 2 frameworks. The idea is that we've got a framework for the project management. We've got a framework for the technicality, whatever you're doing, anything from writing a book to building software. And then ultimately, we're going to have this. We're going to put the ADDIE framework, which I've modified. We're going to put that in here. And then we're going to have project management wrapping around whatever you're developing. And when I say developing, I really want to stress, we're not talking about software alone. We're talking about any fields that you're in, you name it, any field you're in. All right, so there is development going on. There is project management that you folks have learned to pass this crazy exam called PMP exam. You've got that cocooning, the development process. And one more thing that we're going to add to the mix. You probably can guess, it's a time box. So we're going to add the concept of time boxing, because time boxing is what everyone should consider as much as possible. When you time box, you're able to break work into distinct chunks and you're able to get feedback. Even if you don't get to a final deliverable, you could get to something we call a minimum viable product of sorts. Maybe it's a sub of the whole at worst. But because we're in the world of hybrid, we don't have to rigidly follow all the rules of Kanban or all the rules of Scrum. We're going to make our own rules. And I encourage people, make your own rules, be an innovator, take these things, take the concept and use it. So we're going to take the concept of time boxing and we are going to put our cocooned development process into a time box. So if we zoom in, we can see the development process is still intact. All that stuff, development, it happens in one sprint. We're not going to say, oh, sprint 1 is analysis, sprint 2 is no. We're going to stick to those roots of Agile where we do everything in one sprint. We do the analysis, the design, the development, the test, the implement, the evaluation. We do everything in one sprint. And therefore, we have a hybrid project management model that we can mold as we see fit. And then we end up having multiple sprints where we are carrying out this idea of keeping project management intact, scaling it as appropriate, not doing everything under the sun, but scaling it as appropriate, and keeping the idea of time boxing. Some of the other things you could take from the world of predictive, like I said, page 89, there it is. There's the laundry list of artifacts. But I want you folks to begin to encourage people out there in the world to not go crazy on this stuff, because a lot of it does not add as much value. Some of it adds no value. You see, so I want you to espouse the 80-20 principle and the 80-20 rule. 80% of your value comes from 20% of your process, or 20% of your laundry list of artifacts that we have on the screen. And that's why in the very beginning, I didn't show you this because I don't want us thinking PMBOK Guide 6th edition, 5th edition, everything is listed. Even though PMI never intended people to use everything, they always wanted some tailoring, but people just did, they wouldn't listen. They'd, everything has to be good. It reminds me of the greedy Israelites. Oh, the manna, we got to save it. No, you don't have to. Just take what you need and leave the rest. So documents from predictive, things that you could use, documents from the world of Agile, things you could use sparingly, just add a dash like you're making a recipe, just add a tiny little dash of these things and you will be amazed at what you get. And this whole idea about time boxing and cocooning, I used this on a project, the same company that I told you I was developing an operations management course for back in 2014. I started dabbling into using some of these, mixing and melding, and I found it actually works perfectly. It works. It works wonders. You find out the risks quicker while maintaining the same project management framework. You get feedback. In other words, you're agile, but you're working to milestones and you're being adaptable at the same time. It's pretty awesome. Now, all of this stuff, on top of all that I've shown you, I don't want you to forget the 12 principles of PMI. They're very helpful in aligning your thinking, okay? Now, while I prefer the Agile Manifesto principles, these still have quite a lot of value. So be a diligent, respectful, and caring steward. Don't waste resources. Time is a resource, so always keep things simple. Create a collaborative project team environment. It's all about the team, right? It's not about just one person, not just about the PM. Effectively engage with stakeholders. Be obsessed with stakeholder engagement. If your stakeholders aren't engaged, probably not going to get the best out of the project. Focus on value that the customer wants. Recognize, evaluate, and respond to system interaction. So see system think, look across systems, always try to see the big picture. It could be something as simple as the conversation Chris and I were having about getting into a company and being able to know where to get what you need. That's systems thinking, looking at a big picture, knowing who's where, how you can get what you need, how you can help someone get what they need, and just knowing where everything is, across the project, but even at a macro level across the organization. Demonstrate leadership behaviors. What is leadership? True measure of leadership is influence. Tailor based on context, very important. Build quality into processes and deliverables. So remember, not only should we be thinking about, control quality is all about products, okay? But what about the retrospective? You got to inspect quality into the team's work. Navigate complexity. That's what Agile is all about. Optimize risk responses. Always go for that response that is going to give you the biggest payoff, the best value, the biggest cost savings, the best outcome. Embrace adaptability and resiliency. The ability to adapt is a good thing. Embrace it. Look for ways to adapt. Look for ways to be resilient, right? Stay in power. You don't want to be like the Blockbusters of this world. You don't want to be like the Kodaks or the Toys R Us's. Where are those folks today? Those people that were born in the 2000s, you say Toys R Us, they're like, Who's that? No, we don't want to be like that. So we want to have staying power. And that's why I applaud all of you, all these updates you're giving me today, whether you're working on a new client, whether you're tweaking your LinkedIn pages, whether you're working with your organization on a website, whether you're looking at ways to connect with individuals in a firm, that's resiliency, that's adaptability. And that's how we need to be thinking. And lastly, enable change to achieve the envisioned future state. So it's like, you got to enable it. You got to turn on the change switch. And sometimes you just need to ask yourself, am I being change friendly? Am I being a change agent, or am I being resistant to change? And it's a good question that we should all ask ourselves. And that's why PMI have come out again with the 7th edition. They're trying to be as adaptable as possible. They're trying to be resilient. And I can understand, I see the staying power of an organization like PMI is only going to be upped if they are resilient and adaptable. So the CEO, you probably know, is officially leaving in December. And the question is, what comes next? And, I'm looking and I'm just wondering, I don't know. PMI, show that you understand what you preach in the 7th edition. All right, so that is part of what has been in the oven this week. So I'm curious, what are your initial thoughts? Just looking at the model, I know I took you through like a whirlwind. What are your thoughts about what I showed you? It wasn't too difficult, was it? Make sense?
I like the theme of you constantly making project management more relevant to real life, right? So people can actually envision what project management looks like in an actual realistic environment. Is different just reading it from the PMBOK. And then, after you take your PMP exam, you memorize all the things, you have all the outputs, inputs, and everything, but it's different when you're actually in an environment. So to make that translation is great.
Thank you, Brittany. Absolutely. Thoughts and ideas. Anyone use a model like this currently? Time boxing while using project management? I know it's a bit new. Okay, well, it's a first look. I'm going to save this part of the recording and I'll continue with my update. This was my update. It's a long update, so I'll go to my next point. But thank you very much. Those of you watching after the fact, drop me a comment. I'm going to leave some comments boxes down below in this video when we put it up on the system. So feel free to comment. Thank you. Hello, fellow project managers. How you doing? Welcome to our PMP exam infomercial. As you would expect in an infomercial, we present to you information. But the difference here is I'm going to be presenting to you not just information, but also learning. By the time we're done, you're going to understand a little bit more about the PMP exam. You're going to understand a little bit more about the CAPM exam. And you're also going to understand how to chart your course to success on the PMP or CAPM exam. Now, first of all, if you have a high school diploma and 5 years of project management experience, leading and directing projects, and 35 hours of education, you very well could be a candidate for this. If you have a degree and you have 3 years of project management experience, within which 4,500 hours was spent leading and directing projects with 35 hours of training in project management, you could be eligible for this. In fact, the PMI says you are. But we need to talk about the projects that you've managed. That's a whole different topic. But I'd like to welcome you to this infomercial. You've probably heard about the PMP exam, but what exactly is it? It's a grueling exam that, when completed, makes people become raving project management professionals.
And we have 1 million project management professionals worldwide, and lots of them are very passionate about this project management thing. And I really didn't understand what the craze was about until I became a PMP myself, and I understood what it afforded us: a common lexicon, common vocabulary, the ability to go to a totally different continent and be able to plug and play with other project managers, to be able to walk into organizations and firms and just begin speaking that common language. But what exactly is it? Let's take a look in more detail, find out more about the PMP exam. Now, those of you on YouTube, if you've got questions, I want to invite you to begin asking your questions about the exam. For those of you who have been on the journey for a long time, you're bound to learn something, because remember, being a PMP is not just about getting certified. I know many of you still think it is. It's not. It's about you changing for the better. It's about you educating people. So not only are you getting certified for your own interests, I thought I was getting certified for my own interests until I got into the exam and I realized, my goodness, this exam is a crazy test. I need to help people understand what it's all about. And before I got out of that exam room on Camelback Road in Arizona, 25th of June, 2005. Now I'm dated myself. But before stepping out of that room, I decided I would help every single person in the world who wanted to take this exam. And I would tell those who didn't even care to know about the exam, because I realized the moment of truth came and I found how crazy the exam was. And I decided I needed to tell people how crazy this exam was. But the PMP exam has been a joy. Not only has it given me the pleasure of passing it, but it's also helped me change how work is managed in a lot of companies. I've trained a lot of firms, but even before I started being a trainer, I had started changing how my colleagues thought about earned value management, how they thought about project management. The moment the exam spat me out, my next employment after that, which was in a well-known aerospace company, I began training people. And that's what brought me here today. All right. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I'll keep telling people, go for it, get certified. It's going to help you. All right. So for those of you that have any questions, we're going to open the live chat in a second. If you have questions, feel free to chat them in. I'll be more than happy to take your questions. Okay. So why don't we jump straight into this world of the PMP exam? And let's just talk about what exactly it entails. Are you ready? This is going to be a bit of a quick one. All right. So for those of you who don't know, I'm Phil, and I'm your friend and your colleague, and I've been a PMP for 15 years. I've been in project management for over 20 years, started my career in Citigroup, worked for many companies, engineering, healthcare, gaming, all sorts of companies. And once I got certified, I started helping people. And that's what brought me to where I am today. I have various PMI certifications, got a degree in engineering, very much at home with people from that world, and people from the world of IT, and people from the world of healthcare, and people from the world of entertainment. That's many worlds. What exactly are we going to be talking about today? Who is the PMI? What is the PMP exam? What is the CAPM exam? Getting started on your PMP application, the study materials that we typically give our students, study tips, the PMP exam content outline, taking the exam at home or in the test center, the CAPM exam content outline, preparing for the exam as you study, because it's one thing to study, like trying to get through a course, but it's another thing to study like you're preparing for a crazy 3-hour plus exam. Actually, it's 3 hours and 50 minutes. And then we'll take any Q&A. Quick statistic, 90% of global senior executives ranked project management as either critical or somewhat important to their ability to deliver successful projects and remain competitive. And this is a survey that's available from PMI's link. You can see it there at the bottom of the screen, tinyurl.com/value PM1. Take a look at that. 90% of executives, they know that in order to get from point A to point B in a company, it's projects. In order to get a product, service, or result, it's projects. In order to change the landscape of how things are done in any setting, it's projects. Projects are the lifeblood that propels us. And that's why the PMI was founded in 1969. 5 awesome people realized project management is important. We need to put it on the map, more visibility. And that's why the PMP, the PGMP, the CAPM, the SP, the ACP, the RMP, all of those and more were launched by the PMI. And that's why you're probably watching, because you've heard of the PMP exam. Now, let's go back in our time machine to 1984, and you can see there were 40 people that were certified as PMPs. Fast forward to the time I put this together in 2020, 1 million plus PMPs in the world. What does that tell you? You can do it. I can do it. Anyone who wants to do it can. But the question is, will you do it? Will you get certified? Talking about getting certified, you've probably heard about this notorious book I'm about to show you here. It's a standard. It's known as the PMBOK Guide, the Project Management Body of Knowledge Guide. And to be quite honest, this book has helped a ton of people get project management under control in their organizations. It's provided a common lexicon and a tapestry for people to be able to explain what exactly project management is. And not just that, to be able to make those processes real through the artifacts talked about in the book. All right? But the PMI realized that wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to give people one way of doing things. And that's why they began to add a little bit of Agile speak to the mix. Agile is also a way of managing projects, and it's been quite well captured in the Agile Practice Guide to a very large degree. So as you're getting ready for this exam, there are actually 2 publications to be aware of. This is 756 pages, and this one is 167 pages. So put those 2 together, and you're talking about a boatload of information. That's why you don't want to turn off this broadcast. You want to learn as much as you can about this exam. And actually, if you can, if you listen to this in the future, just put it on times 1.5 or times 2, because you know the way we can listen is a lot quicker than the way we can speak. All right, so listen to it at double the speed, and you'll find a lot of content in what I'm about to cover. All right, now let's go back to the slide that talks about this PMBOK guide that we just looked at. It contains accepted good project management practices. It's used to manage most projects. It documents emerging good practices. And like I said, provides a common lexicon. If you're thinking of getting PMP certified, here are the requirements you need to be aware of. High school diploma and 7,500 hours leading and directing projects within 5 years. You also need 35 contact hours of project management education. Or if you've got a bachelor's degree, you need 3 years and 4,500 hours, like I said in the beginning, and 35 contact hours. Now, if you went to a GAC accredited program, college, then you only need 24 months of unique non-overlapping project management experience and 35 hours of formal education. And all experience must have been accrued within the past 8 years. The work that you did in 2001 does not count for this certification. All right, just 8 years. So this is 2021. Anything you did before 2013 will not count. Now, what exactly is this exam? It's 180 multiple choice questions, 230 minutes, only 175 questions count. 5 are pretest questions. The score is calculated based on the other 175 items. The passing score, contrary to what is in cyberspace, a lot of people make up numbers. No one knows the PMP exam passing score. They may have an idea, but a lot of times the ideas are flawed, and the PMI has not published this, so don't spread the rumor that the exam is whatever percent people say it is. They don't know. The questions are very situational, and if you ask the question, why don't we know the passing score? It's based on the Angoff cutoff technique. Just Google Angoff, A-N-G-O-F-F cutoff technique. The PMI also evaluates proficiency levels in each domain. It's a well put together exam. It's done by psychometricians. The questions on the exam, they will give you a run for your time and money. And believe it or not, these questions are written by professionals who really know the details inside out. It's not written by people who just read a book. No, it's by practitioners. So people who write questions on a particular area, be rest assured they've got experience in those areas. Now, lesson time. In the PMBOK guide, we find project management broken down by process groups: initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, and closing. Initiating a project is authorization. Planning a project is just that. You're planning what to do. Executing is carrying out the plan. Monitoring and controlling is checking and acting. You're checking to see, okay, is everything going according to plan? Is there anything that needs to be changed? And if there is something that needs to be changed, it is changed. And then we have closing, which is closing out either the project or a phase in the project. So that is a way you can look at project management as 5 groups of processes. Now, within these 5 groups of processes, we have 49 processes distributed across these 5 groups. I'm going to give you a very quick reminder of what these are for those of you who don't remember or don't know. In initiating, we have 2 processes. In planning, we have 24. In executing, we have 10. Monitoring and controlling, we have 12. And in closing, which you cannot see very well on the screen, closing is 1 process. You put all that together and you have 49 processes. Now, these 49 processes can be broken down by process group, as you can see on the screen, but they can also be broken down by areas of knowledge. This will be very intuitive. Think about what you do on a daily basis. Those of you who are moms, parents, you multitask, right? Those of you that have family members, young family members, you're trying to get them to do so many things at once. You know what I'm talking about. We call that integration management in the world of project management. It's the overall coordination of everything. We got to do the school run. We got to do the pickups. We got to do the buying of arts and craft. And as a parent, I can only think of a parent example. Let's talk about scope, the next one. Scope management is identifying all that needs to be done and managing just that. I like using the telescope analogy. You look through the telescope and what do you see? You see the horizon, what has to be done. We call that scoping out the project. Schedule management, developing a schedule and managing it. Cost management, estimating how much each activity will cost and rolling that up to a final total and managing it. Quality management, identifying quality targets and meeting them. Resource management, managing human equipment, materials, supplies, facilities, acquiring the team, acquiring those resources you need. Communications management, planning what to communicate, why and when, and doing it. Risk management, planning and managing for uncertainties, both good and bad, that could impact the project. And actually managing those risks and seeing them through to the very end when they become either obsolete or when they may occur and you take action in advance to deal with those risks, or when you might just let them slide because you're too small to be bothered for you to be bothered about. Procurement management, managing contracts and procurements, and stakeholder management, managing stakeholder engagement. So when you put all of that together, you get this matrix, the notorious matrix on page 25, which a lot of you have already memorized. And honestly, there's nothing wrong in memorizing it, but you need to go to the next level, which is understanding what exactly is happening here. All right. So for those of you just coming, it's a shameless plug for the PMP exam, right? I call it the PMP exam infomercial. And I have spent over 15 years training this stuff to companies. And that's why I seriously believe in it, that if you understand the nuts and bolts of project management, you're going to do a lot better as a company, not just as an individual. All right. So this is page 25. My advice is to master page 25. Make sure you understand what exactly is happening in each one of these. I actually have a video on YouTube where I go through every single one of the 49. Now, every one of these 49 processes has inputs to them, tools and techniques that are used for them, and outputs. And that is what a bulk of the PMBOK guide is made of. But as you take this to the real world, just remember that you will not apply every single one of the 49 on every single project. You're going to tailor them. Now, speaking about tailoring, project management is multidimensional. It has different facets. You can look at knowledge areas, you can look at process groups. But do you know that we could plan projects up front, entirely up front? We could plan every single piece of the project up front. On the flip side, we could choose to plan just enough of the project for us to begin to execute. And we could change the project as we see fit based on the marketplace conditions, based on enterprise environmental factors, and we could morph and modify the scope to fit the conditions. Let me give you an example. COVID-19 hit. What happened? I guarantee you, a lot of companies, their plans went out of the door. A lot of companies. Just ask those companies that were here today and gone tomorrow. Many companies folded up. Why? They had a plan, but the plan was not good enough. The plan had not taken into account how important virtualization would be. And yet we have the likes of Zoom who expanded and their stock went up crazily. It shot up like a rocket. Why? Because some people were thinking about the future of remote work. And those companies that did not, they're nowhere. And they were not agile. Agility is all about bouncing back, but also the ability to be fluid and dynamic to do that. And that brings in the discussion about Agile on this exam. And I want to double down and talk to you a little bit more about Agile. You know, Mike Tyson, he has a quote, he says, everyone has a plan until you get punched in the face. Isn't it true? A lot of companies are getting punched in the face right now. Just ask well-known companies worldwide that have folded up sadly as a result of the pandemic. But being agile definitely would help a lot of these firms, agile in thinking. So here's the statistic. Organizations increasingly embrace agile as a technique for managing projects, and a full 71% of organizations at the time this was put together from the PMI report using agile approaches for their projects, sometimes, often, or always. That's why agile is here to stay. Now we can look at project management on a continuum of life cycles. It is foolish to only think about projects that are planned in entirety up front without thinking about the possibility of planning in increments. And that's why when you take a look at project management, you need to see it in two ways. One way is the extreme where we plan everything up front, right here, everything up front. That is predominantly predictive. But don't forget the ability to plan in a change-driven fashion. In other words, you are being both incremental, delivering in increments, but you're also planning in an iterative fashion. There's a difference between incremental delivery versus iterative planning. Now, when you combine both, you get the secret weapon of Agile. And you know the really cool thing? You don't have to do everything agile or everything predictive. You can have the best of both worlds. And that is what the PMI is espousing here on page 19 of the Agile Practice Guide. You could be predominantly agile, but a little bit predictive. You could be a little bit agile, but predominantly predictive. And you could be somewhere in the middle. But you don't do this because you want to or have to. You do it because you need to, because it adds value to your firm or because it makes sense to carry out work in that way. So think about it. In a change-driven environment, such as the one we are in, what sense does it make planning out all your infrastructure for the next 5 years, planning out all your hardware? You very well know that it changes so rapidly, software changes so rapidly, and influences hardware. And that's why the likes of Amazon are spitting out increments on an hourly basis to you. That is why the likes of Apple, every time you plug in your iPad or iPhone, don't you love it when you get the notification? There's another operating system to be downloaded. That is because we're in a very change-driven environment. So I do understand that there are many projects that should be predictive predominantly, but there's so much opportunity for us to begin to use some of the ideas from the world of Agile, and that you will be tested on the PMP exam. So if you haven't learned a little bit about Agile, you will when you come aboard training with us. How can you get all this information down? Someone asked me, 756 pages plus 167 or however much you said they were, Phil. Well, it's by mental exercise, right? This is from a company that I'm affiliated with called the Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers. And you can see what we're doing on the screen. We are playing a game. Why? So that we can understand how these 49 processes work, the tools and techniques and the methods, of course, pre-COVID. but you can create games and fun yourself to understand this. It is not insurmountable. What exactly is on this PMP exam? It's broken into 3 domains: people, process, and business. The people piece is all about human interactions. The process piece is all about processes, tools, techniques, and methods, be they agile or predictive. And the business piece, 8%, is all about how business strategy relates to projects. Again, it could be hybrid, agile, or predictive. So when you take a look at this, people, process, business, just remember that approximately 50% of the exam is going to be agile and hybrid, and another 50% is going to be predictive. So with this in mind, it's very important to understand the essence of Agile and to feel comfortable with the idea of hybridization. Now, what do I recommend that you read for the exam? The Agile Practice Guide, the PMBOK Guide, Project Management Essentials, which is a book we present to our students as they study, and also the Scrum Guide by Ken Schwaber and Jeff Sutherland. Highly recommend it. Go to scrumguides.org and download it, read it, because Scrum is an integral part of what we do in the world of Agile. Like it or not, Agile is wide, but the dominance of Scrum is deafening. And that's why a lot of the predominant frameworks, they all have a Scrum skeleton underneath. All right, what exactly are we going to face on the exam? What kind of questions? You can get questions like this. Typically, the questions may not be as long, but you can get 4 options, choose 1. You could also get questions that are drag and drop. Match each process in the stakeholder management section with its associated process group. Identify stakeholders belongs to initiating. Manage stakeholder engagement belongs to executing. Monitor stakeholder engagement belongs to monitor and controlling. Plan stakeholder engagement belongs to planning. And of course, there's no such thing as control stakeholder engagement. So in this question, they're trying to find out, do you know your processes? All right. You also have hotspots. They could show you a graph and ask you to click anywhere they ask. You could also get tables, and in these tables, they want you to enter the correct ID in the text box. And that is how many of the questions are, but you can also get a question of this nature where you are asked to select all that apply, if all did apply, or as many that do apply. And this is what makes the exam a little bit challenging for some folks, because not all of us like these tests. But don't worry, on our training program, we help people get through all these questions. We train them and help them to get confident. All right, someone says, how do I document my information for the exam? Well, here's an example. You just got to keep it brief. Break down your experience on each project into the 5 process groups. Use the IPEMC-CL format: initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, and closing. You use this format and you make it as succinct as possible, focusing on projects and project management. Do not put technical work, I coded, I designed. No, that is not project management. Project management is all about the interactions that you have with the stakeholders, the artifacts of project management that you create, and the team interactions that happen. All right. Someone says, Phil, what is the life cycle for getting certified? The life cycle is as follows. It starts off with us sending study aids to you. So if you went to our website, praizion.com, and you signed up for training, first of all, you're going to get access to the system. And secondly, we begin giving you content, books in PDF format. Some of you that sign up for the full course, you get audio, 20 hours of audio, lots of great stuff. Then we have a kickoff meeting similar to this, and then you study on the learning system. I check on you weekly. Our trainers check on the students to make sure they're doing what they should. And then we have a mock exam. When you're finally done, that mock exam will show that you are proficient and ready to go for the real thing, because passing our mock exam is not easy. We'll email a certificate of completion to you. You'll complete your exam application with that information, and then you'll get an eligibility confirmation letter from the PMI, and they'll ask you to pay. Now, when the PMI asks you to pay, 2 things could happen. Either you get an email from PMI saying, go ahead, take the exam, or you get the fun audit letter. You've been audited.
It's not a big deal to be audited. You'll pass through the audit. I have a student out of Turkey that got done in 1 day with the audit. So it's not that big a deal. If you got all your ducks in a row and you follow what I ask you to do in the video when you come aboard the system, as far as preparing for the PMP exam and getting your application ready, you will not find an audit a threat at all. So anyway, you get done with the audit, like my student who got through the audit record time in 1 day, sent her materials all the way from Turkey to the PMI. Back in those days, it would be in a sealed envelope and you have to send it through the mail, hard copy. Not sure how it's done these days, but she got it done in a day. If you're audited, it's not a big deal. After the audit, they'll still send you the confirmation that you're ready, you're good to go for the exam. Schedule the exam with Pearson. You can do it at home. You can go into a test center depending on where you live, and boom, you pass the exam. And that's the cycle of life. Let's not complicate it. Let's not complicate it. What you need to do right now is you need to head on down. You need to head on down to sign up for the training. Someone says, Phil, it's too expensive. It's $2,000. It's $3,000. It really depends on the training you're going for. Now, if you're going for a live course, of course, it's going to cost more money than going for an online self-study course. So right now we have a deal going for just a measly, and I say measly because you're getting so much ridiculous value. And it starts at a measly $349. I mean, come on now, project manager. If you cannot put $349 down to help improve yourself, you're not in project management. You're not. Because you should know, even if you're not making that kind of money in a week, you'll make it back. Trust me. Look, my salary went up. Not 100%. No. Not 200%. No. My salary went up a ridiculous 300%. I was making 3 times more than I was making before I got certified. And, I know some people say, oh, Phil, you probably didn't have a degree. No, I did. I had a master's degree in construction information technology, and I still could not penetrate the market to the extent that the PMP exam helped me do. So for those of you naysayers who say, no, it's all about the individual. Not only did I get certified, I drank the Kool-Aid. You see, many of you, you're looking at the Kool-Aid and you're saying, okay, I'm just going to wet my tongue to take the exam. No. I drank the entire PMBOK guide. And that's why when I went into interviews with the likes of Honeywell and the likes of US Airways, it was a slam dunk. Why? Because I had embraced all I read and practiced what I read. Lots of you are already practicing what's in the book. Why not just make it official? What are you waiting for? 300%. 300. I'm talking about high 6 figures. You can do the same. I was looking at jobs just the other week. Still in the 6 figures, even in the middle of this crazy pandemic. Are you kidding? And they're saying PMP preferred. Some of them are saying CAPM or PMP preferred. Why wouldn't you take the thing? So $349 is the obstacle between you and going to the next level? You must be kidding. No, don't do it. Sign up for training. And I told you it's a shameless infomercial about the PMP exam, but maybe it's a shameless infomercial about how I can help you. How I can help you as well, how my firm can help you, and how my co-trainers can help you succeed. All right, so if you've been on the fence and saying, oh, this PMP thing, the price, it's price prohibitive. No, it's not. No, it's not. I guarantee you, I can put money on it that if you got certified, that will be like chicken change to you. It'll be like chump change. Chump change. I have students all around the world, when they truly know their stuff, the job market is not prohibitive for them. So you got to be smart, my friends. I'm just being honest. No one's going to tell it to you like I do. Trust me, if you get certified and you know your stuff, you truly know your stuff, not just get certified, but you know your stuff, people will be looking for you and you will deliver to them. It's that simple. All right. Someone says, Phil, what are the costs? What are the hidden costs on the exam? Well, the PMI is quite transparent in telling you if you are a member, it costs $405 to take the exam. If you're not a member, it costs $555 to take the exam. The cost of membership is $139. It's that simple.
You have 3 chances to pass the exam in 1 year. After the 3rd failure, the candidate has a 1-year wait, but of course that hopefully will not happen to you. The cost of retest is $275 for a member, $375 for a non-member. What are the study tips I have for you? Understand the material, understand it at a high level, take the objectives of the PMBOK guide, understand the objectives of the PMBOK guide, take them seriously, take practice tests, do not cram, understand the formulas. The formulas are not insurmountable. There are not that many formulas these days on the exam. All right, so that's not prohibitive. For those of you asking, how can I get more information? I'm going to copy this in. I'm going to put it into the chat right now in YouTube. Hola, my friend. SB, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. And this is the information. Let's put that into the chat box. And for those of you that need to study, read up more about the exam, you can do that in these 2 documents. But we're not done. I know some of you might have to jump off. But for those of you that are still going to stay on, we are just starting. There's so much stuff to talk about. And I do want to make sure I cover it all sufficiently well for you. All right, so that is the PMP exam. Now we're going to come back to the PMP content, but for now, I really want to talk quick about the CAPM exam. The CAPM exam, it's not as strenuous as the PMP. You need a secondary school diploma, 23 hours of formal education, and it's a 3-hour exam, unlike the PMP that is 3 hours, 50 minutes, 150 questions, 15 pretest questions, which don't count. The questions are referenced solely to the PMBOK guide, 6th edition, less situational, but not necessarily easy all around. You either know the question or you don't. So situational thinking doesn't help you on this one. The formulas are very mathematical. The formulas and mathematical calculations may not be as prominent. So all that stuff that you expect, heavy earned value, TCPI, and heavy formulas, you won't find them here. And there will be Agile content on the exam. This is how the exam is broken out. From chapters 1 to 13 down, you can see the percentage of questions on the exam. As far as how much it will cost, $225 if you are a member, $300 if you're not a member. Okay. And like I said, if you want to sign up for training, you need to go on down to the Praizion.com website. And there, right now, right this moment, you will find our solution, which you can get at an absolute ridiculous steal. I'm going to show it to you. Like I told you, it's a shameless infomercial about the PMP exam, but also about how we can help you. Because I know a lot of you, you're struggling, you've been to some very poor training courses, and you're looking for a change. All right, this is what you need to do. Go on down to Praizion.com, click on this one right here, PMP Exam Prep Camp 2021, that one right there, okay? Click on that and you will immediately, it's an instant thing, you'll be able to join our training. As you can see down here, we have 3 offers for you. We have a 1-month offer, a 3-month access offer, and a 6-month access offer. So if you are really keen on getting certified and you're just coming on the program, or maybe you've blown out a ton of your dollars or your euros or your cents or your rupees somewhere else, this is what you need to be on, okay? This is what you need to be on. It's as real as it gets, because on a lot of courses, people will not give you the time of day, but I guarantee you, if you're stuck and you send our support team an email, we will help solve whatever problem it is. Whether you're not clear on a particular aspect or whether you experience a question that has thrown you for a loop, we will help you, okay? So beware. I mean, there are lots of courses out there, but they won't give you the time of day. Enough said. I'm just being totally honest. Remember, I'm your friend Phil, and I've been doing this for over 15 years. My goodness, where has the time gone? All right. So next, we're going to talk about the shameless PMP exam infomercial. You thought you'd seen the infomercial? No, you haven't, because right now I'm going to sell to you why the PMI is anything at all to consider. Those of you in management, I don't know if you've ever considered training your people in project management so that they are not guessing. Many of your people are guessing how to manage projects. You don't want that. You want your people to manage projects using tested and tried methods. And that's what I'm going to talk to you about next. All right. I call this the PMP exam infomercial. Let's jump straight into it. What is the PMP exam infomercial? The 49 processes talked about. So let's jump into this presentation. So our learning outcomes by the time we're done with all this stuff is to build a common ground of methodology, standards, methods, and building structure. Be able to plan time according to resources and available budget. To better coordinate the work that we do, time management, and also to be able to engage partners more efficiently. All right. So a lot of what I'm showing you here, again, is from the Project Management Institute's ideas. You already know a little bit about me, and now you can see a little bit about the firm and different entities we have worked with. And let's jump into the agenda. Who is the PMI, core definitions, process groups, knowledge areas, and any Q&A. Here are the awesome PMI founders, and these 5 folks, like I showed you on the previous slides, decided, let's put project management on the map. But what is a project? It's a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. Many of you are working projects and you don't even know. Projects start and end, unlike operational work. What are some examples of projects? Writing a book, developing code, developing software, creating a new automobile, creating a new plane, working on the iPad. All right, sorry, Samsung folks. Working on the Samsung phone. Let's be fair, because I know a lot of you are Samsung fanatics. Working on whatever you're doing that delivers value and a final deliverable to the customer, right? And let's not forget our Google friends who put the Android thing on the map. Yes, working on Google stuff, working on Amazon stuff, and even small business. You don't have to be a mega business before you're working on projects. What is project management? The application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activities to produce a specific deliverable. Why do we authorize a project? Market demand, organizational need, customer request, technological advance, legal requirement, social need. What is a program? 2 or more projects managed in a coordinated way to attain benefits and a greater level of control. When we take a look at programs, they contain multiple projects, and we can actually have a program that contains not only projects but subprograms. Keep that in mind. So program management, according to the Prince 2 glossary of terms, which I quite like, right? Because there are many different organizations that have project management outfits and frameworks and methods. And one of such is Prince 2. I'm also Prince 2 certified. And they define program management as the coordinated and intentional management of one or more related programs to deliver benefits and gain better control and coordination of that set of projects in the program. Still in the dialogue of project management, we also talk about operations, and you need to understand operations are ongoing endeavors, projects are temporary endeavors. Now, as you go into chapter 2 of the PMBOK guide, you're going to get into this concept of enterprise environmental factors, factors in the environment that could affect a project. And you're also going to come across the concept of organizational process assets, assets that you create in the firm that help propel you on future projects or your current project. So we have a mnemonic for the EEFs. Only great individuals inspire resources every day. If you open up the book, you'll find what these are. We're not going to go into all of these, but examples of these factors are organizational culture. It's a factor. It influences how you work. Geographic distribution of facilities, it could influence how you work. Infrastructure could influence how you work and how your projects get done. Talking about the next one, external EEFs. Now this one is a controversial mnemonic, which I changed to my senator legalized candy and granola for patients. But who knows what Bernie legalized? It's a joke. You're supposed to laugh here. This is external EEFs. There's a mnemonic for it, and examples of external EEFs are legal restrictions, academic research from outside your firm, of course, also marketplace conditions. And now we move into organizational process assets. The two big buckets that we find being spoken about in project management are processes and procedures and the corporate knowledge base. And examples of OPAs in more detail are right here on the screen. Templates, guidelines, organizational standards, and so on. All right, these are processes and procedures. Now let's talk about the corporate knowledge base. Talking about the corporate knowledge base, we have configuration management knowledge repositories, financial data repositories, and many more things like that. So the overall story is that a project is going to be affected not only by the enterprise environmental factors, but also organizational constraints and the structure and governance framework in the organization. This is talked about in the PMBOK Guide, Chapter 2. And it leads to an understanding that the project manager is responsible for some things and accountable for some things, and that helps the project manager understand his or her authority. Now, welcome to the part that we call PMP Exam Rapid. The summary is that those 49 processes I told you, you need to understand them. Someone said, Phil, yes, we need to understand them, but me, I'm a certified crammer, certified cramming professional. I'm going to cram all these processes and then I will learn them. And I said, whatever works for you, do it. So the bottom line is there are 49 processes. You got to know them. You got to know their names so you're not tricked. I just showed you the drag and drop question. And those of you that were fooled, you probably don't know page 25. There's no control stakeholder, remember? So this table on page 25, you got to get it down pat. Remember the configuration 224.10.12.1. You got to know it. The knowledge area phone number, you got to know it. 766-436-3734. Now we're going to talk about the process groups one by one, and there are 5 process groups. Just remember, I prefer eating mangoes chilled. I prefer eating mangoes chilled. Initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling and closing. All right, so we're getting more into our agenda as we take a look at the process groups. Just remember that the knowledge areas is also another slice that we could make in project management. And when we do that, we then begin to see our 49 processes come to life. All right, are you ready for more project management? Well, let's go. This is why I told you it was a shameless plug for the PMP exam, because if you look at the survey here from PricewaterhouseCoopers, you'll see that from this survey, of the companies that were surveyed, those companies that used the methodology did exceedingly better than those who did not. You probably know where this is going. So if you take a look at those that used the methodology, 38% met budget, whereas those that didn't use a methodology, 31% met budget. What about those that met expected benefits? 60% in those companies that used the methodology and 51% in those that did not use a methodology. So what am I saying in all of this? You need to tell your management, hey, we're not doing what we should. We should be using some sort of methodology, because the likelihood of success, realizing benefits, staying on budget, staying on schedule is more when you use a methodology than when you don't. So why aren't you using a method? Now let's talk about the methods that are in this survey from PricewaterhouseCoopers. Take a look here. We have 41% of the organizations, 41, they use a methodology known as the PMBOK Guide. Now someone says, but Phil, this was back in 2015. Well, it was back in 2015, but that was just 6 years ago. Things haven't changed that drastically. The PMBOK Guide is still the leading standard for project management in a lot of firms and in a lot of countries. 26% do not use a standard methodology. They use one that is non-standard, maybe something else. But those that use an IT methodology, other approaches, and so on, they are dwarfed by the presence of the PMBOK guide. And that is why I keep saying, best drink the Kool-Aid, get certified, okay? We've already talked about some of these core definitions, but think about it, project management is not new. It's been around for a long time. Early day project management, back in 2500 BC, you can see the pyramids of Giza, or how about the Great Wall of China in 206 BC? I mean, isn't that a project and a half? It is. So throughout ancient history, we've seen basic elements of project management, managing resources, schedules, coordinating different groups. It's not new, right? All of these are used in project management up till today. But great project management is not about the tools of today. There's so many tools of today, the Reikis, the Microsoft projects, the Primaveras, the PlanView, the ClearViews, and so on, even Excel. They didn't have any of that. But what makes project management great is the great minds and attitudes behind the tools. It's not about the software tools. So as I said, in the late 19th century, people began to realize, well, we need to do things quicker, cheaper, more efficiently. And that's when people like Henry L. Gantt came into the scene with the Gantt chart, the milestone chart, which kind of evolved from the Gantt chart. And that's when the PMI founders put PMI on the map in 1969. And that's why we're here today, talking about project management. And I've defined what projects are and the process groups and so on. And I don't know if you were paying attention, but this is a very easy question you should be able to answer. How many process groups are there? I know some of you are in this stuff. You've already been in it. You can answer this in your sleep. Those who are not, do you remember how many process groups I said? I'll give you 10 seconds. All right, the answer to this, my friends, is 5 process groups. There are 5 process groups in project management. All right, so now that we know there are 5 process groups, and we remember there are 10 knowledge areas, I'm going to show you a mnemonic for the knowledge areas. And the mnemonic is as follows. I saw 6 chipmunks quietly roasting coffee, reading poetry stories. I saw 6 chipmunks quietly roasting coffee, reading poetry stories. And that is for all of the knowledge areas: integration, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communications, risk, procurement, and stakeholder. All right, I saw 6 chipmunks quietly roasting coffee, reading poetry stories. All right, so let's talk about the very first process group, initiating. In the initiating process group, we have a process known as Develop Project Charter. And this is where we develop the project charter and the stakeholder register. So your first process is where you develop a charter that defines the project and puts people on the same page regarding the project. Think about it as a simple document. Even if you haven't read the PMBOK guide, I guarantee you can make a charter that explains the purpose of what you're trying to do and the high-level requirements, high-level project description, key deliverables, overall project risk, if any, and the key stakeholder list. Simple. All right. Someone says, why do we have to develop the project charter? Let's examine why. The project charter authorizes the project, it identifies the project manager, and it puts the project sponsor and the project manager on the same page. So your project charter could end up looking like this: a case for why the project is being authorized, benefits talked about, project purpose, success criteria, exit criteria, high-level requirements, overall project risk, pre-approved financial resources, high-level schedule, and key stakeholder list. That's simple. All right? So, quick question. The first process in the initiating process group is what? 5 seconds. 3, 2, and 1. And the answer is none other than develop project charter. Here's another question. What is the key benefit of developing a charter for a project? All right. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. And I bet lots of you got this right, even without much effort. And the answer is C, linking the project to the strategic objectives of the performing organization. All right. So now you've got an idea of what that first process is. Let's talk a little bit about stakeholder management, just a tiny little bit. In stakeholder management, we want to identify our stakeholders. We want to plan how to engage them. Then we want to engage them and we want to monitor their engagement. Someone says, but who are stakeholders? Individuals, groups, organizations who can affect the project or who are affected by a decision, activity, or outcome, and who may exert influence over the project. Those are stakeholders. So the process that we're talking about here is identify stakeholders. We're identifying who the project could affect and who could affect the project. It's that simple. And the output is a stakeholder register that documents the stakeholders' information, stakeholder identification information, assessment information, and stakeholder classification. Moving into planning. What do we plan on a project? Everything. Scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communications, risk, procurement, stakeholder, and even integration. Now, the first one we encounter is scope management. And in encountering scope management, you come across a process known as planned scope management. And this is where you need to plan how to manage scope. Remember my analogy in the beginning of the telescope? Well, this is where all that stuff is planned out. You plan the scope, you plan how to manage scope, and how to also manage requirements. It's a double whammy. You're planning two things, how to manage scope and how to manage requirements. And I often say requirements beget scope. Requirements give birth to scope. So you need to plan how to manage both your scope and your requirements. The next process is collect requirements. This is where you actually collect requirements. And you know one of the ways you do this in a matrix such as the one you're seeing on the screen. We call it a requirements traceability matrix. That's a close-up of the requirements traceability matrix. It tracks requirements to their origin. The next thing we do is we take those requirements and we expand on the scope needed to satisfy those requirements. We call it defined scope. So if someone says, I want breakfast, okay, that's one requirement, but it's a bit high level. Break it down. I want breakfast with toast, eggs, sausages, and the forbidden B word, bacon. Now, it's an example. Don't get all emotional, Peter people. But if someone says they want breakfast and they've described all those things, those requirements, now you can scope out everything that needs to be done. I need to go to the store. I need to buy this. I need to buy that. I need to turn on the stove. I need to fry the eggs. I need to make whatever you're making that has been asked for. So that is scope. Requirements beget scope. And what you get out of this process is called a project scope statement. So think about all the things, the scope of what you need to do to deliver those specific requirements. You're going to plan them all out. The next thing we do is we create a work breakdown structure. And as you can see on the screen, it looks like a family tree of sorts. Now it could be horizontal, it could be vertical. In this case, we can see a vertical WBS, but it could also be horizontal. And there's a very mundane WBS for baking a cake. You look at it, it's so simple. I know some of you are going to be like, is that all? It's simple. It's a very lofty name for a very simple thing. But WBSs can get very technical. They can be kind of challenging sometimes. And that's why there are rules for developing WBS. In fact, the PMI has got a standard on WBS creation on its own. So let's take a look at this WBS for building a house. We start at the top level, and the top level is level 1, and we give that the name of the project. And then we go to level 2, and level 2 is sometimes known as, well, not all the time, but sometimes we make level 2 a level for control. And that level for control is where we exert certain scope and schedule management approaches for people to report up into those bigger buckets. So concrete could be one bucket, framing could be one bucket, plumbing could be one bucket, and we understand how each one of those buckets is performing. Then we go into level 3. And I didn't tell you that the level 2 items I was talking about, sometimes, please don't quote me on saying all the time, sometimes when we make that a point of control, a reference point of control, we refer to that as a control account, but it is not always at level 2. It could be at level 3 or 4 or 5. It depends on the project. But control accounts are something to be aware of, okay? So level 1, we call it the root node. Level 2, we just call it level 2. If we make it a control account for each one of those level 2 items, then you know it as such. And then we have level 3. So we refer to the WBS layers as levels, okay? When we're done with that, we now move into the area of schedule. So what are we going to do in the area of schedule management? 1, we're going to plan. How do we manage this schedule? How do we even develop the schedule? So the topic of how do we do it? Are we going to use an agile approach? Maybe we use a Kanban method, Kanban, where we have a list of to-dos. We have a column for doing, and we just move the to-do section. It's like a table, move what's in the to-do into doing. And then when you're finally done, move it into done. That could be how you manage your work in a schedule. Or perhaps you want to get fancy and have something like Microsoft Project and Primavera, those kind of things. They're okay. It really depends on the project. So you plan how to develop the schedule and manage it, and then you define the activities, what needs to be done. You sequence the activities, you put them in the logical order of occurrence, you estimate the activity durations, how long will each activity take, and then voila, there you have it, your schedule. You've developed the schedule by putting all of these pieces together, and you have your schedule, and that's developed schedule. But that's not all we do in planning. We need to talk about cost management. And therefore, we want to go into planning cost management. How are we going to estimate the cost? How are we going to determine the budget? For those of you that are watching currently on YouTube, if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to take them. So if you have any questions, type them in, my friends. It's always a pleasure to hear from you. All right. So cost management is where we decide how we're going to manage cost. And then we go to estimate cost, where we estimate how much each activity will take. And then we will roll all of that up in a process where we call it determine budget. We are aggregating all project cost estimates to determine the total project budget. We call it determine budget. So you're estimating human equipment, material, supplies, facilities, whatever the resources are, whatever we need for the project, how much will it cost? Everything. Okay? Now, I often ask my students this quick question. How do you currently manage costs on your project? I know a lot of companies, they don't really manage cost. They have a departmental budget and that's it. And they're like, everyone is salaried anyway. Well, on the exam, you're going to be tested more intricately on cost. And that takes us into the discussion of quality. So what is quality? Fitness for use, conformance to requirements, customer satisfaction. It's very important that as we are planning quality in, we are aware of the importance of quality. Lack of quality could kill a project. It could result in huge, huge losses for the company. And customer satisfaction is key. You have not achieved quality if the customer is not satisfied. So what do you want to do? You first of all want to plan quality, and you want to say, what are the quality standards that we need to adhere to? And that leads us to the creation of a quality management plan. We create a plan for how to manage quality, but we want to identify what are the quality standards that we need to adhere to. That's the first thing we do in quality. Now, remember, we are going down the table in planning. All we're talking about right now is planning. We covered initiating. Now we're going down planning, and eventually we'll cover executing, monitoring, and controlling and closing. All right. So when you're done talking about planning quality management, the next thing you encounter in the planning process group is plan resource management. In other words, you create a plan for how to acquire the team, acquire other resources, develop the team, manage the team, and how to control physical resource usage. One of the things that we talk about here is a RAM. And a RAM is a juxtaposition of your WBS and your OBS. You juxtapose your work breakdown structure with your organizational breakdown structure, you get a RAM, a responsibility assignment matrix, which can be used for planning who does what, and also it can be used for planning the number of hours allocated. That takes us to communications. In the world of communications, we want to think about the three things that happen here. One, what are we going to communicate? Why and when? Then you communicate. And next, you monitor the communications. But remember, we're in planning. So let's talk about the first one, plan communications management. This is where we are planning what, why, when, and how to communicate with stakeholders. Next, we're moving on to one of my favorite areas, risk management. Risk management. But what is a risk? Think about it. What is a risk? You take a look at this. You could see a negative uncertainty. There's cheese, but what happens if the mouse gets smashed in that thing? What is the positive uncertainty? The mouse gets the cheese and runs away. But think about it. What about the homeowner? From the perspective of the homeowner, is this good or bad? If the mouse gets the cheese, it's negative. Negative for the homeowner, positive for the mouse. Now, taking a look, do you think the mouse will get the cheese? They always find a way. The mouse found the cheese. All right, let's move to our very first process is planning how to manage risk. We get a risk management plan. This helps us understand how we're going to identify any risks, how are we going to analyze risks, and how are we going to manage and monitor them. So that takes us to the actual processes where we begin to do what we plan here. All right, this is just planning. How are we going to manage risk? The next process is identify risks. Let's begin to see what could go wrong. And then the next one is performing qualitative risk analysis. And this is where you are analyzing the risk from a qualitative standpoint. You give it a score by multiplying the probability of occurrence, a rating for probability, a rating for impact. You multiply them, you get a score. Wow, we got relative scoring. We can rank. You can now rank the risks, but you're ranking the risks for further action. What is the further action? Quantitative risk analysis. So now you've got a qualitative analysis of the risks. You can take those and put some quantitative measures like dollars or hours. That takes you to the next level. But the PMI is very quick to tell you this is not mandatory. You don't have to do this on every project. It's the optional step in risk management, if you will. Next, we have plan risk responses. This is planning how to respond to risks. And there are many ways you can respond to risks. You got 5 strategies for the negative risks, 5 strategies for the positive risks. We'll teach you more about that when you come aboard. Next, we're going into procurement management, and this is where you conduct a make or buy analysis. You try to identify, do we need to purchase something from outside the firm or not? And if you do, then you plan for it. We get our procurement management plan. Last but not least, we have a process where we plan how to engage stakeholders. We call it planned stakeholder engagement. Okay? For those of you just coming out wondering what on earth is going on, we're talking about the PMP exam. And I told you in the very beginning, we are here to promote the PMP exam. Yes, it's a shameless promotion of the exam that so many of us love and have found to be valuable and useful. You don't have to like it. We like it. Okay, here is where you can get training. Go on down to praizion.com, Praizion.com, and you can sign up for training at Praizion.com. We have 3 options for you, as you can see there on the screen. We have an option that is 1 month, an option that is 3 months, and an option that is 6 months, and all extremely affordable. And like I told folks in the earliest section, you are going to make your money back several times over. I mean, it's so ridiculous the amount of recovery you will make from your funds spent getting ready for the test if you know your stuff.
and you're able to deliver. As I told people in the beginning, my salary went up 300%. And honestly, it brought such a lot of joy to see such an increase in what I put my blood, sweat, and tears into. I would go to the library every Saturday for 6 months. I couldn't afford a course because courses like this were not even available. You would have to pay an arm and a leg, and I didn't have that money. I went to my boss. I said, will you let me take the PMP exam? Can I take it? He said, no. No. What a waste of money. You want to do that ridiculous certification? No. Now, he didn't say it in those colorful words, but his disdain came through. And honestly, I was almost thinking of not doing it, but I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did. Anyway, enough said. Let's jump back into our processes. We are on a mission here to get done with them all. All right. So next we're going into executing, the executing process group. So the very first process here is direct and manage project work. What are we trying to do? We're trying to coordinate all the execution of the work in the project management plan. We're trying to move the project in a cohesive whole so that we get the deliverable done, okay? Next, we have manage project knowledge. And this is where we share lessons learned, but we also ensure that the lessons learned are used and shared, propagated throughout the company so people can get value from them. Next, we have manage quality, and this is where we are checking the process to ensure that the work is going according to plan. We are also looking for ways we can improve the process, the project process, and even the technical process if need be. Next, we have acquire resources. This is where we are acquiring all manner of resources: human, equipment, material, supplies, facilities. Next, we have develop team. This is where we are sending the team for team building. We're training them, coaching them, mentoring them, helping them grow and expand, and getting them pumped like this guy on the screen. Next, we have manage team. This is where we are leading and guiding the team. We're managing the team structure. We're making sure those things that should be done for the team are being done, but we're really leading the team. There's a difference between leading and managing. I like this quote from Steve Jobs. He says, managing is making people do what you want them to do, what you think they should do. But leadership is making people do what they never even imagined. In other words, they blew their own minds by doing exceptionally well. That is what leadership is all about. And that's really what this process is more about, taking the team to the next level. Next, we have managed communications, communicating with stakeholders, sending out reports and other means. However you need to communicate, communicate. Next, we have implement risk responses. This is where we are implementing the responses that we previously planned for those risks. Next, we have conduct procurements. We are selecting sellers through a formal process. We are awarding a contract. And the final one here is manage stakeholder engagement. We're managing our stakeholder engagement as previously planned, ensuring that our stakeholders are truly engaged like we planned, doing the things, the legwork that we said we would do, having the water cooler conversations, having those meetings, those engagement points. Let's move on to the monitoring and controlling process group. Someone says, what should be monitored and controlled? A lot of things. How about every knowledge area? Why do we monitor and control? The idea of constraints. Constraints. The iron triangle, as you can see on the screen. And I will not go into the iron triangle today. I'll just say that schedule, cost, scope, quality, risk, they are all at the helm of the iron triangle in one way or another. But typically we know schedule, cost, and scope. And on these predictive projects, we know that we typically try to get our scope fixed so it doesn't move. That's why you see that scope at the top. It's fixed. And there are many things that we need to factor in when scope tries to move around. We need to balance cost and schedule. And that's okay. It's okay to have changes on the project, but it needs to be managed. In other words, we need to monitor and control it. The very first process is monitor and control project work. Again, it's the integrative efforts to monitor and control the entire project. Next, we think about change requests. Change requests need to be managed. It's okay to have them,
but we need to manage them. And that's what this process is all about. Validate scope. This is all about formal customer approval and acceptance of a deliverable. Welcome to acceptance. Well, this is where the customer accepts the deliverable. We also have control scope where we control scope creep. There's a difference between calculated methodical scope increments versus just all over the place. We don't want it to be all over the place. Also, we have control schedule, monitoring the schedule, controlling the schedule, preventing delays, and if something does need to change in the schedule, we're being proactive about it. The same thing for control cost. Not every project is picture perfect cost-wise, but we can do better by having some process around how we manage cost. Like I said in the beginning, many companies don't do this, but there needs to be more deliberateness about cost management. Control quality, inspecting the final deliverable before sending it to the customer. When we talk about quality, prevention is keeping errors out of the process. That's managed quality. Inspection is keeping errors out of the customer's reach. That is control quality, and both of them work together for our good. Next, we have control resources, monitoring the physical resource availability, monitoring its use, and performing any corrective actions. Monitor communications is where we monitor how effective our communications have been and if we need to change anything on the project. Monitor risks, keeping track of our risks, and implementing risk response plans. So we're keeping track of the risks and how well we implemented the plans. If we didn't implement the plans very well, then we want to take account of that. And we want to take account that our risk methods are not working and they need to be tweaked. Next, we have control procurements, changing any ineffective plans and ensuring that the seller is performing as promised. So what do you see here? You see a trend of monitoring and controlling. That's why it's the monitoring and controlling process group. Last but not least, in monitoring and controlling, we have monitor stakeholder engagement, and it's checking the plan for how to manage stakeholders, modifying the plan as needed, making sure that we are doing as well as we can, and we're modifying if we're not. Final one, closing. What exactly are we doing? Closing out a phase, closing out the entire project. If you take a look at the array of things we have here, we ensure stakeholder satisfaction, we transition the deliverable, we ensure that lessons learned are collated, collected, we pay the sellers, we release resources, and we archive documents. We get a final report. And that, my friends, is it. Like I said, if you need training, coaching, mentoring, we got so many programs at Praizion.com. There is the Praizion spelling, Praizion.com. And if you're stuck, we can help you. We have so many programs that can help you. All right, so I'm going to show you a few programs, and then I'm going to show you a trick to mastering page 25. You don't want to go away, so let me show you real quick on the Praizion site, because I know some of you have got questions. There are lots of things listed on the Praizion.com site. The first one is the on-demand 35 contact hour course. We have weekly mentoring and leadership coaching for project managers. If you're certified, that would be ideal for you. Some of you say, Phil, I don't need predictive training. I just need agile training. Well, this one's for you. And some of you just want a touch point. You want to belong to a club. Well, that's the PMP Exam Breakfast Club. And we just started the Breakfast Club this morning. You want to be part of that club, go on and join. We also have the Project Management Audio Digest, 20 hours of audio for you as you study for the exam. We have another audio product, 4 hours of Agile Project Management audio. We have Agile training for those who are already PMPs, and we have risk management training for those who are keen on going to the next level after PMP in risk management. All right, and we've got many more products. Just click on that link, take a look at all the products that we've got, so many products. But there's no excuse now for someone saying, oh, it's price prohibitive. No, it's not price prohibitive. It starts off at $349 if you truly mean business. Like a student of ours who came on this system on a Thursday, boom, got certified on a Monday. What are you talking about? You can hunker down for a few days and pulverize this content if you mean business. Let me put out a challenge to you. Many of you don't mean business. You're like, oh, I want to get certified. No, you don't. I put it to you, you don't.
You don't. And not even those that are on our training, but I'm speaking in general. Many of you say you do, but you're not putting in the work. You're not going to the woodshed. You need to. The way this stuff gets done is by moving volume, moving volume. And how do you move volume? By being dogged, rugged, tough, and crazy, like I was. Take a look at this material. How do you think this material gets into your head? By just sitting down and saying, "Oh, teach me, teach me." No, 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 no. For you to get this material into your head, you have to be dogged, rugged, and determined. And many of you aren't, you're not, because you would sign up and study. But no, but lots of you are determined, lots of you. And that's why a whole lot of people have gotten certified on my watch. And that's why if you go to LinkedIn and check out my profile, you'll see over 120 different pieces of feedback from people who have drunk the Kool-Aid. It's not Kool-Aid, but drink the Kool-Aid, my friends. I guarantee you, you will be laughing all the way to the score bank. So many of my students from all around the world, they come back and say, "Phil, I'm so glad that you taught us the way you did, because now I can command respect from management, from my peers." One of them told me, and this student of mine, you know who you are, out of the Middle East, he said, "Phil, my boss is scared of me because I'm a PMP and he's not." And not only am I a PMP, I know my stuff. Those are the champions that I built. All right. So if you truly mean business, you don't want to wait another minute. Enough said. Let's go back to our page 25 because I want to show you that before we round up for today. So if we go to that image of page 25 that I showed you at the very beginning, right here. Okay. Someone says, "How do I get this down?" Very quickly. You got to stay with me because I'm going to move like a speed demon through this stuff. All right. First of all, at the very top, you have, "I prefer eating mangoes chilled." At the side, you have, "I saw 6 chipmunks quietly roasting coffee, reading poetry stories." That's how you deal with that. Now, the way you deal with the rest is this. Under the planning process group, and I'm going to shade this blue so that you're not confused. This is the planning process group right here. Under planning, every one of these first processes in the knowledge areas starts with plan something management. I call it the Plan X management configuration. What am I talking about? Well, I got to write it out for you. Plan X management. What is X? It's from my chipmunk mnemonic that I showed you in the very beginning. I saw 6 chipmunks quietly roasting coffee, reading poetry stories. Integration, scope, schedule, cost, quality, resources, communications, risk, procurement, stakeholder. If you take every one of those and substitute it in the Plan X management, you got this. It's so simple. Plan quality management, plan resource management, plan communications management, plan risk management, plan procurement management, plan stakeholder engagement. Boom. We just got done with a fair amount of this stuff. Now, if you take a look at monitoring and controlling, you see another configuration, Control X, where X is a knowledge area. Control schedule, control cost, control quality, control resources. Now there's an intermission here where we do not use the word control, but there's a trick to it. We use the word monitor where we have people at play or factors that we cannot control. For example, we monitor communications. We don't control communications because it is between humans. In the same vein, we monitor stakeholder engagement. We don't control stakeholder engagement because you can't. And we don't control risks. I should say, we do not control our stakeholders. We monitor their engagement. That's better. And monitor risk, we cannot control risk. And that is why we chose those words instead of monitor
or instead of control rather. Last but not least, we have control procurements. All right. And that really has to do with overseeing the contract. So if you look at those things I shaded, they're commonalities. And right here at the top, to jog your memory, you have the word monitor and control, all in this one process. And there again, we have the word performing the grade change, control. So there's a lot of similarities. The only one that sticks out is validate scope. That one does not follow the configuration, but now that I've shaded it, I guarantee you, you'll remember that unsightly, jarring distinction between colors. And you remember, what's that one? What's that one? It's validate scope. It is validate scope. All right, let's finish this off. So let's talk about executing. In the executing process group, we're going to use orange for this. There is a common thread, and the common thread that we see is the word manage when it comes to executing. So I'm going to show you all the places that we have the word manage. We have manage project knowledge, direct and manage project work, manage quality, manage team, manage communications, manage stakeholder engagement. Oh my goodness, it looks like we've shaded over 70% of the processes. You see how easy it is to get them down? I guarantee you, practice this for a few days, you're going to become really good at it. I guarantee you. Try it. Just try it. You become really good at it. Okay, my friends, over the past, time goes, 1 hour, 15 minutes probably, we've been talking about the PMP exam, and it's been a shameless infomercial for the PMP exam. I was not paid by the PMI to do this. I'm doing this because I know it can make a difference in your project management journey. All right, so if you truly mean business, my friend, you need to take action. Take massive action. How? Take the first step, but don't stop there. First step is signing up for training and coaching. The second step is doing the work. But I tell you, my friends, and many other professionals will tell you the same, and you can probably tell yourself the same, because it's not what you don't already know. You know this, that when you put in the time, the effort, and the energy, the payoff is sweet. None of my PMP champions making the high six figures is thinking about the training they went to when they're cashing the checks monthly. Think about that. Do what you need to do. All right. Again, for those of you just coming, the website is Praizion.com. Go there and begin your journey and finish the journey. Finish the journey big by becoming a PMP. Thank you very much. For those of you that join me on YouTube, I want to say a big thank you to you. And I see we have a question from Rashmi. Rashmi says, what's the difference between resource cost per hour and resource fee per hour? So in my mind as a project manager, Rashmi, what I think about is the cost of the resource is what you're spending, perhaps if you're internal. If you have a resource that is not internal, then they have a fee associated with them, maybe for the use of that resource. Then I would look at the fee as being a possible external fee that you're paying, all right? Or you could just say there's a fee for using the resource and there's a cost. It's all semantics, but it's not what the PMI spends time nickeling and diming. All right. So the way we use these terms in the real world, they could be different. But for me, I would think about a cost. How much are we paying this resource internal? For fee, I could think about a resource from external. All right. And it might be semantics. All right. Farhad, very good. Thank you very much for coming on. Farhad says, thank you, Praizion. I'm always confused about quality control and quality assurance. Please, could you elaborate on these two? Very good. So let me just open up a very quick window for you here, and I'll do that for you. So let's talk about the difference between these two. All right, you got a few seconds. Let's go. Let's do it. All right, so we've got quality assurance
and we've got quality control. And it's very straightforward. And as they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Let's talk about quality assurance first. Quality assurance is all about getting the process down pat. It's all about process. See, how efficient is the process? When you talk about quality assurance, it's all about process. It's all about efficiency. You want to make sure that your processes are efficient. And we do a lot of process analysis, right? We want to optimize our processes. Now, when we talk about quality control, we are talking predominantly about product. Okay, product. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about that final product that you get, but you need to check. Hence the magnifying glass. We use the magnifying glass configuration to show you that you are inspecting something. All right. So one of the big things that you do here is you inspect. Inspection. Okay. Inspection is done in QC. Something else you do in QA predominantly is audit. This is where you're auditing to make sure that people are really following the process. All right. So 2 big buckets. And here they are. Quality assurance, all about process, all about audits, all about process analysis, and about efficiency. When you talk about quality control, you're talking about product, you're talking about inspection, you're talking about making sure that that deliverable is truly verified and good to be sent to the customer. All right. I hope that helps you. Thank you very much for the questions. Very good questions. I wish you all the very best in your journey. All right. It's that time. We are going to shut it down. All right. But we will be back with more programming and more help for you as you get ready for this exam. Thank you very much and all the very best. Bye for now. Bye for now. Hello, my friends. It's your buddy Phil here, project management trainer and coach. I know lots of you are getting ready for the PMP exam, and you see the table I'm drawing out. And I know you've heard from a lot of your instructors, you don't have to know this table. It's not asked on the exam. Well, yes, it's not going to be asked wrote on the exam, but not knowing this table leaves you vulnerable in a lot of respects. So I want to advise you to know this table as good as you can. In fact, I would like it if you just knew it, because it's going to help you not only on the exam, but also in life. So what we need is 10 columns, 10 rows, I beg your pardon, and 5 columns. So let's see if we've got all the columns we need. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, almost. We're going to have to divide 1. Let's divide this. Okay. So this is a great opportunity for you to take a pen and a paper, follow along with me. It is going to go very quick, but I'm going to show you how to process the information. Okay. There's a mnemonic that goes like this. I prefer extra money in cash. And that just stands for initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, I'm going to make this a bit smaller. Let's make it a little bit smaller so it fits in that box. Monitoring and controlling and closing. Those are the 5 process groups of project management. Before you start any project in the world of the PMI, the Project Management Institute, you should authorize that work. That's initiating. When the work has been authorized and you as the project manager have been identified, then you can plan, right? This is planning. Then you can apply the resources to the project. You can work with a team. You can hire those you need in executing, and you plan with those folks, the team members, right? So you initiate, you plan, you execute, you monitor and control, and you close. Now, this is not linear. I want to make it clear that if these were 5 components, if this was initiating overlaps. So it's not like, oh, initiate and then plan. No, if these were 5 things, you would have initiating, overlapping with planning. Now, in the scheme of size, to make it even fairer, planning could be in terms of effort, in terms of duration. Planning is significant, right? Now, in terms of monitoring and controlling, I want you to think about it like this. Monitoring and controlling is all encompassing. So there's a lot of overlap all throughout. In fact, you're monitoring and controlling all throughout the project. Executing is very significant because that is where a lot of the work takes place. So there does have to be some heavy overlap with the monitoring and controlling aspects. See? And then closing is not as huge, but it could span across several phases before you close out. So this, I just want you to have this bubble chart idea so that you're not just thinking linearly. It's not A, then B, then C, then D. No, there's a progression that is in that direction, but there's overlap and there are iterations and there are feedback loops. Okay, so just keep that in mind when you take a look at page 25 in the 6th edition. Now, someone says, well, Phil, it's not in the 7th edition. Isn't it a waste of time? No, it's not. The PMI still refer very heavily to this model across many other exams. This model, we're stuck with it. Honestly, I tell you, this is the best that you're going to get. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. Let's just take this and use it, go forward. You get what I'm saying? So you're going to benefit if you know it. All right, let's talk about the knowledge areas, right? The knowledge areas are integration, unifying the project and combining it, scope, scoping out what needs to be done, schedule, scheduling the project, making sure you got a defined timeline, cost management, making sure that the budget is defined so that we know when we are over budget, on budget, and so on. Resource management, which deals with managing resources, acquiring resources in the first place, be they human, equipment, materials, supplies, and facilities. Then communications management, which deals with sending information to the right channel, through the right channel, to the right person. So we talk about the 5 W's and the H, the what, when, where, why, how, and who of communications, right? Who am I sending it to? Where's the information going to reside? Why do I need to send this, and so on. Then we have risk management, which is all about dealing with uncertainty that could impact the project. Then we have procurement management. And last but not least, we have stakeholder management. And there's another mnemonic for this, and the mnemonic goes like this. I saw 6 chipmunks quietly roasting coffee, reading poetry stories. Okay? I saw 6 chipmunks quietly roasting coffee, reading poetry stories. All right, now you got an idea of the knowledge areas and what they are. You need to populate the table. You could populate the table gradually over a period of time. Just make sure that what you're putting into the box, you really do understand what is being done. Okay, so I am going to use a series of abbreviations. Where I need to write in shorthand, I will, but I am going to cover very rapidly the 49 things with you. And I want to challenge you to stop this recording, and I want you to go back, and what I put in abbreviated form, when I do that, I want you to expand on it. Okay, so let's talk about the very first thing that should happen on any project in the world of the PMI. Like I said, you want to develop a project charter. Now, this is a process, okay? In the boxes, I'm going to put processes. Just remember at the top, you have knowledge areas. These here are knowledge areas. That's what they're called. Beg your pardon. These are process groups, and these at the side are knowledge areas. So just keep that in mind. 10 knowledge areas, 5 process groups. And then in the boxes, we have processes. So the first process is develop project charter. Develop project charter. This is where you develop a charter that authorizes the project. And sometimes you need a charter for a phase. Each phase could be chartered on some projects. When you have chartered the project, you are now authorized to apply resources to the project. So do keep these things in mind. Next, we move into planning and we develop project management plan. Now, these names may sound a little bit off to you because they're verb noun. So they kind of sound weird, like, what is that? Is that a command? It's a process. So develop project management plan is a process, okay? Then we go into execute. I'm going to make it even smaller here. We have a process known as direct and manage project work. Direct and manage project work. And that involves you, the project manager, directing and managing the work for the project. Okay, let's move this down because we're going to need more room. We got a lot of processes in scope. So I'm going to move these down just so that they can fit. All right. So directing and managing the project work is really a leadership kind of thing where you lead the team and you coordinate all leadership efforts. That's really it. And then we have manage project knowledge, which is where you learn your lessons, what went well, what didn't go so well, and you take that knowledge and you share it across the organization. That's why it's called manage project knowledge. That knowledge needs to be managed. You're not just waiting till the end of the project to get the knowledge. No, as you're going through the project, you're learning your lessons and you are documenting the lessons and sharing it with people and implementing it back in the project so you don't make the same mistakes, or so that you realize those same benefits and opportunities of doing things in a particular way. Okay? Then we get into monitoring and controlling. And this, it just makes sense. Like whatever you do in life, you are, for the most part, monitoring and controlling. You're crossing the road, you're looking, you're checking, you're gauging the distance of the bus to you, of a train to you. Some people have done a lousy job in monitoring and controlling and they get hurt. But then you also monitor and control even in the house. Maybe you're doing chores, maybe you're cooking, maybe you're operating an electronic appliance, maybe you're working with fire. You got to monitor and control. That's the general idea. So it's a very simple idea. It's just called monitor and control project work. Who doesn't monitor and control? I mean, everyone does. So these are not far-fetched ideas. Monitor and control project work. Okay, the next thing is change control, and we call it integrated change control. I like to give you a very mundane example. I like mundane examples because they stick. A very mundane example could be you're a student, and for the longest time, you've always gotten an allowance of $5 a day. And then COVID hits, and then you're out of school, and then you come back to school, and with the crazy stuff going on in the world, to get a decent lunch is now like $8. So you need to go back to your parents and ask for $3 more. There needs to be a change. There needs to be a change request. So how do you make the request? Well, in the real world, you just say, hey, mom, dad, can I have an additional $3? The price of lunch has gone up. It's cost an arm and a leg to get a decent lunch at school. And that's an idea of perform integrated change control. Perform integrated change control. Now let's break down the words. Perform, carry out. Integrated, interlocked. Touching many pieces and coordinated. So perform integrated change control. Perform change that is intentionally controlled across many areas. To begin with, schedule, cost, and scope. They all need to be integrated. If you're making a change in isolation of scope or schedule or cost, you're doing it wrong. So when I ask for $3 more, I've factored in that, yeah, I can still get this lunch at this place at this time. It doesn't mean I need to go somewhere else. It's right there. The scope hasn't changed. All that has changed is the cost. The schedule is still doing lunch break. You see, I like breaking things down into very mundane examples because through the mundane examples, you will better understand. So I want you, as you go through each line item, and I'm going kind of slow for this first one, but as you're going through each line item, I need you to come up with examples in your everyday life. All right, final one, closing. This is where we close the project or phase, and it's just called close project or phase. So again, an example in life, you got done with a thesis or you got done with a paper. Now, like one of my friends have been working on closing out of this course, my goodness. And my friend, she knows who she is. She's one of my students, but she knows we had an encounter with this professor. It seemed like this course would never end. It seemed like it would go on and on and on. But it ended. Thank goodness. We closed project. We closed phase. We closed many different phases, and then we eventually closed the whole thing. Close project or phase. That's an example. Another example is just an assignment that you submit in college, right? Or in high school, whatever, right? You close it out. You're done. You've handed over the deliverable. You're scored. You're happy. End of story. All right. So my suggestion to you, my friends, is to anchor PMBOK back to real world. Any project, whether it's a home cleaning project, building a pool, anything, I'm telling you, it's not far-fetched. Now, we're going to go a lot quicker. We're moving into scope, but to show you how you should be thinking, I want to go beyond doing it linearly, like from left to right, right? You could fill it in by integration, scope, schedule, all the way on down, in its entirety. But instead, I want us to move in this direction. We're going to go that way, down like that, okay? Because I have other videos you can find on this channel that do it across, but for now, we're going down in rows. So in columns, through the rows. So the next one I'm going to is in stakeholder management. So in the very beginning of the project, you're going to identify stakeholders. Okay, you're going to identify who the project could affect and who could be affected by the project. All right, and then this one over here called Develop Project Management Plan, I'm going to frame it because it's a rather important one and it needs some explaining. So Develop Project Management Plan is not something that happens just a one-time thing and it's all done at once. No, there's a lot of stuff that happens in this column. Well, guess what? The stuff that you derive from this column, it actually all rolls up into the project management plan. So you actually have in your project management plan a bunch of stuff that you get from this column, such as scope management plan, schedule management plan, risk management plan, resource management plan, scope baseline, schedule baseline, cost baseline. It's all in the project management plan. So if your teacher hasn't already taught you that, you will learn that, hopefully. Hopefully they're going to teach you that. So let's go into everything that happens in planning under Develop Project Management Plan. Okay, so we have plan, scope management. Now I'm going to show you the redundancy in this table so that you feel more comfortable in it. All of the first processes of every knowledge area from scope all the way on down to procurement, they have this ring to it. I'm going to show you this here. They all have this Plan X management theme, where X is the knowledge area. So it doesn't really take that much to remember a whole bunch of them. See, they all follow this Plan X management bend, where X is the name of the knowledge area. So if we just take the knowledge area schedule and put it in here, we have plan, schedule, management. If we take cost, it's called plan, cost, management. If we take quality, plan, quality, management. We take resources, plan, resource, management. We take communications, plan, communications management. We take risk, plan risk management. Take procurement, plan procurement management. And all this is saying is you're just planning, how are we going to manage this area? How are we going to manage procurement? How are we going to manage risk? How are we going to manage communications? How are we going to manage resources? How are we going to manage quality? And then the last one, plan stakeholder. But watch this. There's a little twist here. It's not management. It's called plan stakeholder engagement. In other words, how are we going to engage our stakeholders? So that's the only one that's different, but everything else you can see it has that mantra of plan this management, plan that management, plan that management. Now, as you look under the hood, you got to go a step further into asking yourself, what do I do after I plan scope management? There's a logic to it. After you plan how to manage scope, then you begin collecting your requirements. So we have collect requirements, okay? And then we define the scope that we need to get those requirements done. And then we create a work breakdown structure, create WBS. See that? And that's scope. And then in schedule, after you plan how to develop and how to manage the schedule, the next thing you're going to do is you're going to define the actual activities that have to be done. And you know, an activity just means task. So the itty bitty tasks that you need to do, you got to define activities. Then you got to sequence activities. then you got to estimate the activity durations. How long will each activity take, right? So sequence the activities, put them in the logical order of occurrence, just so that you're testing the logic and the flow of the work you're doing. And after you estimate activity durations, you put all of that together into a schedule, a coherent schedule, and we call that developed schedule. And that's what you're doing in schedule management. But you need to think through, okay, what does it make sense to do next? Remember, the PMI asks you for 3 years of project management experience. So if this stuff isn't making sense, you got to make it make sense, because you got the aptitude to make it make sense. Okay. All right. Next, we're going to go into cost. And there are 3 things that happen under planning and cost. Very similar to what we did in schedule. We plan cost management, and then we estimate costs for each activity. It's like you're building a house and you want to furnish the house. Well, of course, you need to estimate the cost for each room. How much will it cost to paint a room? How much will it cost to decorate a room? How much will it cost to lay tile? These are all tasks, but you got to estimate each of those things. And then you roll them up into a final total. We call that determine budget. See that? And then we move into quality. We're done with quality. There's nothing else there. We go into resource management. We plan how to manage our resources, and then we estimate the activity resources. Okay, then we go to communications, then we get to risk. Risk is huge, so we're going to move this around so that we can make enough space for the enormity of risk. Risk is a 7-headed beast. So there's 7 things that you need to know in risk. And, you know, when I say know, I'm not just talking about the name. I mean, really know what is happening in each of those areas. Okay? So if you are following me with a pen and paper, I'm telling you, you are programming your brain to retain this stuff. And I want you to go back in here and I want you to watch it over and over and over and over and over again until you can anticipate what I'm going to say next. And the reason why you're doing this is not because you want to cram, but because you are trying to register. You're rewriting stuff that you may have known incorrectly. You're reprogramming your brain to know it well, okay? Trust me, there's power in repetition. So we plan how to manage risks, and then we identify the risks. What is a risk? An uncertain event that can impact the project positively or negatively. So you identify the risks, and then you perform a qualitative risk analysis. I'm trying my best not to use abbreviations because I really want you to register this. It is still so relevant to the exam as at 2023. Contrary to what a lot of people think or say, it is still so relevant, trust me. All right, and then next one, I'm just going to copy this because they're very similar. So qualitative risk analysis is where you score a risk. This is where you say a risk's probability is high, but its impact is low. A risk's probability is low, but its impact is high, or the impact is high, probability is high, right? We score the risks on a scale of 1 to, could be 1 to 5, 1 to 3, 1 to 10, differs company by company. Some companies just use high, medium, low. However your company decides to do it, you know, just register what is going on. And then we have a perform quantitative risk analysis. This is not just using some arbitrary number. This is where you actually know for sure, based on what the experts have said, there's a 70% chance this risk could happen, and there's a $1 million impact if it does. So we find what we call the expected monetary value, also called the risk magnitude. And that is what we do in perform quantitative risk analysis. And I have videos that talk about that on the channel. You can find them. Okay. So the next one is plan risk responses. So now that you have scored the risks in qualitative risk analysis, you've also prioritized them, you do another round of prioritization in quantitative risk analysis, and you have a good idea of how severe the risks are or the opportunities, how significant they are. So we plan risk responses, right? And this is where you decide to either avoid, transfer, mitigate, accept, escalate negative risks, or you escalate, share, enhance, exploit, and accept positive risks. You know, and I call that the A-team mnemonic, ATEAM or EASEE. Okay, and yeah, those are your 5 for risk right there. We're done with risk for planning, and the next thing that happens is in procurement and then stakeholder, and boom, you're done. We just went through the whole of planning. It seems ominous when you're looking at it, but now that I've gone through it with you, I am hoping that this makes sense. So for my friends on the call, I want you to put a chat into the chat box. If this is making sense, just put a chat in the chat box. And if you got any questions, please put a question in the chat. All right, so we're done with planning and we are going to finish off the other columns. Now I want to show you another trick in the area of executing. We've already gotten 2 done, but I want to give you a visual to show you which areas are blocked. So when we talk about scope, there is nothing in executing for scope. Neither is there anything for schedule or cost in executing. So that whole place is blocked. You see that? You see that visual I'm giving you there? I want you to remember there is blocked. So there's no reason to recall anything except this is blocked. Now, with the exception of those, everything else has something in it. But again, there is some sort of ring to these process names, okay? So for those of you who are color code oriented, I'm going to use a different color for the purpose of this illustration, okay? So I'm going to go to a kind of burnt brown reddish, just to help you remember, okay? So when it comes to executing, the word manage is prevalent, okay? So we have again a theme that says manage, and I'm going to use little letters, manage X, where X could be the name of the knowledge area, but it could be something else. So we have manage X, and then we have in one of these, we have another manage X somewhere here. We have a manage X somewhere here. We have a manage X somewhere here as well. And I'm going to show you a way of keeping stock of all the process groups. So here we have 2 processes in this column, right? Here we have 24. And here 22410 in executing, 22410, and then 12 in monitoring and controlling, and then 1 in closing, 224, 10, 12, 1. That's it. So when you're trying to keep a count, you got to ask yourself, is there anything missing? Okay. In risk, we don't have a manage something. Instead, we have an implement. Implement, the word implement, right? And then for procurement, we don't have a manage, we have a conduct. Okay. When it comes to resource is actually one of those pretty big areas because we have 6 processes in resources. So I'm going to move this down just a little bit so that we got more room to play in the resource column. Let's move that down. And resources has 3 things. So we have a mnemonic that forms ADM. ADM. For those of you who may have extensively studied schedule, you know what the ADM method is. It's an alternative way of scheduling, but we have this ADM. So I'm showing you patterns so that you remember these things, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're good. Okay. So the first X is manage quality. And this is where you're carrying out your quality audits. A quality audit is carried out before the deliverable is created. So it means you're actually checking the process. You're not checking the product. You're checking the process to see, how well are we carrying out the work based on the quality standards we're meant to be adhering to. Remember, plan quality management is where you identify the standards that you need to adhere to, be it SOX compliance, be it Food and Drug Administration, FDA, whether it's OSHA regulations, whether it's Americans with Disability Act, whether it's SOX compliance, whatever it is. Managed quality is where you check the process, like an audit, okay? So the A, going into the next one, resources, this is where you acquire resources and all manner of resources, human, equipment, material, supplies, facilities. The D stands for develop, team. And the M, manage, is manage team. Boom. Acquire resources, right? Acquire the resources you need. Develop the team, send them for training, team building, offsites, mentor them, coach them, train them, whatever you need to do to get them to their optimum state so they can perform the project work. Manage team is where you're giving the team feedback. It's that simple. For every team, they need to be guided with KPIs, right? Key performance indicators. They need to be able to look back and understand their performance as a team, right? Individuals, yes, but also as a team, majorly as a team for this one. So this is where you give them feedback on their performance. In communications, just replace it with the word communications. Manage communications, and then implement risk responses. That's simple. Implement risk responses. Carry out the response. So are you going to mitigate, accept, avoid? In the case of positive risks, are you going to share the risk? Then go ahead and do it. This is where you do it. So if the risk said to deal with the risk of everyone getting wet for this event, we're going to rent some canopies. The moment you buy the canopies, you've implemented the risk response, because the risk response is to mitigate. And the way to mitigate is to erect the canopies. So the moment you purchase those canopies, you are implementing the risk response. All right. Next, we have conduct. Replace it with the word procurement. And last but not least, the manage X is manage stakeholder engagement. And what this means is engage with the stakeholder. Manage stakeholder engagement is a doing. Remember, it's in the executing process group. So it's the doing of the executing. This is where you are carrying out the engagement. So if I know my stakeholder is someone who goes to the cafeteria every lunch break, and I know my stakeholder doesn't like to be interrupted through the day, but hey, at lunch, she's at her happiest. I'm gonna make sure I connect with her in the cafeteria. She doesn't mind. And a lot of times you say, Phil, give me the breakdown of what's happening on the project. Eureka, that's my opportunity to engage this particular stakeholder in a particular way using those great interpersonal skills. So I'm gonna sit down, gonna have lunch with that stakeholder, I'm going to give the stakeholder the 411 of the project at a high level. Boom, I just got done with managed stakeholder engagement. Now, for some other stakeholders, it's a more drawn out process. You know, there might be travel involved. There might be a big old meeting, a big old dog and pony show. But the bottom line is you got to do it. You got to know the mousetrap that works for your unique stakeholder. All right. So we're almost done. The next one, again, I am going to use a different color just to, for those of you who are very color focused in terms of your brain is wired to things and how you saw them and particular colors. I'm going to use another color here. I'm going to make this pink. And this will stick in your brain. Be like, oh, it's a pink column, the pink column. Yeah. Okay. So for monitoring and controlling, again, there's a formula to it. And the formula to it is simply Control X. That's it. So we have Control X somewhere here. We have Control X here. We have Control X here. Control X here. Control X here. Not so fast. Control X here. And that's it. Now, what do we have in the other ones? In the ones that are human-oriented, humans, we don't like using the word control because it makes us seem like we're control freaks. Even though a lot of people say project managers are, we don't like that connotation, right? So we stay away from the word control here and we use the softer word of monitor. So we have monitor X for communications where there are humans involved, for risk where we cannot control uncertainties. So we use a softer word monitor. You can't control the uncertainties of tomorrow. You could only monitor them and react accordingly, right? And then we have stakeholder, monitor. You cannot or should not try to control your stakeholder. So we use the word monitor. All right, watch this, watch this. It's easy. Watch it, watch it, watch it. It's coming. All right, so we have control. You ready? Control scope. But for those of you who are calculating the numbers, you know that they're meant to be 12. So there's another process that happens above this, and it's just called validate. Validate scope. And validate scope is where you're checking the scope to make sure that you are on point. Okay, make sure that you're doing just what is required, no more, no less. Control scope is where you are preventing goal playing. Let me take that again. Validate scope is where your customer, I beg your pardon, is checking the deliverable. Control scope is where you are making sure that no one is doing extra things that were not bargained for or were not on the plan. Control schedule is where you're checking to make sure the team is following the timeline. Control cost is where you ensure the team is on budget, not going over budget. Control quality is where you are checking the deliverable before it goes to the customer. I know you're thinking, Phil, didn't you just say that the customer checks up here? Yes, there's a flow of a deliverable that you have checked. You first check it in control quality, and it theoretically goes to validate scope up here. But in reality, these two happen in succession. You have to control quality first, you should, before you validate scope. So validate scope is your customer and control quality is you. This is a really huge eureka moment for some people. So I want to make it very clear. Validate scope is a customer responsibility. Control quality is the performing organization or you, okay? Performing organization or you, the project manager. Make sense? Okay. So moving on to resources, this is another special one. In control resources, we do not refer to humans. The resources that we are controlling are the physical resources. So the materials, the supplies, the facilities, we make sure that they were used, they were utilized as promised, as intended, and there's nothing gone awry. All right. Next one is monitor communications. Just take the knowledge area, you see, replace the X with the knowledge area. Monitor risks, control procurements. Okay, and again, monitor communications is making sure communications are going according to plan. If they're not, you're going to change something. Monitor risk is making sure that you got the risks down and that there's nothing that is new, or if there is something that's new, you update your risk register, right? Control procurements, making sure that the procurement went according to plan. The seller has given you what you asked for. Now, I didn't talk about procurement that much, but conduct procurement is where you're selecting a seller or sellers. Control procurement is where you are ensuring the seller is giving you what you paid for. Monitor stakeholder engagement is the final one here. And this is where you are making sure your engagement level and approach is on point. Okay? And we got close project or phase, and we should be done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. There are your 49 processes, my friends. Close project or phase. Like I said in the very beginning, you're either closing out the project or phase. Closing out a phase or the project as a whole. Those are the 49. Look at it, my friends. I think we spent about, what, 30, 35 minutes. Watch this video relentlessly. I want you to listen to it over and over and over and over again so you can anticipate what I'm going to say next. It's free. I'm putting out free for you. Hey, this is my 2023 gift to you. Use it. It is so important you know this table, my friend, because if you don't know this table, they could run circles around you with stuff that is not even that hard. But because you don't know it, it is going to appear very difficult. Okay, so I'm advising you, please do it. I'm going to show you something else. This table is so important that in a previous video, I took this same table and I broke this table down into an agile perspective. In other words, you're in integration. How do you do develop project charter in Agile? There's an Agile project charter. There's a product roadmap and the vision. How do you do develop project management plan? There's a product backlog, there's a sprint backlog. You see, when you get this configuration, you can explain other frameworks more thoroughly, and you can actually account for all that happens a lot better. I want to encourage you, if you haven't opened the Agile Practice Guide, to read how each knowledge area is carried out in the world of Agile. I want you to go to the Agile Practice Guide. I'm just going to put it here, Agile Practice Guide, page 90 to 95. In this Agile Practice Guide, you're going to find PMI's breakdown of how every knowledge area, from integration all the way on down, is carried out in an Agile setting. Okay? Hopefully, when you watch this again, you're going to make it ×2. I talk very slowly and deliberately sometimes, just so that nothing goes missing or falls through the cracks. And so those who speak English as a second language can actually hear every word I'm saying. But for those of you who are like, Phil, you're slow, go quicker. Speed it up ×2, my friend.